Hey there, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to build a to-do list application, and this is going to be a very hands-on video where we will build this application right from scratch. Okay, so I would want to talk about the technologies and tools that we are going to cover, the benefits, what all I'm having for you in this video, and we'll talk about the application demo as well. So let us first do the application demo, wherein let me show you what we are going to build. So this is the application that you can see over here. Okay, it's a very simple to-do list application. Okay, and it gives you a good grip of Spring Boot with Thymeleaf. Okay, because we are using Thymeleaf over here for the front end. All right. So as you can see here, you can see the list of tasks. Okay, so task 2, task 3, task 100. Bring groceries, study for exams. You have the button to toggle and delete. You can change the copy over here if you wish to. If you feel toggle is not that user friendly, you can do so. But what I mean over here is if you add the task, let's say bring, or I can say go to or visit doctor, I'll say, okay, or visit a garden. Okay, let's say visit garden. You can see this particular to-do is added. Okay, I can toggle this to-do, which means I can mark it as complete, incomplete, okay, depending on how I'm progressing through my day. Okay, and I can even mark the to-do as deleted, so I can delete this task 100. You can see it's being deleted. All right, so this is the application. It's a very simple, straightforward application. Okay, but it gives you a good understanding of Spring Boot as a framework. Not only Spring Boot, we are using a few more tools and technologies that I'll be talking about shortly. Okay, but I want to tell you that here we are not just, so this is not a static list of to-do. We are interacting with the database, and every change you make here on the interface is being reflected into the database. So here we are making use of MySQL database. Okay, here you can see this to-do app is the database that has been created for this application, and I can expand. So here you can see under tables you have task table. You can expand this. You can click on this icon, and you will see all the to-do appear over here. You can see everything. Okay, now if I mark this as completed, let's say task 3, if I mark this as completed, you can see it's marked as complete in the interface, right? And now if you run over here, you'll see, okay, so you can see completed is 1. So it's completely tied up to the database. It's not like I'm showing you some static list of information that I'm playing around with in the browser itself. It's not like that. There are a lot of things involved, like this is the Thymeleaf front end. And then we have the Spring Boot, we have the controller service layer in Spring Boot. We have the repository layer in Spring Boot. And then that repository layer is doing the job of interacting with the database. Okay, we are also using things like Lombok. Okay, so let me talk about the tools and technologies that we are covering. Okay, so we are covering Spring Boot. Of course, Spring Boot is a framework that we'll be making use of to set up all the APIs, and we'll be running on the we'll be running our application using Spring Boot. Okay, JPA and MySQL. So we are making use of JPA, which is Java or Jakarta Persistent API. Right now it's being named. So it was called as Java Persistent API earlier. Now it's been renamed to Jakarta Persistence API. Okay, and this is the API that we are going to use. It's a dependency. I'm going to show you how you can configure this, and we are going to make use of MySQL database. Now MySQL is one of the most commonly used and the most popular database in the world, and I'm sure a lot of you watching this video are making use of MySQL at any given point of time in your projects, right? So MySQL is there, and I thought of choosing MySQL because it's pretty popular and common. Okay, so MySQL we are making use of. I'll be showing you how you can configure this this database. Okay, how you can configure the schema, how you can make sure that your application points to the right schema, all of that. Okay, Lombok is a tool that will make use of to reduce a lot of boilerplate code. So I'm going to show you how you can configure that. IntelliJ, of course, we are making use of IntelliJ over here, but you're free to follow using any IDE of your choice. So if you're using Eclipse, or if you're using Spring STS, if you're using Visual Studio Code, that's absolutely okay. You can use any IDE of your choice. Just the source code will remain the same. The source code is not going to change. Okay. So yeah, I'm using IntelliJ, but feel free to use any of the IDE of your choice. We are making use of Thymeleaf, which is a server-side templating engine. Okay, so that is something that we'll be making use of, and I'm making use of Bootstrap over here for styling our application. So the styling that you saw in the application demo is with the help of Bootstrap. So I'm going to show you how you can configure Bootstrap into your application and how you can get it work. Okay. Now, of course, there are timestamps in the description. So if you want to skip a particular part, or if you want to jump and see a particular section of the video, you can feel free to do so with the help of timestamps. They will be your guide. Okay. And yeah, goes without saying, all my lectures are hands-on, of course, right? So this lecture or this video is also going to be pretty hands-on and to the point, no fluff. Okay. So yeah, this is the application. Okay, I've kept it simple. You can feel free to extend it as you advance your knowledge with Spring Boot. Okay, there are a lot of videos on Spring Boot that I have on this particular channel, and you can feel free to check them out. Okay, there is a lot of stuff out there on the channel, and this is just the beginning. We have a lot of projects coming in, so feel free to subscribe, like this video, and motivate me to bring in more such amazing free content for you all. Okay, because subscriptions and number of subscribers that I have, the like I get, the comments I get, they all impact my ability, and they also motivate me to bring in more such things on this platform, is what I would say. So yes, feel free to also comment below and let me know where you are joining in from and what would you like to learn next. Okay. So let's move forward without a further ado. So let us talk about the APIs that we are going to need for completing this project. So here I have this table which talks about the method, the endpoint, the description, parameters, and the return that we are going to have from this API. All right. So there are 3 GET APIs and 2 POST. Okay, so this is a GET request where which has this tasks endpoint. Okay, so this is going to be used to retrieve all the tasks and display them. Okay, POST is going to create a new task with the given titles. Okay, so you can see the parameter over here is title and string, and it has param as well. Okay. So this is the request parameter that we'll need in this particular endpoint. Okay. And after this, we need to do a redirect to tasks. Okay. Because once the task has been created, okay, the task page needs to be shown, right? And this is a page where we are going to display all the tasks. We have post request where we can update the title of the existing task. Okay. And we have ID, which we are passing as a path parameter. And we have title. Okay, and we are redirecting the user again to task. So major of the redirects are happening to the tasks over here. Okay, we have get request wherein we are going to do a delete over here. So whatever ID you pass in for whichever task by calling this endpoint, okay, that endpoint or that task is actually going to be deleted. Okay, and then we have toggle basically. So this toggle endpoint will be useful for marking the task as complete, or like it would also be used to do undo. Okay, so you can mark it as complete and incomplete. Okay, something like that. And this basically we can make use of this to have a status of whether the task is completed or not. Okay, so these are few APIs that we are going to need. There are only 5 of them, and major of them are CRUD operations. CRUD means create, read, update, and delete operations. Okay, those are the operations that we would want to do into our AP or into our application, is what I would say. Now, this is all we are going to need, and without a further ado, let's jump to the next step. Now, what we need to do is we need to create a Spring Boot project. And before creating a Spring Boot project, we are going to head over to our favorite website, start.spring.io. All right. Now, on this website, I do have some options that I need to select and get my Spring Boot project up to speed. So first thing, I'm going to make use of Maven. Okay, you can choose whichever build tool you want. Java. I'm going to select the Spring Boot version without RC1 or snapshot tag over here. Okay, I'm going to mark the group name as com.todo, and I'll call this com.app, and I'll call this as artifact as Todo. Okay, Todo app, something like this. So you can put in your details depending on what you want to do, and I'll say Todo application for Spring Boot, something like that. Okay, using Spring Boot maybe, right? And I'll select jar over here. This is the package name that is auto generated. And here I have the Java version. You can select 23, 21. I'll select 21 maybe, or you can even select 23 depending on which Java version you want to use. And now we need to select the dependencies that we need in our project. So first dependency is I'll select web over here. Okay, because it's going to be a web application. I'm going to select JPA because we want to persist data into a data storage, and we are going to make use of a database, MySQL. Okay, so I'm going to select JPA. Along with JPA, I need MySQL driver over here. So I'm going to add that driver as well. Okay, because if we need our application to interact with the MySQL database, we need to have the right drivers added. I'm going to add Lombok. Now, Lombok is a library that enables you to make use of annotations that can help you reduce boilerplate code. Okay, for example, if you want to generate getters, setters, you can just add getters and setters with the help of simple Lombok annotations. You don't need to add the boilerplate code into your app. So I'll add Lombok over here. And I don't think we are missing anything else. Okay, we have JPA. Okay, one thing we are missing is Thymeleaf. So if you want to make use of Thymeleaf into your application, okay, which is a modern server-side Java template engine. Okay, you can see over here. And so for that particular purpose in your application, you need to add Thymeleaf. And that is what I'm going to add over here. Okay, this is done. I don't think we need anything else apart from these. Okay, if we need anything else, you can of course come in and revisit this web page and head over to Explore. So after adding the new dependency, you can head over to Explore and select pom.xml and get the dependency added. Okay, but here now I'm in Explore, and you can see this is the entire project structure that has been created for us. Okay, you can see the list of dependencies that have been added over here. Okay, you can see all the dependencies that have been added over here. Okay, so this is our project structure. Okay, entire project structure. All right. Now what you can do is you can browse, take a look at the project structure here itself, or you can download it. Okay, so after browsing, you can even download it, and you can download it from here. I'll say download, and you'll be asked to save it to a place, and you can save it at a particular place on your local machine. Now what I've done is I've downloaded the entire project into this particular directory over here. This is my work directory where I'll be creating or working on this project. Okay, so I have this project, and you can see it is downloaded as a zip file. Okay, what you can do is you can right click and you can unzip it over here. Okay, so I'll make use of a WinRAR. I'll say extract it over here. You can get it extracted over here. Okay, and then you can open IntelliJ IDEA. Okay, now for this particular tutorial, we are making use of IntelliJ IDEA. You can make use of any favorite IDE of your choice, whether it's Eclipse, whether it's STS, Visual Studio Code. There are n number of IDEs that developers prefer to use. You can use any of your choice. Okay, but code won't change. Okay, some interface and some process like how to import the project and all that might change depending on which IDE you are using. Okay, so I have IntelliJ IDEA community version over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say open over here. Okay, now when you open IntelliJ IDEA, you might see some recent projects like you're seeing over here. Okay, you can click on open, and you can navigate to the directory where you have saved basically the project over here. So I can actually paste the path. Oops, so I pasted the path and it's asking me to open that path. So that's not the case. Okay, but I'll navigate myself to that particular path over here. So you can see Todo app. This is the one that I've unzipped now, and you have to select within Todo app. Don't select Todo app, but select pom.xml within the Todo app. Okay, so this is Todo app. Within that, select pom.xml and say okay. All right. Now when you do this, it will prompt you that, hey, pom.xml is a project file. Would you like to open the project? And yes, I want to have this particular file opened as a project. And you can see trust the projects in this particular folder. So it's asking you whether, because you are opening a source code, right? And there could be some harmful code that might run in the folder. So do you trust code in this particular folder? Is this folder being managed by you? Yes. I'll say trust the project, and it will open up the project. And you can see here at the bottom right, you'll see resolving dependencies, and also whatever dependencies you have added over here are being resolved by Maven. Okay, and you can see downloading plugins for Todo app and all. Okay. Now over here, you'll see some tips which you can choose to go through, but I'll just say close. All right. And the application is open here, and we have successfully created a Spring Boot application with all the required dependencies. Now over here, if you come over to pom.xml, you will see all the dependencies over here. Okay. You can see like the list of dependencies that you had selected have been added over here. Okay. Now tomorrow, if you want to update or add any sort of dependency over here, let's say I want to add PostgreSQL database right over here. So what you would do is you would come over here. Okay. And over here, you need to come to this page. You'll just say add dependency. You'll say PostgreSQL driver. Okay. You'll go to explore, and over here in pom.xml, if you scroll down, you have this PostgreSQL dependency. So select this dependency tag, copy it, come over here and paste it over here. Okay, that is what you want to do. And if you paste it, you'll see this Maven refresh button appear. Okay, so whenever you make any changes to the dependency file, this Maven refresh button appears, and you need to reload the Maven changes after making any changes to this file. So after making that, you will have all the external libraries being fetched in. So here, now you should see PostgreSQL driver added over here. Okay, you can see PostgreSQL. So this is a part of your project under external libraries. Now, the moment I get rid of this PostgreSQL, I don't need it in my project, right? I'm using MySQL. If I do a Maven refresh, you'll see it being removed. Okay, it would be removed. If you come over here, it's removed, right? I can't find it. So you can see this is P, and PostgreSQL is removed, right? So this is how dependencies are being managed by Maven, and we are all set to work on the project. All right. I hope you have been able to successfully follow these steps and get your project up to speed. So we have the project ready. Okay, and now we need to do a little bit of configuration, which means we need to set up the database. So we are going to make use of MySQL database for this purpose. And I already have this MySQL workbench installed. And what we are going to do is we are going to connect to the local instance over here. So I have this saved connection wherein I can connect to the local instance. I'll open this up. And what we need over here is we need a schema, which is our database to which we'll connect. Okay. So I'll right click. I'll say create a schema. And I'll call the schema as Todo application or Todo app, I can say something like this. Okay. And I'll say apply over here. Okay. Apply. And I'll say finish. Okay. Now you can see over here, Todo app is created over here. You can see Todo app, right? You can see. So this does not have any sort of tables right now. Okay. But now what we need to do is, since our schema is set up and the database is there, we need to switch over to our application. And here what we have done is we have MySQL dependency, right? We have JPA also being added, right? But now there will be, when you run the application, there will be Spring Boot auto configuration into picture that is going to configure everything you need to run MySQL. You don't need to add the drivers manually. But we need to tell our project where our database is, how it should connect, right? Because that our project does not know. So understand this. This is a separate software, MySQL. Okay. We have told our application that you need to make use of MySQL, but our application does not know how it should connect to MySQL database. So we need to tell this to our application. Okay. So what we are going to do is here, there is a file in SRC. If you go to main, resources, application properties, here you have a file which is application.properties where you can specify some configuration parameters that you wish to have. All right. And we are going to add the database configuration here in this particular file. So there are few parameters, like I said. The first one being the data source URL, which means the URL where our database exists. So I'm going to say Spring data source dot URL over here. So this is a property that we need to mention in this exact format. And here you need to specify the protocol first, colon, which database, okay, which database meaning the type of database, colon, you need to specify the database URL, which means the entire URL of the database along with the port number, followed by the database name. Okay, so slash db name. This is the syntax, or I should say this is the format in which this particular property accepts the data source. Okay, so this is the protocol. First of all, what is the protocol? Protocol is JDBC, right? Which is the database? It's MySQL, something like this, right? Then over here, what are you going to specify? You're going to specify the URL of your database along with the port number, right? So I'm going to say 2// localhost, colon 3306. Okay. Then DB name. So what is the DB name? Okay, DB name is Todo app. I think that is what we set. Okay. Now let me tell you one thing. How would you get this URL over here? Okay, how would you know where your database exists, right? So normally, if you have MySQL installation on your local machine, this is the default URL, localhost, and 3306 is the default port. If you're still not sure, you can come over here, okay, and you can close the connection over here, okay, and then over here in my connection, you can right click and say edit connection, and here you can see host name is localhost and port is 3306. If you test this, you will see it's successful, right? So localhost 3306, and if you connect, here you are going to see Todo-app is what we have created, Todo-app, okay? So this is the database details, okay? Spring.datasource.username, something like this. So this is root over here, okay? SOURCE, data source is root, okay? Then this is, so we need to have password as well. So I'll say password. Okay, what is password? Password is, so this is my password, okay. Pretty simple. It's for my local database, not for production, but this is what I'm using. But if you want to make use of anything else, you can absolutely add that over here, okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say spring.jpa.hibernate.ddl auto. So this is the schema update thing, okay. I'll say update. Now whenever you make any sort of changes into your database or into your application entities, it's going to propagate the update to the database, okay. And then over here I'm going to specify the dialect over here. So I need to say properties.hibernate.dialect, something like this, okay. And here I can say org.hibernate.dialect.mysql dialect, you can see. So this is what we need to specify. Now dialect is basically, it decides which kind of queries or SQL queries will be generated, because you know, you are not writing any sort of SQL queries over here, right? It's the underlying framework that is generating it for you, right? So what would happen is, if you're making use of MySQL, you need to tell that you need to make use of MySQL dialect. For PostgreSQL, there is a separate dialect, because you know, different database have different queries. Like there is a difference in the query that the database engine accepts. Okay, so you need to specify the dialect over here. So this is done and our database is all set. Okay, what you can do is you can run the application and test it. Okay, so here I'll run the application and I'll test it for any sort of issues or any sort of connectivity issues over here. Oops, so I'm getting some sort of an error over here. Okay, so I'm getting the Todo app SDK 21 is not compatible with the source version 22. So what I would do is I'll click on open project settings, and here I have an option to upgrade the SDK, but I have Java 21. Okay, you can add, so I can say download JDK and you can select which JDK you want to add. Okay, you can add JDK 23. This will take a little bit of time, but I'll just download it over here. Okay, I'll accept. All right, and I'll say apply. All right. So this will take some time, okay, but it's installing and downloading. You can see over here, it's installing the JDK 23 over here. It asked me to update to 22, but I actually updated to 23. That's okay. Let us see whether we are able to get this working. All right, so it's indexing JDK right now. We'll wait for a while. So let us run the project now. I think indexing and all is done. We'll see if we are able to get through. Right, so application is running. That's absolutely okay. And I'll allow this. Okay, so you can see the application is up and running. Started. Okay, so it was only because I had selected the latest version of Java and I didn't have it over there. Okay, so you have an option to add it. Okay, and yeah, I think this is it, and our application is successfully running. We now need to start building the logic. I hope you have been able to follow along so far. All right, so we have our application configured to work with database, and what I'm going to now do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to create a couple of files over here. Okay, and these files would be repository files and the entity files. All right, so what I'm going to do is, first thing, I'll go new, I'll say package. Okay, so I'm going to say repository. Okay, this is the package that is going to have all the repository files. Okay, though it's one, I'm still organizing it so that it's understood that you have to do in your projects. Okay, and here I'm going to have like one more package over here, which can be like models. Okay, over here, something like that, or models. Okay, so now within models, we are going to have our entities. Okay, so I'm going to right click, I'm going to say new Java class, and I'm going to say this is going to be the entity that is going to represent a to-do. Okay, so I can call this as class over here. Okay, and I'll add this to version control. So now what we are going to do over here is, this is the class created. We need to define the structure of a task that we are going to have. Okay, now understand this. Okay, whatever you are defining over here, whatever fields you are defining over here, this entire class is being translated into a database table because we are making use of JPA. So this particular class is also going to be used in the application, and this class is also going to be translated into a table within the database that we have configured. Right, so since we have configured the JPA, okay, when we mark this particular class as the entity, what JPA is going to do is it is going to convert this into table, and the members it is going to have, those will become the columns. Okay, so let me show that to you. So here I'm going to say private, I'm going to say long, and I'll have ID first. So I'm going to create a very simple structure over here. We're going to have ID. We are going to have a title over here. Okay, something like this. And we are going to have a variable which is going to help us keep track whether the task is completed or not. Okay, so you can see these are the fields. So it's ID, it's title, and it's whether the task is completed or not. Okay, so this is it. And what we need to do is we need to make use of some annotations to make sure that this is being marked as a entity and translated into a database table and columns as well. Okay, so right now it's just a normal Java class. What I will do is I'll make use of @entity, which is coming in from Jakarta persistence package over here. Okay, and over here for ID, I'm going to mark this as ID over here, and this will have a generated value. So we don't want to generate the value for ID, right? ID normally is first to do will have 1, second to do will have 2, all of that. So we don't need to manage that. It has to be unique. So I'll let JPA do the rest. Okay, so I'm going to say strategy over here, and I'm going to say generation type. Okay, and I can select auto over here. All right, so this is done. Now with this annotation, JPA knows that this is a ID field, and also it has to auto generate this ID field. Okay, so we are all set. All right, now what we need to do, one more thing, is we need some getters and setters. So one way is you manually create getters and setters. Okay, another way is you right click over here, you say generate, you say getter and setter, and you select all the fields and generate getter setters. Okay, but that will add a lot of boilerplate code. So what I will do is, we've configured Lombok, right? What Lombok does is it helps us reduce a lot of boilerplate code just by adding few annotations. So what I will do is here, I'll say getter. Sorry, not getter. I can say data over here. Okay, directly data annotation. Now, normally, if you want to make use of getters and setters, you would add @getters. Okay, you have getter over here, getter annotation. You have setter annotation, something like this. So you have all these annotations in Lombok, but I'm making use of data because it's a combination of multiple annotations. So if you come over to this project Lombok feature over here of @data, okay, it is a shortcut for toString equals hash code getters on all fields and setters on all non-final fields. Okay. And it also has this required args constructor annotation. Okay, so it is going to give you an annotation args constructor over here as well. Okay, so a constructor with all the arguments. So I've just specified it's just one annotation. So if I want to add all of this, I don't need to individually add these annotations. I've added one and the job is done. Okay, and here's the entire description of how it works. You can see you can make use of it this way. Okay, so and you can see if you're not making use of this annotation, if you want to generate it by yourself, you'll see like how this code becomes lengthy, right? You have Boolean, hash code, you can see how lengthy this code is. And with the help of annotation, it's just simple, right? So you can Google @data annotation for Lombok and you can read more about it. But I've used this, okay? I'll get rid of this getter annotation over here, which I accidentally imported. Okay, this is done. What we now need is we need a repository. So within repository package over here, I'll say, so actually repository is actually going to be an interface. Okay, so I'll say a Java class and over here, I'll say task repository and I'll select this type as an interface. Okay, and I'll make sure I add it to the version control and over here, I'll say extends JPA repository. Okay, we need to extend this interface as a type of this, and over here we need to say task, okay, comma long over here, okay, something like this. So JPA repository, this is going to give us some predefined methods. Okay, first of all, what is a repository? Okay, so repository is basically a class or an interface that connects your application to the database, allowing you to save, retrieve, update, and delete data. Okay. Now think of it this way. Whenever you have a database configured into your application, you would want to retrieve the data, right? Of course. What are the obvious operations that you would want to do? Retrieve the data, create the data, delete the data, and update the data, right? So it's basic CRUD. Create, read, update, and delete. CRUD operations, right? So what JPA repository tells is, hey, you have database configured, you have entity configured. Now to interact with the database, I can give you some predefined methods, okay, like create, retrieve, update, and delete. Okay, you need to make use of this particular thing over here. Okay, this is an interface. You need to make use of this and you need to specify the entity for which you need a repository along with the type of the primary key. So what is a primary key over here? Primary key type is long, right? This is long. Okay, so we have specified this over here. Okay, and the entity type is task. So with this, what happens is these basic methods that we need, like creating something, like deleting something, or creating a task, deleting a task, updating a task, all of that is managed by this particular JPA repository itself. And we are creating our own version, which is task repository. So whenever you want to save anything, you will just create an instance of our task repository and you'll make use of it. Okay, so this is done and this is also created. All right, so what I'll do is I'll try running the project. Okay, right now I don't have any sort of tables over here. Okay, now I'm running the project. Okay, let us see what happens. Oops, so this failed. Let me see what happened over here and let me scroll up. Okay, so here you will see okay, so unable to open JDBC connection, access denied. So what happened is, the issue is I accidentally messed up with the password in application.properties file. Okay, and that's the reason why it threw an error that hey, it's not able to connect. Now one thing, Here you can see this pop-up Lombok requires enabled annotation processing. So be sure to enable annotation processing over here. Okay. And be sure to do that. Okay. Because if you don't do this, you might land in some sort of errors over here. Also, one more thing I would like to mention, since we are making use of Lombok, come over here to settings. Okay. Now this is settings under file for Windows. For Mac, it would be preferences, your IDE preferences, right? So just come over here, settings, you will see a option like this. Scroll down and head over to plugins. Now under plugins, be sure like you have installed the Lombok plugin. Okay. So if you don't have Lombok plugin, go to Marketplace tab over here and search for Lombok. Okay. You'll find this plugin. Just add this to your IDE, and after adding this, just hit the install. Okay, it's already installed, so I'm not seeing the install button. But after saying install, say apply over here. Don't say okay without saying apply. Okay, say apply and then say okay. Okay, and then you run the application, because then you won't get any errors, right? So the application is running for me. Now what I'll do is I'll come over here. Initially, I didn't have any tables. If I do a refresh now, let us see if we have tables. Yes, we do. We see a drop down here, and you can see task table is being created. Okay, so I can click on this little icon over here, and you can see this ID, completed, and title. Okay, you can also click on this about icon over here, just beside task, and you will see columns, and you can see ID is beginnt, completed is a bit. Okay, you can see, and title is varchar. Okay. So yeah, this is it, and we have successfully been able to set up the task repository and also the task entity, which will enable us in a big way to work in our application alongside the database, right? So I hope you have been able to follow, and I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we'll take a step forward with this application, and we have the repository and the entity set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new class over here. Okay, so I have the model, I have the repository. Okay, I'm going to say new, and I'm going to say a new Java class, and I'm going to create it in the controller package. Okay, so controller dot. So this is our controller, which will have all the endpoints, and it will do the job of interfacing with the client. Okay, so I'll say controller, and I'll say enter. Okay, so it's created in this package called com app todo app controller, right? And over here, we will be having all the endpoints, like I said. And what we need to do is we need one more thing called as service layer. Okay, so I'll say Java class, and I'll say, so I'll call this as services, and I'll call this as todo service, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, now inside the controller, so first thing, this is a service, right? So I'll mark this as service first. Okay, and this is the service annotation that we'll make use of, so that Spring Boot knows that, hey, this is a service, and over here I'll mark this as controller. So this is going to be a controller. So I won't mark this as REST controller, because we are not building a REST API, but I'll have this controller in place. Okay, so that Spring Boot knows that, hey, this is a controller, which is going to make sure that all the endpoints are over here. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to have the dependency of task service into the task controller, because we are going to make use of service a lot, right? So I'll say private final task service. Okay, so this is okay, todo service. I'm calling it todo service actually. Okay, and this one is task controller. So let me rename this actually. So I will have to rename this. This is not a good name, so I should say task service. So it should be task service, and So it should be task service, and it should be task controller only. Okay, so here I'll say task service, right? Something like this, and I'll press enter. So this will get refactored, and I'll say task service over here. You can see public final task service, and I'll create an object of this. Okay. Now so this is giving some sort of, this variable might not have been initialized, so I'll say add a constructor parameter. Okay, so this is constructor injection, wherein Spring framework will make sure that this dependency is injected into this class during the runtime. Okay, and it will be able to do so because we are marking it as service. Okay, if you forget this, it's not going to work, right? Now this is done. What I will do is I will have our first mapping created. So we are going to create a mapping which will help us fetch all the tasks from our application. Okay, so what I will do is I'll say public over here. I'll say string. I'll say get tasks. Okay, and over here, what I need is I will be making use of, so I'll be returning a string. Now inside this method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say list of tasks. Okay, so I'm going to need the list of tasks over here. Okay, and I'll call this as tasks. Okay, so I need to import this as well. Okay, and over here I need a way to get the task. Okay, so I'll say task service. So normally this service layer will have all the logic of fetching the data and managing it, right? So all the business logic resides in service. The controller is just doing the job of intercepting the request, right? So here I'll say task service dot get all tasks. So this method does not exist yet. Okay, we need to define it, and we'll define it. Okay, now I'll say return, and here understand this. So we are working with Thymeleaf, right? Or the interface that we have that a user is going to interact with is Thymeleaf. Now whenever you're working with a Thymeleaf template, okay, what you need to do is if a user is accessing this controller URL, like whichever URL this controller is mapped to, or this controller method is mapped to, you need to return the name of the template, the name of the Thymeleaf template that you want to render. Okay, this is nothing but the HTML page that we'll be creating, and we'll be doing it shortly. So what I will say is my template name is tasks over here, and I need to return it as a string. So what would happen is, since we are returning tasks, this is going to look out for tasks.html, okay, under resources templates. Okay, we don't have this defined yet, so we are not going to test this, but this is how it is going to work. Okay, also this template should have access to the list of all the tasks, right? Because we want to display this task into the interface or into the UI, right? So how are we going to pass this? We need a model over here. So I'm going to say model. Okay, you can see this is an interface. We need an object of this model, and here I'm going to say model dot add attribute. Okay, you can see this is add attribute. So this version is what we are going to use. I'm going to pass in string. I'm going to say tasks, comma, and I'm going to say tasks, something like this. Okay, so this is how it's going to be passed in, and whatever you add over here, whatever attribute you add over here is going to be made available with this name. Okay, so whatever name you mention over here. All right, so this is done. We need to also add this as get mapping. Okay, and I'll scroll up, and here I'll add a request mapping over here, request mapping, and I'll say this is tasks. Okay, so if you don't want to have a URL like this, okay, if you don't want your application to be mapped to /tasks, you can comment this out. It will be available on the root URL of localhost. Okay, so I'm just commenting this in case if you wish to use this. All right, so this is done. Okay, this mapping is done. Now what we need to do is I'll have to create this method, right? So I'll say create this method. Okay, get all tasks. It is not returning all the tasks right now. Okay, but it will shortly do it. Now how does the task get returned, like all the tasks? So we need to fetch the task from the database. How do we fetch the task from the database? Do we need to write SQL queries? Absolutely not. We have repository, which if you remember, we have created, and this will do the job of interfacing with the database. So it has the ready-made methods for CRUD operations. So what I will do over here is I will get access to task repository, right? So I'll say private final task repository, something like this. And it will give me an error. You need to add a constructor parameter. I did that. Okay, this is done. And now over here, I'll say return task repository dot, you can see find all over here. Now this is going to return the list of all the tasks. So this is the return type that is going to have. Now remember, this find all method is not something that we have defined. It is readily available. Okay, so there are lots of methods that are readily available. If you do a dot over here, you'll see find all by ID. You can pass in some sort of ID and get a particular task as well. Okay, you can save things. There are lots of methods. Okay, but we are making use of find all over here. Okay, and the error is gone. You can see over here, right? So this is working absolutely fine. So we have the mapping set over here, okay, for getting the list of all the tasks, okay, and this actually needs a Thymeleaf template to be set up, which we don't have set up right now, okay. But I hope you have the understanding of how get task is going to function. All right. So I hope this is useful so far. What we need to do now is we have this controller set up, right? So we need to now set up the view over here. So we are passing in the data to the template that we'll be creating. So essentially we are passing in the data using this model, okay, with this name into the view, right? And the view is going to be our Thymeleaf template. So I'll start by creating a template over here. So I'll head over to resources under templates. I'm going to say right click new, and the file name is going to be tasks.html, right? And I'll add it to the version control. Now there's a reason why I've given this file as tasks as the name. The reason is in controller we are returning tasks. Now this is the view name, or this is the name of the file that will be picked up, and it will be Spring Boot will look for a file with this name into the templates folder. So I've created tasks over here, okay, and I'm going to call this particular application as Todo application. So this is just a boilerplate code that you are getting when you create an HTML file in IntelliJ. All right. So I have this Todo application set up. All right. Now I need to make use of Thymeleaf over here, right? So I need to make use of some tags with Thymeleaf. And for that, I need to set up the namespace over here. So I'm going to say over here around like in HTML tag, I'm going to say XMLNS, and I'm going to say colon th over here. Okay, equal to like two pair of like inverted commas, and I'm going to say HTTP colon. I'm going to say www.thymeleaf. Okay, there was no auto suggest, but you have to make sure like you have thymeleaf.org being added over here, something like this. Okay, so we've added this Thymeleaf declaration. Okay, you can see thymeleaf.org. Now over here in the body tag, what we would be doing is I will add a header. Okay, I'll add a header h1. I'll say Todo application. Let us see if this works. Okay, so I'll run this. Let us see if this works. Okay. So the application is up and running. You can see. If I come over here, let me refresh. So I'll head over to localhost 8080 just for your kind of information. Because why localhost 8080? Let me tell you that as well. So here in task controller, if you see, okay, here we don't have this particular mapping being mapped to anything, right? There's no URL. It's on the root application URL, right? If you add this, okay, it will be on /tasks. So if I add this and if I rerun the application, it will be on /tasks. Okay, so it's running and it will run, and I'll come over here. I'll say /tasks, something like this. Okay. Now you'll see it's running on task, but if you go on the home page, it won't run on the home page. There's a reason for that, because now it's mapped to /tasks because of this line. Okay, I don't want to map it to /tasks. I'll keep it to the root URL, but I have this code added over here. You can refer to it if you wish to. All right. So now we are seeing this output over here, which is Todo application, and it is being rendered from the template. You can see over here. Okay. Now this validates that this particular template is being rendered when you access the root URL, right? Now what we'll do is we need to display all the tasks. So I'll create a div element over here. Okay. And I'll have th, I'll say colon, I'll say block over here. Okay. And I'll say th colon each over here. Okay. And I'll add some code. First I'll close this block, something like this. Okay. So th each, so this line of code will help us iterate through every task that we have. Okay. Now let me tell you one thing. How do we get access to every task? So the answer lies in the controller. We are already having access because we are passing in this particular task, like list of tasks with this attribute tasks, right? So I'll come over here, I'll say tasks, okay, and th.task. So I'll say task because this is a variable name which I want to use for iteration. I'll say $, and I'll say tasks, something like this, okay. So this tasks is coming from controller. I'm saying get the value of tasks and help me iterate with this name over here. So this task variable, so every task will be over here for every iteration, okay. So this task variable will have every task for each iteration, okay. And what I will do over here is I'll add another div over here, okay, and over here I'll add a span, something like this. I'll say th, okay, over here, or we can add a th, okay, and I'll say, so I don't want to add th over here, or we'll need th colon text, okay, because we need to display the title over here, right? So I'll say $, and I'll make use of this. I'll say task.title, something like this, okay. And yeah, this is it. I'll have task title being displayed like this, okay. Now I'll save this, okay, and let me refresh and let us see what is the output that we are getting over here. Okay, we won't get any output ideally because we don't have any tasks added, right? So if you come over here, if you refresh, no output. For this we need to add tasks. So I'll say ID is 1, completed is 1, and title is testing task, okay. And I'll say apply over here. So you need to say apply so that the row is added, okay. Oops, so we are getting an error. You have okay, testing task near testing task. So some issue over here near testing task. I don't know what it is. Okay, so I'll say task 1. Okay, I'll add enter. I'll say okay, some sort of an error. So let me delete this, or it's not happening. So I'll change this to 0 maybe. So inserting directly from the view did not work. So what I did is I wrote my own query. I said insert into todo app.tasks, okay, ID completed title, and inserted it this way, okay. So 1, 0 is for completed, it's not complete, and test is basically the name of the task. All right, I have done this, and if I come over, so I don't need to restart my application. If I come over to the UI and if I hit refresh, you'll see test appear over here. Where is this test coming in from? Of course, it's coming in from the database. Okay, we have inserted a task over here. I can even duplicate this. Okay, let me duplicate. Let me change the ID. I'll change the ID to 2, and I'll say task 2. Okay, and I can run this. Okay, and then I'll select star over here using this. You can see 2 tasks are added. Now, if I come over here without even refreshing the application, without even restarting the application, if I refresh, you'll see task 2 appear. Okay, so what we are doing is we are actually displaying the task using this particular code. Okay, and this is working absolutely fine. We have been able to render tasks. Of course, this is not looking as beautiful as it should be, but don't worry about that. All right, we are just learning things. We are just setting up things. And the goal is basically to know how you can access the tasks or any sort of data that is being passed in from the controller to the template. Okay, and you have an understanding now as to this is how you should. Okay, so here we are actually iterating through the task over here, the list of tasks, and for every task, this task object is being made available, which you are accessing inside over here. So this is like a for loop. It iterates on it. Okay. And in this iteration for this task title, we are saying th.text is equal to task.title. Okay, and whatever is there over here is being displayed in this span. All right, so you see that happening over here, right? So I hope this is helpful, and I hope you have been able to follow along as to how you can set up the Thymeleaf template. Of course, this is not looking good. We will upgrade. Okay, we will add things like Bootstrap and all. Don't worry about that. But right now, this will go step by step, right? So right now, this is okay, wherein you are able to fetch and display the data. That is what matters. All right. So I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So every time we are making use of our application, it's not practical that we switch over to the database to add a new to-do, right? So it's best we have an interface over here which will allow us to add to-do into our application. And that's what we are going to build. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another endpoint and the functionality that we need to set up a new to-do in our application, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to directly duplicate this over here. Of course, it's a get mapping, but I'm going to change this to post mapping because we are creating something into the database, right? So this is going to be a post request. Now, instead of get task, I'm going to say create task. Okay, this is going to be singular, create task over here. Okay, and the parameters would change a bit. Okay, so I'm going to need the title of the task over here. And how am I going to accept? So I'm going to accept this as a request parameter. Okay. We'll understand shortly as to how you can pass in the request parameter into a API call from Thymeleaf. We'll do that. Okay. But over here, we don't need, so we don't need this. Okay. And over here, I'm going to say, okay, I don't need anything, anything in return from this service after adding the task. Okay. So I'm going to say over here, create task. And I'm going to pass in the title. Okay. So I'm going to tell my service that, hey, create a task for me. And here is the title with the, for which the task needs to be created. I'll create a method over here. Okay. So this method gets created over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add the implementation. So we have title. All right. What we would do is I would say task over here is equal to new task. Okay. Something like this. And if you scroll down over here, let me scroll down. All right. So I'm going to say task dot set title over here. And I'm going to say title. Okay. So I created a task object and I need to set all the parameter. I need to say task dot set completed. I'll set completed to false by default. Okay. And then I'll say task repository. So we need to save it to the database. And who is helping us save to the database and interact with it? It's the repository. So I'm going to say task repository dot, you have access to a method called save. So you're just going to call this and you're going to say task over here. That is it. Done. Right? So it's so simple. You don't have to write any sort of SQL queries. Just imagine that. Okay. This is done. Now, one more thing I need to do over here is once the task is created, okay, I need to make sure that the task list is refreshed. How would you do this? So you will say over here, redirect, okay, and I'll say colon slash, okay, but slash task is not the URL, okay, so my URL is the root URL. So I'll say redirect colon slash, okay, so he will be redirected to the root URL of the application. Okay, now over here, okay, what we need to do is we need to set up a very simple form over here which will allow the user to give the name of the task, and once he submits it, okay, the data gets submitted and you receive the detail onto the front end. Okay, so what I'm going to do is under dev over here, inside dev, I'm going to add a form tag, something like this. Oops, form tag, like so. Okay, so form is going to help us do the magic. I'm going to set the form action to that of slash over here because that is where we need to send the data. I'll say method. So here is where we need to say the method is post. So whatever data we have via this form is being posted onto this URL as a post request. Okay. And why this URL? Because this is a URL where we have this post mapping, which is accepting the task as the request parameter. Okay. So come over here. Within this form, what we are going to do is we are going to have an input. I'm going to say input. Okay. We can have input being grouped into a div. Okay. So I'll say input over here. Something like this. I'll say type. What is type of input? It's text. Fair enough. Okay. And then I'll have name as title. Okay. And yeah, I need to say placeholder. What can be the placeholder? Placeholder can be add a new task over here. Something like this. Okay. And I'll say required. All right. Because this is, of course, required. Okay, you cannot add a empty task, right? So this is done. All right. This is input box. We also need to add a form over here, right? So I'll have a separate block for form. Okay, this will be useful essentially later on for CSS. Okay, but I'll have a separate block over here. I'll say button. I'll say type Okay, type of submit. All right, and I'll say, I'll close this and I'll say add over here. Okay, so this is done. We have a input box and a button. Okay, this button will submit this entire form over here, the form data. Okay, and it will post it to this URL. Okay, now how is title being passed? So title is being passed with this key. So whatever name you specify over here, okay, title, that is being passed over here, and the name you have specified title, so title will be accepted over here. If you do a mismatch in this name and the parameter over here, like the data won't be passed correctly, right? So be sure if you're having title over here, it should be title over here as well. All right, let us run the application and let us see if we are successfully being able to add the data into the database. We'll check the database as well. All right, application is running. In the database, we have a couple of tasks. You can see over here, 2 tasks, right? Let's come to the front end, refresh. UI won't look good, of course, that's okay. Okay, I'll zoom in a bit. The UI is not looking good, that's okay. We'll style it later. But I'll say task 3 over here. I'll say add. Oops, so we get an error over here. Now, what is the error? So I came in over here and I could see like I'm getting this duplicate entry for the primary key. Okay, primary key is ID. All right. So what it did is it generated the primary key as 1. You can see over here. Okay, so what happened is we added a couple of tasks directly from the database, right, using query. And for Spring Boot, okay, what it did is the application generated its first key. Since we are trying to insert it for the first time, the key is 1, right? So it did not allow to insert because, you know, the to do with key 1 already exists. So what I will do is I'll quickly clear this database. Okay, I'll say delete from, and I'll take this. Okay, this is a query, right? To do app is my database name dot task. Okay, I'll select this. I'll run this. Okay, oops, it's, let me select star. Let us see. Okay, it's deleted. All right, and now if I come over here, okay, let me hit refresh. Oops, cancel. So I'll just refresh the URL. You see no task over here. I'll say task 1. I'll say add. You can see task 1 got added. Okay, task 2, add. Task 2 got added. Okay, task 3, add. You can see task 3 got added. If you come over to the database, let us select star. You can see 2, 3, 4 being added. Okay, so these are 3 tasks that have been added. Okay, so 1 was not successful, the one with ID 1. So it incremented to 2, 3, and 4. Okay, that's absolutely okay. So we have 3 tasks now with 3 distinct IDs. All right, I hope you are able to follow along, and I hope you are enjoying this. Okay, slowly we are building up on this, and I hope this is looking good. Okay, so if you scroll down now, there are no errors at the bottom. Okay, so if you clear this, there are no errors. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope you have understood as to how you can add the ability in your application to create some data using a post request right from Thymeleaf template to that of Spring Boot to that of database, right? So data is flowing right now from the template, which is the view. It goes to the controller, it goes to the data layer, it goes into the database. Okay, so it's a long journey. All right, so yeah, that's about this thing, and I hope this was valuable. If you're enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right, the website is embarkx.com, and I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer. So now it's time that we build in the functionality in our controller that will help us delete the task and also mark the task as complete and incomplete. Okay, so basically changing the completion status. All right, now first thing first, I'm going to need a get mapping again. So I'm going to take this, okay, and add this over here. Now this get mapping is not going to be at the root URL because we already have a get mapping there. So I'm going to say get mapping. Okay. And I'm going to say slash, I'm going to pass in the ID slash delete. Okay. So why this? Because we need the ID for the task which we want to delete, right? So if we want to delete the task with ID 1, we need to pass in 1 over here with slash delete, right? So this is the endpoint that we are creating. You can even skip slash delete if you wish to, but I've just added delete because it's a delete functionality that we are talking about. I'll have delete task over here, okay? And instead of model over here, I'm going to add in path variable, okay? Now why path variable? Because we are accepting something in the path itself of the URL. So I'm going to say path variable long ID, okay? Now whatever you pass in the ID over here will come and sit in the ID over here, right? And path variable tells this thing to look into path over here, okay? And this ID and this should match, all right? So this is done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, okay? I'm going to say task service dot delete task. I'm going to pass in ID. Now this method does not exist, of course. We need to define this. And after deleting the task, I need to refresh the page. So I'm going to do redirect : // okay. Now over here in the task service, I need this method, right? So I'm going to create this method, okay. This method is created, and what this method will do is it is a very simple method, okay. So it's going to say task repository dot delete, sorry, not delete, it will be delete by ID, okay, because we want to delete by ID and not by the task object, right? So I'm going to say delete task by ID. I'm going to pass in the ID. Straightforward and simple, okay. This is about deleting. Now I need an endpoint over here basically for toggling the completion status, right? So I'm going to again copy this endpoint over here, and instead of delete, this will be toggle, okay. We need ID again. I'll say toggle task, okay. And instead of delete task, I'll again say toggle task. Rest all remains same, right? Rest all remains same. So I'll say toggle task. You can say completion status or whatever method name you want to have here, okay. Now here I'll say create the method toggle task, okay. Now what will this method do? Okay, so first thing, this method will find the task by ID, okay. It will get the task by ID from the database and it will update the completion status. It will reverse the completion status. So if the completion status is true, it will change it to false, and if it's false, it will change it to true. So that's what we are going to do, and it's of type boolean over here, you can see, right? So what I will do over here is I'll say task, okay. I'll say task is equal to task repository dot find by ID over here, and I'm going to pass in ID, okay. I'll say dot or else throw over here, something like this, okay. So if task is not found, I'm going to throw an exception. I'll say new illegal exception, okay. Illegal argument exception is what I can throw over here, okay. And I can say invalid task ID, okay, something like this. All right, this is done. I'll say task dot set completed. I'll say task dot is completed over here, okay, and I'll reverse. So whatever is the current value, so task dot is completed is going to give us the current value of what's there in this field for a particular task, right? So I'm going to reverse this value. I'm going to say not, okay. So it will simply reverse and it will toggle the task. That is what it's going to do. And then I'm going to update the task data into the database. So I'm going to say task repository dot save task, something like this, okay. So this is done, okay, and I don't think anything else is needed, okay. So there is, okay, so it's not equal to, it's it's a dash, it's not equal to, all right, it's a hyphen. So yeah, this is done, okay. With this we should be able to toggle the task and also delete the task if needed, all right. So I hope this is useful and I hope you are able to follow along. So we have a good backend setup right now, okay. We can do like creation, getting of all the tasks, deletion, and toggling of tasks, okay. What we need improvement on is the template, okay. So this is looking pretty basic, okay. there is a lot of scope for improvement over here, of course. So we'll start talking about Bootstrap. Now, what is Bootstrap? So Bootstrap CSS is one of the library using which you can add CSS to your application easily. Okay, so you can see this is if you search for Bootstrap CSS, you will come over to this website over here. Okay, and if you come over here, if you scroll down, okay, so you can see this is the link that you can add into your application. Okay, and using this, basically Bootstrap will be configured for your app. Okay, so I'll just simply copy this. Okay, so Bootstrap basically makes CSS a lot more easier. So if you come over here into examples, I'll open examples in a new tab. Okay, and okay, examples, here you have a lot of examples. So you can see headers. So you can implement these kind of headers very easily. Okay, these kind of headers you can see. And if you go to the docs, so one second, if I go to the doc, you can see here, so if you see, let's say images. Okay, if you want to display images, you can add class image fluid. Okay, if you want to make input group, okay, you can add these sort of inputs. Okay, you can see these sort of inputs using these simple CSS classes. Okay, and the styling for this is already defined in the library that you are adding into your application. Okay, you just have to make use of CSS classes and it will do the job. Okay, so all of this basically alerts. Okay, you can see all these kind of alerts you can create just by adding class names and div. You can see pretty simple. Buttons, it allows you to play a lot with buttons. So button, if you're creating, you just add button primary and you'll see this kind of primary button. Okay, so it's very useful. A lot of companies use Bootstrap. So what I will do is on this homepage, you saw this link to CDN. I'll take this link. Okay, or you can even add, if you see over here, you can even add via the script tag. Okay, but I'll use this. I'll come over to my application. I'll go to task.html and here in the head tag, okay, I'll just paste this, whatever I copied. Okay, so this is done. I'll restart the server essentially. Let us see what happens. Okay, so with restarting, I've just added a link, nothing else, right? So here if you come and if you refresh, let us see, you can see some changes. Okay, because it brought in some default CSS. All right, and you can play around with the CSS now. Okay, so we'll start working with it. Okay, and here in the layout, if you go, there is layout called container and all. Okay, so okay, I'll directly show you as to how it works. Okay, so let me head over here. So here I'll start adding some CSS. Okay, so here you can see this first div over here inside body. Okay, so I'll say div class, oops, and I'll say empty -5 and I'll say text as center. Okay, something like this. Okay, so yeah, this is going to add some bit of styling. Now what is empty-5? So if you come over here, okay, and I don't know where the thing is for spacing. Okay, so it starts from margin basically. So if I search for spacing, okay, no. If I search for margin, no. So let me search for margin. Okay, so here you can see notation, margin and padding. So if you go over here under spacing, all right, here you can see empty. So I'll just zoom in a bit. Okay, so margin, so M over here and T. So M is margin, T is top. So if you say empty, it says margin top, and if I say 5, you can see 5 over here, it adds the margin of 5. Okay, so that is how it works. You can see MX Auto. Okay, so that's how it works. So I've added some margin over here, and I'm saying that the text should be sent over here. Okay, I'll quickly move this inside the div. Okay, we don't need it to be outside. Okay, and I'll bring it over here. Okay, we have form. Okay, and over here I'll add some classes. I'll say class. Okay, and I'll say row, and I'll say margin top as 3. Okay, this is done, and over here I'll add a class. So I'm just adding some Bootstrap CSS, call MD and 10 over here. Okay, this is done, and for this input I'll add class as I'll add class as form control, and I'll say form control LG, something like this. Okay, let us see the impact of this over here yet. Okay, so I need to restart the server. Okay, that's absolutely okay. I'll do some restarting. Okay, and this will restart, and let me refresh. Okay, you can see some decency into the UI at least. Okay, this bottom part is not yet styled yet because I've not added any sort of CSS there. Okay, but it's zoomed in. Okay, so it's decently styled, I would say. It looks okay for now. All right, now we need to move forward over here. So for this particular div, let me like hide this. Okay, so for this particular div, I'll say class, and I'll say call -md-2. Okay, so this is done, and here I'll add some CSS for styling the button as well. Okay, so I'll say btn, okay, button primary. Okay, and I'll say btn lg and btn block. These are the classes I'll add. I'll save this. Okay, the documentation for all these classes is over there on the website that I just showed you. Okay, where we saw the margin thing over there, right? So this is done, and we are actually rendering. So we are actually rendering the form here. Oh, sorry, not the form. We're actually rendering this block over here. Okay, so what I will do is I'll wrap this entire thing into a div over here. Okay, I'll cut this, I'll paste it over here. This is done. Just indent this, and now for this div, I'll say class of empty-4. Okay, and for each, so basically for each task, okay, what I will do is I'll say class, and I'll say card over here, mp margin bottom of 2, right? So this is done. Okay, I'll add one more class over here just above the span. Okay, so this I need over here, and I'll wrap it over here, something like this. Okay, so this is card body. Okay, card body, and I'll say deflex and justify content between align items, oops, center, something like this. Okay, this is it, I think. Yeah, and I'll scroll down. Let us see what we need to add next. Okay, so this is done. Let us see how this looks so far. I'll do a run. We'll come over here. Let me refresh. Okay, you can see it's being converted now into a card. Okay, which is looking decent, I would say, right? So this is being converted into a card. Okay, and if you come over here, let me minimize this. Have we added a container? Okay, so we have not added a container yet. All right, so I've added this text center above Todo application. Okay, so let me get rid of this. Okay, get rid of this, and I'll say class as container. Okay, and I'll add that CSS over here. Okay, so it's basically margin top 5 and text of center. Okay, I accidentally added this over here to div. Okay, I don't know why. I maybe did a mistake. Okay, and if you come over here by restarting the application, I think this should look better. Yep, you can see how this is coming out now. All right, now you can add task. I can say task 100 add, and you can see task 100 has been added. All right, it's looking fairly decent, I would say. Pretty happy. And now what we can do is we can improve this further. Okay, and we can add buttons like for toggling the task, deleting the task, and so on. Okay, but for now the Bootstrap integration is done. Bootstrap integration was just about adding this thing, okay, at the top. All right, and we have the library being loaded for our application to use. All right, so I hope this was useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So this is our application, but there are a couple of functionalities missing in the interface, which is the delete functionality and a way for a user to mark a task as complete. Okay, so what we will do is here in our application, we'll add 2 buttons here on the right hand side in every row, which is toggle, or you can call it mark as complete, and a delete button. So I'll come over here into our application. Okay, and here, so we have discard, we are closing. So here, this thing, here we are displaying the task title, right? So what I will do is, we will add a couple of button as well. Okay, so just after this span, okay, I'll press enter. I'll add one more div, okay, and this is a div that will help us hold a couple of buttons to basically deal with the deletion and toggling. Okay, so I'll say A, I'll say href, okay, and I'll say @ and this is the URL that I'll be calling. Okay, now over here I'll say class. Okay, I need to add classes as well. Okay, but I'll keep it like that for now, and I'll call this as toggle, something like this. Okay, let me add classes in fact. So I'll say btn and btn outline hyphen secondary, okay, and btn hyphen sm. Okay, these are all the CSS for buttons. Okay, now what we need to do over here, okay, what URL, now what we need to do over here, okay, what URL we need to call. Okay, so if you come over here to the controller, okay, so this was the, okay, so this was a thing for toggling, right? So toggling means this thing. Okay, so we need to call this particular endpoint, right? This particular endpoint. So I'll copy this. Now what do we need to do over here? Okay, so this is actually for toggling, right? Toggling, right? So I'll come over here. We need to actually, we have this endpoint and we need to actually call this URL. So I'll copy this. I'll come over here. I'll paste this. Okay, something like this. Now here we need an ID, right? We need an ID. So what should be the ID, right? So ID will be, so I'll say a round bracket over here. Okay, I'll say ID is equal to, okay, I'll add two curly braces. I'll say task.id. Okay, so this way the ID will be passed into this particular placeholder and it will be converted into a URL call. Okay, so let us test this. I'll run this. Okay, let us see how this works. Okay, and oops, one thing, I opened this curly brace, I closed this curly brace, and this entire thing actually is also a curly brace. One second, I'm missing a curly brace. Okay, so this entire thing is also a curly brace, right? So that also needs to be closed. I'm not closing that, so of course I'm bound to get errors. So this is one curly brace that is opening and closing. This is the round bracket, okay, and this will go away over here. Okay, and then this is the other curly brace. Okay, so I'll save this, I'll rerun the application. Let us see how this works. Okay, and it's running, and let me refresh. Okay, you can see toggle button. If I toggle, oops, so I don't see. Okay, so this did not work clearly. You can see this got passed in this way, okay, which is not right actually. Let me come over here. What's wrong? I'm doing something wrong. Okay, so this is href. This should be th. Okay, we are making use of Thymeleaf tags over here. Okay, Thymeleaf is a template engine. So that's a mistake I did. Let me refresh or restart actually. Okay, I'll come over here and I'll head over to 8080 and let me refresh. Oops, so this broke. Let me see what's wrong over here. Okay, thref, and let me scroll up. Something is wrong. Okay, so I got an error wherein it was not able to pass this. Okay, but I saved again and I restarted the server and it worked. I don't know, maybe some issue with saving the file. Okay, and let me test this now. If I refresh, okay, oops, so it's still giving an error. So it's giving an error on rendering basically. It's not giving an error on the server start. Okay, and there is a problem. Let me debug this. So the error is basically, if you scroll up here, you need to add $, okay, because it needs to identify this as a variable. So I missed a $, over here, and that's why I'm getting this error. So be sure to follow the syntax as is, because it's going to throw all sorts of errors. Okay, so if you come over here, if you refresh, it should work fine. Okay, Let me toggle this first task. Okay. If you go to the database, task 1 is toggled. You should see completed marked as 1. Okay. It's not being rendered into the UI yet. Okay. We need to handle that. Okay. So if the task is marked as completed, then in that case, the task should be strike through, something like that. Okay. So here, what I will do is I'll say for this particular span over here, I'll say th::class append over here. Okay. And I'll say $task.completed, something like this. If it is completed, then I can say, I can make use of ternary operator basically. So if it's completed, I'll say text hyphen strike through. So this is the CSS that I'm applying. Okay. This is what I'm doing, and I'll close the single quote over here. Okay. Now what is text strike through? So I can like define this custom CSS over here, over and above Bootstrap. Okay. So I'll scroll up. I'll come over here. Okay. And maybe go over here. I can say style. Okay. You can even use some style from Bootstrap. Okay. To display the strike through over here. I'll say text strike through over here, something like this. And I can say text decoration, text hyphen decoration, :line hyphen through. Okay. This is it. And color will be gray, something like this. Okay. So this will manage this. Let us see if we are able to get this working. Okay. So I'll close this curly brace as well. Okay. And let me run this. Let us see if this is enough. Okay. So it works fine. It runs. Let me refresh. You can see task is strike through because it's marked as completed. Okay. So you can toggle, and you can, if you click again, it will be marked as incomplete or not complete. Okay. Whatever you want to. Okay. Now what we can do is we can replicate the same logic for delete as well. It's not that difficult. If you come scroll down here, I'll copy this entire button until this part, and I'll come over here. Okay. And over here, I'll paste. Okay. So this is it. And instead of id/toggle, I'll say id/delete, because the delete endpoint is different. Toggle endpoint is different. Yeah, rest all remains same. So you can see structure for both is same, right? So rest all remains same, right? And over here, instead of, so I'll change CSS classes. I'll say button outline. Instead of secondary, I'll say danger. Okay. Danger button. And I'll say delete over here. Oops. So I'll say delete. Okay. Let us see if we are able to get this working. Okay. It should work without any issues. Okay. But still, let's check. Okay. Let me refresh. You can see the delete button being added. Okay. And if I say delete, you can see it being deleted. Okay. You can toggle, you can delete, you can play around with it. Okay. So yeah, this is working fine, and you can play around with the design if you wish to. Another thing is, I noticed that the button is different in size. So I'll come over here. Okay. Probably I'll add a class over here for delete. I'll say PTM. I'll say SM, and I'll say ML-2. Okay. Margin left 2. Okay. So I'll run this. Let us see how this works. This should work fine because we've just added CSS classes. If you refresh, you can see this is looking okay now, right? So yeah, this is our to-do application, right? And I hope you are able to get this working. I can add any sort of to-do. I can say bring groceries. Okay. Something like this. I can enter and it will get added. Okay. I can again say study for exams, enter, get it added. If you come over here, if you do select star, you'll see the to-dos being added. You can see. All right. So yeah, that's about it. And I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. Hey there, welcome to this video, and in this particular video, we are going to talk about real-time chat application. So I'm going to quickly brief you as to what we are going to build, and as you can see over here, it's a real-time chat application, of course, and I have 2 instances of this application open over here in separate browser tabs, or in separate browser windows, I should say. Okay, So you can see over here localhost 8080/chat and localhost 8080/chat. You can change this URL to whatever you want to, okay, but I have kept it at /chat URL, okay, or /chat path. Now, what I will do is, how this application works is, here you have the chat window, okay, this is where you see all the messages, and here you see all the messages, okay, and here you can set your name and you can type in your message, okay. So this is like a chat room that anyone can join in and see what is happening over here, okay. So I'll say over here, this is let's say John over here, okay, and here I'll set the name over here as Jane, okay. Now John will send a message. John will say, hi everyone, okay, something like this, and you can see this message is being received by Jane as well in the Jane's window. Now Jane will say, hey there, hey, how are you, something like this, or whatever message you want to type in. You can see, hey, how are you, right? I'm good, you'll say, okay, and he'll say, what's up today. So this way, both of them can chat, and there can be many people who can join this conversation and talk to each other, okay. It's completely real time. As you can see, there is no lag, right? It's completely real time. And yeah, it's sort of a real time chat or chat room functionality is what you can say over here, okay. And we are making use of quite a few technologies, okay, and I'll give you an overview of how the technologies are being used. But remember over here, the name is not being cleared, the message is being cleared from this box, but name is not being cleared. So once the name is set, it's set, okay, and you can edit the name to whatever you want to, okay. I have not disabled this text box, but of course this is just an application and it can be extended to any sort of functionality you would like, okay. Now let's talk about technologies and what we will go hands-on with. So coming over here, okay. So first thing first, of course, I'll break down the technology into three things, like backend, we have the front end, and then we have the development and infra tools, okay. Now backend, of course, we are making use of Spring Boot, Java Spring Boot. We'll also make use of Spring WebSocket. Now what is Spring WebSocket? So this enables real-time communication over WebSockets, and it forms the base for live messaging features that we just saw. Okay, that is what we are going to do. Then you have something called as Storm protocol, okay, which is Spring messaging, okay, and it manages the messaging between client and server over and above WebSocket, okay. So it's a simple, so Storm stands for Simple Text Oriented Messaging Protocol, okay, and it is used to handle subscriptions and message broadcasting, because if you're building things like groups or chat rooms, okay, there will be people who will join in the chat room, which means that they are subscribed to that chat room or subscribed to that group, right? Whenever you're using WhatsApp, you join a particular group, right? What does that mean in technical terms? You are subscribed to anyone who is sending message in that group. So any messages being sent in that group, you are subscribed. That is what it means, right? So all that subscription and everything is being managed by Storm protocol. And then of course we are making use of Thymeleaf, which is a server-side templating engine, which is dynamically used to render HTML elements. That is what we are going to use, okay, Thymeleaf. Now you can make use of other technologies also, but I thought of giving a flavor of Thymeleaf over here, okay. Now coming to front end meaning client side, of course Thymeleaf is one, okay. We are making use of JavaScript, ES6, we are making use of SockJS. Now what is SockJS? So SockJS provides WebSocket-like communication and handles any sort of fallback options if WebSocket support is unavailable, okay. Storm.js, this is another library which is used to get the Storm protocol that we spoke about in the front end, okay, or in JavaScript. Of course, we'll make use of HTML, CSS, and a little bit of Bootstrap. So this UI that you are seeing over here, okay, this is Bootstrap based UI. Okay, these buttons and all are coming in from Bootstrap. Okay, I have not written CSS. Okay, not a lot of CSS over here, but we are making use of Bootstrap to keep things simple. Of course, for development and infra tools, I'm making use of Maven over here, but you can make use of Gradle too. So it's completely up to you as to what you want to use. And of course, I'm making use of, I should mention over here, okay, IntelliJ. Okay, IntelliJ is the IDE that we are making use of. But if you want to choose any other IDE like STS or Eclipse, I know people use other IDEs as well. Or if you want to use Visual Studio Code, you're free to use whichever IDE you're comfortable with. Your learning is not impacted by the IDE you choose, in my opinion. Okay, it's just a choice that you make. All right. So these are the technologies that we are going to learn about. Now, quickly hit the like button, subscribe, and also in the comments, let me know who you are and whether you are following this particular course. I would love to hear from you. And also, if you have any sort of feedback or any sort of video request that you want me to bring on this channel, feel free to do so, because all the latest videos that I have been bringing are all the channel requests, like students from you people who are watching my videos, they are commenting, and I make a list. Actually as to what I should be working on and bringing it to you all. Okay, so comments are valuable. I read them personally. Okay, so yeah, that's about this video. Let's jump right in. I hope you're excited. Hey there. So it's time that we create and set up our Spring Boot project. So I have opened this website called start.spring.io, which will help us create or set up a project structure. So I'll select the options and the dependencies that we need. So first thing first, I'll select Maven over here, language as Java. This is the Spring Boot version that I'm going ahead with. I'll say group is com.chat.application. App, I'll just have artifact as app. So it's com.chat.app is the package name. I'll have jar as the packaging and Java version 17 or 21, whichever you want to select. That's completely fine. Okay. I'll add dependencies over here. Now, first thing is it's a web project. So I'll have web over here. We will be making use of Thymeleaf. So I'll add Thymeleaf over here. Okay. And we'll need WebSocket over here. You can see WebSocket. So this is basically used to make WebSocket application, WebSocket based application with sock.js and STOMP. Now the STOMP is a protocol. So this is something that I'll add and we'll be making use of it. Okay. I'll add one more thing. I'll add Lombok over here. It's a tool that helps us reduce boilerplate code, like it auto generates getters, setters, and everything based on the annotations that we use. Okay, so these are the things that these are the dependencies basically that I'm adding over here. Okay, we can later revisit if we need more, but I think these will be sufficient. All right, now you can either go to explore and go through the project structure over here. You can see what all dependencies are being added, or what you can do is you can generate the project from here. Right now, when you say generate, what will happen is the project will be converted into a zip file and it will be given to you as a download, so you can save it onto your local machine. Okay, so I'll just do that. Now what I've done is I've downloaded the Spring Boot project that was provided to me as a zip file, and I've downloaded it into a folder on my local machine where I wish to do the development. Okay, so this is the path where I'll be doing the development. Okay, what you can do is you can unzip it over here. Since it's a zip file, I'll say extract over here, and it will open up this folder over here as a normal folder. Now what you need to do is as a next step, you need to open IntelliJ IDEA, because we are going to open this project into IntelliJ. Now here, this is a welcome screen of IntelliJ. Of course, I'm seeing a lot of past projects because there's a lot of development I do in IntelliJ. I'll say open over here. And then over here, I will head over to the Todo application. You can see, sorry, not Todo, the chat application. Okay, over here. And I'll select pom.xml. All right. And I'll say okay. And I'll open this as a project. Okay. So we'll wait for a while until you can see on the bottom right side, the project is syncing. Okay. So we'll wait until this syncing ends. All right. Syncing is done and you can see the entire project being imported into IntelliJ now. Okay, and we are ready to do the development for our application. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin defining the WebSocket configuration for our application. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to SRC folder. Under main Java, I have this package, and here I'm going to say new. You can create a package, and I'll call this package as config. Okay. Now under this config package, I'm going to have a new Java class, and I'm going to call this class as WebSocket config, because we are defining the configuration for WebSocket, and I'm going to implement WebSocket, WebSocket message broker configure. Okay, so this is something that I'm going to basically implement to our class. Okay, now what is this interface over here? Okay, so this is actually an interface. If you go inside, okay, I can see like download the decompiled version or download sources. So you can download this and you'll get the documentation over here. Okay. And then you can see over here, it defines the methods for configuring message handling with simple messaging protocol, which is STOMP from WebSocket clients. Okay. Now what does this mean? Okay. So we are making use of WebSocket protocol. Okay, now what is this? We are making use of WebSocket actually. It provides a underlying protocol to keep the continuous two-way communication channel open between a client, which will be our front-end application in our case, and the server. Okay, so what is it? It provides a continuous connection or a two-way channel between a client and a server. That is what WebSocket is. Okay. Now, what is STOMP? STOMP means STOMP. So it sits on top of WebSocket and it gives a structure to the communication that we do, or a structure to the messages that we pass in between the client and server. That is what you can say. Okay. WebSocket deals with the continuous two-way communication channel between client and a server, and STOMP will give the structure to the messages. So STOMP will basically define how the messages are organized, routed, and it's going to do all of that. Okay, it's basically going to do the organization work for you. So I hope this is clear. In short, I'll just summarize this in short. WebSocket enables real-time connection, and STOMP, which is this thing over here, okay, it is used to organize and route messages within that connection. Okay, and it makes it easier for handling things like chat rooms, if you're creating topics, if you're creating, okay, or any other message destinations in an organized way. Okay, so that is what it's actually used for. All right. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to add in some code over here. Okay, so I'll just close this. So this interface that I close, we are going to actually implement a couple of methods from here. Okay, one is going to be the register STOMP endpoints. Okay, this is what we are going to make use of. We are going to override this. Okay, because we'll register the endpoints where the broadcast is supposed to happen. Okay, and we are also going to add a configure message broker. Okay, so this is, where is configure message broker? Okay, here it is. Configure message broker. This is something that we are going to also override over here. Okay, we'll talk about message broking and what it is shortly. Okay, but I'll just come over here in our class and I'll just add some annotations, I should say. Okay, so first thing is, this is a configuration class. So I need to tell Spring that, hey, this is a configuration class. So consider it that way. Okay, and I'm going to say enable. You can see this annotation, enable WebSocket message broker. Okay, so this annotation is going to enable WebSocket messaging in Spring Boot, and it tells Spring that this app will use WebSockets to handle real-time communication. Okay, that is what we are going to make use of. Okay, now what is message broking in a way? Okay, so you heard of what is STOMP, like STOMP. What is WebSocket, but what is message broking? So message broking is a concept, or a way, I should say, of routing messages. Okay, so whenever you're building applications using WebSocket, a message broker is like a middleman, you can say. Okay, it is going to direct the messages to the right place. That is what it means. Okay, It is going to direct the messages at right place. For example, if there is a WebSocket communication happening and there is a message that arrives, okay, now where should that message go? In which chat room? So that is what is being decided by the message broker. Okay, so that is what message broking is as a concept. All right, so I hope this is making sense. Okay, and like I said, we are going to override a couple of methods from the interface. So what I will do is I can actually say right click, generate, okay, override methods, and I'm going to select register stop endpoints and configure message broker, these two things. Okay, I'm going to say okay. All right, so I get this. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, you can see over here stop endpoint registry. This is the default parameter that I get. Okay, what I'll do is I'll delete this predefined code. Okay, and I'll say registry dot add endpoint. So we are going to define the endpoint, stomp endpoint over here. Okay, and I'm going to say chats over here. This is the endpoint that we are defining. Chat, not chats. Okay, and I'm going to say set allowed origins over here. Okay, and I'm going to add our front end URL. So it's going to be HTTP. Okay, and localhost colon. So it will be 5173. That is where our application will run. Okay, if we need to change this, we'll come back and revisit this code. Okay, and then I'll say over here with sock.js, and I'll end this with a semicolon over here. Okay, now what are we doing over here? We are actually adding a endpoint. We are defining an endpoint in our application. Okay, for WebSocket connections, this is the endpoint /chat. So it's going to be 8080 localhost colon 8080 /chat. Okay, we are saying set allowed origins. This is the we want to entertain requests from this URL only. Okay, and this is a security feature to prevent any sort of unauthorized broadcast or messages coming into our application. Okay, then we are saying with sock.js. Now what does this mean? So this is going to add compatibility for clients that don't support WebSockets by using sock.js as the fallback. Okay, and this makes the app more accessible. This makes the app accessible, actually, I should say, to more users. Okay, so yeah, this is done. All right, and then we are going to come down over here and we are going to work on this particular method. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this, get this code. Now, first thing what we are going to do is we are going to set a simple message broker. So I'm going to say set message broker over here. Okay, this is the first step. Okay, and this is going to define the message broker. So now as the next step, what I'm going to do is I am going to add a line which will tell the server as to when it is supposed to expect a message. Okay, so for example, server will process a message with a particular prefix. Okay, so for example, if a client sends a message with prefix /app, okay, then server will know that it is supposed to process. Okay, so let's add the code for this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say config over here. Okay, we don't have config, we have registry over here, message broker registry. So I'm going to say registry dot enable simple broker. You can see enable simple broker, and I'll say /topic. So this is our broker. All right, over here, this is done. And okay, I'll add a semicolon. And there is a next line that I need to add. I'll say registry dot, I'll say set application destination prefix. Okay, this is the one, set application destination prefixes. Okay, and I'll say /app over here. Okay, so these two things we need to do. Okay, so just to reiterate, what this line will do is this line sets up a message broker that can handle messages for topics. Okay, so we are saying that if a message, so whoever is subscribed to this /topic, okay, they will get a broadcast of whatever messages are being sent over here. Okay, that is how it works, right? So for example, you can have a chat room /topic, for example, something like this, /topic /chat room 1, something like this. Okay, and whoever is in this chat room and whoever is sending a message to this chat room and whoever is subscribed, all will get the message. That is how it works. Okay, so this is a channel we are creating over here, and then we are actually telling the server that if you get any sort of message with this prefix, process it. All right, that's it. That's what we are doing. All right. So I hope this is pretty clear, and that's all from the configuration over here for WebSocket. I hope it's pretty clear, and I hope this has been useful. So now it's time we'll take a step forward with our application and we'll add a controller. So what I'm going to do is here we have com.chatapp.config. This is our main package, com.chat.app. So I'll add a package under this. I'll say controller. Okay, and here I'll add a new Java class. I'll call this as chat controller over here. Okay, and I'll hide this. Okay. Now, what is this controller going to do? So this controller is going to handle all the incoming messages, okay, that is being sent from the front end, and it is going to add it, or it is going to broadcast it to all the clients basically. Okay, so I'll show you what I'm going to do. So I'm going to first mark this as a controller over here. Okay, and then over here I'm going to create public. I'm going to say send. Okay, so there has to be a return type over here. Okay, and for that we need a model. That is what I realized. So return type can be of chat message type. Okay, and I'm going to say send message over here, something like this. Okay, and the input that we are going to get is also chat message, and I'll say message over here, and I'm simply going to return message. Okay, message. This is what it is. Okay, I'm seeing red marks over here for chat message because this does not exist. And what I will do is I'll quickly create a class over here. I'll create it under model package. Okay, so I'll say model dot chat message, something like this. Okay, now this is the class that is going to represent a particular message. All right, so what I can do over here is I'll have a few fields. I'll say private long. I'll say ID. I'll have a private string sender. Okay, I'll have private string content. So I'm keeping track of ID, sender, and content of the message. Okay, and over here I'll mark this as data. Okay, this is the data annotation. I'll have no args constructor, all args constructor. Okay, something like this. Or let me add a constructor myself because I want constructor for sender and content. Okay, or we don't need it actually. When we need it, we'll probably add it. Okay, so for now this is enough. All right, and what I will do is I'll come over here and I'll get this imported. Okay, oops. So I'll get this imported over here. Something like this. Okay, so this import is added and you have the send message. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to actually handle the messages and what happens when anyone sends a message to this particular method, or actually this is going to be an endpoint. Okay, and what happens over there, that is what we are going to define over here. So we are going to use a couple of annotation. Okay, first is message mapping. This is one. And the other one is send to. Okay. Now what is message mapping? So message mapping annotation maps WebSocket messages to the destination. Okay. And the destination here is going to be /app/send message. Okay. So I'm going to send message. Okay. Something like this. Okay. So I should make M as caps. Okay. In fact, we don't need app over here. Okay. Because we are already seeing in WebSocket config that any message or anything that is sent with this prefix should be handled by server. Okay, so we'll just have send message over here, and send to, we are going to send this. So what happens after, or what happens, what do we do with the return or return type of this particular method over here? Okay, so the return of this particular method is sent to a specific chat room, I can say. Okay, and that is going to be /topic. Okay, /messages. All right, so that is what we are doing. Okay, so let me reiterate. So message mapping, when a client sends message to this particular endpoint, okay, /send message. So the endpoint is going to be /app/send message. Okay, so whenever a client sends a message to this endpoint, this method is called to process it. Okay, this is a method, send message. And this works similarly to how regular HTTP request maps a controller method to a URL defined. Okay, so it works in a similar way. And then you have send to. This annotation tells Spring to broadcast the return value of send message method, okay, to all the clients who are subscribed to this particular topic. Okay, so in simple terms, when a message is sent over here, okay, so when anyone sends a message to /app/send message. So when any of the message is received on this particular endpoint, okay, it get broadcasted to all the other connected clients onto this particular topic. Okay, so whoever wants to receive the message should subscribe to this particular topic, and whatever you want to send should be sent over here. This is the complete endpoint. Okay, I hope I'm able to make a point over here. All right, so that is what we are doing, and what we also need is we need one more endpoint. Okay, so this one endpoint is enough for our application to work. We'll need one more endpoint, which will be a get mapping. Okay, since we are making use of Thymeleaf, we'll say public string chat, and what we need to do is we need to return chat over here. Now, why chat? Because this is going to be the name of our Thymeleaf template. Okay, so anyone visiting /chat, let me add /chat over here. Okay, so you can have root URL also. We'll just stick to root URL. Okay, so whoever is visiting the root URL, we will return the Thymeleaf template over here. Okay, or you can even map it to a specific template if you wish to, something like this, chat. Okay, and anyone going to localhost :8080/chat will get this particular Thymeleaf template. Okay, right now we don't have this Thymeleaf template. We'll be creating, but this is what it's going to do. Also, one thing I realize here, we have set the allowed origins to localhost 5173. So this is not going to be our port number. It's going to be 8080 because we're going to be making use of Thymeleaf. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope you are clear as to why we created the chat controller and chat message. So I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin working on our front end. So I'll come over here, and under resources, under template, I'm going to add a HTML file. Okay, and I'm going to call this as chat.html because that's what we should call, because here we are returning chat. Okay, and this is the name of the Thymeleaf template. So this is going to be our Thymeleaf template over here. Title, I can have chat, or I can say real time chat app. Okay, something like this, application. All right, I'll save this, and here I can simply add a header. Okay, so that we know like this is loading. Okay, so what I will do is I'll say h1 over here, something like this. Okay, and let us run this application. Okay, so I'll run this. Let us run and let us see. Okay, Lombok requires enabled annotation processing. I'll just say enable it. Okay, and we'll come over here and we'll go to localhost : okay, so it's localhost : 8080/chat. Okay, you can see real-time chat application. So clearly this template is getting rendered, this Thymeleaf template that we have added over here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'll minimize everything, and we'll begin working on this template. Okay, so the first thing we need is we need to build the UI, and for building the UI we'll be making use of a Bootstrap CSS over here. Okay, this is a very popular CSS or front-end toolkit, I should say. And what I'm going to do is here you can go to read the docs, and here you can see how you can add it into your application. Okay, so yeah, you can pick this up. Okay, you can say this is the entire URL over here. Okay, I'll just take this URL, I'll come over here, and in the head tag I'll just paste this. Okay, and let us come over here again, and there is something called as button. Okay, so buttons. Okay, so I'll just copy a button and I'll see if it's being rendered in the right way. Okay, so let's copy a primary button. Okay, it should come in this way, blue. Okay, so I'll just add that, and let us see if this works absolutely okay. So let me restart the application. I'll have to restart. Okay, and it's restarting, and we come over here. Let me hit refresh. Okay, so you can see the button coming up, which means Bootstrap has been added into your application. All right, now what we are going to do, we are going to start defining the UI over here. Okay, that is what we are going to do. So here, okay, we don't need this, in fact. Okay, I'll begin from scratch. So we have the body tag. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a div. Okay, now this div is, I'm going to add a class. I'm going to say container, and I'm going to say empty 4 over here. Okay, this is what we are adding. I'll say h1 over here. Okay, and I'll say real-time chat application, something like this. Okay, and I'll add a class over here. So class I'll add is so class, and I'll say the class is text center. So I need to get this text onto the center. Okay, this is done. Now what I will do is I need a chat window. Okay, which will show all the messages, and also I need a way wherein a user can also send the message. Okay, so I'm going to add a div over here. Okay, this is a div. Okay, so this is an empty div that I'm going to have where the messages are going to be posted. Okay, I'm going to assign it a class, or I'm going to assign it a ID, I should say. The ID is chat. Okay, and there will be class as well. Okay, let me take this onto new line because we're going to add quite a few classes. Okay, so class is equal to, I'm going to say border. Okay, sorry. So border rounded. Rounded. Okay, and I'm going to say padding 3, MP margin bottom 3, and yeah, this is a class, and I'll add style as well. Okay, so I'll say style over here. I'm going to say style as height colon and 300 pixels. Okay, I'm going to say overflow of Y as auto. Okay, something like this, and yeah, I think this is it. So this should add a div basically that is empty, where all the chat messages are going to be displayed in a way, right? That is what we are going to do. Now I need to add one more div over here. Okay, div. All right, and what we will do over here is I'm going to say class. Okay, and I'm going to say input group over here. This is going to have all the functionality to send messages. Okay, so the user should be able to send messages, right? So I'm going to say input over here, and this can be a self-closing tag. I'm going to say ID, and I'll say sender input. Okay, text, type is text. Okay, text, something like this. Class is form control. Okay, and I can add a placeholder as well. Okay, so I'll say placeholder as your name, something like this. Okay, let us see if this works fine. Okay, there's no label over here, which is absolutely okay. So I'll stop and run, and let us see if these two things are coming in properly. If you come here, refresh, you can see this is a chat window where all the chat messages will appear. This is that div which we configured, and here is your name. Okay, that is what it is. Now what I will do is I will simply duplicate this. Okay, this entire div over here, I'll duplicate. Okay, and over here I'll say input group. Okay, margin bottom 3, and this can be message input. Okay, so we have sender name. Now we have message input, which is the message that you want to type in. Okay, so I'll have a placeholder over here which will say type a message. Okay, so type a message, something like this. Okay, and over here I'll add a div. Okay, and this div will have a button. Okay, let's do this way. Okay, button. Now this div will have a ID of message. Input group append. Okay, input group append over here. And the button can have an ID over here of send message. Okay, and we are going to use this ID later on to trigger message and broadcast messages and all of that. Okay, to trigger the message to the backend. Okay, button primary, and I'm going to say send over here. Okay, and I think this is it. Yeah, this is what the UI will look like. Okay, let me run this and let us see if we are able to like see the output. Okay, let me refresh. You can see, okay, I'm too zoomed in, so I'll zoom out to 150%, or so I'm still zoomed in actually to 150%. So you can see real-time chat application, your name, your message, and you have this send button over here, which does not work right now. Okay, it will work soon. So this is the interface that we have set so far. Now this is done, so we are going to need a couple of things that we need to add to our template over here. Okay, first thing is sock.js. Okay, so just Google sock.js and you will get this first link, which is a browser-based JavaScript library that provides WebSocket-like object. Okay, which allows you to work with WebSockets. Okay, so you can click on the first link and you will come over here to this GitHub repo. Okay, you can see it's a JavaScript library. You can read about this. Okay, so it allows you to communicate over WebSocket connections. Okay, and this is what we're going to make use of. So understand this. Okay, WebSockets are great for real-time communication. Okay, but not all browsers or networks would provide this kind of WebSocket connections or enable you to have WebSocket connections, right? So when that's the case, sock.js will come into picture and it will provide a WebSocket simulation. Okay, so that is what it is going to help you with. And how would you add it into your project? So you can basically add it using the script tag over here. You can see this is a script tag. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and I'm just going to come over here and we will scroll up and I'll add it over here, something like this. Okay, so I've added this, and then we are going to need stomp.js. Okay, so this library allows you to connect to a Stomp broker over a WebSocket. Okay, that is what we are going to do. And if you open this first GitHub link, you'll see this official repository. Just click over here. Please visit stompjs.github.io, and here if you say using stomp.js, okay, if you click this, you'll find the link over here. Okay, this is the link. Okay, so what we will do is we will duplicate the script tag, for example here for sock.js, and we'll replace it with this URL. Okay, so I'm using, oops, so I'm not able to copy this. I'll just copy link address and yep, yeah, this is it. So we have sock.js and stomp.js added over here. Okay, this is done. All right, now we need to start making use of this. And I hope it's clear also as to why we have added these two things. Okay, so sock.js, like I said, it's a sort of a thing which is used if a WebSocket is not you are not able to use WebSocket, for example, in your client or in a particular browser that you are using. So it's a fallback for WebSocket is what you can say. Okay, and Stomp basically is used to connect to message brokers. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down over here. Okay, and outside body, I'm going to have script tag over here. Okay, and here I'm going to write some JavaScript. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to create a function called connect. Okay, we are going to write a few functions. Okay, and you'll understand what we are doing, why we are doing all of that. All right, but this is a JavaScript function that I'm writing over here. Okay, so first thing I'll say where socket, and I'm going to create a new object of sock.js. Okay, and I'll basically have this /chat over here. Okay, now we have created a WebSocket connection to this endpoint /chat. Okay, and this function basically is going to help us establish a WebSocket connection to the server using sock.js and Stomp. Okay, so what we are going to do is we have this socket object. Okay, now what we can do is we can wrap this connection into the Stomp protocol. Okay, so I'm going to say Stomp client. Okay, and I'm going to say Stomp. Okay,
stomp.over, and I'm going to say socket over here, something like this. Okay. And then I'm going to say stomp client. So I'll copy stomp client. Okay. And I'm going to say dot connect, and I'll have this, and over here I'll say function. Okay. Frame, and we will define this function over here. Okay. As to what is supposed to happen once the connection is established. Okay, so once the connection is established, what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to say set connected to true. Now, what is set connected? It's another function that manages the state as to what happens when the connection happens. So I'll tell you here in the UI. Okay, here in the UI you have this button send. So this button should be only enabled when the connection is successful. Okay, that's one thing, right? You can do more things depending on how you want to change the state of the web application when the connection is established and not established. Okay, many people have a red indicator, not a red indicator, red and green indicator. So red means you are offline, you're not connected. Green means you're online. Okay, so you can have a function called set connected and you can manage all of that. Okay, but I'm just going to manage the button over here, enable, disable. If the button is enabled, means you're connected. If the button is disabled, you're not connected. Okay, and we can actually do that. So I'll copy this function over here. I'll say function over here, set connected, and we are accepting over here connected variable over here. Okay, and this is a parameter. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say document.get element by ID over here, and I'm going to say send message. Okay, and then I'm going to say disabled. Okay, so disabled if I'll reverse connected. So if it's connected, it's enabled. If it's not connected, it's disabled. That is what I'm going to do. So that is why I'm calling this particular function. Okay, set connected. And what I can do is I'll need to now subscribe. Okay, so I need to subscribe to a particular topic, basically to ensure that the client receives any messages sent to that particular channel. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of stomp client again over here. I'm going to say stomp client dot subscribe. Okay, and I'm going to pass in the URL over here, comma function, and I'm going to say message over here. Okay, so hold on a bit. Okay, I'll close this and I'll close this entire thing. Okay, now subscribe over here. What are we subscribing to? We are saying topic / messages. Okay, this is what we are doing. And now what happens after this? So we'll say show message. Okay, now what is show message? Show message is just another function which does not exist yet. Okay, I'm going to define this, but I'll say json.parse, and we are going to have message.body over here. Okay, so we are going to pass all the message.body, all the contents of message.body, and what it's going to do is it is going to display that to the front end. Okay, so just to tell you, once you subscribe to a topic, and if there is any message, you need to show the message over here, like in this div, right? So that is what show message is going to do. Okay, so that's the functionality. I think this is it, and we'll also define the show message over here. Okay, so what is show message? Show message is a function. So I'll say function show message. Okay, and then I'll have message over here as the parameter. So this accepts message as the parameter. Okay, and then over here what we need to do is we need to get chat over here. Okay, so this is a chat div. This is the empty div that we created. So we need to get this div, and inside this div we need to create the message element and display along with the text and the sender, right? That is the entire process, right? So that is what we are going to do, where chat is equal to document.get element by ID. Over here I'm going to get chat over here. Okay, something like this, and then I'm going to say where message element over here. Okay, I'm going to create again document.create element over here. Okay, and then over here I'm going to say div. Okay, something like this. Okay, this is done. So we are first getting the chat div over here, and then we are creating a new div of type new element of type div, I should say. Okay, and that is what message element is. Now inside this div, we are going to add the text, the sender, and all of that. So I'm going to say message element dot text content. Now what is the text content? I'm going to say message dot sender. So message has a sender and a content, right? You can see over here. The message has a sender and a content over here, right? And that is what we are passing in over here. Message.body means we are passing in sender and the content, right? That is what we are doing. So here we are going to say message.sender, and I'm going to say plus, and there's a format in which we are displaying it. Okay. Oops. So I'll add single quote. Okay. And even double quote would work fine, but I just thought of adding single quote, and then I'll say message dot content. Okay. Something like this. Okay. And I'll say message element. Okay, so message element. We need to add class as well, right? Because we are making use of Bootstrap. So I'll say border and border bottom of MP-1. Okay. So this is margin bottom, and border bottom is something that I've added. Okay. This is for separation purpose. Okay. Nothing else. So if there are multiple chat messages, I need to separate them. Okay. And I'll say append child. I'm appending this child to chat over here, and I'm passing in message element over here. Okay. And then I'm going to say chat dot scroll top, because if there are a lot of messages, then we need to scroll, right? So I'll say scroll height over here, and this is it, right? So this is show message over here, right? So yeah, this is it. And we need to now define the functionality basically to send the message also. Okay. So what I will do is I'll just copy this over here. I'll come over here. Okay. We'll say send message. Okay. We'll define send message, and then we'll also have to add it to the button as a listener. Okay. So I'll say send message. Okay. And I don't need a parameter over here. Okay. I'll say where sender, and I'll get the document by ID. Okay. Something like this, and I'll say sender input. So this is what is sender input. So I remember giving this as this is sender input, and this is message input. So we need to get the values of both of these, right? So I'll say sender input dot value over here. Okay. And I need to copy this sender input dot value. I'll paste it over here, and I'll say content. So the sender and the content, and here I'll say message. Okay. Something like this. Okay. Now what we will do is we have the sender and the content. We need to send the message to the backend. How do we need to send? We need to send it in this format, right? Sender and content. Okay. Because we'll be sending it to this particular controller method, and that is what it accepts, chat message, right? So this is coming in the request body over here, right? So we need to make sure that we pass it in this particular format only, right? So what I will do is I'll come over here in chat.html, and here I'll say where chat message over here, and I'll just create an object of this type. Okay. It's just an object with name chat message. I'll say sender colon sender. Okay. And content colon content. Okay. This is it. And now we need to send this to the server. So what are we going to do? We are going to make use of Storm client that we have, and I'm going to say send over here. Okay. And then I'm going to say app/send message over here. Okay. Comma. And I'll have a empty, so this is empty curly braces, and I'll say JSON.stringify. Oops. JSON.stringify. That's right. And I'm going to pass in chat message. Like so. Okay. And then what I can do is I can clear the field. So we need to clear the message field as well. We'll just clear the message field, not the name field. Okay. So what I will do is I will get the message. So I'll get this. Okay, this is a message field. I'll say dot value is equal to empty. Okay, so this clears it out, right? Now this is done. Now what we need to do is we need to add this thing. Okay, we need to add this, or we need to call this method when the send message button is clicked. So where is the send message button? This is the send message button with this ID. Okay, so what we will do is we'll come over here just below the script. Oops. So what is this curly brace over here? Okay, this one closes over here. Okay, this one closes over here. Oops. So I think I messed up with the curly braces. So this curly brace I'll get rid of. Okay, and it will come over here. It is a closure for this function. A closure for this function over here, right? Yeah. And then this one is closing over here. Okay. Now I'll come over here and just in the end, I'll say document.get element by ID, send a message, and I'll say on click, send message over here, something like this. Okay. And I'll say window.onLoad. So when the window loads, I'll just call connect. Okay. Now what is connect? Connect is over here, connect, right? So I'll save this. Let us see if we get any sort of issues, what issues we are getting, whether we are able to get this to work. Okay, this is working and I'll refresh. Let us also open the console. Okay, stomp is not defined.
So we are getting this because stomp is not defined, of course. But why is it not defined? So what I will do is here, if you see, we have added this library in the header as well, but this is not working. Okay, and I realized like we have added this from the official website over here. So this was the official website, right? So from here we add it. Okay, we went to using stomp.js. Okay, and we added it from here, right? But it's not working, and I could find one more URL over here. Okay, so I'll add that URL over here. You can take a look at it. Okay, so this is the URL. Oops, I minimized this. So this is the URL, the new URL I replaced it with. So this is the cdn cloudflare.com, ajax libs stomp.js 2.3.1 and stomp.min.js. Okay, so if you save this and if you run this, it's going to work. Okay, so if you come over here and if you head over here, if you refresh, you can see it's connected, right? It's connected over here to the chat. Okay, so yeah, this is what it is. We can send the message. Okay, so we can say user1, I can say hello. Okay, and I can send it. Okay, it's sent user1 content hello. Oops, but it's not displayed over here. That's the problem. So why is it not being displayed? Why is it not being displayed? We need to see that. Okay, so we are not seeing the output. Okay, we are not seeing the output over here. If I close this, we are not seeing the output over here in this div. And one of the possible reasons could be when we are sending the message over here, we are sending it to app/send message. So it should be /app/send message. Okay, so that's a mistake. I missed a slash over here. Okay, I'll rerun the application. Let us see how this behaves. Okay, we'll come over here. I'll do a refresh and I'll go to inspect console. Okay, I'll scroll down. Okay, so you can see we are now subscribed to this particular channel, I should say. Okay, I'll say user1. I'll say hello over here. Okay, I'll say send. You can see ID is so ID is null. That's fine. Sender user1 content hello. Okay, and okay, I added a console log as well. Okay, when debugging, so I'll just get rid of that. Okay, so we are seeing this console log. I'll just get rid of that. This was added by me for some debugging in show message. Okay, because we were not getting the output. So yeah, I refresh this. Let us refresh this again. I'll say user1 and I'll say hi over here. Okay, the moment I say hi, I'll say send. You can see the message is sent and you can see user1 says hi, right? So you're seeing the messages and you can keep on typing the message hello. Okay, and you should see the output. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. All right, so what I've done is I've created a split view. Okay, I've opened actually two tabs of the browser. Okay, just to show you how this will work. Okay,
And what I'll be doing is, let me refresh both of them. Okay, so here this user on the left hand side is user 1, and I'll type in a message, and this user is user 2, let's say. Okay, so name we are not clearing from the code. So if you see the code, okay, name is something. Okay, so over here you can also see this logs over here as to the messages coming and going. Okay, but I was saying we are not clearing. So when we send the message, okay, when we are showing the message after sending, we are not clearing we are clearing the message input, but we are not clearing the sender name. Okay, so sender name is going to stay. This is user 1, this is user 2. Okay, so I'm going to say hello everyone over here. It sends, you can see. Okay, and this is going to say, hey there, what's up, hey there, how are you? Okay, something like that. And you can see user 2. Okay, he can type in any sort of message. What are you learning right now? Okay, so he'll say Java WebSockets with Spring Boot. Okay, something like this. Okay, so you can see how the chat is happening. It's completely real time. Okay, and we are making use of WebSockets for this. Okay, I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful.
Hey there, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to create a complete full stack application with the help of Angular, Spring Boot, MySQL database. We are also going to use tools and technologies like Lombok and JPA, and we are also going to use Bootstrap. Okay, so yeah, this is what our application is going to be all about. You can see the interface available over here in my browser. Okay, so basically it's a voting application where you will see polls over here and with multiple options, right? And you can vote any of the options you would like, right? And you have an option to create poll as well. So I can create a poll and I can say which city are you from? Okay, and you can add an option like San Francisco, okay, London, and so the poll should have minimum 2 options. Okay, it does not make sense to create a poll with just 1 option, right? You should have at least 2 options, and if you want to add more options, you have a button over here you can add, and the moment you add this, you will see remove button being enabled, and you can remove if you wish to. Okay, so you can add as many options as you like, and you can remove until you have at least 2 options. Okay, so London, you can say you can add cities. You can say Paris over here. Okay, you can add Mumbai. Okay, so you can add these kind of options and you can create a poll. Now the poll that you create, you'll see over here. Okay, and you can conduct voting over here. Okay, you can vote any options. All right, so this is a complete full stack application, and whatever data you are seeing over here is completely dynamic. So even if I hit refresh, you'll see the data being there. Right, it's not cleared away because it's coming in right from the database. It's persistent. So I'll show you. So what we are doing over here is, this is the front end that we have. We are going to make use of Angular over here. Okay, this is the entire application that we are going to build, and I'm going to code everything line by line. Okay, you're going to see everything line by line. I'll explain what's happening. Here we have the backend code. This is Spring Boot, and we are making use of all these dependencies. You can see quite a few dependencies like Lombok, MySQL, JPA. Okay, all of this is being stored into a database. So if I select, so I created a new poll, right? So if I run this, you'll see which city are you from, right? And you can even see the options, okay, along with the votes, right? So you can see over here, Brazil is something that, not Brazil. So I added San Francisco, London, Paris, and Mumbai, and you can see the corresponding vote count. So we have a database as well, along with this entire application. So that is the beauty of this particular project. It's a complete full stack project. It is going to give you an end-to-end overview of how a application works. So you are not just building backend and you are assuming, okay, this is how things will be used, but you're actually going and coding the front end as well. And this can help you give a good start for beginners who are looking to build or who are looking to learn how to build application using Spring Boot. Okay, so this is an absolute course for beginners as well. Even experienced professionals can take if they want to build simple applications and get their hands dirty. Okay, you can of course enhance this application as well. Okay, you can add a lot of features if you want to, depending on your use case. But I've kept things simple, straightforward. I have avoided unnecessary complexities. Okay, we are making use of Bootstrap CSS. We are not writing any sort of CSS. So I'll also show you how you can integrate Bootstrap into your Angular application. Okay, and yes, this application I code from scratch. Okay, for backend, I'll take you to Spring Initializer. I'll show you how you can create a project. And for front end, I'll show you how you can install Angular, how you can, create a new project, how you can create components, services, okay, what's the structure, all of that. And for database as well, we are going to create a new schema. So that from the beginning, and I'm going to code line by line, like I said, okay. So this is a very hands-on course that you should take. And yep, beginners are also welcome, experienced professionals are also welcome. And we are going to have a lot of fun, right? So goes without saying, if you're following my videos and if you like the content, then hopefully you should subscribe, like, and support the channel. And in the comment section, let me know who you are, where you're joining in from, or just drop in the comment section to say hi, because it helps with the YouTube algorithm. All right, so that's the only support I ask for. So I hope you are excited to get started, and without further ado, let's jump right in. So now it's time that we begin taking the first step towards building our application, and the first step is of course creating our project. So we are going to begin with backend, and here the first thing we are going to do is we are going to visit our favorite website. Which is our favorite website when we do Spring Boot development? It's Spring Initializer, start.spring.io. So of course over here I'm going to basically set up the entire project. So I'll just zoom in a bit so that you can see clearly what I'm doing. I'm going to select Maven over here. Okay, we're going to do some selections. Maven as my build tool. You can select Gradle or whatever you want to. It's totally fine. I'm going to select Spring Boot version. I'm going to add the project metadata. So I'll scroll down a bit. Okay, and project metadata, I'll say the group ID is com.voting. Okay, I can say application. Artifact is voting app over here. Okay, something like this. Or I'll just remove the hyphen. Okay, and you can add the description. Okay, voting app over here, depending on what you want. I'll select packaging is jar, Java version 17. You can select the latest version as well. That's absolutely okay. All right, scroll up, and I'm going to add the dependencies. So there are a few dependencies that we are going to need. Okay, so I'll first say add. We'll say web over here. First thing first, because of course this is a web application that we are building, including RESTful APIs. So this is what we are going to need if we are building something web related, including RESTful API. So that's what we are doing. Another thing we are going to need is JPA. So we are going to make use of Java Persistent API or Jakarta Persistent API over here. Okay, that is something that I'll get added over here. We are also going to need MySQL over here, MySQL driver. Okay, because we are going to work with MySQL over here, right? Because that is a database where we'll persist things. Now, if you don't want to make use of MySQL, you're free to use PostgreSQL. Okay, PostgreSQL. This is a driver that you will have to add just in case you decide to use this database. Okay, it's totally up to you, but I'm choosing MySQL driver over here. I'll add one more thing called Lombok. Lombok will help us reduce our boilerplate code. So basically it will automate, or it will allow us to generate constructors, getters, setters just with the help of one notation, right? Or one annotation, I should say. Okay, not notation. So this is done. Okay, I don't think we need anything else right now. Okay, if we need anything else, we can of course revisit the website. You can add the dependency over here. Go to Explore, because in Explore is where you can see the entire code being generated, the preview of code, and you can copy the dependency, whichever you want to get.
Okay. So you can see over here in the preview, okay, you can see the entire project preview over here that you can see, right? So you can just browse through, okay. What I'll do is I'll close this and I'll say generate. Now, the moment you say generate, it is going to generate a zip file, and I would encourage you, or I would request you to get this zip file and store it in your workspace or in your folder where you're going to do all the development. So I would encourage you all to create a folder on your local machine where you have the development files for this project, okay? And that is where you're going to save this as well. So I'll just click generate and I'll save it in the folder of my choice. So you can see here is where I'm going to have all the project related stuff for this particular project. So I've navigated to this folder and I'm going to say save over here, okay? The moment I say save, I have this folder open over here. It is going to actually add a zip file, okay, into this project. You can see over here, it's a zip file. I would encourage you all to unzip it, okay? So if you go inside, you'll see the application over here, okay? You can right click and you can unzip it with any unzipping tool over here, okay? And you can see this is a project that I have, okay? With all the files, okay? So all the files we have now over here. Now what we need to do is we need to make use of IntelliJ to open this project into IntelliJ, okay? That is what we are going to do, okay? So what I will do is here I have IntelliJ open, okay? So open IntelliJ like this. Now you can see all the past projects over here, which is absolutely okay. I use IntelliJ a lot, okay? So you will see a lot of projects, but if you are new to IntelliJ, you won't see all these projects over here. Okay, so I'll say open because we need to open a project. The project is already created. So I'll say open over here, okay? And okay, it's we need to navigate now to the folder. So I'll head over to voting app. Okay, and you can see over here, this is the voting app that we just extracted, right? And what we need to do is we need to select pom.xml over here, okay? And I'll say okay. Now it is telling us, it's pom.xml is a project file, okay? So it identified that this is a part of project. So do you want to open the entire project or just the file? I want the entire project, right? So I'll say open as project and you can see the entire project being opening and all the Maven dependencies and everything is being scanned at the bottom right. You can see resolving dependencies and everything is being scanned. We'll wait for a while and depending on your system speed, it will take some time and it will open the entire project like this. Okay, you can see and you'll see the entire project appear over here. Okay, you can see pom.xml. Okay, these are all the values that we have put in like group ID, artifact ID. Okay. And you can see all the dependencies here. Okay, you can see MySQL connector, everything being added over here. Okay, so be sure to follow these steps, and you can see the application main file also appear over here. Okay, so yeah, our project setup is done, and we are ready to start building this application. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow these steps and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about the API and what all endpoints we are going to build. So here what I've done is I've set up a table, okay, and we are going to talk about each API with respect to the endpoint, the method we are going to need, the description of the API, what request body is it going to need, and the response it should give. Okay. Now make a note that this information is something that is planned. Okay. And during the course of building, there is a possibility that we might feel, okay, that this API should return this instead of this for a particular thing to work in a proper way. Okay. So it might change, but it's good to start with a plan. And this is a plan that I'm presenting. Okay. This is how you should also do it. You should have a complete idea of what all endpoints you need for a particular project that you're going to build. Okay. It makes things easy and help you gauge the development effort and time that you're going to need. Okay. So let's begin creating poll. Of course, it's a polling application, right? So there will be polls inside our voting application, right? Which a person can come and vote. Okay. So we'll create a poll. There has to be an API that will facilitate that. So this is the endpoint. Here's the method post. creates this creates a new pool with options for voting. Okay. And the request body is going to be the post JSON along with the options. Okay. And you can see over here, the response is 201 created with the created poll. Okay. The next API is going to be get all the polls. So when the application loads for the first, or if you refresh it, okay, or it loads for the first time or something like that, this API can be called and it will retrieve the list of all the polls from the backend, and it will show 200 OK with the list of poll object. Get poll by ID. There can be scenarios wherein you might want to fetch a particular poll by its ID. So this API is a get request which allows that. Okay. And it gives you 404 not found if the poll object is not found. Okay. Vote on poll. So if you are creating a voting application, so you are allowing users to submit vote. So you can basically have an endpoint that allows the vote. So you can have API polls vote. This is going to be the endpoint, and it is going to submit a vote for a particular option in a poll. And over here in the request body, you are going to accept a poll ID and the option. So both these things are going to be accepted. And here you have post. Okay, this is a post request. And yeah, this is what the entire API structure or the API plan is going to be. All right, it's pretty straightforward. We are just going to need some APIs, and we'll be building this step by step. So let's jump right in. So now it's time that we begin with the next step in our application. So I have the voting application ready. I'll try running it. Okay, let us see what happens. So it's loading, and okay, we get an error. So the error is basically it's trying to look for a database. Okay, why it's trying to look for a database? So you can see over here. Okay, here it threw an error. It says there's no data source configured. Okay, you can see failed to configure a data source. Okay, so I'll tell you what's happening. So here in pom.xml, we have added things like JPA. Okay, we have added things like MySQL. So Spring Boot thinks that, okay, there is an auto configuration feature with Spring Boot. So what it thinks is you have added JPA, you have added MySQL. So of course the configuration need to be done for the database. Now how it will be done? There is some configuration that user must have specified or the developer must have specified, and it tries to look for a configuration, but we have not added any sort of configuration. So it's throwing an error. So we need to add the configuration. Where will we add it? We'll of course add it in our application.properties. Okay. And I'll just minimize this so that we get some more room. So here we are going to have some configuration for database. Okay. So I'll say database config here. Okay. Something like this. Okay. Now I'll start adding the configuration. So I'll first say spring.datasource.url. This is one thing that we are going to add. Okay. I'm going to add a spring.datasource.username, something like this over here. I'll also copy this entire thing. Okay. Because this is common. So I'll say spring.datasource.password. Okay. We're going to add the password. I'm going to say spring.jpa.hibernate.ttl-auto. This is one property that we need to configure. And then I'm going to have spring.jpa. Okay. spring.jpa.properties.hibernate.dialect. Okay. This is something we need to add. Okay. So these all properties we are going to configure. So we are telling Spring Boot auto configuration that, hey, this is the URL which where our database resides, and you need to configure this. This is how you connect with the help of username and password. And schema management. So we need to specify schema management over here as to what is supposed to happen if there is any update in the schema. Okay, so this won't be hyphen, this will be full stop over here. Okay, so if there is any change in the entities or anything, how will it reflect onto the database? Okay. And then you have the dialect. Okay, dialect you need to specify because different databases have different kinds of queries that they need. So for example, if there is MySQL and PostgreSQL, some queries differ. So you need to specify the dialect that the application is supposed to use. Okay. Now, before we configure all of this, what we need is a database as well. So I'll come over here to MySQL. I'll make sure I have a connection. So you can see, let me close this connection tab. So here I have already created a connection in MySQL Workbench to my MySQL database. Okay. And this is a connection. So I'll select this. I'll come over here. Okay. Now over here, what I'm going to do is here on the left hand side, you can see the list of all the databases or schemas that I have. So I'll right click, I'll say create a schema. I can say voting app over here, something like this. Okay, and I'll say apply. It'll say create schema, voting app. I'll say finish, and it's done. You can see it's done. You close everything. Okay. And over here, you can see voting app being created. You can see there are no tables right now, which is of course will be the case. And we have a database ready, right? It's called voting-app. So now we'll come over here and now we'll do the configuration over here. Okay. Now, when doing the configuration, you need to specify things like URL, right? So URL will specify which protocol. Okay. So I'll add the format. This is protocol. This is the DB type or the DB name. Then we need to have this kind of a syntax. We need to have the host URL. Okay, host URL over here, and then followed by the DB name. Okay, this is the format in which it accepts. Okay, the URL. So your protocol is JDBC. Okay, database is MySQL. This is not a database name, but a database type. So we are making use of MySQL database. Host URL. What is the host URL? It's localhost, and the database is running by default in my system in 3306. Okay. If you want, you can check this. If you are not sure where your database is running, so you can go over here, you can close the connection tab, you can right click over here and say edit connection. So you'll see it's localhost port 3306. Okay. So you specify that DB name, we just created it, it's voting-app, something like this. Username is root. Okay. Here you need to specify your password. Okay. Whatever your password is. So I'll just add a variable over here. Password, something like this. DDL auto. Now, what should happen to your database schema when your entities change? So I'll mention over here, update over here. Okay. There are different values like create, drop. So if you select drop or create, it will recreate the schema if there is any change, and you will lose all the data. So with this option, we don't lose any data. If any sort of changes are there in the entities, it just propagates to the database. Okay. Dialect. So I'll specify the dialect as org.hibernate.dialect.mysql dialect. You can see the auto suggest. So we are done, right? This is what we needed. Now let us run the application. Okay, so I need to add the DB password. So what I'll do is I'll copy this. I'll come over here. Okay, so I'll come over here, edit configuration. And here in the edit configuration, I'll add the environment variables like DB password is equal to, and I'll specify my actual password over here. Okay, whatever your password is, you just add the password over here, hit apply, and you can say okay. So I'll just do that. So I added the password and I'll say run. So now it's running, and let's see if we get any sort of errors as such. No errors, and you can see the application is up and running, right? So now it's able to configure the database or connect to the database. Okay. Now, if there are any issues over here, like in the connection, okay, you will get an error over here. Okay. Not here, here. Okay. You will get an error over here in the run logs. So be sure to follow the exact steps. So if you miss any sort of full stop, or if you mess up with any sort of spelling over here, you will get error. So be sure to add this as is and get the database configured. Okay. You won't see any sort of tables being created yet. So if you connect to this, you won't see any sort of tables being created over here yet. Okay. So that's something for you to keep in mind. All right. Because we don't have any sort of entities being added yet. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow this, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin setting up the entity that we need for our application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, and here I'm going to create a new package. Okay, so this package is going to be model, or you can call it entity as well. Okay, so I'll have this over here. Okay, and I'll have a Java class being added. All right, now I'll call this Java class as poll over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to add the fields that I'm going to add. Okay, so I'm going to have fields like private, long, ID. Okay, I'm going to have string question over here, and yeah, so this entity needs these two. So basically a poll. So people are going to come and vote the poll, right? So a poll will have a question, which is important. It will have an ID. It is going to have options and votes as well. Okay, so every question is going to have a option, or it will have multiple options, not a single option. It is going to have multiple options that will allow users to add, right? So we'll have options as well, which will be linked to poll, and it will have votes as well, which will be linked to poll. Okay, as to which option the user is voting. So what I'm going to do is we'll need separate entities for options and votes. Okay, so we'll do that. But over here, I'll mark this as entity over here. First thing first, I'll also have a couple of Lombok annotations like data and no args constructor over here. Okay, this is done. Now over here, I'll mark this as ID over here, and I'll have a generated value over here. I'll say strategy is identity, something like this over here. And this is it. And we need two more entities. Okay, so we need two different tables. Now, one way over here with Lombok. So Lombok has one annotation which can allow us to create a separate table without creating separate entity. Okay, so what I will do over here is I'll have a list. Okay, so I can say private, I can say a list, I can say string, and I can have string as option. Okay, options. So this is one field that I want. Okay, and over here I'm going to say is equal to new array list. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is one field that I wish to have. Okay, this is one thing, and what I will do is I'll mark this thing as an annotation. I'll say element collection. You can see it's coming in from Jakarta persistent. Okay, so this is not coming in from Lombok. I'm sorry about that. Element collection is a Jakarta, like JPA annotation. Okay, Jakarta persistent API. So that is what I'm making use of over here. Okay, so what is element collection? What it does is basically wherever you are using element collection, JPA will create a separate table. Okay, so let's say if we are making use of JPA collection for this particular field over here. So what it's going to do is it is going to take ID from this entity, and it is going to take options over here, and it is going to create a separate field or separate table in the database with ID and options. Okay, so instead of defining a separate entity for this, it is going to be managed by this one annotation. Okay, I hope this is absolutely making sense to you all. Okay, I'll also show you the database structure once this is done. So I'll come over here and I'll add one more thing over here. So we need to store votes as well, right? So I'll come over here, I'll add votes, and then over here I'll say votes, something like this. Options and votes. Okay, so what will happen is there will be now multiple tables over here that will be created. So first is the poll table. Okay, what is poll table going to do? This table is going to store the basic information about each poll, like ID and question. Okay, then it's going to create another table over here, which is poll underscore options. Okay, we'll see what it names, but in my opinion, it will be poll underscore options. So that is the table name, and it will have things like poll or ID, poll options. Okay, so it will have ID and options over here. And then the third table will be poll votes, which will have the poll ID and the votes. Okay, now let us run this and let us see what happens. Okay, we have added everything literally over here. So now it's prompting me that you need to enable annotation processing. I'll enable this. Okay, because you'll get errors if you don't enable annotation processing. Okay, and if for some reason you don't get that pop-up and if you get errors for Lombok, okay, so what you can do is you can go over here to file, you can go to settings. So there is settings somewhere over here. So in Mac, you'll find preferences. This settings is called preferences. So just go over here, and over here you can see annotations. Okay, one second, annotations. Okay, and you'll see somewhere over here. Okay, annotations processing. You can see this under compiler. So under build, execute and deploy, under compiler, annotation processing over here. Okay, here is where you can see enable annotation processing. So you need to enable this for annotations to work, the Lombok annotation. So that is something you need to do. Now the application is up and running. You can see. Now if we come over to our database, okay, you can see like we had one table. Okay, I'll refresh this. Let me hit refresh. Now you can see there are tables created, and you can see the tables. Okay, you can see poll table. I'll just click on this icon. This is the poll table which has ID and question. There is another table called poll ID and options, and there is another table called poll ID and votes. Okay, so this is one annotation that allows us to create a separate table in the database without creating a separate entity. Normally what happens is, if the number of entities you have over here are converted into tables, but if you don't want to do that, and if the table that you need is pretty simple, right, so in that case you can make use of element collection over here. So you can see this how it works, and the setup for entity is done. Okay, we just need one entity and we have the job done. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin working on the functionality, wherein we'll create a functionality which will help us to create polls in our application. So what I'm going to do is we are going to need a controller first. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to new Java class. I'm going to say controllers. I'll say dot, and I'll add the controller name as poll controller, something like this. Okay, so this is being added, and it got added in the package called sub-package called controllers. Okay, I'll just hide this for a while. Okay, now over here we have the controller. I'll mark this as REST controller. First thing first, I'll also have a request mapping annotation, and I'll map this entire controller or all the endpoints that I define in the controller to this particular endpoint app API/polls. Okay, done. Oops. Now what I'm going to do is over here I'm going to have a post mapping. Okay, and I'm going to say public, and I'll say poll, and I'll say create poll. Okay, so it is going to return a poll object after the poll is created, and in the request body I'll accept poll straight away. Okay, so all the details that are needed by this entity, I'm going to accept that. Okay, and over here I'll say return poll service, which does not exist. Okay, I'm going to get a red mark, and I'll say create poll. So service is something that we need over here, service layer, which will help us create the poll that is required. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to define a poll service. So here I'm going to come in, I'm going to say new Java class services dot poll service, something like this. Okay, and now over here I'm going to mark this as service first. Okay, first thing first, service, and over here for poll controller. Okay, so I need to auto wire the service over here, or I'll say auto wired, or you can even without auto wiring, you can say poll service. Okay, so I'll say private poll service. Okay, and I'll say poll service over here, and I'll add a constructor over here. You can see this constructor. Okay, so this is going to automatically inject the service. Okay, since it's a Spring managed component now. Okay, because we have annotated it with service annotation. And now we need create poll. So I'll say create method create poll over here. Okay, and now what we will do is here within service we'll say return I'll say poll repository. Okay, so poll repository does not exist yet, so hang in there. Okay, I'll pass in poll over here. Okay, so poll repository is going to be our interface to the database, and we have not created poll repository yet. So I'll come over here. I'll create a new Java class, something like this over here. I'll say new Java class. I'll say repositories dot poll repository, something like this. So it's added into the repositories package. Okay, and over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this, or I'm going to extend over here, extends JPA repository, something like this. And here I'm going to say poll, comma, long, something like this. So this is done. Okay, okay, it should not be a class, it should be an interface. That's why we are seeing the red mark. Okay, so this is done. Now if you come over here, this is not yet defined. So what I'll do is I'll say over here private poll repository. Okay, and I'll say poll repository. Okay, and I'll add a constructor parameter. So I'll hover on this. I'll say add a constructor parameter. So it will get automatically injected over here. And we are all set. Okay, so we can make it final as well, but I choose not to do that. You can do that, or we'll just do that. So this warning disappears at least. Okay, so I'll come over here. This is also needed to be final. This is also needed to be final maybe. Oh, this is final already. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Okay, now the controller is set up. Let us test this and we can see how this will work. Okay, so what I will do is I'll run the application. Let us watch for any sort of errors over here. Okay, so no errors. Oh, so we get one error. Interesting. Poll service needs a bean of poll repository which could not be found. All right, so what's the problem here? So this is not being marked as a Spring managed component right now. So service is being marked, you can see, with a service annotation. We need to mark this as the repository annotation, and I believe the error will go away. There are no issues as such. All right, so it should work. Yep, it's working. Oops, so what's the problem now? The bean is defined. One second. So I understood the problem. The problem is the repository over here. So this repository is actually located outside the tree over here. That's the problem. So everything that you see, voting app, .controllers, .model, .services, but this is outside. So I'll just drag it and just bring it to this, under this package, com.voting.voting.voting.app.repositories. So let me see how this goes. You can see now it's under this and it's been refactored now. Let me rerun and see. Okay, so normally what happens is if it's outside the tree, then you need to add one more annotation like component scan and mention that, hey, Spring Boot needs to scan this package as well. Okay, of course we don't want to do that, but because I was actually supposed to create it under the tree and accidentally I created it outside. Okay, so now everything is under this com.voting.app and the application is running, as you can see. Okay, now what we are going to do is we'll come to Postman and we'll test the endpoint. So now over here in Postman, what I'm going to do is I've already created a collection, new collection. You can add a new collection, and I've called this new collection as voting application. So you can add it with the help of this plus icon over here. And then you can say add a request. And over here, you can say create poll over here. Okay. And I'm going to call this as HTTP. So I'll enter the URL. I'll say HTTPS and I'll say localhost :8080 /API/poll over here. And then I'll mark this as post request. And of course, if you take a look over here, okay, if you go to post poll controller, the request body is the entire poll over here. Okay, so we need this poll object as the request body. So what I'm going to do is here, if you come, I'm going to add a body and I'll say raw over here, JSON, and I'll paste a JSON which I have. Okay, So what I'm doing here is I have a question. Okay, you can see you have a question. So ID is of course auto-generated. Okay, I'll just collapse this. ID is auto-generated. You need question, you need options, and you need votes, right? So I'm saying question is what is your favorite programming language? Option is this is a list of option, and these are the initial set of votes. Okay, right? I hope this is making sense, right? Question, list of string, and then list of long, which is votes, right? So this is what we are passing here. And I don't think anything else is needed. Let me check the endpoint if it's correct. Okay, poll controller. We are saying API/polls. Let me see. API/polls, which is absolutely okay. So it's polls and not poll. I'm going to save this. Let me trigger this request. Okay. So I triggered this request. Okay, it says could not get a response. All right. So let me try again with HTTP over here. I'll just send HTTP. Okay, and it worked. So HTTPS was the problem. Okay. We don't have SSL enabled yet, so we'll have HTTP. Okay. So I'll save this and you can see the poll being created. What is your favorite programming language? The options are these and these are the votes. Okay. Let us see in the database. Okay. Let us also check the console. So there's nothing on the console you can see. Okay. Let us also check the database. So here I'll refresh this. Okay, so poll. I'll run this. You can see what is your favorite programming language, right? This is a question that has been added in the poll. Poll options, let us say. Poll options are Java, Python, JavaScript, and C++. And these are all for poll ID 1. What is poll ID 1? It's this one, right? Poll votes. Let me run this. You'll see for poll ID 1, the votes are 0 for all the options, right? So yeah, this is it. And I think we are able to basically have the data being saved into the database. And the entire poll information is being saved, okay, with the help of MySQL and JPA. So I hope this is useful. And I hope you have been able to follow along. So if you take a look at the schema right now, I realize one thing, that the poll, so we have poll options, and then we have poll votes. So poll votes are associated with poll ID and not the poll options, right? So we need poll votes to be associated with the vote like option as well, right? Because we should know which option has got how many votes. So that is something that we are missing over here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of refactoring in our code, and I'm going to modify things a little bit. Okay. So what we are going to do, I'll come over here to our application here. Now here, if you head over to poll.java, here we have options and we have votes. Okay. So what we can do is we can store votes with option. That is something that we can do. Okay. Because we need to have a link of options with votes as well. Okay. We should not separate votes is what I think. So what I would be doing is I would be refactoring this a bit, and I would be actually introducing one more entity over here. Okay. And that entity can be, so here I'll come to models. I'll say new Java class. I'll say option vote over here, something like this. Okay. And I'll add this to repository, like the Git repo. And over here, I'll say over here private, okay, string option, okay, and I'll say private long vote count, something like this, okay, and I'll say 0L, okay. So this is the default value for this, okay. And what we can do is we can have some getters and setters. So first I'll mark this as data over here. I'll have no args constructor as well. Okay, so this is done. Okay, now what I will do is here, if you come to poll.java, okay, we can get rid of this one. Okay, we don't need this. And instead of this, so I'll get rid of this one, or I'll just comment it for now. Okay, so that we know what changes we are making. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, instead of string, this can be option vote. Okay, so along with options, we are also storing option vote now. Okay, and this is element collection, and this, since this is a separate entity, we can mark this as embeddable. Okay, because this has to be embedded over here, right? So I'll run this. Okay, but I'm sure that we will see a few errors because we've made changes to our model. All right, and let us see how this works. Okay, we saw something breaking over here. Okay, of course. And if you scroll up, let me like go to the controller and the service over here. So I'm getting this error, okay, DDL error, where it's not able to alter because we have altered the schema, right? So it's not able to alter. What I'm going to do is I'm going to like clean the database. So instead of update over here, I'm going to say, or what you can do is I'll recreate the database. So I'll copy this voting app over here. I'll head over to our schema. Okay, and I'll get rid of all the tables. Okay, so you can delete the entire schema and recreate it. Okay, or you can drop the table as well. So I'll just drop the tables. Drop now. Okay, you can drop the table. Drop now. I'll drop poll. Drop the table. Drop now. Okay, this is done. Now what I will do is I'll restart the application. So I'll stop it. Let me restart. Let us see how this works. Okay, we still get an error. So we are getting an error because I believe because of this option over here. Okay, this might be a reserved word when it comes to SQL. So what I will do is I'll just rename this. Okay, I'll say vote option over here, and let us like try recreating it. Okay, so here let me refresh. Let us see how. Okay, we have poll. So let us have. I won't truncate this. Okay, let me rerun. Okay, so let me rerun this. I've renamed the column over here as vote option. Okay, this should work now. Okay, no errors now. Okay, so clearly this was an issue, having option as a column name. Okay, so to keep this in mind, this is a learning. Okay, if you have something that works in Java, okay, but remember this column name is going to be translated into SQL queries behind the scenes. Okay, so if it's a reserved word in SQL, you will get errors. All right, so it started and it's working fine. The application is started. You can see poll options. So yeah, we have reduced the tables from 3 tables to like 2 tables. So here you can see ID and question, and here you can see poll ID, vote, and vote option. So this is a better structure, I feel, going forward. Okay, because in future, like if there are too many votes on a particular option, we now know that which option will have that particular vote. Okay, so it's a good schema is what I feel like, and there are no errors in the application. Okay, because we don't have much code. We have just controller, we have service over here. Okay, but now the thing is we need to like refactor the Postman queries. Okay, so here the Postman request, I would say. Okay, so here we were passing in the post request. You can see how we were passing in over here. We were saying options, and along with options we had Java, Python. So options were separate, votes were separate. There was no linkage early on, right? Now we have a linkage. So what we have to do is I will take this to a new line, and this also will go to a new line. This also will go to a new line, and this also will go to a new line. Votes won't exist because this is not valid now. Okay, oops. This will come into a new line, and this each thing is an object now. Okay, so Java. So I'll just cut this Java. Okay, and I'll have option over here. Okay, something like this. I'll say option. Okay, and over here colon Java. Okay, and I'll have comma. I'll have vote count, and I'll say colon, and I'll say 0. Okay, so this is how it's going to be created. Okay, so this won't be a vote option. We renamed this to this won't be option, it would be vote option, right? Because we renamed this. Okay, so this is how it's going to be. I'll copy this. Okay, now for Python we are going to replicate this. Okay, so over here I'll come here and I'll say Python. I'll cut this to Python. Okay, I'll replicate this. So actually I'll replicate this thrice. Okay, so 1 and 2. Okay, so this is for JavaScript. This is replicated for JavaScript. Oops, JavaScript will be second. We need this for C++. Okay, so C++ I can type in C++. And I'll get rid of the rest over here. Okay, this is it. I guess we are all set. So this is an array options. And we have, this is closing over here. Everything, these are individual objects over here. What is your favorite programming language? And yeah, let us send this and let us see how this works. So I'll trigger this request. You can see it is created now. And if you come over here, let us see the polls table first. So I'll run this request. You can see the polls table. What is your favorite programming language? Fair enough. Poll options. Let us see the poll options. You can see poll ID 1, vote count, and Java. Right? Now, whatever vote you send in, okay, they are associated with the option, right? So yeah, we have been able to refactor successfully, and I hope you love this refactoring exercise. Okay, you cannot, like, if you're building softwares, there will be iteration, and yes, there will be iterations is what I want to highlight over here. Okay, I've not cut this part or I have not deleted this part. I could have edited it. Okay, but you know, refactoring, learning about refactoring, how you can refactor the code, always helps. Okay, so I choose to have this as the part of the course because, you know, not everyone gets it right at the first attempt, and it's important that you understand this and you learn how you can refactor your own code and get things working to normal. I hope this was useful and I hope you loved this. Hey there. So now it's time that we begin talking about the next API. So we have the create poll endpoint, which is helping us create a poll in the application and inside the database, I should say. We also need to be able to fetch all the polls in our application. So that is going to be pretty simple and straightforward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a method over here. So I'm going to call public list of poll over here. And I'm going to say get all polls. Okay, over here, something like this. And I need to import list. Okay, that is something that I've not done. So make sure so there will be a lot of lists. You need to select this first one. We are seeing 3 lists over here. You need to select the one from java.util. We did that, and we need to return poll service dot get all polls. So we will have a similar method, get all polls, with a similar name like we are having over here in the controller inside the service as well. All right. And I'll mark this as get mapping because this is a get request. All right. So this is going to be our method. Okay. And we need to create this particular method inside the service. So I'll just go ahead and create it. Okay. We don't have any sort of implementation over here yet. Okay. We need to implement things. So we are going to make use of repository. Okay, so I'm going to say return poll repository dot find all over here. Okay, and that is it. I think we are done. This should give us the list of all the polls that exist in the database. Let us run this and let us see if we are able to do so. So application is started without any errors. If you come over here, okay, we have, let us see how many polls we have. We have 1 poll, right? So what I'm going to do is, let us see if we are able to get that poll. I'll just duplicate this request, first of all. Okay, and over here, I'll say get all polls, something like this. Okay, and over here, I'll turn this to get, and okay, this should be none over here. Okay. And that is it. I'll just say send over here and we should see a list of, so we are seeing 1 poll right now. You can see what is your favorite programming language. Okay, you can see, and you can also ask 1 more poll over here. Okay, So I'll say, which programming language would you like to learn? Something like this. Okay. So this is our next question, and I can say Java. Okay. Go. JavaScript. Instead of JavaScript, I can say React. Okay. Instead of Java, I can say over here Rust over here, for example. Instead of C++, let me change the option to C. Okay. So I've just changed the few options over here, or all the options I've changed. Okay. And I'll just hit create. So this will create the poll. Okay. Now, if you come to the database, there should be two polls. You can see two polls over here. Okay. And if you see poll options over here, if I run this, you're going to see these are for poll ID 1, these are for poll ID 2, right? Now, if you come over here, okay, if I go to get all polls, and if you get this ID 1, okay, you can see this is an array first of all, okay, and this is ID 1, okay, until here, this is ID 2, until here. Okay. So yeah, this is how we can implement the functionality to get all the polls. So I hope you have been able to follow along. Now it's time that we'll begin creating the endpoint that will help us get a particular poll by its ID. All right. So here in the poll controller, what I will do is we are going to be needing a get mapping itself, except the fact that that particular get mapping is going to accept a parameter called ID. Okay. So what we can do is we can actually replicate this endpoint over here. So I'll just make a copy of this over here. Okay. Get all, instead of get all polls, I'll say get poll over here, something like this. And instead of a list, I'll return just a poll over here. And I can wrap this up in the response entity, in fact. So I'll just do control set. Okay. And instead of list, I can have response entity. Okay. Like this. Okay. This is done. I have a get mapping. Now inside the get mapping here, what I need is I would need its ID, right? So I would say over here slash and ID as the path variable. Okay. And if I'm mentioning ID over here, what I can do is I can say path variable over here, and I can say long ID, something like this. Okay. Now this is done. Now here, what I can do is I can actually, instead of getting all the polls, I can say get poll by ID over here. Okay. And I can pass in the ID. Okay. So this is the method that we are going to need to create. Okay. Now this method can return optional. Okay. We have not created the method. So let us define this method over here. Okay. So it's returning response entity poll. Okay. It won't return response entity. We'll have optional type. Okay. Over here, the input will be same or long ID. Okay. Now over here, instead of returning a null, what I will do is I will say poll repository dot find by ID. Okay. Now there is a reason why we are returning optional. Okay. Because find by ID itself returns an optional. So you can see it returns optional. Okay. Now with the help of optional, what we are going to do is we are going to actually make use of map over here. Okay. I'm going to say map, something like this. I'll say response entity dot okay. Instead, I'll remove this and I'll say okay over here, something like this. Okay. So what I'm doing is if the poll is found or the poll is present, then I'm returning response okay. All right. And if it's not present, then I'm saying or else. Okay. I'm saying or else over here, and I'm going to say response entity dot not found. Okay. Dot build. Okay. So this should do the job. All right. So here we are getting the poll by ID. If the poll is found, we are mapping it essentially to the okay response. Okay. And we are returning the poll over here. Okay. Whatever poll we are getting as the output. And if it's not found, then what we are doing is we are saying response entity, oops, it says no content. Okay, so instead of that, I'll make use of not found, like so. Okay, so if the poll ID is not found, or if poll ID is not present, we say not found over here. Let us test this. Okay, let me run this. Ideally, it should work without any issues, and you can see the application is up and running. Okay, I'll just save this and I'll duplicate this. Okay, I'll say get poll by ID over here, and over here I'm going to so here if you see polls slash, I'm going to add the ID. So we need to add the ID over here. So I can say 1. Okay, and let us trigger this request. You can see this is the poll with ID 1, right? If I say ID 2, it is going to give me the next one, which programming language you would like to learn. Okay, would you like to learn? And if I say 3, there is no poll with ID 3. So we are going to get 404 not found. That is how it works. Okay, so you can see this API is working absolutely okay without any issues. So this endpoint is working as expected. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was super useful. So now it's time that we will implement the voting functionality. Now, whenever a user wants to vote for a particular option in the poll, he can do so. And we'll be calling this particular API whenever this has to happen. All right. So what we will do is, how will this functionality work is, first of all, it is going to be a post request. Okay. Now it is going to be a post request because we are going to have a request body over here, and we are going to have the vote object. Okay. So we are going to have a vote object, and we will create a class that will represent a vote. Okay. And then this particular information will be passed on to the service. Okay. So it will go to service. This is what we are going to do. Okay. So let us begin implementing this. So I'm going to say public void vote. I'm keeping the method name as simple vote. I'm going to add a request body, and I'm going to say vote. Okay. Now this vote class does not exist yet. That's absolutely okay. We are seeing a red mark. So we'll have some patience, and we'll get this resolved. Okay. Now over here, I'm going to say return. We'll get another red mark over here. I'm going to make use of poll service dot vote. Okay. And I'm going to say vote dot get poll ID. So this is something that we are going to create. Okay. It does not exist yet. Okay. And I'm going to say vote dot get option index. Okay. So these method does not exist yet. Okay. But I'm telling you what I'm doing over here. So we are creating a method vote inside poll service, and we are passing in the poll ID and the option index. So the poll ID against which the vote is to be conducted, and the option index. Okay. So out of all the four or five option, or whatever number of options there are, which index is supposed to be voted. That is something that we are going to implement. Okay. I'm going to say post mapping over here, and I'm going to say /vote, something like this. All right. So this is what we are going to do. Now, what I will do first is I will create this class called vote. Okay. So let us create this class. So what I will do over here is I will create this class here. Okay. Or let me check controllers. We have model. Okay. Now, this is neither a controller nor a model. This is sort of a request or a request object, I should say, right over here. So what I will do is I'll say new, and or let me create it from here. Okay, no, it won't create from here. So I'll come over here. I'll say new Java class. I'll say TTO or request dot vote, something like this. All right, I'll add it to the version control, and over here I'm going to have a private, okay, long poll ID, and I'll say private int option index, and then I'm going to add data over here. Okay. So data will make sure we have some getters, setters, and even we have no args constructor, something like this. Okay. So this is done. All right. And now if you come over here, I'm going to import vote. Okay. So this is the vote. And once I import vote, you'll see I have a get poll ID. Okay. Just correct the method name if you are seeing red mark over here. But basically what we are doing is we are getting the poll ID over here. So this is vote. Now vote is having two things, poll ID and option index. Okay. So in the request, we need to have this object, which is having these two pieces of information. Okay. Now this is done. Okay. Now I'll get rid of this comment over here. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to create a vote method in poll service. Okay. Now I'll just create it from here. Okay. So this is created. Okay. What should it return? Okay. So it's okay if it does not return anything. All right. And the parameters are also fine. Okay. Now we need to implement the method. Now how are we going to implement? So we have access to poll ID. We have access to the index from the options. Okay. So first thing, what we need to do is we will get the poll object, get poll from DB. Okay. DB is database. So we'll get the poll object, like the entire poll from the database. Okay. Then we are going to get all the options, get options, right? And over here, I'll get the option that the user has selected. Okay, or the user is willing to vote based on the index. Okay, and then I'll increment the vote against that particular option. Okay, so I'll get the option over here. Okay, why are we getting the option? I'll also tell you that. So here, because an option, like every option is represented this way, right? You can see every option is represented this way. So you have a poll over here. You have, so this is our poll entity. Right, this is where things start. So if you go to the model over here, the model. Okay, let me expand this. If you go to model over here, okay, you have two things. One is poll. Now this is poll. Poll has ID and the question. Right. Now where are the options? Options are over here. Okay. And how is an option being represented? So an option is being represented using the option name over here and the vote count. So vote option is nothing but the option name, right? I'll just switch over to the database also to make this clear. So this is a option. This is a poll, right? And these are the options. Now, how are options being represented? With the help of vote count and vote option. Now, what is vote option? Vote option is nothing but the option that is being presented to the user. Okay. Poll ID is there, of course, for the foreign key purposes, which is fine over here. So this is what is representing a option in any poll. So if a poll is having 4 options, let's say, okay. So if you come over here, if you get all the polls, if a poll is having 4 options over here, this poll is having 4 options. Let me expand this. Okay. So if this poll is having 4 options, it means this is one object of option vote. You can see this is another object of option vote. This is third object and this is fourth object. So there are 4 objects of option vote over here. Okay. And they are being stored as 4 records in a separate table and they are being linked to this particular poll in the database. Okay. I hope this is clear to you all. All right. So this is one option which is being represented along with the vote, right? Now what we need to do is over here, not in the controller, but in the service. Okay. We need to get the option over here. We're getting the option. Then we need to so we are getting all the options first. So I'll say get all options. Then we need to get the option selected. Okay. We need to get selected option. Okay. And then we need to increment the vote count of the selected option. Okay. Increment vote for selected option. Something like this. This is what we need to do over here. Okay. This is the entire process. And we can add a step of validation over here. So for example, if the index is not valid over here, okay, I can say if index for vote is not valid, show error, okay, or throw error, something like that. Okay. So I'll throw an error. All right. So the first thing, we have poll ID and the index that the user wants to vote. Okay. we get the entire poll object from the database. All right. And then we are getting all the options only. All right. Once we have the list of options, so this is going to give us a list. Okay. How are we going to get this? So we'll say get the entire poll object. So this entire poll object is going to come. And then from there, we are going to get the list. These are all the lists along with the vote count is what we are going to get, right? And then if the index for our vote is not valid, right, we'll throw an error. This is a validation step. And then out of all the list, we are going to get the selected option. And then we are going to increment the vote for the selected option. That is how things are going to work, right? And then we'll save with the update. Save incremented vote option into the database, something like this. Okay. So the incremented vote option is, or incremented option, I should say, incremented option is saved into the database, right? Along with the new vote, of course. Okay, so this is the entire process that we are going to do. I hope this is sounding clear. These are the steps that I thought of writing in as comments so that people know what I'm trying to do. Now we are going to write code for each step. Okay, this is going to be easy to understand if you understand the steps. Okay, so I'm going to say poll over here. We are first getting the poll. How are we going to get the poll? Poll repository dot find by ID. I'm going to say, okay, find by ID. Okay, I'm going to say poll ID. All right, dot or else throw, something like this. Okay, and over here I'm going to say new runtime exception. Okay, and I'll say poll not found, something like this. Okay, so we are getting the poll first, poll repository. Okay, we are making use of poll repository. We are trying to get the poll by ID, and it is returning an optional. Right, you can see. So I've added else throw over here, and I'm throwing a runtime exception over here. That poll is not found. This is done. First step achieved. Okay, let us take a look at the second step. Okay, we are going to get the list of all the options. How are the options represented? They're represented using this particular entity class, option vote. Okay, so we are going to say, and of course the return is going to be in the form of list because we are getting all the options. So I'm going to say poll dot get options. Okay, like so, and I'm going to get this into a list. Okay, so I'm going to say list of I'm going to say option vote, like so, and over here I'm going to say options. Okay, and I'm going to assign it over here. So we are getting the list of option vote over here. Now what is option vote going to have? This list is going to have the vote name, like the option name and the vote count for every vote, right? So we have these two pieces of information. Oops. So now after this, what I'm going to do is I'll add this validation. Okay, we can say if option index is less than 0, okay, or option index is greater than equal to options dot size. Okay, so we can say options dot size, something like this. Okay, then I'm going to say throw. I'm throwing an exception, new illegal argument exception. Okay, and I can say invalid option index. I hope this is making sense, right? This is done, and now what we need to do is here we'll get the selected option. So what we need to do is I'll say option vote. I'll say selected option, and I'll say options dot get, and I'll say option index, like so. Okay, and then we are going to increment the vote for selected option. So we are getting the selected option. We need to increment the vote for selected option. So I'm going to say selected option dot set vote count, and I'm going to say selected option dot get vote count. Okay, and then I'm going to increment this by 1. Okay, something like this. So I'm getting the current vote count and I'm incrementing it by 1, and I'm setting it as the new vote count. I'm just incrementing, right? And then I'm going to say poll repository dot save, and I'm going to say poll. like so. Okay. This is done. I think we are all set over here. Okay. We are returning this. We should not return. That is why we are getting an error, because the return type is void over here. I think this is all set. Let us see if we are able to get this to work. Okay. So we are able to run this without any issues. Okay. We'll now call this particular endpoint /vote with the post mapping. Okay. So I'll just duplicate this because there's a post request, right? And I'll call this as vote. API polls /vote over here, right? And in the body, we need to pass in. So I'll get rid of all of this first of all. Okay. We don't need this. And here I'm going to say poll ID over here and then options index. Okay. So here we have poll ID. Okay. And then we have options index. Okay. So poll ID. Now, which poll ID do we want to conduct vote on? So poll ID 1, and I'll pass in option index as 1. Okay. I'll just format this. Something like this. All right. And I'll say send. Now this is sent. We have the request successful, okay, which is 200. Okay. Now if we go to the database, okay, so we have voted for the first option in poll ID 1. Now, if I refresh this, you are going to see over here, you can see Python is being voted over here, right? So yeah, the vote is being incremented now, and whichever thing you vote for, okay, that is going to be recorded, right? So I hope this is making sense, and I hope this is useful. So this endpoint is working absolutely okay, and the vote are being recorded. You can vote for anything. Okay, I can conduct 3 votes. Okay, and if you run this, okay, you can see 3 votes against Python, right? So I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So it's time that we begin with our Angular project, and of course for running and creating Angular project, we're going to need Angular onto our system. Okay, so this is the official website of Angular, which is angular.dev. All right, and you can see there is this latest version available right now. Okay, there are new version every now and then, and don't worry if there's a new version after this, because everything will work as is, but if there are any changes, I'll make sure I update the videos. All right. So here this is the Angular website. You can just search for Angular, and this is the website that you'll see. So this is the official website. You can go through and read more about Angular. Okay. You can click over here, learn Angular. And here you have the documentation, like you can see on the left hand side, docs. So you can even go to the docs from the left hand side, okay, right from this page, okay. So if you come over here, okay, you will see the link to installation. So first thing we need to make sure is that we have the right tools, okay. We have things to run Angular. So here, if you come in, okay, so there are a set of prerequisites that we need to understand. You can see, okay. First prerequisite is Node.js, okay. So we need Node.js as the #1 prerequisite. And if you click over here, they have given a link over here as well. Okay, this is the link to the versions. Okay, the versions of Node.js that is supposed to be there. Okay, so you can refer to this link. Okay, now to install Node.js, you can just search for Node.js, and this is the official website, nodejs.org. Okay, and from here you can download Node.js for your operating system. Now I'm on Windows, so it's showing me the link for Windows, but you can like switch over here. You can change the version for whichever operating system you want, okay, and you can get it onto your system. All right, so the installation is pretty much straightforward. You can install it via package manager, pre-built installer, okay, binaries. You can even get the source code, okay. So it's totally up to you as to how you want to go ahead, okay, and install it. Now, along with Node.js, you will also get a Node.js or Node Package Manager, NPM. Okay, that is what we are going to need to run the commands over here, right? So this is number one prerequisite. Be sure to have this onto your system. Number two is the text editor. Now, of course, when you're writing code, you need an IDE for like auto-suggest, running the application, syntax highlighting, a lot of stuff, right? And you can see here, the recommendation over here is Visual Studio Code. So you can click over here. You'll be taken to visualstudiocode.com. I have this website also open in another tab. But you can head over here to this website. You can even search for Visual Studio Code on Google and you will come over here. Now, this is the IDE. This is how it looks. You can download it for Windows. You also have options for other platforms. So if I click on other platforms, you can see for Linux, for Mac OS, depending on the kind of Mac OS chip, like the Intel chip or the Apple Silicon chip you have, you can get it installed. All right. So this is what we will need over here. And the other thing we need is a terminal. Now, any terminal, like inbuilt terminal on your operating system will also work. Okay, so these are the three prerequisites. Okay. Now, before installing Angular CLI, so we are going to need the Angular CLI, which is the Angular command line tool. Okay, to run all the commands related to Angular. Okay, and this is how the installation for Angular works. You can see it's being installed via Node Package Manager, npm install -g Angular CLI. Okay. So first thing we need npm. So after installing Node.js, we need to make sure that it's properly installed. So what we will do is open any terminal on your local machine. Okay. And you can say node-v. So you can see this is the version of Node installed. Okay. This is a little bit dated. Okay. Because I installed it some time back, but I'm not going to update it because it's going to work. There's no issue as such. You can even check the version using npm version, like Node Package Manager version, using this command. Okay. So since I'm getting the output for both of these, it's clear that it's installed. All right. Now what we need to do is here you need to install the Angular CLI. Now what is Angular CLI? It is going to be useful to run Angular commands. Okay. So I'm going to copy this code. What we are doing over here essentially is we are saying npm install. This is the Node Package Manager command. We are saying -g, which means globally. So install Angular CLI globally. That is what this means. Okay. So it's installing globally on our local machine. So I'm going to paste this and I'm going to press enter. Okay. So this is going to do a little bit of processing, and depending on your internet connection speed and your system, it will install and add the requested package. Okay. So it's now added, and now over here I've installed Angular. Okay. Then what we can do is we need to check we need to verify the installation, right? So we need to check the version. So I can say ng version. Okay. You can see the Angular version being installed. This is the version of Angular that we have on our system. Now, one thing I would like to highlight, before installing Angular, be sure to check if there is Angular installed onto your system. Okay. By running this command, and then run the installation command. Okay, so be sure to do that. Okay, and after installing, you should see the Angular CLI over here, CLI version, the Node version over here, npm version, and the OS over here. Okay, so all the details over here is what you're seeing, right? You can see core, architect, semantics. You can see everything over here. Okay, so the Angular version is set, and we have everything done over here. What we can also do is we need to create a new project. So this is the command basically to create a new project. So you can simply say ng new and you can specify the project name. So ng is the command to work with Angular. Okay, and then you should get this kind of an output over here. Okay, and it will also initialize it to Git. Okay, and then you can change over to the Angular application directory, and then you can start the application, and you should see the application running like this. Okay, so these are the basic steps that you can follow over here. Okay, so what we are going to do is we can create an application. So I'll just copy this. Okay, ng new, and before running this command, be sure to navigate to the directory where you want to create a project. Okay, so this is the directory where I have navigated on my local machine. Okay, and this is where I also have the backend for the application. Okay, so I would recommend having backend and frontend both in the same folder so that it's easy for you to find out, right, in future. So I have this folder Okay, now what I'm going to do is I am going to paste this command. Oops. So voting app got copied. Okay, so just in case you're not aware of how you can navigate directories, you can make use of cd command and you can navigate to any directory of your choice. Okay, so that's it. And I'll copy this command over here. I'll paste it over here. ng new, and I'm going to specify the project name over here. So I'm going to say pole-app over here. Okay. So yeah, this is what it is. And if I press enter, the project will be created. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of pressing enter, I'm going to add a few more options along with this command, which we are allowed to do, of course. And a way to add option is you can add 2 dash over here like this, 2 hyphens, and you can specify whatever option you want to use. Now options are a way to mention, okay, what sort of additional requirements you have apart from a standard app creation. Okay, so I'll explain what I mean. So we need to specify 3 things in option. Okay, one is we need to create a standalone, we need to make use of standalone components, right? So we will specify that option over here because we'll be making use of standalone components. We'll be making use of routing as well. Okay, so we'll specify that option as well so that we can get an app with basic routing setup, and that is going to allow us our application or allow us to navigate between different pages or views. And also we don't need test cases, right? We are not going to write test cases. So I'm going to specify that option over here because we don't need files for test cases to be created or test files to be created. All right. So first thing is about standalone components. So I'm going to specify 2 hyphens or 2 dash, and I'm going to say stand alone over here. Okay. So this creates standalone components to simplify our structure without relying on centralized modules. Okay, and standalone components are self-contained, meaning they don't need to be declared in a module. Okay, so this is something that we are using. We'll make use of routing over here. I'm going to add a space and I'm going to say routing. Okay, so routing means this will set up routing in our application, like I said, allowing us to navigate between different views, pages in our application. And with this option, Angular creates a file to manage routes and sets up basic configuration to help us define how users move between different sections of the app. Okay, so this is routing. Then we have skip tests. So this is going to skip the generation of test files. Now test files are represented with .spec.ts files. Okay, this is the extension. So that is going to be skipped. We won't have test files. Of course, you can skip this option. Okay, you can have test files, but not define tests. That is possible. But I just want to not have test files so that the project looks simple. Okay, so it is going to create a simple project with fewer files, and I'm going to press enter over here. Okay, now it's asking me that do you want to would you like to share some anonymous usage data about this project with the Angular team? Okay, along with respect to this privacy policy. I'll just say no. You can even say yes. That's absolutely okay. I'll say no. And here it's asking me like which style sheet format or I would like to use. So I would like to use CSS. Okay, I'll select that. And do you want to enable server-side rendering? Okay, so I'll say no over here. That's it. And you can see a set of commands being executed over here, and some packages being installing packages. Okay, so we'll wait for a while until this finishes. And like I said earlier, this processing depends on your internet connection speed and also how your system is. Okay, so we'll wait for a minute over here. This should end soon. Now this is done. Okay, you can see the packages being installed successfully. Okay, and you can see like some hints over here, and then you can see the Git initialization is also done. All right, so yeah, our Angular project setup is done, and what we can do is we can head over to our application. So if you do ls, okay, we have a pole app over here. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to pole app because that is what our application is. Okay, so you can see we are inside pole app now, and if you come over here, you scroll down, okay, you can run this command npm start. So I'll just copy this, come over here and paste it over here. Oops. So I pasted it twice. Paste it over here and say enter. Okay. Now what is going to happen is it is going to build this project, and you can see it built this project. Some bundle generation happened, and then you can see this is where our application is up and running. Now you can head over to this link by clicking on it, and you will see a default application up and running. You can see this is our default Angular application with some default boilerplate template over here. Okay, you can explore the docs, learn with tutorials, CLR docs, and you can see some helpful links over here. Okay, so the application is up and running, and I hope this has been useful and you have been able to follow all the steps properly. So now what we are going to do is we are going to move our project to Visual Studio Code. So I have VS Code open over here. Okay. And if you don't have VS Code open, you can head over to the official website of Visual Studio Code and follow the installation steps. It's pretty simple, straightforward, and just like any other software to get this onto your machine. Okay. Now this is the welcome screen. I'm seeing some recent projects here because I use Visual Studio Code a lot. Okay, if you're not seeing this, that's absolutely okay. You might see a different welcome screen depending on if you're using or if you're a new user or not. Okay, so now what I would do is I would open my project over here. So I would go to File, I'll go to Open a Folder, and I will navigate to the folder where I have my project created. So I've navigated to the folder where my project is created. I'll select the Pole app and I'll say select the folder. Okay, so it will open up this particular folder for me, okay, with the entire Angular project. Okay, and you can see over here, once you open the Angular application in Visual Studio Code, it will prompt you that do you want to install this recommended Angular language service extension. Okay, so I'll say yes, install it, and it is going to install it for me. Okay, if you don't get this recommendation, you can head over to the extensions tab over here. You can see this extensions tab, and you can search for Angular language service over here. Okay, and you can click on install. So it has installed this for me. Okay, and the installation is done. All right, now instead of running the project from the external terminal, so I was running the application from the external terminal over here by making use of ng-serve. Okay, what you can do is you can run the project from here also. Okay, so I'll go to terminal over here, new terminal, and it will open this terminal in the current directory over here. Okay, you can see pwd. Okay, and what I will do is an inbuilt terminal inside Visual Studio Code. So I'll simply say ng, and I'll say serve. Okay, now this is going to run the application. You can see ng-serve. This is also a command to serve your Angular app. And you can see it's running over here. You can like press Control and hover on this, okay, to follow the link. Or if you're on Mac, you can long press command and hover on this, and it will get converted into a hyperlink, and then you can click on it. Okay, it did not open the browser. So you can simply copy this. Okay, oops, it stopped the server. So you can simply copy the link, or you can type it manually as well. That's absolutely okay. Okay, but you can run this ng-serve, and it should run the project. You can see it's running the project. And now once the project is running, you can hit this URL over here in the browser, and you should see this default app running. All right, so that's how you can set up Angular application in Visual Studio Code. I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we take our application forward and we start writing in some code. So this is our application in the Visual Studio Code, and what we will be doing is we will be setting up the model which will define the structure for the data that we are going to use throughout our application. And also we are going to create a service that will help us consume the APIs from the backend. All right, and we can use them in our application. So I'll expand this a bit. We'll head over to terminal, and I'll create a new instance of the terminal. So keep in mind over here, we have the server running on one instance of the terminal. if I shut this, the server is going to stop. So if I refresh this now, the server is going to stop and there is no application running. So for the application to keep on going, I have to make sure that I have this command line open, and basically the application will be live. Okay, if I shut this, it's not going to work. So what I can do is I can open multiple terminals in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to make use of this plus icon over here, and I'm going to open a new terminal over here. And what I'm going to do is I am in the current directory of the project, which is, of course, it always opens up in the root directory of the project. And what I'm going to do is I am going to generate a model over here using the Angular CLI. So I'm going to say ng generate interface. I'm going to call it poll over here, and I'm going to say type is equal to models, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to press enter. You can see the model has been created, and if you go over here, okay, you should see this particular file being added over here. Okay, so this is our model wherein we are going to define the interface basically that is going to represent, or that is going to represent the data in our application. That is how it is going to work. Okay, so one thing I'd like to mention over here, we are going to have two interfaces. Okay, so I'll just hide this. So one interface is the poll interface. This is the one, and this interface is going to represent a complete poll. Okay, and then we are going to have one more interface, which would be a option vote interface. So this is going to represent an individual option with a poll. Okay, so let us create that, and I'm going to make use of a single file for both of the things. If you want to create multiple models, you can create them using this command. Okay, you can run this command again with a different file name, and you can create one more. Okay, but here what I'm going to do is within this poll, I'm going to have a ID which is of type number. Okay, oops, I missed a semicolon. And then I'm going to have a question with the type of string, and then I'm going to have options with the type of option vote over here. Okay, option vote is not defined yet, right? So I need to have option vote, and it's going to be of type array. Okay, so what I will do is I will scroll up, and I'll have option vote over here as well. Okay, so I'm going to say export interface. Okay, and I'm going to say option vote, something like this. And over here, I'm going to have option text, and I'm going to say it's a string. And here I'm going to have votes. It's going to be a number, like so. Okay, so this is done, and if you scroll down, we have option vote as well. So option vote is actually an array of options is an array of option vote. Okay, and option vote is representing the option text and the votes, right? So this is how the data is going to be represented in our application. I have two interfaces defined in a single file. Okay, you can create multiple files. You can create one more interface also, using this particular command, and you can have option vote being added over there. That's also possible, but I'm just sticking to one interface over here. Okay, now let's talk about the service. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command again. So I'm going to say ng. Okay, I'm going to say ng generate over here, and we'll need a service. So that service is going to help us consume the APIs. Okay, so I'm going to say ng generate service. I'm going to call this poll, and I don't need test cases. So what will happen is whenever we run without this option, so if we run this command, it is going to create two files. One is a service file where we will write the code, and another file where you can write the test cases. So I'm not going to do that. I don't need test cases. So I'm going to say skip tests, something like this. Okay, and let's press enter and see what happens. You can see the service file is actually created over here. You can see this is the service file. Okay, so this is where we are going to write in all the code. Okay, and this service will handle the HTTP request for polls, allowing the app to interact with the backend API. And here it is going to make use of HTTP client, Angular's HTTP client service, I should say. Okay, to send the request. Okay, and let me minimize this for now. Okay, I'll take it over here. All right, I'll zoom out a bit. Okay, and we'll start writing in the code over here. Okay, so yeah, it's our service. So what we'll do is we have this injectable, which is fine. We have pull service over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately have a base URL. So I'm going to say base URL over here, and here I'm going to have HTTP. So this is going to be the URL for the application. So we can get the URL actually from the Postman also. Okay, this is the URL. So I can copy this URL. I'll come over here. You can type it out as well. Okay, as long as you are confident that you will type in correctly. Okay, so this is a base URL. Oops. So this is the base URL, right? So this is something that I've added. Okay. Now in the constructor, I'll add a private. Okay. I'll say HTTP, and this is of type HTTP client. Okay. This is the one. Okay. So you can see the import being added over here at the top. So this is what we are going to make use of. Okay. So that's the constructor. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a few methods. So one method is going to be to create the poll. We have another method to get the poll, and then we have one method to vote to a particular option. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'll say create poll over here. Okay, something like this. I'm going to have poll. Okay, and this is going to be of type poll over here. Okay, so the moment I typed in poll, you can see this got imported, poll from poll.models. Okay, and now I'm going to add a colon observable. Okay, and I'm going to say this is poll over here, and then I'm going to return this dot http dot post. Okay, and then I'm going to have poll over here, and then I'm going to say this dot base URL dot, not dot, post, something like, oh sorry, poll. We need to pass in the poll object. Okay, so this is nothing but the create poll functionality. Okay, where what we are doing is we are actually taking a poll object as the parameter. So here if you see, we are taking the poll object as the parameter within this method. Okay, and we are sending a post request to the backend to create a new poll. Okay, so this particular line over here is doing the job of sending a post request to the backend, or to the base URL, you can say, with the poll data in the body. Here is the poll data. Okay, and this is going to create a new poll in the backend, and this method returns an observable poll over here. Okay, which emits the created poll data when the request is completed. Okay, so this is something that we are going to use in our application. Okay, so this is done. This is about poll, like creating poll, I should say. We have get polls as well. Okay, so I have get polls, and then I'm going to say observable, and I'm going to say this is going to be a poll and array, something like this. Okay, so it's a poll of type. So it's an array of type poll. Okay, that is how it is. And then over here, I'm going to say return this dot http dot get, and then I can say poll over here. Okay, so that is what it's going to return, and I'm going to say this dot base URL over here. Okay, so this is how we are fetching the poll from the backend. Okay, so it is going to return the poll of type array. Okay, or array of type poll, I should say. Okay, and we are making use of HTTP over here. We are doing a get request, and yeah, we are calling the base URL over here. That is how it's working. Okay, and then I'm going to just make a replica of this, or let us type it by ourselves. Okay, we need one more method, which is vote, right? So I'm going to say poll ID over here, which is of type number. Oops, not null, it's number. And then I have option index, which is of type number. Okay, and then I have observable, which is of type void. Okay, something like this. All right, And then over here, I'm going to say return this dot http dot post, and then I'm going to have void over here. Okay. And what we are going to do is we can make use of this kind of a syntax where we are going to make use of variables. Okay. So it will be clear as to why we are making use of this syntax. So I'm going to say this dot base URL. Okay. And then I'm going to say slash. Okay. We are going to make use of poll ID. Okay. So I'm going to say poll ID over here. Okay. And then I'm going to say slash vote. Okay. Because this is what the syntax, or this is what the URL is. So if you come over here, okay, if you come over here for vote, okay, so this is the, okay, so how are we voting? We are actually passing in, oh, so there's a problem. Okay, it's not this URL. I made a mistake. So the endpoint that we should be using is this one. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here again. Okay, I try to construct this endpoint, but this is actually not the right one. So I'll just get rid of this. Okay, luckily there are not many changes that we need to do. Not a lot of changes. Okay, I need to close this curly brace, and yeah, this URL is sorted. And I need to say, okay, we are not returning this. So this I'll remove. Okay, I'm going to just say, or we need to return actually. Okay, but I'll add one more step. So I'll say const URL, and I'll bring in the URL construction over here. Okay, so this is something that I'll get rid of. 1 second. Okay, so I'll just bring the URL construction over here. Okay, so it's slash vote, and we don't need this. Okay. So this is a URL, it's base URL slash vote, because that is what we saw in the Postman. Okay. Now what I will do is I'll say this dot return HTTP post void, and over here I'll say URL. So for this URL, I need to send this data. Okay. So I'll send poll ID, comma, option index. Okay. This is the data that you need to send for vote, right? I'll just add some spaces over here. Save. And you can review this in Postman over here. Okay, you can see poll ID and option index. Okay, so over here, that is what we are doing. Okay, so yeah, this is the service that we have set up. This is the models that we have set up. So yes, this is what we are going to use throughout our application. If needed, we'll do some refactoring, but for now, this looks really good. Okay, and the base URL is also fine. All right. So yeah, that's about how you can set up your service and how you can set up your model, which will represent the data that you'll use throughout your application. I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin creating our component and set it up in our application. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to execute a command. Okay, and this is what the command is going to be. Okay, so I'm going to make use of Angular CLI again. I'm going to say ng generate component poll, and I'm going to say skip test. I don't need test files. Okay, so that is what I'm specifying. Okay, if you want to write test cases, you can definitely have test files. Now I'm creating a component poll which will represent our polls, and it will be the main UI for our application. Okay, so I will hit enter, and you will see 3 files being generated. Okay. HTML, TypeScript, and CSS, and this is being created in this folder under app. Okay, so if you go over here, you should see this folder and these files being added. All right, so yeah, the component is here. If you take a look at the source code here in the HTML, you just have one p tag, okay, which says poll works. Okay, so that is something that we'll be updating, but that is what it says by default. If you take a look at the CSS, there's no CSS over here. The component file is also a very basic generic file that has been generated. Okay. Now what I can do is I'll just minimize this. I'll come over here in app.component.html. So this is the file that is showing us the default page over here that you are seeing over here. Okay. For example, if you copy this hello poll app, and if you search over here, Control F, okay, we are not seeing poll app, but you'll see hello, and title is a variable. Okay, congratulations, your app is running. So that is what you're seeing over here. Okay, so you can see this is the file that is rendering the default HTML template or the default view over here. Okay, what I will do is I need to display the poll component because that is where all the development is going to happen. So I'll come to the TypeScript file. I'll get rid of the router outlet over here, and I'll say poll component over here. Okay, now this poll component, if you see, is coming in. So this poll component is coming in from this file. Okay, poll/poll.component. Okay, I'll remove this import. Now, where is this poll component? It's over here. This is the one. Okay, it has nothing right now, the default stuff. What I will do is I'll head over to HTML. Okay, not this HTML, but the main HTML, which is the app component.html. So app component TS and app component HTML are the two main files that is basically the root of our application. So app component serves in Angular, app component serves as the entry point for the entire application. Okay, so here we have this layout in the HTML file. I'll get rid of this layout and I'll say app poll over here. Okay, and I'll close app poll. I'll save this. Okay, so I've got rid of the default HTML code that existed when we created the application. It came predefined, right? We did not define. I've modified this, and now if I come over here to the view, okay, you'll see poll works. I've zoomed in a lot. Okay, it won't display this big. I'm zoomed in by 400% so that you can see properly. Okay, it's poll works. And here, if you see poll component.html poll works, it's coming in from here. You can add, like I can add dots like these. And if you come over here, you can see dots like these. So indeed, now our HTML file is being rendered and we have our component that is created and it's being added to our application to display its HTML content. All right. So I hope this was useful and I hope you have been able to follow along. It's time that we configure our application with Bootstrap CSS. So Bootstrap, if you are not aware, it's a front-end toolkit, it says. And if you search for Bootstrap CSS, you will come on this official website. So we need to configure this, which is going to make UI pretty easy for us with some pre-built components, like predefined CSS for components, I should say. Okay. So that is what it's going to do. So we'll be making use of some buttons to test if things are working well. Okay. So this is what we are going to install. Okay. Now, how do we configure this? So I'll come over to our application, and over here, since we are making use of npm, okay, we have Node installed. So I'm going to make use of Node Package Manager. I'm going to say npm install Bootstrap, something like this. Okay. So this will install Bootstrap CSS globally. Okay. And yeah, all the packages are added. Now I'll head over to angular.json over here. Okay. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down. Okay. And here you'll see a tag or a property called styles. This is the styles property. So here we are making use of src/styles.css, which is over here. src/styles.css. It's over here. Okay. We need to add the Bootstrap CSS over here as well. Now here I'll add a comma and I'll add 2 inverted commas and I'll add this URL. So it's node modules /bootstrap/dist/css/bootstrap min CSS. So you can see over here under node modules, okay, you need to go to Bootstrap. So where is Bootstrap? Okay, can you see Bootstrap? Okay, if you scroll down, it's A, it's B over here, and here you have Bootstrap. Okay, dist CSS, and here you're going to see bootstrap min.css. Okay, so that's the file name, bootstrap min.css. So I need to see, okay, somewhere over here the file is there, CSS bootstrap grid. Here you can see bootstrap min CSS. So this is what we are linking. Okay, it already exists under node modules. How does it exist under node modules? Because we just installed Bootstrap, npm install Bootstrap, and it's been updated in your package.json for the project as well. You can see it's been added to the package. Okay, so I've added this. Okay, and I need to add it at one more place. So I'll just copy this link And there is one more styles tag over here, or styles attribute or property, whatever you call it. If you scroll down, okay, here, you'll find this again, and just add it over here also. So I'll save this, okay, and I'll possibly restart the server. Okay, so I'll restart. I'll say ng-serve. It should restart properly, and you now have Bootstrap configured. So if you refresh, you'll see a little bit of change in how it is being displayed now. Okay, so it's working fine, but I'm going to show you by adding a button. So we'll add a random button over here. Okay, if you search for Bootstrap CSS buttons, this is the page you will come on. You can just pick this button, any button of your choice. So this is primary, secondary, success. I'll select primary. I'll copy the code. I'll come to app-component.html and I'll add it over here. Okay, it auto reloads, and here if you come, you will see this primary button. Okay, I'm zoomed in a lot. I'll just tell you. So you can see this button appear this way, right? So Bootstrap CSS has been successfully configured into our project, and now we can go about building a beautiful UI. So now it's time that we implement the functionality wherein we can load all the polls from the backend database and display it onto the front end. So in backend, you might have some polls. So I do have maybe, okay, I have a couple of polls with a couple of options. So maybe you can create few polls, and that is what we are going to display right onto the front end. So what I would do over here is I would add a method I would call load polls. Okay. So this is the method that is going to fetch all the polls from the backend, and it is going to display over here. All right. So yeah, let's do this. So I'll say this. Okay. And we need an instance of poll service because we need to interact with the backend, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a constructor over here. Okay. I'm going to say constructor here, private, and I'm going to say poll service. And this is of type poll service over here. So this should auto add a import at the top of the file. Okay, and I'm going to open and close this empty constructor. You can see this import was added at the top. All right. Now when loading polls, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of this dot poll service that I've just added. I'll say dot get polls. Okay, and I'll say subscribe over here. Okay. And then I'm going to get the data, right? Now, if you come over here to poll service, get polls, okay, it's returning observable, right? What it's returning? It is returning an observable, which is a stream of data, okay? And subscribe over here, we are making use of subscribe because subscribe is used to listen to the data that is being returned by the backend, and the data will be received asynchronously, which means the application doesn't freeze while waiting for the data. So that is what subscribe is all about. Okay, so we are making use of this, and we need to handle the success and the error scenarios, right? So what I'm going to do is we are going to say over here success. So success is added by next over here. You can say next colon. Okay, this is what will define success. You can add a comma and you can have error over here, error scenario. Okay, so error meaning in case of any error. Okay, we'll get data over here. Okay, something like this, data. Okay, and I'll take the data, and over here I'll say this dot polls is equal to data. Okay, now we are getting an error on polls. What is polls? It's not defined, of course. So we need to add a variable that is going to keep track of polls. So I'll say polls. It is a array of type poll over here. Okay, and it's an empty. It's initialized to empty array. Okay. Now when I added poll as a type, this interface was imported automatically. Okay, that's Visual Studio Code Visual Studio Code behind the scenes working for you. All right, so I've done this. Okay, I'll just move this to the previous line over here, comma error. Now what is the error scenario? We are going to just display or lock the error over here. Okay, so I'll say something like this. I'll say error, we'll log the error to console. I'll say error fetching polls, something like this, and I'll say error over here, like so. All right, so this is done. Yep, I feel and we need to add a semicolon. That is it. I think we are done loading the polls. Okay. Now this needs to be called when the component or when the application loads over here. All right. So I hope this thing is pretty clear. Okay. We're actually making use of poll service to get the polls. We're subscribing because the get polls method is returning an observable which needs to be listened to. Right. And once the data is fetched asynchronously, we have next being called if it's a success, else we have error in place over here. Okay. So that is how things are working right now. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to initialize the data or load the polls when the application is loaded on the first launch. Okay, when the application is initialized, or I should say the component is initialized. So we are inside the component, right? So what we will do is we'll make use of on init interface, which we need to implement. So I'll say implements on init. You can see. Okay, I'm getting an error. Okay, because we need to, like you can see, incorrectly it does not implements on init or all the methods in it. Okay, so what we need to do is I need to implement a on init method over here. Okay, so I'll say over here after the constructor. Okay, after the constructor here, I'll say ng on init, and this is what we are going to do. I'm going to say this dot load polls like so. Okay, this is it. So this is going to load all the polls for us when the component is initialized or mounted for the first time. All right. So because we need data and we have access to this data, right? Now what we need to do is we need to display this data onto the component HTML. That is what we are going to do. All right. So what we are going to do is here, I will get rid of this straight away. Okay. We don't need this. This was by default created and we don't need this. Okay. So I'll simply start with H2. Oops, H2 over here. This H1 tag got left. Okay. I'll add a H2. I'll say available polls. Okay. Come over here. We should see available polls. Why are we not seeing it? Okay. Poll component.html. It's saved. Okay. Some problem maybe. Let me check. So I came over here. I was not getting a response. I opened the console. Like I right click, inspect and console, and I'm seeing this error. Okay. So it says null injection error, no provider for HTTP client. So we need to provide HTTP client and we need to add it to our main application. So what I will do is I'll come over here. Okay. And here we have main.ts. Okay. So inside main.ts, what I will do is I'll come over here. Okay. I have bootstrap dot over here app component, and here instead of app config, okay, so we have this config created over here. Okay, so here we have a provider defined. Okay, so I'll just come over here. Okay, this is the provider. Okay, I'll add one more provider over here. I'll say HTTP, or I'll say provide HTTP client. Okay, provide HTTP. Wait a minute. So I'll say provide HTTP client, something like this. Okay. And like this. Okay. So it's added. You can see provide HTTP client is imported over here. Okay. And we have added this in app.config.ts because this is the configuration file that is being used over here. Okay. You can see the configuration being passed here. Okay. Let us see if this is okay. You can see now it's working fine. Get request was done. And what happened? It failed. Okay, which is okay for now. Okay, we are so CORS policy is not enabled, which is absolutely okay. We'll fix this soon. But for now, I'll just minimize this because the API calls are working and we are seeing this available polls over here. Okay, this is done. Now what I will do is we can actually fix this issue. Okay, we can actually fix the backend, or we'll first deal with the front end. Okay. So I'll just close this because we are done with these two files. Okay. Now what we will do is we will have a logic over here which will work through the poll to get us the poll list. Okay. So I'm going to say div over here like so. Okay. I'm going to add one more div. We are going to style all these divs over here. Okay. And over here within this div, I'm going to say ng for, okay, is equal to, Okay, and I'm going to say let poll of polls. Okay, so I'm getting the poll of polls. Now what is polls over here? This is polls from the component. Okay, so I'm getting this. Okay, this is we are using ng4 to loop through all the polls because we have an basically an array, right? So to display all the polls, we need to loop through it. Okay, and you can see it is a part of commons module and we need to add it. Okay, what I will do is I'll come over here and here in imports I'll say there are no imports, so I'll say common module, and I'll also add form module which will be useful. Okay, so I'll say forms module, which will be useful once we start building the form to create the polls. So I've added these two imports over here. Okay, right, this is done. And now if you come to HTML, the ng4 error actually goes away. Okay, so I'm saying this, and here I'll add class, okay, which will be added shortly. Okay, but over here we need to say h3 over here, and I'll say poll question. Okay, so it will be poll dot question, like so. Okay, and then over here we will have another div over here. Okay, and then over here I'll have one more div. I'm adding some divs which will help us style this. Okay, and over here I'll say ng4. Okay, so for all the options, so now we are iterating through the question, right? We also need to iterate through all the options, right? So I'll say ng4, and over here I'll say let option of poll dot option, something like this. Okay, poll dot options, and I'll add a semicolon. Okay, we need a this is done. Okay, and okay, I'll also say let I is equal to index, something like this over here. Okay, so this is done over here, and I don't think anything else. Okay, class, this is okay. Now I'll add a button over here. Okay, button. Okay, and I'll close this, and we'll add some things like click. What should happen on click? Okay, so on click it should vote, right? I won't define this because we need a function in place to define that. Okay, so right now I'll stick to class over here. We'll add classes, a few classes, and inside button tag we will display the options dot option text over here. Okay, this is the option text that we will display, and over here we'll display within the pair of round braces, we'll display. Okay, here I'll say option dot votes, something like this. Okay, so this is done, and I'll have a text over here. I'll say votes, something like this. Okay, this is done. All right, so we have this set. Okay, and what we can do is we can fix the CORS issue. All right, so that is something we need to add. So I'll switch over to the backend code over here. Okay, this is a backend, and here I'll head over to controller and I'll scroll up. We'll add a small annotation over here, CORS cross origin. Okay, and I'll say origins. Okay, and I'll add, we need to add the origin. So where are we making the request from? We are making it from localhost 4200. Oops. So I'll paste that over here. This is done. Okay, we need to of course restart the backend once we make any configuration changes. So this says allow request from this particular origin for this controller. That is what it says, to be clear. Okay, if you come here, you can do a refresh and you'll see, okay, we are seeing the data, right? We are seeing the data. You can see, what is your favorite programming language? We are seeing the data. Which programming language would you like to learn? We are seeing it. But there is one problem. We are not seeing the votes. And why are we not seeing it? So let me see over here. One possible problem that I see here is, one second. So here it's called option text. Okay. Let me go to backend. Here it's called, okay, vote option. So we are calling it vote option and vote count. Okay, and here we are calling it votes. So we need to make sure, because the same data we are passing on to the backend, right? So we need to make sure like they both have like the same terminology, or at least we do some sort of mapping here. But we are not doing any sort of mapping, right? So what we will do is we'll just rename this. So A better name for this would be, I feel, it's option text and vote count. Okay, vote count over here, something like this. Okay, and over here also I'll update it to the same. So in fact, I like option text as this because vote option is not a good name. This actually is representing the text, right? So we'll say option text and vote count. This is it. But now the problem is we have updated the entity. So let us restart and see if we are able to see the changes into the database being reflected. Okay, let us see. Okay, no errors so far. Let us check the database. So here it was being called earlier as option text. Okay, vote count. Okay, so what it did is it added a new field called option text, which is not the right thing to go about. What I will do is I will simply reset the database. Okay, so I'll get rid of these two. Okay, we'll delete this. I'll delete drop table, drop now. Okay, and drop table, drop now. Okay, so this is done. Oops, wait, I need to drop this, drop now. Okay, this is done. Now the table do not exist. I'll restart the application. Let us see how things work, and we'll recreate the votes, okay, or the polls, I mean to say. So I'll refresh. Okay, refreshed. Now let us try running a query for poll. There is no poll for poll option. Okay, earlier we had one extra column called option text. If I run this, okay, now the extra column is gone, but the data is also gone. So we need to add the data again. Okay, so what I will do is I'll create a poll, and instead of vote option, it is option text now. Option text, right? This is what it is. Text. So I'll add this everywhere. Okay, it's a small change. Okay, I'll vote count and questions. Okay, we'll send this. Let us see if it works. It worked fine. Okay, we have everything created. Which programming language would you like to learn? Okay, and which is, I'll do a control C over here so that we are back to the old. Okay, we aren't. Oops. So I'll stick to this. The old question is not coming in over here, so I'll just add a new question. Okay, what is your favorite programming language? Okay, and I'll add things like Java, C, and C++. Okay, C was already added, so I'll add JavaScript over here. Something like this. I'll send this. Okay, this is done. Okay, and we'll check the database once. Okay, let me check it. So, okay, you have things in the right order over here. You have things in the right way over here. Okay, you can also vote over here. So vote will go this way. You can vote. You can see, okay, it should work fine. There should not be any issues. You can see the vote being recorded against poll ID 1. Okay, so backend is fine. We'll do a hard refresh over here. Okay, you can see votes does not exist. Okay, so we started getting error because we renamed the interface over here, vote count, right? So I'll come over here to component and we'll update it to vote count. So wherever you're getting red marks, just update it to vote count. You would ideally get it at one place only because we have not used it at a lot of places, and now you're seeing all the data. You can see, right? You're seeing all the data. Now if I add one more vote from the backend, let me add one more vote. So this time I'll add it to poll ID 1 and option 2. Let's send. I'll come over here to front end. Okay, so it's in this poll, but for the option 2, let us refresh. You can see React has one vote now. So this is 0, 1, 2. Okay, so it's working fine. You are able to see the data as well. Okay, let's add a bit of styling and let's make it a little bit pretty. Okay, so what I will do is I'll start from here just below h2. Oh, we should start with h2 in fact. Okay, I'll add class. I'll say empty-4 and I already have some CSS. I'll say text center. Okay, so this will centerize the text. You can see, right? Now over here for div, I'll say here for class, okay, so for this particular div, I'll say border, rounded, and p3 and mp3. 3. Okay, MB-3, something like this. Okay, let us see. Okay, you have a border being added. You have a border in place now. Okay, now for question. Okay, we won't do anything for question. Question is good. I'll add this for options list. Okay, so this will be options list. Okay, these are all classes just in case we do any sort of custom styling. But over here for div, over here nothing. For button, let's do it for button. Okay, so for button I'm going to say btn. Okay, btn outline. These are all button tags that you have. Okay, we are adding a primary button. If you save this, you'll see primary buttons. You can see. Okay, and now over here I'm going to say me-2 and mt-2. Okay, you can see these are all margins that we have added. Okay, and if you're curious as to what button we have added over here, so these are outline buttons. Okay, in Bootstrap. So you can come over here and you can see these outline buttons. Okay, so we have used this first one. Okay, the primary one. Okay, so it's looking cool, I would say, and I don't think anything else is needed. I think we're pretty good, right? So we can add one more class over here just in case we add any sort of custom CSS for us over and above Bootstrap. I'll say polls list. Okay, so this is done and we are all set to work on the next set of things. And you can see how we are able to fetch the data from the backend, okay, using Angular. Okay, so if you zoom out, this is how it's going to look like. Okay, you'll see more polls coming in, okay, based on how you add polls. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this is useful.
If you're enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right, the website is embarkx.com, and I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer. So now it's time that we work on the functionality that will enable us to create polls over here in our application. So what I would do is I would switch over here and we have this HTML file open. Okay, so here is where I'll begin. So first thing, I'll add a Bootstrap container over here. Okay, so I'll add a div with class container. Okay, container, and I'll have a margin top of 4. Okay, so this is something that I've had added and I'll wrap this entire piece of code into this one. Okay, all right, this is done. Now if you see over here, this will be much more aligned and much more, there'll be a bit of padding around it. Okay, so this looks much better. Now what I'll do is I would create a h2. Okay, I would say create poll, and over here I'm going to add a class. Okay, so I'll say class is equal to text center, something like this. So we have this create poll at the top now. Okay, now what we need is we need a text box first of all, which is an input box to create a poll. So I'm going to say div. Okay, I'll say class margin bottom of 3. Okay, and then inside this div I'm going to have an input. Okay, so something like, okay, so I'm going to self close it. Now over here we'll need some attributes to be added. Okay, so here I'll say I'll have a placeholder over here. What is a placeholder? So I'll say poll question. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then I'm going to have class, which is form control over here. Okay, and I'll mark this field as required. All right, now if you come over here, you can see this text field being added. Okay, with the placeholder poll question. All right, now I'll actually bind this. Okay, so I'll say ng model over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, ng model, and I'm going to bind this to new poll dot question. Okay,
Now I'm likely seeing an error, or not likely, I'm actually seeing an error over here. Now new poll does not exist, and that is why it's throwing an error over here, right? So what we need to do is we also need to create, or we also need to have a new poll being created into our TypeScript file, okay? And it is going to hold the poll data that user is currently creating, okay? So what I would do is I would come over here to poll, okay? This is polls component, all right? And just above the array over here, okay, inside this component definition over here, right here, okay, right here, I'm going to say new poll colon, I'll say poll, and something like this, okay, like so. And I'll say ID over here 0, and I'll say question. I'll add question as empty. So this is representing a new poll, right? So I'll have basically all these things set up, and we'll initialize this to some default values, okay? Now options. Now initially I'll have 2 options, okay, which I'll have user the liberty to add, okay, along with vote count over here, which is also set to 0 over here, okay. And I'll copy this and I'll add comma and I'll paste it over here, okay. So 2 options that we have, and we have initialized this, okay. So this is not semicolon, this is a comma, something like this, all right. So this is new poll. This is representing a new poll in our application that is being created. So you can see the error also went away. Now, whatever I enter in poll question will be binded to this particular property over here from new poll. Okay. So yeah, this is done. What we need to do now is I would start defining the inputs that will enable user to create a new poll. Okay. So that is something that I'm going to do. Okay. So here I have input. Now, right after the input over here, okay, or right after the div over here, after this div, okay, after the question div, I'll add a new div over here. I'll say div, okay, and I'll say class, and I'll say options, and I'll say container, something like this, and I'll have margin bottom of 3 over here, okay. I'll add a div, okay, and what is this div going to do? It is going to say ng4 over here, okay. And ng4 is going to say let option of new poll dot options, okay. So we need to create a new input box for every option that we want to add, right? So I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say let I is equal to index, okay. And I'm going to say track by over here, and track by, I'll say track by index, oops, something like this, okay. And then we'll add a couple of classes as well. So I'll say class over here. Class is, or let me move this class piece to new line so that it's better visible over here. New class is input, input group. This is one of the classes for Bootstrap. And I'll say margin bottom of 2. Okay, something like this. So this is what it is. Now what this is allowing us to do is basically, this is generating new field for each option, okay. So each option in new poll over here, something like this, okay. And basically this thing iterates over each option, allowing users to add multiple option, okay. And for each option there is a field that we are going to add, which is bound to option.text over here, okay, option.text. And we'll also add buttons, add and remove, which will enable, which will enable user to add more options if they wish to. Okay, so that is something we'll do later on. But for now, let's finish this functionality where we at least see a couple of input boxes. So here I'm going to say input, okay, here input, okay. And okay, let me close this. So actually this input is going to look like this input itself. I'll just copy this, okay, and I'll paste it over here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is here new poll dot option, not new poll, it should be option dot option text, option dot option text, and I'll have option over here, Okay, something like this, form control required. All right, so this is done, and yeah, this is it. Let me save this. Let me come over here. Okay, track by index does not exist, so this is something that we need to handle. So I'll come over here, and here in poll component, I'll scroll down. Okay, let us scroll down, and over here I'll say track by index. Okay, track by index. So this particular thing is going to help Angular efficiently render the list of options by using the index as the unique identifier. That is what it's doing. So I'm going to say index. Okay, and I'm going to say number over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say number, and then I'm going to just return index, something like this. Okay, this is done, and technically now it should work. You can see two options over here. Okay, now what we can do is we can add a button that will enable users to create a poll. Okay, so I'll come over here, and here just above available polls. Okay, here I'm going to say button. Okay, and then so over here I'm going to say class, and I'll add btn secondary. No, btn primary. Let this be primary. Okay, so we'll add one more button over here, which will allow user to add another option, so that can be secondary. Okay, and I'll say create poll. Okay, so this is done, and I'll have to add a on click for this one. Okay, so on click, I'll say click, and I'll say create poll, something like this. Okay, now create poll does not exist, of course, so this is something that we will need to define. Now what happens on create poll? Okay, so on create poll, basically we would be pushing the data via the service to our backend server. So I'll come over here. Okay, after load polls, maybe I can add a new method over here. I'll say create poll over here. Okay, and I'll say here, I'll say this dot poll service dot create poll. Okay, and I'll say this dot new poll dot subscribe, and then over here so I'll end this with the semicolon here. Okay, and now over here so basically I've subscribed to the broadcast, and now I need to handle the success and error scenario. So success will be this over here. Okay, and error will be something like this. Okay, now what I'm going to do over here for success is created poll. Okay, and then over here like so. Okay, I'll add a comma, and then over here I'm going to say this dot polls. Okay, dot push, and I'm going to push in the created polls over here. Okay, and yeah, this is it. I think we also need to handle the error scenario, so I'll say error. Okay, and you can say console log error. Okay, but I'm not going to type in that entire line because I believe we've already typed in over here. So I can just copy this, come over here and paste it, something like this, right? This is done. So how it works is it is actually pushing the data to the backend server right from here. So whatever poll object whatever poll we want to create is being pushed to the backend via create poll over here. Okay, and then after creating the poll, okay, what we are doing is so here, if it's successful, we are also pushing the poll to the array over here. So what is polls? You can see over here, polls is the array. That is what we are doing. So let's see if this is working. Okay, let us see this in action. Okay, so I'll say testing poll creation. Okay, option 1 test, option 2 test, and I'll say create a poll. Okay, there is no feedback over here. We have not added any feedback. Ideally this should get cleared or something like that, but let us check in the database whether this worked. So I'll come over here, I'll run this. You can see testing poll creation. Okay, and in poll options, let us see
Okay, you can see option 1 test, option 2 test. So this is working absolutely fine. Okay, with no issues as such. All right. So we are able to push the data. But what we are doing is there is one problem. We are not resetting the poll. Okay, so resetting the poll is important because like after the poll is created, you need to like clear all the data. Okay, so what we can do is after create poll, I can add a reset poll over here. Okay. And over here, I'm going to say this dot new poll, or let me just copy this. Okay. So I'll just copy this and we'll basically initialize the new poll object to what it was initially. Okay. Something like this. Okay. And I'll say this dot new poll. Okay. So yeah, this is it. And after the poll is successfully created over here, I'm going to call the reset poll. Okay, something like this. So this is done. Okay, and I'll come over here. Let us test this. Okay, so I'll say new poll again, option 1 new, option 2 new. I'm just creating random polls, So I'll say create poll, and you can see the poll got recreated, and you can see the new poll got added over here. You can see, right? So this won't work yet, or the vote buttons, okay, but we'll get this sorted. Okay, so it's now completely dynamic, wherein you are able to create polls and you are able to see all the changes being also reflected into the database. So you can check this over here. Okay, you should see options being reloaded. You can see 2 options. Okay, and then over here you can see new poll again. Okay, so it's working absolutely fine, and I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. Now it's time that we begin working on the voting functionality. As of now, we're not able to vote from our front-end application, right? So what I'm going to do is over here in our poll component.html, I'm going to add a on click over here. So this is the vote button. Okay, this code is representing vote over here, right? So what I will do is I'll say click vote, and I'm going to call this as I'll say poll ID over here. Okay, so for voting, we are going to need 2 things. One is the poll ID and the index which is being voted. Okay, so I'll say poll ID and I over here. Okay, that is what I'm doing. Now this function, of course, or this method does not exist. Of course, you're going to get errors if you visit the application after saving. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to create this. All right, so here I'll come in after resetting poll, wherever I'm going to say vote, and I'm going to say poll ID first of all. Okay, this is of type number. I'm going to say option index. Okay, and this is of type number again over here. Okay, and over here then I'm going to say this dot poll service dot subscribe. Oops, subscribe. Sorry, not subscribe, vote. Basically, we'll have to call the vote function. So here, if you see, there is a vote method. So this is vote method. We are accepting poll ID and option index, right? So our backend API also accepts this, the poll number and the option index, right? So that these 2 things we are passing in. So here I'll say poll ID and I'll say option index. Okay, and then subscribe. Okay, something like this over here. All right. So this is what we are going to define. Now we are subscribing because I'll tell you, we are sending over here an observable, right? So we have subscribed. Now in a similar fashion like we have done for other functionality, we'll need a next and an error. So I'll get this. Okay, and here I'll say next and error. Okay, now for next, of course, this is not how it will be. We don't need anything over here, no parameter. And here I'll say what I will do is I'll first get the poll. Okay, once I get the poll, I'm going to increment the vote count of that option index by 1. Okay, so this is something that I'm doing locally, okay, on success, right? Why am I doing this? Because here what we have done is we have voted the backend. Okay, we have sent the voting data to the backend. So the data in the backend is updated. You can update the front end as well.
okay, or the data that you're maintaining locally over here. So this polls array is what I'm talking about, right? So we'll update the polls array on success. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say const poll is equal to this dot polls. So from the polls first, I'll get find over here. Okay, I'm going to say p, and I'm going to make use of arrow p dot id over here, and I'm going to say if this is equal to poll id, something like this. Okay, now this is done, and over here I'm going to say if poll. Okay, if there is poll, if poll exists, then I'm going to say poll dot options. All right, and here I'm going to say option text. Okay, option. Sorry, not option text, option index. We need to get option. We need to get the option using the index, and I'm going to say vote count over here, and I'm going to increment this by 1, something like this. Right, this is done, and that is it. Error fetching polls. Here we have error voting on a poll. Okay, and if you scroll up, this is an error on creating polls. Okay, so I actually had copied this error message from the top, but I forgot renaming this. Okay, so instead of for create poll, it is going to be error creating polls. Okay, it doesn't matter, actually it's a message, but I don't want you all to be confused if you get any sort of errors, because you will see over here, if you don't rename this, you will see error fetching polls, and then you will be like, oh, this is getting printed probably. That's not the case, right? So it's good to have the right messaging as well. Okay, I'll save this, and we can have a test. Let us see how this works. Okay, so I'll increase the vote for React by 1. You can see it got incremented to 2. Let us see if we are seeing the same in the backend. Okay, so for React, you can see initially it is 1 over here, right? 1. I'll run this again. Now you have 2 over here. So clearly the vote is working fine, right? You can vote as many things you want. Okay, it is going to increment it in the right way, right? So this functionality is working absolutely fine, and I hope you have been able to follow along and build this along with me, right? So I hope this was useful. So now what we are going to do is, here we have an option to add 2 polls, right? Now if user wants more polls, he should be able to add, right? Right now he's not able to, right? And we should have a minimum requirement as well. So he should be ideally able to add at least 2 polls and not less than that, because only then it's a poll, right? He has to select at least one of 2 options, like, or vote one of 2 options. And you should be able to add more options if user wants, right? So how can you make that happen? So we are going to add some front-end logic over here, which is going to help us manage that. Okay, because backend is flexible. Whatever number of options you add to backend, it will just add it for you, right? You have to manage it in front end, where you add these fields on behalf of user or for user, right? So I'll come over here, and in HTML file, I'll head over here. Okay, and what we would do is over here, around like just before create poll, I'm going to add one more button over here. Okay, this is not a create poll button. Okay, but this is a, so I'll call this button as add a poll or add another poll. Okay, add another poll, right? And on click, it will basically, what it will do is it will say add option, right? Now what is add option? Add option is actually a function which we have not defined yet. Okay, we need to define that. So I'll scroll up properly over here, and I'll add an option. Now what we will do is, here what this function will do is add option, it will say, and over here it is going to say, so we need to update this. This is representing a poll that user is about to add, right? So we need to update this. Here it is showing 2 options. So if I remove one option will disappear from the front end, you can see, right? If I add one more option over here, and if I save this, you'll see 2 options now, right? So that the UI is bound or binded to this particular poll over here, because this is representing the poll that user is creating, right? So what I will do is, here when we say add option, I'm going to say this dot new poll dot options dot push. I'm going to add one more option over here. Okay, and it will be the same structure as we have, right? Something like this. Okay, so I'm going to add this. Oops, we missed deleting this, and I'll save this. Right now, if you come over here, if you say add another poll, you'll see you can keep on adding. But the thing is, there's no option to remove, right? So there has to be an option to remove if the poll or if the option count is greater than 2, right? So that is the logic that we need to manage. So what I will do is I will come over here again, and in HTML file, basically over here, okay, I'll add a remove button. Okay, so I'll say button, and I'll mark this as remove, something like this. Okay, over here, and I'll call this as class is button danger, like so. Okay, so you can see this has been added, but this should actually be displayed only if you have more than 2 polls, right? So what I will do is I'll come over here, okay, and I'll say so I'll add if over here. Okay, ng if, something like this. Oops, like so. And over here I'm going to say new poll dot options dot length. So this is a condition. If new poll dot options dot length is greater than 2, then display this, right? And we are seeing that the opening tag of button is not terminated. So where's the problem? Oops, so this is the problem. Okay, now it looks fine. Okay, and now it will be visible only if, you can see it is visible only if, okay, but the CSS is not being applied. So let me see. Oh, so the class thing is removed. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so this should be fine now. Okay, now if you see, this is coming in, this button is coming in only if the options are greater than 2, right? And what I will do is I need to also have a way to, so on click something should happen, right? So there has to be a way for user to remove the option, right? So I'll say over here click, okay, and I'll say new poll dot options dot splice, and I'll say I comma 1. So this is going to remove the option. Okay, so let us see if this is working. So I'll say add another poll, and I'll say remove. You can see it's removing, right? So this is working absolutely fine in the interface, and this is allowing us to add more options as you want. Okay, so you can say testing new poll creation over here. Okay, I'll say option 1 test. Okay, I'll add, okay, option 2 test, something like this, option 3 test. Okay, I can say create a poll, and here you will see the poll being created, and you can also vote it. Okay, so yeah, this is the functionality that we had to do on front end, and I hope you're pretty clear as to what we are doing, why we are doing. Okay, I've gone pretty step by step, and I hope this is clear and useful to you all.
Hey there, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to build a e-commerce storefront, and we are going to make use of full stack technologies like front-end React, back-end Spring Boot, and a full-fledged database. Okay, so here is the application that we are going to build. Okay, you can see the data that we are displaying. This data is actually coming in from the database, fetched by the backend and provided to the front end, and front end is displaying on the client side. Now these placeholder images are real images. You can see, you can right click and also open them as images. Okay, these are real images and not, but they are placeholder images. Okay, they are not real product images is what I mean to say. Okay, so as you can see, when you open the website or when you load the storefront, you will see the list of products appear like this. Okay, with the search bar at the top. Now search bar at the top is completely dynamic. So you can select and filter options over here. Okay, so whatever you select, based on that, the products are filtered. Okay, and it's completely dynamic, as you can see. You can even search for products. So I can say winter, you can see winter jacket. So search does not have a button. Products are filtered as you type in. So it's completely real-time search. Okay, smartphone, You can search for any sort of, so let's say I search for yoga mat and yoga mat is not there. So you will see no products found. Okay. Blender. You can see how it's working. It's completely real time. Okay. And even if I search for a jacket, so if I type in JAC, even then it will give me winter jacket as the result. Okay. So that is what we are going to build. Okay. It's a completely real time and instant search without any button. So it's very user friendly. And over here we have sorting option wherein you can sort the products by price, low to high. You can see that's the default sorting order, or you can sort the products by high to low. Okay. So you can reverse the sorting order. So that's something in the house for you. Okay. So this is what we are going to build. Okay. Now this is if you enjoy this particular video, okay, I'll be shortly talking about what all technologies we are using and what all stuff you're going to go hands-on with in this particular video. But I would also like to mention, like if you want to build advanced e-commerce project, like many other features, okay, like login, pagination, and advanced security, okay, authentication, authorization, different user roles and all of that, okay, advanced e-commerce product, okay. If you want to build anything of that sort, then you should head over to embarkx.com and you should check out this course, like Java, Spring Boot with IntelliJ real-time e-commerce project. So this course that I have. So if you click on this, okay, if you click on this link will open, which is the link of the course, okay. So this course is hosted on Udemy, okay, because Udemy is a way to provide affordable education to everyone, okay. So that is why I have courses hosted over there. And this course is a 50-hour plus course, okay. So right now it says 46 hours, okay. I have not updated this, but if you go to Udemy, it's 50 hours plus, okay. It covers a lot of stuff. You can see over here, Lombok, validations, pagination, sorting, how to make use of multiple entities, relationships, working with PostgreSQL, MySQL, managing products, Spring security, JWT based, role-based authentication, user profile roles, shopping cart. A lot of stuff is added into this, okay. There are some good reviews as well. These are all real reviews. You can read them on Udemy. And yeah, this is what you get. And you also get access to IntelliJ Pro for 6 months for free. And details for the same is inside the course once you enroll, okay. And you also get access to future updates. People who are learning from this course, okay, a lot of subscribers are learning from this course and they know that I update the course very frequently, okay. And yeah, it comes with a lifetime access with all the future updates. Now, if you click on enroll now, you will be taken to Udemy, okay, which with my coupon over here. So you can see if I click over here, let me click. So if I click over here, I'm taken to Udemy with this coupon over here. You can see this coupon SB November 24. This is the current coupon that I have on the website. I keep on updating the coupon. Okay, so all the latest coupon you'll find on this particular page on my website, and you get the course really cheap. Okay, it's not costly, and you can see it's a category bestseller. You can see it has been updated. So I'm recording this video in November 24, and you can see it's updated in November 24. Okay, a lot of 5-star ratings. Okay. And it's also part of Udemy for Business. So if you have Udemy for Business subscription, you should enroll and check it out for free. So if you are a Udemy for Business user, you can see you can enroll for free without any hesitation. And it's 52 hours long with lot of downloadable resources, lot of articles. Okay, a lot of material in there. Okay, you can watch the preview videos. So if you click on this, you will get access to some preview videos to get a sense of my teaching style, or you can even check out YouTube, okay, my YouTube channel. So on YouTube, I anyways give a lot of free stuff. So that's about the course where we are building advanced e-commerce project, okay, which is way advanced than this one, okay. But this is a good start. I would say let's talk about technologies that we are going to use in this video. So I have a list of technologies, okay. So we'll talk about front end, back end, and then anything else that we'll set up. Okay. So for front end, we'll make use of React first of all. So this front end that you saw over here is React based front end. Okay. We'll make use of Vite. Now, what is Vite? Vite is a fast build tool and a bundling for React. Okay. So this is something that we are using because a lot of developers these days use Vite just because of its speed. Okay. JavaScript, of course, we will be making use of JavaScript for handling logic, component structure and all. All right, we'll make use of Bootstrap CSS. So this is a CSS framework for styling. This is what we are going to use. Fetch API. So we'll be making backend calls. Okay, API calls to the backend. We'll be fetching data from the server and all of that. So for that, we are making use of Fetch API. Now, how the application works is from front end. Whenever you're loading the front end, okay, API call is being made to the backend. Okay, backend talks to the database and gets the data from the database and sends it to the front end. Okay, so everything that you're seeing is completely dynamic and coming in from the database. Any changes, if I want to make in the product, I make it in the database. And if you refresh, you'll see those changes being reflected. So that's how the application is working. And that is why we are making use of Fetch API. You can make use of Axios also, which is another library for making API calls. But I chose JavaScript inbuilt Fetch API. Okay. Backend technologies. What are we using in backend? Of course, Spring Boot, number one choice. Okay. Spring Data JPA. So we are making use of Spring Data JPA so that we can persist all our entities into the database and we can query them easily. Hibernate, of course, we are making use of ORM from Hibernate. Okay, and it works with JPA to map our objects defined in the database, defined in an application to the database. We are making use of MySQL. Okay, now if you are not okay with MySQL, you can make use of PostgreSQL or any other database. But I'll show you all the steps that you want to, that will enable you to configure your own database. But we'll make use of MySQL over here. Additionally, I'm making use of CORS over here. So we'll be setting the CORS configuration in Spring Boot controllers to allow cross-origin requests. This is very important when you're building full stack applications. So we are going to learn how you can do that. Command line runner for seeding. So, we need some initial data like this data when the application starts up. Okay, we need some initial data into the database. So we are also doing seeding, data seeding using command line runner tool. Okay, and this is very useful if you're building any sort of POCs with some dummy data to showcase to your clients. Okay, so that is what also we are going to learn. Okay, so it's going to be a great learning, I would say. Okay, and yeah, this is going to give you a good this is going to give you a good experience, a good practice with Spring Boot and all the front-end technologies that I spoke about, like all the database and front-end that we are going to do. This project is going to give you some good practice. Okay, if you want to go advanced, I would always tell you check out this. Okay, you can check out the reviews. Okay, there are a lot of reviews that people have left to this course. Okay, if you scroll down, you'll see a lot of reviews. Okay, so it's great, and you can see the number of students that I have, like me and EmbarkX are having on Udemy. People enjoy learning from us. Okay, so just check out the website and just click on this Spring Boot IntelliJ, and yeah, that's about this video. Okay, this course I would also like to mention, like this is frequently updated, like I said, and it will be valid for years to come. I keep on updating if there is any change or any other new tech that has been added, okay, or that is come into the market. Okay, so yeah, that's about this video. Without hesitation, do hit the like, subscribe button. Okay, and in the comment section, let me know any sort of feedback or any sort of video request you have. A lot of videos that I'm posting recently is all driven by the viewers' request in the comment section. Okay, so if you want any sort of videos to be there on the channel, you can absolutely leave a comment with the request. And so when you mention any sort of video request, also mention why you want to learn that particular thing. So without a further ado, let's jump right in. Hey there, everyone. So now it's time that we begin creating and setting up our Spring Boot backend project. So I'm here on our favorite website, start.spring.io. I've selected Maven. I've selected the right Spring Boot version. Make sure you have Java selected over here. And I'm give a group over here. So I can give the group as com.product and artifact as catalog. Okay. Okay. So something like this, and or I can just call this ecom, and this can be product catalog. Right,
and I'll make sure I select jar and the right Java version. And what I will need is I need to add some dependencies onto the project. Okay, so there are a few dependencies that we are going to need. So what should be the dependency? So we'll say web. Okay, first thing first, web, because this is a web project. I'll add Lombok. Okay, Lombok basically will help us reduce the boilerplate code. I'll add JPA, and I'll add MySQL. Okay, I don't think anything else is needed apart from this. Okay, now what I will do is you can either go and explore the source code over here and the dependencies that you have added, or you can click generate. Clicking on generate will make sure clicking on generate will give you the zip file, like the project zip file, this entire setting in a form of zip. Okay, so that is something you can do, and you can save it onto a desired location, maybe your project workspace or something where you would want to work. Okay, so just click generate and save it onto your local machine. So you can see over here, I have saved it over here in product catalog.zip. Okay, so this is the desired location where I want to make this project. So I'll just unzip it over here. Okay, I'll do an extract here, and you'll get this folder. And now this folder has the entire project. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll open IntelliJ, and I'll say open over here, and I'll navigate to the project directory. Okay, so the project directory over here is product catalog, and then I'll select the pom.xml. Okay, so inside product catalog, this is the folder that you have just unzipped. Select pom.xml and say OK. And you need to open this as a project file or as a project. Okay, now once you open this as a project, you will have your Spring Boot project open up, and you can see on the bottom right, the dependencies are being resolved. Okay, so this will continue for a while. Okay, depending on your system and your internet connection, but the project is ready to go. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along and do the setup. I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin configuring the database in our application. So what I will do is I'll come over here and I'll head over to application.properties. Okay, now over here I'm going to add some sort of properties that is going to tell our Spring Boot application where the database is, how can it connect to it. Okay, so first thing I'll say spring.datasource.url. Okay, and I'm going to have JDBC : MySQL. I'm going to say localhost 3306 / and I'll say it's product catalog. Okay, so this is the DB that we need to create. Okay, now how will we create this DB? So we need to head over to MySQL, because MySQL is the database that we are using. Okay, I'll connect to MySQL over here. I'll close all the open tabs. Okay, close all. And over here, I'll create a new schema. I'll say create schema, product catalog. I'll say apply. And we have a new schema being created over here. So where is it? Product catalog. Okay, refresh. Okay, is it even created? Okay, here it's created. I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, product catalog is created. I'll just close this. Okay, it does not have any sort of tables right now, but that's fine. Okay, this is done. Now what I will do is I'll say spring.datasource.username is equal to root. Okay, spring.datasource.password is equal to, I'll add the password over here. So you can hardcode the password if you want to, but I'll just make use of env variables. Okay, so I'll say db password over here. Okay, and I'll say spring.jpa.hibernate.tdl auto, and I'm going to say update. Okay, and over here I'll say spring.jpa.properties.hibernate.dialect. So I'm defining a dialect over here. Okay, so I'll say org.hibernate.dialect.mysql dialect. All right, so just giving you an overview of what this means is this configuration tells our application where the database is and how it can connect to it. Okay, now of course we have added this dependency. Okay, if you see pom.xml, we have added a dependency called MySQL. So what happens is, because of pom.xml, Spring Boot has a feature, not because of pom.xml. So Spring Boot internally has a feature called auto configuration, where it will auto configure stuff for you. Okay, so that you don't have to write any sort of boilerplate repeated code across your projects, right? So when you add MySQL dependency to your application, Spring Boot knows that, hey, he might want to make use of MySQL, like, right? The developer might want to make use of MySQL. But now the thing is, where is the database, how to connect to it, what sort of database are we using, all that we need to define. So that is what we are defining over here. Okay, without defining this, if you run the application, you're going to see an error on the console that some configuration is missing, right? So it expects this to be added. Okay, so I've added the URL. Now URL, if you see, this is the protocol JDBC, this is the database MySQL, this is the URL where the database resides, and this is the database name. Then you have root over here, and then you have the DB password. Okay, so this is a username and password, and then you have DDL auto. So this is about schema management. So basically, if you make any sort of changes into your schema or entities, how should the update be propagated to the database? Okay, so there are different values, like you can do create drop as well. Okay, or you can have update. Okay, so basically with create, what will happen is every time you make a change, the database is recreated. Okay, with all the data being wiped out. With create and drop, what happens is, with every change, the database is recreated, and when you stop the server, the Spring Boot server, the database is cleaned up, right? So that is how it works. With update, only the updates are propagated, and it makes sure that we don't lose any sort of data if we make any sort of changes into our entities. Okay, that's the benefit. And we are specifying dialect. So Hibernate internally, now Spring Boot makes use of Hibernate, okay, to generate queries and all, right? We don't have to write queries as a developer. Now what Hibernate does is it generates queries in the hindsight. Now since we are making use of MySQL, okay, different SQL databases have some differences in the query. For example, PostgreSQL might have a little bit of difference in how a particular query is written, okay? Yes, there are many similarities as well, but some queries differ. There is a little bit of difference in the syntax. So it's important that you specify the dialect as to which dialect the project is supposed to use. Okay, and that dialect is used by Hibernate, and it will generate the queries accordingly. So it will generate the queries over here from MySQL. Okay, so that is what we have done over here. Okay, now you can add the DB password over here, whatever your password is. Now what I will do is I'll add the password over here. Okay. The password has been set, and now what I will do is I'll head over to the application file over here, and you can run the project from here. Okay, so I'll just hit run from here. Okay, and it should work absolutely fine. You can see the application is up and running. All right. So now it's time that we begin setting up the entities that we are going to need to set up the product catalog. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just close this application file. I'm going to come over here. Okay. And we are going to need two entities, product and category, right? So product will represent the product, and a product will be linked to a category, right? And category is something which will have the structure defined for how the categories will be stored in our application and managed in the database. All right. So this is the main package. Here I'm going to do a right click. I'm going to say create a Java class. I'm going to say model.product over here. So model meaning it will be created in the sub package called model and product. So you can see a sub package is created ecom product catalog.model, and I have this product. Now under the same package, I'll create a new Java class. I'll say category. Okay, category, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have these two classes over here. Okay, and over here I'll mark this as entity first. I'll mark this as data with data annotation. Okay, so that we get all the like getters and setters and everything for this particular class. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say private long. I'm going to say ID over here. Okay. I'm going to say private string. Okay, and I'm going to have name over here. I'll have private string. I'll have description over here. Private string. I'll have image URL. Private string. I'll have price, or price should be double, I guess. Yeah, double would be better. So price over here, something like this. Okay, we need to link this particular entity to category, right? So I'll say private category over here, and I'll say category, something like this. Okay, and over here I'm going to have an annotation added. Okay, so I'll say many to one. Okay, and I'll specify the join column over here. Join column name will be, so I'll specify the name as category ID. And I'll say nullable is equal to false. Okay, this is done. And here I'll mark this as ID, and here I'll mark this as generated value, and identity. Strategy is generation type identity. Okay, so it is auto generated ID field. So this is our product entity. Let's define the category entity as well. Okay, so what will we do with category? So here we are going to add a few fields. I'll say private long ID over here. Okay, this is going to be ID, and then I need a private string name over here. Okay, and I'm going to set a one-to-many relationship over here. So this is many to one. Here I'll have a many to, like one to many. Okay, so I'll say private set of product over here, and here I'll call this as products, something like this. Okay, and I'll import set from java.util, and I'll have ID. So ID over here, and then generated value, and I'll call this generated value as generation type identity. And over here I'll mark an annotation. I'll say one to many over here, and I'll say mapped by category. So mapped by category meaning here we have category, right? So it's mapped by this particular field on the other side of the relationship. I'll have to define a cascade type as well. So I'll add a cascade type. I'll say cascade, and I'll say cascade type all. Okay, I'll add a fetch type as well. So I missed a comma. And over here I'll say fetch, and fetch type as lazy over here. So I think we are all done here. Just we need to add a couple of annotations. We'll mark this as entity, and I'll mark this as data over here. Okay, so entity data, this is ID generated value and one-to-many relationship. These are the annotations that we are using. So to summarize, we have product entity, which is representing the product in our application, right? And you can see these are all the fields like ID, name, description, image URL, price, and category. Okay, now category is representing or linking to this category entity. Okay, and it is doing so via many to one relationship. And over here we have ID, name, and a set of products. Okay, which is one to many relationship to the product entity over here. Okay, and rest all annotations are like obvious, like we want to mark this as entity, we want to have getters and setters and the constructors for this. So I have added data annotation over here. Okay, now the thing over here is we have a database configured right here. Database is something that we have configured. There are no tables right now. So if I refresh, there are no tables. Okay, now the moment I run this application, we should see these tables being created into our database. So let us try this. Okay, I get an error. I get a warning that Lombok requires enabled annotation processing. So I'll enable it. Okay, because I've used the Lombok annotations, so we need to enable annotation processing. Okay, in IntelliJ. So I'll come over here and let us refresh. Okay, now you'll see a couple of tables being added. One is category, You can see ID and name over here. This is ID, this is name. And then you have one more entity which has ID, description, image URL, name, price, and category ID. Okay. Now we have category ID over here because we have category ID over here. So I've mentioned the join column name as category ID over here. Okay. So that is what you're seeing over here. Okay. In the product instance, in the product table over here, and then in category, you don't have any sort of key over here because we have clearly mentioned over here that this particular relationship is mapped by category. So this is the parent side of the relationship. Okay. So I hope this is making sense. Now cascade all we have mentioned because any sort of operation like update, delete, or create on the other side will be cascaded to the linked entity as well, which means if you make any sort of updates over here in product, they will be reflected in category. Okay. So yeah, fetch type is lazy. So yeah, this is something that we have defined. Now, if you are not able to run the project because of the Lombok annotation, like if you are getting errors like getters and setters not present and all, so you need to enable the annotation processing. So there was a pop-up, remember, that I got here on the bottom right, that enable annotation processing. So I got that pop-up and I clicked on it and it enabled annotation processing for me. But if for some reason it is not enabled for you, what I would recommend is you should go here in File on Windows and you should click Settings. Now if you are not on Windows, if you are on Mac, you should go to Preferences. So there is a setting called Preferences under the top menu. So go over there. You should see a similar, like this pop-up will be same for Mac and Windows. Okay. Now over here you can go to Build, Compiler, and over here you should see Annotation Processing. And over here you should enable this annotation processing here. Okay. And then hit Apply. So any changes you make over here in the preferences, you need to hit Apply. Okay. If you don't hit Apply, if you just say OK, there is a possibility that changes might not be applied. So that is something you need to keep in mind. Okay. So hit Apply after enabling this and then say OK. All right. I'm not making any changes in my project because my project is working absolutely fine. Okay. This is one small setting that you might need to make. I'm not saying you will have to make. You might need to make if you face any issues using Lombok annotations. All right. So yeah, that's all about it. And also one more thing I would want to mention over here. If you again go to settings over here, go to plugins. Okay. In plugins, you will see you can also add a plugin called Lombok. You can see. So this will also be needed if you want to make use of Lombok based annotations. Okay. So yeah, that's something that I want to highlight over here. Okay, you can see all the annotations being listed over here. So just add this plugin. How to add? You just head over to plugins. You can go to marketplace and search for Lombok, something like this. Oops, I entered an incorrect spelling. So you will see this Lombok over here by JetBrains. So this is the official plugin, and you can see 19.3 million installs as I'm recording this video. Okay. And whenever you're watching this video, it's likely that this number will be far more higher. Okay. So install this and say apply again and say okay. All right. So I hope this has been useful and I hope you have been able to follow the steps and get the entities to the database. I hope this was useful. So let us talk about the endpoints that we are going to need to build this application successfully. Okay. So in order to build this product catalog, we are going to need these endpoints that I have listed on my screen. Okay. So we'll talk about the method, the endpoint, the description of this endpoint, the request body if it has any, and the response body. So the method over here, first endpoint is API/categories. Okay. Now this is a get method. Or a get request, I should say, and it is going to help us get all the categories that exist in our application. And the return type is going to be list category type. Okay, it's returning a list of category type. Then we are going to need an endpoint that is going to help us get the products, like all the products in our application. And of course, this is going to be like, it is going to be in our application with this endpoint /API/products. get request, and it is allowing us to retrieve all the products. Okay, and this is a response body. Okay, the next endpoint is of API products category and category ID. So there will be scenarios wherein you might want to get a product of a particular category, and this is the endpoint that is going to enable us to do. Okay, so API/products/category/category ID. Okay, this is a get request, and you can see it is helping us retrieve the products by category ID, and it's returning the list of products, which is a filtered list of products or by category ID. Okay, now for this, what we are going to do is we are going to have two controllers. Okay, so like this first endpoint, which is returning the categories, is going to be in category controller, and these two endpoints which are returning products is going to be in the product controller. So two controllers is what we are going to need, and these are simple endpoints. Okay, we are not going to have any sort of endpoints that will help us create categories, update them, delete them, and all of that, even for products. Okay, we are just building a e-commerce product catalog front end, so we just need the get request. We'll keep it simple. So this is what we are going to build. Now let us head over to our application and let us begin building this. So here in IntelliJ, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to add a controller over here. Okay, so I'm going to say a new Java class. I'm going to say controller. So this is under the controller package. I'm creating a sub package called controller, and I'm going to call this as category controller. So right now this package does not exist, the package with the name controller, but as soon as I create a class saying controller.controller category controller, it is going to create this package, and it is going to give me this class under this package. So I'll just hit enter. You can see it's created over here. Okay, now over here, what I'm going to do is, first thing, I'm going to map this as REST controller. I'm going to map this as a request mapping, and I'm going to say /API/categories, something like this. Okay, so I'm mapping this entire controller to this particular endpoint. Okay, and over here I'm going to have a method. Now what is the method? Method is going to be public list of category. Okay, and I'm going to say get all categories over here, something like this. Okay, and this is going to return the list of all the categories. Now how do we get the list of all the categories? So let me import this list as well. So how are we going to import, or how are we going to return the list of all the categories? So we need to interact with the database over here. So whatever categories we have in the database here, we need to just fetch them and we need to get them, right? How do we do that? So for that, we need something called as a repository, right? So I'll just leave this controller as is over here. Okay, and over here, I'm going to come to the main package. This is our main application package. I'll say new. I need a repository, right? So I'll say repository dot category repository. Okay, category repository, something like this. Okay, and this should actually be an interface over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to say implements. Okay, I'm going to call this as GPA repository, and this is going to be category, and I'm going to add long over here because okay, so it's throwing an error. What is the error? No implements. Okay, so it will extend. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so this is the category repository that we have. Okay, so it's extending GPA repository, and I'm going to mark it as repository as well. Okay, so I'm going to say repository. Okay, so category repository extending GPA repository, and I'm passing two things. One is the type of the entity it's representing or it's working with, and the type of the primary key. So type of the primary key is long over here. If you see, it's long ID, right? Making sense? So yeah, this is our repository. Now we'll make use of this repository. Okay, so I'm not going to create a service layer over here. Okay, because we're just creating simple get requests, right? So no service layer over here. But if you want to route the request through service layer, you can even create a service layer. You can say service dot category service, something like this, and you can have a service layer, or in fact, I'll just create and I'll show it to you. That's okay. All right, so I'll just say service over here. Okay, so this is category service, and I will auto wire, or I'll need an instance of the repository over here. So I'll say I'll say private, and I'll say category repository, something like this. Okay, and then over here I'll have a method. Okay, so here I can say return. Okay, so here I'll need service. So in controller I need an instance of service. In service I need an instance of repository. Okay, so here in controller I can say private, and I can say category service, and I can say category service, something like this. Okay, now here I'm going to say category service dot get all categories. So this method does not exist yet. We'll create it shortly, but this is how the category is going to be returned. And I'll say create method categories over here. You can see, okay, get all categories, and it is going to return the list of category. Oops, so I had missed the return keyword over here. Okay, so it's going to return the list of categories, and then I am going to say return category repository dot find all, something like this. So this is done. Okay, and this is also done over here. Okay, now I need to make sure that this category service is initialized. So what I can do is I can add a constructor over here. Okay, I'll say generate constructor category service. Okay, and this I'll make this as final, and over here I'll add a constructor again. I'll say generate constructor here, and I'll make this as final as per the suggestion. Okay, so this is done. We have this particular endpoint ready. Okay, and you can run this. So let us run this. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we'll have to trigger. Okay, so yeah, the application is up and running. You can see there's nothing in the database. That also you can see. Now over here in the browser, what we can do is I'll say 8080 localhost 8080, and I'll type in this endpoint, and I'll say enter. Oops, so we get an error. So let me check what the error is. There's no error on the console, but I understood the error. It has to be mapped with a get mapping annotation, which we forgot absolutely in the controller. So that is something we'll add. We won't specify the URL because the entire controller is being mapped to this particular URL here at the top, via request mapping annotation. And here if you come, I'll do a refresh. So we'll see an empty array over here. Okay, so there's no data, so you're not seeing any sort of categories being presented to you. Okay, so yeah, this endpoint is done, and we are able to successfully get the list of all the categories that exist in our application. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about the product controller. So we need the product APIs, okay, and for that we are going to set up a controller. So I'll come over here, and under the controller package, I'm going to add a new controller. I'm going to call it product controller. Okay, this is going to have all the product related APIs. Okay, first thing first, I'm going to map this with the annotation REST controller, because it's a controller that has been created for REST API. Request mapping, okay, and I'm going to say this controller is being mapped to /API/products over here. Okay, this is done. Now what we are going to need is we are going to need two APIs. One API will help, one endpoint is going to help us get all the products that exist in the database, and another endpoint is going to help us get all the products that exist under a particular category, and that category will be filtered with the help of category ID. Okay, so for this we are going to need to interact with the database, and for that we are going to need a repository. So I'm going to first create a repository over here. Okay, a new interface. So just select interface from here, and I'll say product repository. Okay, and over here I'm going to say extends JPA repository, and here I'm going to say product, comma, I'm going to say long over here. Why product? Because we are working with the product entity. This is the product entity over here. Okay. And the type of the primary key is long ID. So that is what we are going to add over here. Okay. And then over here, I'm going to add an annotation called repository. So this is going to mark it as repository, and it will be managed by Spring. Okay. This is done. I need a product service as well, right? So I'll come over here. I'll create a product service. So Java class, product service. Now over here, I'm going to say service. Okay. And within this particular service, we are going to need a couple of methods that is going to interface with the repository and help us get the data to the controller. Okay. So first thing, we need repository. So I'm going to say private final product repository over here, and over here product repository. Okay. And I need to add the constructor parameter. So that is done. And I need to, okay, it can be converted into a local variable, but I don't want to do that. It's saying it's never used. So convert it into a local variable, but we are actually going to use it. Okay. So I'm going to say public. So this warning that you're seeing here with the yellow mark will go away as soon as we use it. Okay. So I'm going to say public over here. Okay. Public list. So this method should return the list of all the product, and I'm going to say get all products. Okay, something like this. And over here, I'm going to say product repository dot find all. Okay, so product repository is giving us all the ready-made methods using which we can fetch and work with the database. Okay, so we are saying find all, which will help us get all the products that exist in the database, right? So this is done. Okay, and over here I need one more method. Okay, so I'll say public. Okay, public list of products. Okay, so this is returning the list of product. I'll say get product by category, something like this. And over here I'm going to have a long category ID. Okay, and I'll say return product repository dot find all by ID, or I can say find by category ID. Wait a minute. So I'll say find by, okay, no, so find by category ID. So find by category ID is actually not showing in the suggestion because it's filtering by category ID, right? So that does not exist as a predefined method. Of course, predefined methods are all generic. So I'll come over here to product repository and I'll say list. Oops. So I'll say list of products is what this should return. Okay. And I'll create a method. I'll say find by category ID. Okay. And I'll say long of ID. Long of, you can say category ID to make it really clear. So now what we are doing is we have just defined this method. Okay. And this method is automatically going to help us get the products by category ID. So this is where the magic of GPA comes into picture. Okay. We wanted to filter products, or we wanted to filter a entity, I should say, or a table with the help of one field over here, right? This is a field, right? Now there is no inbuilt method for this because this is a custom requirement that we have, right? So what we can do is here in the product repository, you can say find by category ID, and what Spring Boot is going to do, or what Hibernate is going to do, is it is going to translate this particular method by looking at the name into a query. So let me explain this. What do you think this method does by looking at it? So first of all, it says find, so which means it's a select star kind of query, right? By category ID. Now when you say by, it means there is a where clause. So by means where clause is added, okay? And category ID, meaning category ID is a field over here, right? In the product repository. So it's a field over here. So what JPA and Hibernate are going to do is they will understand this, that this particular developer wants select star for product. Why for product? Because we are in the product repository, right? This is a product repository. So select star from product where category ID is equal to this category ID that is being passed. So just by looking at the name without even writing a query, JPA Hibernate, they are able to get the desired query for you, right? But you have to follow this convention. If you skip find and if you just say by category ID, it's not going to work. You need to follow this convention. Now this convention or this thing is known as Spring Data JPA's naming convention. Okay. So this is really beneficial, like without even writing a custom query, because this is a custom requirement that you have. You want to filter a repository or filter a entity basically, or filter records by a field. Now that field can be anything. So you can simply add this kind of method names depending on which field you want to filter it by. Okay. And JPA will come into picture, and if you're following the convention, it is going to automatically get the data without you writing any sort of queries yourself. So that's the magic of JPA. Okay. And here with the help of return type, it knows that it has to get the data and convert it into list of products and return it. Okay. Now you'll see this working shortly. So I'll come over here. I'll say product repository and I'll say find by category ID and I'll pass in the category ID. Okay. So this is done. The service layer is all set. Okay. Now let us come to controller. Now in controller, we need to like define the endpoints over here, right? That is what we are going to do. So I am going to create first private final product service. We are going to need product service over here. So I'll say instance of product service is added. Okay. I get a red mark. So I'll add this as a constructor parameter over here. Okay. This is done. And now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of get mappings. So I'm going to say public list of product. Okay. And over here, I'm going to say get all products. Okay. And here I'm going to say return product repository or product service, not repository, dot get all the products. Okay. This is what I'm going to do. Okay. There is a mistake I did. Okay. I should have something like this. Okay. This is done. And I need to import list over here. So this is from java.util and we are all sorted. And of course, since this is a controller, we need to add endpoint over here. So this is a get mapping that is being mapped to the root URL of the controller. So root URL is API/products. Okay. This is done. Now I'll duplicate this. Okay. And I'll add it over here. Now over here, what we can do is we can get all the products by category. Okay. So I'll say by category, something like this. And over here, I need long category ID, something like this. Okay. So here I can say product service dot get all products by category and filter and pass in category ID. Okay. Now how are we getting the category ID? So for that we need to define the URL. So we'll say /category. Okay. And I'm going to say / over here. And I'm going to pass a path variable, which is category ID. So this is how it's being identified. And what will happen is here I'll make use of the annotation. I'll say path variable. Okay. Something like this. So a get mapping, okay, which says /category category ID. And we have path variable being passed in. And we are passing this path variable to the service over here. Okay. So this is done. Okay. And I think our product functionality is also done over here. So let me rerun the application and let us also test this out. Okay. So we won't see any sort of data, but ideally we should not get any sort of errors when fetching the data. That is something over there. So I'll just copy this root URL API/products. We'll head over to the browser and over here, I'll just duplicate this. And over here, I'll paste this. Okay. I'll remove API / over here and I'll say enter. So you can see this is working fine. And then I'll duplicate this as well. Okay. So I'll try this for API/products/ category /1. Okay. So we don't get any sort of response over here. So these are 3 endpoints that are ready and we are not seeing any errors over here. which means things are working fine. We don't have data yet, so we need some data. All right. But I hope you have been able to follow along as to how we are adding the endpoints and how things are working. I hope this has been useful. So the APIs are there. Okay, they're working. We're not getting any sort of errors, but there's no data in our application. So it's time that we configure something wherein we can get some ready-made data into our application and we can work with that for our APIs as well as in the front end. Okay, because for implementing a product catalog, we are going to need some data that is supposed to be displayed, right? So that we can implement things like searching, category filtering, and all of that, right? So what I'm going to do is here in the database, we will implement or we'll add some seed data. We'll do some sort of data seeding over here. Okay. And we are going to do this via a Spring managed component. So I'm going to create a component in our application, which is going to initialize our application with some initial data set when the application starts. Okay. And I'm going to call it data seeder. So let me show you how I'm going to do this. So here in the root, like in the root package over here, okay, or I'll keep this expanded. In the root package, I'll say new Java class and I'll say config.data seeder. So I'm creating data seeder class in the config sub package. Now, where is this config sub package being created? It's created in com.ecommerce.productCatalog. Under this package, there'll be config.data seeder. I'll create this. You can see it's created over here. Okay, I'll just collapse this now. Now this data seeder class is going to be a Spring managed component, like I said, and it is going to initialize our application with some preloaded data. Okay, it is going to initialize our application with some dummy data that we can work with. So it is going to have images, it is going to have product data, product details, and category details. Okay, so first thing, since I said it's a Spring managed component, I'm going to mark it as the component annotation with the component annotation. So Spring framework knows, or Spring Boot knows, that this has to be managed by itself. Okay, now over here I need a piece of code to be executed when the application starts. So how the application is going to work is, when the application starts, okay, the database is supposed to be populated. So these two tables, category and product, will be populated with some dummy data. Okay. And if we restart the application, this data that exists in the application is supposed to be cleared. And then again, the same data is supposed to be populated. Okay. So that's how this will work. Okay. So what I will do is, since I need a piece of code to be executed after the Spring Boot application has started, like immediately after the Spring Boot application has started, I'll make use of command line runner. Okay, so command line runner is a inbuilt class which we are going to implement over here. Okay, I'm going to say command line runner. Okay, and you can see I'm getting a red mark, which means I need to override the method. And this particular interface has a method called run. Okay, which we are going to implement, and we are going to define all the code that we need to seed the database along with categories and products inside this method. Okay, so this run method is going to be executed when the application starts. All right, so I hope this is making sense over here. And now what we are going to do is, since we are going to work with the database, right, we are going to populate the data in the database, we are going to need repositories. So I'm going to say private product or private final product repository over here, something like this, and I'm going to say product repository. I'm going to also have private final category repository, like so. Okay, now I'll add constructor parameters for both over here, so they will be auto wired over here. Okay, now this is done. What we need to do is, first thing, when the application starts, we are going to clear all existing data. Right, this is the first step that we need to do. Okay, so any sort of data that is preloaded or exists in the database, we'll clear that. So I'll say product repository dot delete all. Okay, and I'm going to say category repository dot delete all. This is done. Okay, now what we are going to do is, we are going to start creating the category first, and then we'll start creating the products. Okay, so first is the chance of categories. Okay, so create categories, and then we will have over here products. Okay, so I'll say create products over there, right? So let us begin with category creation first. So I'll say category. I'll say, oops, I accidentally made use of category repository. So I'll say category over here. Okay, I'll say the first category we are going to have is electronics. Okay, and I'm going to say new category, and I'm going to say electronics dot set name. Okay, so you can see these are the two fields, ID, name, and products. These are three fields in fact, right? So we'll just set the name. Okay, for now I'll say name is electronics, like so. Okay, so this is our first category. I'll copy this part. This is the category number 1. I'll paste it over here. And instead of electronics, I'll say clothing over here, and I'll make this as clothing, and here I'll have clothing. Okay, then I'll have category called as home and kitchen. Okay, so I'll just call this as home over here. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. Here I'll say home and kitchen, like so. Okay, so this is done. We have 3 categories created. If you want more, you can add more. Now these categories are not being persisted to the database yet. They are still objects in our Java code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say category repository. Okay, how do we persist data into database, or how do we work with database? With the help of repository. So I'm going to make use of repository. I'm going to say dot save, and you have save all over here. So you can either save one by one. Okay, you can say save, and you can pass in electronics. Then you can again write category repository dot save and say clothing, category repository dot save, and you can pass in home. You can do that, or I can make use of save all. Okay, and I can say arrays as list. Okay, as list over here, and here I'm going to pass in electronics, home, and clothing, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, and categories are created now, right? So now what we need to do is we need to start creating the products. So I'll scroll down over here. Okay, now for products, we are going to make use of the product model, of course. Product, I'll import this, and I'm going to create the first product is, let's say, a phone. Okay, we are just adding dummy products over here. Okay, I'll say phone dot set name, and I'll call this as a smartphone over here. Okay, and I'll say product dot set description. Sorry, not product, it's phone dot set description. The description is latest model smartphone with amazing features. Okay, you can add any sort of description you like, man. Okay, so I'm going to say phone dot set image URL. We need image as well. So image is something that we'll revisit. So I'll just keep this empty for now. Okay, we'll revisit as to how we are adding images over here. Okay, but for now I'll just create all the products that I need, and then we'll talk about images. So just hang in there. Okay, price I can have let's say $699.99. Okay, these are all in dollars. I can say phone dot set category, something like this, and I'll pass in electronics over here. So this belongs to the electronics category. Okay, so I have a name, description, image URL, and price along with category set. I'll copy this entire thing over here, and I'll come over here. I'll say the next one is laptop. Okay, so I'm creating new product laptop, and I'll replace everything over here. Okay, now over here name is laptop. Okay, this is our laptop. Now over here the description can be high performance laptop. High, okay, performance laptop for work and play, something like this. Image URL, I'll just keep this empty, and I'll change the price to $999, and I'll add this to electronics over here. Okay, I'll replicate this again. Okay, because we need one more. Okay, so instead of laptop now we can add some other product which we can add to clothing category. So I'll say jacket, for example. I'll add this as winter jacket over here, and I'll make sure that we are changing the name of the jacket product. So I'll update this. I'll rename this to warm and cozy jacket for winter, something like this. Okay, image URL I have. Okay, and the price is 129.99, and this will come under clothing category. Okay, so clothing. I'll add one more. So we need one in home category. Okay, so I'll say blender, for example. You can add any sort of product you wish to. Okay, I'll replace this with blender. Okay, and here I'll call this as blender. Okay, and here I'll call this as, I'll add over here high speed blender for smoothies and more. Okay, so this is the description, and image URL I'll keep empty, and I'll set this to 89.99, and the category is home. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to save all the products as well. Okay, so I'll say product repository dot save. I'll make use of save all over here. I'll say arrays as list. Okay, and I'll pass in phone over here, laptop. I'll pass in jacket. I'll pass in blender over here, and I'll add a semicolon. Okay, so this is done. All right, there is no image yet if you see over here. Okay, how do you manage images? So normally how it works in a production grade application, if you're working in a company or anything like that, whenever a user uploads an image, that is uploaded to a image server or a media server that you might have, and the URL is then set over here in the application or in the database. Okay, so if you're making use of S3, Amazon S3, then there is a S3 bucket that will be created where the images will be uploaded, and that URL will be added over here and saved to the database, because this is where your image exists. Okay, so we are not configuring S3 bucket or any sort of media server right now, but I'll keep things simple. So since we are learning, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of this website called placehold.co. Now what this does is this website gives us a simple, fast, free image placeholder. That is what it gives. Okay, so here is the example. So if you say placehold.co 600 by 400, it is going to give you an image of size 600 by 400. If you make this as 400 by 400, it is going to give you an image of size 400 by 400. Okay, so that is something that we are going to use. So I'm going to make use of 600 by 400 size. Okay, we'll come over here. Okay, and I'll add images everywhere. So wherever we are making use of images, I'll just paste this URL. Okay, this is the URL. So this is dummy image that we are making use of. Okay, and this actually completes the data set. Now let us run this and let us see if the data is being populated. Okay, so we should see the application running without any sort of errors as such. Okay, yep, it's running. You can see started the application. Now if you come over here to the database, there's no data yet. Now once I rerun the query, this is the data for product over here. Okay, and then I have the data for the categories as well. Okay, you can see. I'll just expand this like so. Okay, and this is for product, right? So this is done. Okay, and you can see category ID also being added, and over here. So it's all set, right? We are able to basically have the data. And now if you check the APIs as well. So if I go to API/categories, if you refresh, you can see the data has come in. So this is the category 1, okay, category 2, and category 3 over here. Okay, now here we have the second API, which is helping us get the products, all the products. So I'm able to get, this is product 1 over here, you can see. So it's not JSON formatted, but if you want to format it, basically what you can do is you can go to jasonlint.com and you can format it and see over here. Okay, you can see how this is working fine. Okay, there are too many ads. So you can see how this is working. Okay, this is the data that we got. Okay, so this is the API, and here you can also filter. So if I say products category 1, you will get the products that exist in category 1. Okay, if I say product category 2, you can see the data set changed. Okay, so this is for blender. Okay, this entire thing is for Blender, right? If I say product category 3, you will get jacket over here, right? Because 3 is, what is 3? So 3 is actually clothing. So you're getting jacket, right? So the APIs are also working fine, which means like we have been able to successfully populate the data. Now, any sort of data changes you make over here, okay, any sort of update or anything, and if you restart the server, then that update and anything will be erased because of these 2 lines over here at the top. These 2 lines. It will clear all the existing data and it will repopulate the data with the fresh data set. All right. So this we have done with the help of command line runner. What is command line runner? Command line runner helps us run a particular piece of code when the Spring Boot application starts. It's an interface, okay? And we can do this with the help of run method that exists, which we have to implement, okay? So yeah, this is something that you can do also in your Spring Boot projects if you want to have some sort of data initialization when you boot the project. And this is very useful for POCs. You know, if you are presenting some sort of application to a client with dummy data, you can make use of this kind of thing over here. And this class is a separate class. You can see data seeder in a separate package that I created, config. Okay, so you can create or move it to package, whichever package you want to call it. And you can have this kind of a separate class that exists, right? So I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. All right, so now it's time that we begin creating our front end, and for front end we are going to make use of React. Now React is a library which is JavaScript based, which we are going to make use of. All right, now this is the official website of React, and it explains how React basically allows you to build interfaces with the help of components. All right, so I would recommend checking this one if you're not familiar with what React is. And to run React, we are going to need Node.js. Okay, this is basically, so Node.js is going to have npm package manager. Okay, and we are going to make use of npm as well to create and run some commands, basically. Okay, create projects and all of that. Okay, so I recommend having Node.js installed on whichever operating system you are on. Node.js comes for different operating system. If you go to downloads over here, you'll see for Windows, it has a pre-built installer as well for Windows, pre-built binaries, source code, and you can basically install it for Windows, Mac, and Linux. All right. So depending on which system you are on, you will also see a download button over here to get the installer onto your system. Okay. Now, along with this, we are going to make use of Vite. Now, what is Vite? Vite is a development server which is fast. And normally, if you have been doing React development, you would know create React app, right? So you can create a project using create React app tool. Okay, but we are not going to make use of that. We are going to make use of Vite. Okay, because it's fast and a lot of developers use this today. Okay, so it's important that you know how to use this. So this is the website of Vite. Okay, and you can go to guide and read more about, you can see why Vite. Okay, so read more about Vite over here. This is the official website. All right. So yeah, so this is about what we are going to do. Now what I will do is I will switch over to a terminal. Now this can be any terminal. Okay, so I'll just clear everything. So here you can see a set of commands that I have used to navigate to this directory. Okay, so navigate to the directory of your choice where you wish to create a project. Okay, I've already navigated using cd command. I'll just clear this out. So you can see cd and you can type in the path where you want to navigate. Okay, this is a command. So navigate to the directory of your choice, and within the directory, we are going to run some commands. Okay, now the first command we are going to run is npm. We'll say create Vite@latest. Okay, so this is the command that will help us create a project using Vite, and I'm going to call this as ecom catalog react. Okay, this is my project name. All right, I'll press enter. Now the moment you press enter, it is going to ask you with which options you want to use. Okay, oh, so first of all, I don't have this package, so it's asking me whether I want to install this package. I'll say yes. Okay, so it installed, and now it's asking me which framework do I want to create a project using. So you can see you can create a vanilla project, Vue, you can create React, you can create Angular project as well. So I'll select React over here. Okay, I'll press enter. I'll just select JavaScript over here from the list of variants. Okay, so I'll say JavaScript, and you can see we have a folder with the project created. Okay, and you have the set of the next set of commands that you should be running here. Okay, so it's saying you should run ecom catalog react, which we'll do. Okay, you can say npm install. Okay, and then you can run npm run dev as directed. So that this is what we'll run over here. Okay, so it's installing quite a few things. Okay, so the installation is done, and now what we can do is we can run npm run dev over here. Okay, so you can see the server is up and running now. Okay, so I can copy this URL, I can head over to my browser, and I can simply visit this application. So this is the application that has been created, and you can see there is a counter over here, okay, for me to play. And it's also giving me the direction that, hey, you can edit this particular file to update this interface. Okay, so yeah, this is the direction over here. So you can click on the React and Vite logo to go to their official website. That is what this says. Okay, so yeah, our project setup is done and we are ready to work with the project. Okay, but before leaving, what I would also do is I would open this project and configure it with Visual Studio Code. Now, Visual Studio Code is the development IDE that we would be using. Okay. Now, if you're not aware of what Visual Studio Code is, you can just search for Visual Studio Code over here. It's an IDE which is very popular, and this is the official website of Visual Studio Code. So you can download it for Windows. Since I'm on Windows, it's showing me the download button for Windows. But if you're on other platforms, you can get it for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS as well, for both Intel chips and Apple Silicon. Okay, so just get Visual Studio Code. This is how it would look like. You can see it's very common and it's very popular for the web development. Okay, so I have Visual Studio Code already installed, and you can see this is the welcome screen of Visual Studio Code. Now I use Visual Studio Code a lot, so you can see quite a few recent projects over here. Okay, but what I would recommend is head over to File, or over here you can say Open Folder. Okay, that is also one option, or you can head over to File and you can say Open Folder. Click on Open Folder and navigate to this particular directory where you are running this command, this directory. Okay, because here is where your project exists, and just open your project directory in Visual Studio Code. So I'll just do that. So I've opened the project directory over here, and you can see the entire project being loaded. Okay, so when you went to the website over here, the website that we are running over here, you could see like edit src.app.jsx. So here if you come src app.jsx, this is the default code that exists. Okay, you can see this is the counter. The count is, you can see. Okay, so yeah, this is the code like that is being rendered, and if you want to make any sort of changes, you can make the changes over here. All right, so I hope this helps, and I hope you are aware of how you can set up and configure your own project. Now, one last thing we'll do is we'll move our terminal. So we'll stop using this external terminal. I'll just say Control C and terminate the server over here. Okay, the moment you terminate the server, you won't be able to access the website. Okay, if you refresh. Now what I will do is I'll start the server here right from within Visual Studio Code. So you can go to these menu options and you can say terminal and new terminal, and you will see this terminal open up. So this is the inbuilt terminal within Visual Studio Code. So you don't need to switch between your local operating system terminal and the IDE. And what you can do is this, you are already in project directory because you have opened project directory, and terminal also opens up in the root directory of the project. So here you can just say npm run dev, and you'll see the server up and running. And now if you go over here and if you say reload, you can see it's working now. And you can just minimize this because you will need the server to be up and running always, so that you can test the changes that you have been doing. All right. So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to create and configure the project with Vite, React, and Visual Studio Code. All right. I shall see you all soon. So we have the project open here in Visual Studio Code, and in our project for interface, like from the interface standpoint, we are not going to write CSS, but we are going to make use of Bootstrap CSS. Now, if you Google Bootstrap CSS, you should see this official website, and it's an amazing front-end toolkit being used by a lot of organizations and a lot of developers out there. It's quite popular, okay? And we'll be making use of this. If you go to examples, you'll see quite a few examples over here of how you can build UI with Bootstrap, and you can also check out the examples, okay? So for example, I can tell you, like, if you want to create a button and if you have Bootstrap configured, you can create these many kinds of buttons just by adding the right classes like this. So this is how you create a primary button here. Like if you have some success, if you want to show something successful, you can show over here this green button. Danger button is also there. So if you just add the class over here, this is important. If you just add the class, the styling will change, and you have more kinds of button. You can see outline buttons and all. Okay. So what we will do is we'll configure Bootstrap and we'll see how it's working in our application. So I'll come over here. I'll head over to terminal. Okay. I'll go to new terminal. Okay. So I already have one terminal where my server is up and running. Okay. I don't want to play around with that. I'll create one more terminal. You can add multiple terminals in Visual Studio Code. And I'll make use of Node Package Manager, npm. Okay, and I'll say install Bootstrap and React Bootstrap. Okay, and I'll press enter. Okay, so what this will do is this will add both these packages over here. Okay, so I've installed both these. I'll minimize now. Okay, and I'll head over to main.jsx. So this is the main.jsx file. Okay, what I will do is I'll import the CSS over here. So I'll say import, and here I'll say bootstrap / dist / css / bootstrap .min.css, something like this. Okay. So this is what I'll add, and the moment you come over here, let us see if we are seeing any changes. Okay, you are already seeing, you can see the styling changed a bit. Okay, so what I will do is I'll also get rid of this this dummy or this preloaded or pre-configured code over here. Okay, so I'll come over here, I'll go to app.jsx, I'll get rid of the entire thing over here. Okay, like so. Okay, and over here I'll just return a div. Okay, and I'll get rid of this as well. Okay, over here, okay, everything is removed. I'll remove the imports as well. I'll do a little bit of cleanup, and then I'll add, so you won't see anything on the UI because we are not doing anything, and I'll add a normal primary button, or I'll add a few buttons, or you can add all the buttons if you want to. Okay, so I'll add all the buttons over here. Okay, I'll select all, and this is just to test if Bootstrap is working fine. Okay, and I'll come over here, and you can see all the buttons up here. Okay, so the CSS is being applied in the right way. If this was not coming in properly, then there is a problem in the configuration, but this is working absolutely okay. You can see over here. Okay, so these all buttons have come over here in our application. Okay, so this is working fine. And now it's time that we'll take a step forward in the interface after Bootstrap configuration. So now it's time that we begin working on displaying the products onto our application. So what I will do is I'll clear out these buttons that we have added to test Bootstrap. All right, and I'll begin displaying the products. Okay, now how do we display the products over here? Okay, so if you take a look at, so this is our terminal, and this is where IntelliJ is. So here in product controller, we can call this API, okay, with a get request, and here you can see we'll get the list of all the products. So we'll display all the products over here, and with respect to product, we have all this, not this one, so the product model. So we have all this information with respect to the product. So we'll display all of this, okay? So what I would do is I would come over here. I would first create a state over here. I'll say const, okay? I'll say products. I'll say set products over here. And over here, I'll say use state over here, and I'll initialize use state. I'll initialize products state to an empty array. Okay. So right now products does not have anything. Okay. So I've created this. Now what we need to do is when the application loads for the first time, or when the page loads for the first time, I want to do an API call to the backend, and we need to fetch the product data. Okay. So here, if you come to the browser and if you hit this particular endpoint, localhost 8080 API/products, you should see the list of products being displayed. Okay. So I'll copy this because this is what we are going to hit from our front end application. And over here, I'm going to make use of use effect hook. Okay. So just outside the return, I'll say use effect. And what does use effect have? So it accepts a function like this. Oops. It's an arrow function, and over here it has the second thing as the dependency array, okay, or whatever dependency you want to specify, and it ends with a semicolon. All right. So now within this, what I'm going to do is within this function, I'll define what I want to do. So I'll make use of fetch over here, okay, and I'll add the URL over here. So I'm calling this particular URL, and then I'll say once this fetching is done, okay, once we get the response, we will get the response, and we'll say response.json. So we'll convert the response to JSON, okay, over here. And then we'll say then I'll say data. Okay, what do we do with the data that's in JSON? We'll say set products over here. Okay, and I'll pass in data over here. Okay, something like this. All right, and I'll end this with a semicolon. Okay, and I'll keep the dependency areas empty because we want to run this once the component mounts. Okay, so I'll explain this what this is again. This is use effect hook, wherein we are making use of fetch, JavaScript fetch, to do an API call to our backend, and I'm getting the response in JSON, and then I'm setting this JSON to the product state over here. Okay. So we have the data now with us. Now what am I going to do? I'm going to display this data on the front end. Okay. So here inside the return over here, I'm going to have a div. Okay. I'll say class name over here is container, like so. Okay. And then I'll add a new div over here. Okay. I'll call this div. And here I'll say I'll add filtered. Sorry, not filtered. It will be products, because products is where we are storing the products. Okay. I'll say products.length. Okay. So if products has some data, then what we will do is, okay, we have this piece of code running. Okay. If true, and if not, then we have this piece of code running. So we are making use of ternary operator over here. So what should happen if there are products? Okay, so what I will do is we need to display the product, right? So we'll have the code to display the product over here. Okay, so I'll say display products. All right, and then if there are no products, what we need to do is we need to say no products found. Okay, something like this. Products found, something like this. Okay, so this is done. All right, and okay, why are we seeing this error? So there's no issue as such, but I'm seeing this error because I don't know, because this is empty. Okay, yeah, this is empty. All right, so here we need to display the products, and here we have the message wherein no products are found. Now how are we displaying the products? So we'll add a component over here which will do the job of displaying the product. Okay, so what I will do is I will say div over here. Okay, or instead of creating the entire component over here, what we would do is I would come over here. I'll create a new file. Okay, I'll say product list.jsx. All right. And here I'll say const product list. Okay. And here I'll have, we'll pass in the list of products over here. Okay. Because these are props. Okay. So that is what we are accepting over here. And then, oops, over here, I'm going to return. Okay. So I'll say return. And here I'm going to return a div. Okay. Something like this. Okay. And I'll just add an export. So I'll say export default product list. Okay. Something like this. This is done. Okay. What I will do is I'll display the product using product list over here. Okay. Product list. Something like this. Okay. And self-closing tag. So the error is gone. All right. But we need to pass in a prop called products. You can see over here products. It's accepting products. So I'll say products over here is equal to, I'll say products, something like this. All right. So I guess this is it. Now so we are displaying the product. If product.length, if product exists, then we are displaying the products, else we are showing a message no products found, and this is using ternary operator. Okay. Now let us have the UI defined and set for displaying the products. How should the products be displayed? Okay. So we are going to have, okay, so I'll come over here. Okay. And I'll call this class as row over here. Okay. And what I will do is I'll start writing some JavaScript over here. So I'll say products.map. Okay. So for every product, what we need to do is we need to have product that iterates through every product and it does something. Okay. So that is something that we need to define here within this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div inside. Oops. So I'll have a div like so. Okay. I don't know why it didn't self-close this one. So I have a div now. Okay. And within the div, I'm going to have the entire logic. Okay. So I'll add some classes to the div. Okay. So I'll say class name. Oops. So class name over here. Class name is column LG4 over here. Okay. I'll say call MD6. So this is a little bit of Bootstrap CSS hyphen SM hyphen 12, and I'll say MB hyphen margin bottom as 4 over here. Okay. And it will need key as well for efficient rendering, and I'll say product.id over here as the key. Okay. This is done. And then what we need to do is we need to make use of cards over here. Okay. So if you come here and if you search for card over here, this is the card layout. You can see this is the card layout. So you can see the styling over here. Okay. This exact styling is what we are going to use. Okay. Card. You can see. So I'll come over here and inside here, I'll create a div. Okay. And this div over here is going to represent a card. So I'll press enter. I'll say class name and I'll say card h-100 over here. Image, and under image over here I will say src. Okay, src, and here I'll say product dot image URL. Okay, and over here I will, so if the image URL does not exist or does not come in from the backend, we can add a image URL over here as well. Okay, so I'll say https placehold, that website, placehold.co/600x400. Okay, so this is the default placeholder for image. Okay, this is done. Okay, now over here for after src I'll say class name. Oops, so it should be over here. Okay, so class name. Okay, and class name should be card image top. Okay, because you can see card image top, so the image is on the top, so that is what we are adding over here. Okay, all of these styles you will find in the documentation. I'm not creating anything new. Okay, so this is the, you can see this is an example over here that I'm using. Okay, and I'm displaying the product. Okay, I'm going to say alternate text as product.name. So I'll say product.name. Okay, this is done. Okay, I'll have the closing tag also over here. Okay, and then we need to display the card body. So this is the card body. Okay, so I'll just copy this over here and I'll paste it over here. Okay, oops, the alignment is messed up. Okay, so this is the card body that we are going to have. Okay, so the image tag, there was a closing tag for image. I'll get rid of it. Okay, so card body, I'll have card title. Card title cannot be card title. It will be like product dot name over here, something like this. Card text is product description. Okay, so it is going to be product dot description. Okay, and then over here, so this is a tag. Okay, so what I will do is I will get rid of this. We don't have a product detail page, right? So I'll get rid of this. Instead, along with description, I'll also show the product price. Okay, so I'll say card text, and here I'll add strong. Okay, and I'll add a product price over here. So I'll cut this and I'll paste it over here. Product or product dot price is what the field is. Okay, and I'll add a dollar in the beginning so that it's displayed in dollar. Okay, so this is done, I think so. Let us see how this is looking. Okay, so we'll come over here, we'll see. Okay, so no products found. Is it so? Is that so? Let me see what's wrong. Okay, so over here, I'll zoom out. There's definitely something wrong. Okay, so you can see the error over here. Okay, type error, failed to fetch. Okay, why is it failed to fetch? Course policy. All right, so we need to allow the course cross origin request from this domain. So I'll come over here to our backend, and in the controller I'll add a course policy. So I'll say cross origin. Okay, and I'll say origin, and I'll add this. Okay, and then I'll add this the same in the category controller. Okay, we'll rerun the application and we'll refresh the web page. So let us refresh the web page. So let me refresh. Okay, so you can see the data, but we are still seeing some error, invalid DOM property called class. Okay, where are we using class? It's in product list 17. Let me see. Where are we using? Okay, so it's class name over here. We're making use of class everywhere. I just copied it from there, and that's why it's basically class. Okay, so I think after saving this, it should go away. Let me refresh. Okay, it's working cool now. Okay, and I'll just zoom out a bit so that you can see the interface. Okay, so you can see, let me zoom out. Okay, you can see this is how the product is being displayed, these 4 products. Okay, and we are able to successfully fetch the data from the backend, and we are able to get the data onto the front end. You can see. All right, so I hope this is useful, and I hope you enjoyed this class. We need to develop our application further, wherein we need to add filters at the top. Okay, so we should be able to filter the product catalog that we have in our application. So we are going to add the filter based on categories, based on search keyword, and also we are going to add some sorting over here. Okay, so users should be able to sort the products. Okay, so to accommodate these functionalities, we are going to need some additional state just from products. Okay, what I will do is I'll just copy this over here. I'll add one more state called categories. Okay, and I'll add set categories. Okay, this is one state. I'll add one more state over here called selected category. Okay, so selected category. All right, and I'll say set selected category. Okay, and I'll set this to null because this is not an array, this is a value that we are going to have. Okay, now over here I'm going to say search term. Okay, so search term, something like this. Okay, and I'll say set search term, something like this, and here I'll initialize this to empty text. So there's no search term right now. This is what the default initialization is. I'll have sort order. Okay, so sort order, and I'll say set sort order. Okay, and I'll initialize this to ascending, ASC. Okay, so the default sort order is ascending. All right, so these are the new states that we are going to need. Right, now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to fetch the category, and I'm going to, like we did for products, we fetched the products and we assigned it to the state of products, right? We'll do the same for the categories as well. So I'll just do it with the help of use effect, because this use effect hook is being called on the component load, right? So when the component loads, we are making an API call, and instead of making one API call now, we are going to make two API calls, one to fetch the products and another one to fetch the categories. So I'm going to say API categories like so, and instead of setting the products, I'm going to say set categories like so. So this is pretty much it. All right, we have the category data now. All right, now what are we going to do? Now what we are going to do is we are going to need a UI which will work basically. Okay, so we'll create a user interface which will be having the functionality for filter. We'll define the functionality later. We'll first fix the UI. Okay, so just inside the container, I'm going to add a h1 tag. Okay, h1, I'm going to say product catalog, and I'm going to say class name over here as 4 over here. Okay, so this is it, and I'll come over here. Okay, I'm going to add a div. Now this div is going to have the functionality for filter, searching and sorting. Okay, so I'll say div over here. Okay, and over here I'll say class name like so, and I'll say row. Okay, so we need this to be in a single row. Okay, I'll say align items hyphen center. Okay, and margin bottom is of 4. Okay, so align item center is a CSS class which will help us get the alignment set for the items inside. Okay, now we are going to need 3 things over here. One is the category filter, the search box, and the sort box. All right, so I'm going to say div again. Okay, this is a div for category filter. Okay, so each functionality is going to be there in its own respective div. Okay, I'm going to say call empty -3, and I'm going to say call column and sm-12 over here, and mb-12, something like this. Okay, and over here I'm going to display the category filter. Okay, so let me add a p tag category filter. Okay, so this category filter, we will be creating a separate component for this. Okay, so I'm not creating it over here, I'm just leaving it with text. Okay, we need to define this. All right, now I'll come over here, I'll say div over here. Okay, so we are making use of column layout over here, and I'll say class, and I'll say call empty 5, and I'll say call 12, and I'll say mp-12. Okay, and now over here I'm going to make use of input box. I'm going to say input. Okay, something like this, and it's input over here, and here I'll say type as text, something like this, class name over here as form control, something like this, and placeholder as search for products, and on change we need to handle. So I am not adding on change attribute over here, but on change it should handle the search change. So if the text box over here is changing, or if the input over here is changing, any type of whatever data was there within the input box is changing, then what we need to do is we need to update the state. Okay, so if you scroll up over here, search term, this needs to be updated, right? So in fact, I can create a small function for the same. Okay, what I will do is here, just above returning, I'm going to say const handle search change over here. Okay, and I'm going to have an event object over here, event over here, arrow function like this. I'll end this with a semicolon, and over here I'm going to say set search term. What is the search term? So it's the event dot target dot value, something like this. Okay, now this needs to be called on change over here, and we need to pass in the event object. Okay, so scroll down here, and over here I'll say on handle on change. It's okay, on change handle search change, something like this. Okay, so this is what is going to happen now. And if you save this, if you come over here, you will see category filter and search for products, right? Now we need to add one more over here, which is going to be a option. So I'm going to come over here, I'm going to add a div. Okay, and I'm going to say class name. Okay, I'm going to say call mt4, call sm12 and mb12, margin bottom of 12. Sorry, margin bottom of 2 over here. Okay, and here also we'll need 2, not 12. Okay, so we are adding a margin bottom of 2 and not 12. Okay, 12 is a lot. If I save this, this looks decent. Okay, now within this div, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a select. Okay, so select something like this. Okay, and over here I'm going to say class name as form control, like so, and on change over here I'm going to say handle sort change. Okay, this is a function that we are going to define. It's not defined yet. Okay, I'm going to define it, option, and what should option have? Value as ascending. Okay, so value will be ascending, and I'll say sort by price colon low to high. Okay, something like this, and I'll just duplicate this. So value is ascending, this will be descending. Okay, and I'll say high to low, something like this. Okay, and handle sort change, we need to handle this. Okay, so we'll scroll up over here. Okay, and over here I'll say handle sort change over here. Okay, I'll say set sort order, and yeah, it's event dot target dot value, something like that. Okay, and if you come over here, you should see the combo box. Okay, this is a search box, and here we need category filter. Now category filter is not yet created, we need to define that. All right, and for that what we are going to do is we are going to create a new component, like I said. So here under src I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to say category filter dot jsx. Okay, this is the category filter, and I'm going to come to product list. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it over here, the entire component. Now I just need the div, so I'll just get rid of all of this, and I'll rename this to category filter, and I'll export category filter. Okay, this is done. And now over here we need, so instead of products I'll need categories, and I'll need on select event. On select, what should happen? Okay, so this is something that I'll pass. All right, and now over here what I'm going to do is, if you scroll down, instead of category filter text, okay, what we need to do is we need to actually get this component, right? So I'm going to say category filter. Okay, and okay, I'll get rid of this closing tab. categories. Okay, now categories is the categories over here on select handle category select. Okay, so this is going to be the function that I'm going to create, handle category select. Okay, something like this, and we'll scroll up over here and I'll copy this. I'll come over here, I'll say handle category select, and this will have the category ID. Okay, and what we need to do is we need to set selected category. How are we setting it? Okay, so the logic will be different if category ID exists. So if category ID exists, okay, what we will do is we will set the category ID. Okay, so I'll say number and I'll say category ID over here. Oops, not categories but category ID, and I'll say colon null over here. Okay, so this is done. We are passing in on select and categories over here, and we are seeing this over here. Okay, so this should display nothing yet because we have not added the UI over here. We need to add the UI, and that is something we'll do now. So here I'm going to like get rid of this thing over here. Okay, I'll just have this as empty tags over here, and I'm going to add a select. Okay, so to select the category I need select option over here. Okay, and I'm going to say the ID as category select. Okay, and then I'm going to say class name. Oops, class name over here is form control, and then on change. So if there is a change, what should happen is we should call the on select function over here. Okay, this is a function that we are getting in from the parent component. Okay, so I'm going to say e over here, and I'm going to say on select something like this, and I'm going to say e dot target dot value, right? So okay, this is done, and now what I'm going to do is here we need the option. Okay, so I'm going to create option over here. Over here I'm going to say value. Okay, and option is going to be all categories. So first, all categories is something that we need. Okay, and then what we are going to do is we are going to iterate through the list of all the categories that we have passed in over here, and we are going to display that. Okay, so if I save this, you can see at least all category coming in over here. Okay, but we need a list of all the categories that exist in the database as well, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of JavaScript wherein I'm going to iterate through the list of categories which is coming in the form of arrays. Okay, so I'm going to do that with the help of map method, and I'm going to say category over here. Oops, so category like so, and over here I'm going to say option. Okay, key. What is the key? Key is category dot ID. Okay, and over here value. What is the value? Category dot ID over here. Okay, and then we are going to have the category name being displayed, category dot name. Okay, oops, category dot name, something like this. Okay, so this is done, and if you come now over here, are we seeing? Yes, we are seeing electronics, home, kitchen, and clothing over here. So this list is completely dynamic. The more the number of categories you add in the backend, the bigger the list will be. Okay, so yeah, this is working fine. Now, how do we filter the stuff? Okay, so for filtering, what we need to do is we need to create a function called filtered products. Okay, and we need to filter, sort, and manage the data on the basis of these three things over here. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So I'll come over here. Okay, and just above return over here, I'm going to say const filtered products. Okay, something like this, and I'll say products, and I'll come to the next line here. I'll say dot filter something. Oops, dot filter. Okay, and here I'm going to write the filter function. Okay, I'm going to define this. So what I'm going to do is I'm making use of filter, And filter is basically if you hover on this, okay, you can see it's a method that can be used with an array, okay, to filter arrays. And basically products is something that is being stored in the form of arrays over here, right? So I'll come over here, okay, filter, and I'll say dot filter, I'll say product, and I'll define this over here, okay, and over here I'll say return. We need to return the data, okay, we need to return. So what we will say over here is, and now over here what we need to do is we'll check for selected category. So if selected category over here is let's say null, then we need to return true, okay, and if it's not null, we need to return only the products that match the category ID of the selected category, okay. So let us see how this works, okay. So what I'm going to do is here inside return, I'm going to say selected category dot, not dot, I'll check for selected category, and I'll make use of ternary operator over here. So I'll say if selected category is null, then you return true, okay, and if it's not null, okay, it has a value, then what we will do is we'll say product dot category dot ID over here is equal to, okay, selected category, something like this, okay. So we're going to return this, and yeah, I think we'll first test this. Let us see how this works. Now what we will do is we'll make use of this filtered products, okay, and here's, if you scroll down over here, so we are displaying products, right? Now what is filtered products? So filtered products is basically a list of the products that are filtered, right? So this will return the products that are filtered, right? So instead of displaying all the products, we'll display the filtered products over here. So I'll say, so this is the code where we are displaying the products. So I'll say filtered products instead of products over here. And instead of passing in products over here, I'll pass in filtered products. I'll save this and let us see if this works fine. So I'll select electronics. You can see 2 items in electronics. I'll select home kitchen, 1 item in home kitchen, clothing, and all categories. Okay. So the CSS is a bit messed up, and let me check why it is messed up. Is there any default CSS that we have? Okay. So there is some default CSS that exist already in the application in index.css. So like we had some code in app.jsx, we have some default CSS. I'll just comment this out. Okay, we don't need this. And now if you refresh, if you say electronics, home and kitchen, clothing, it's going to work seamlessly. Okay, you can see how it's working. All right, you can do the same for the rest of the things. Okay, so here we are filtering the product based on category selection, right? Now we can also add one more condition over here. So let me come over here. I'll just close this index.css. Okay. Here we can add one more condition. Okay. So the condition can be to filter the products based on the search. Okay. So, or the search term that the user has entered. So I'll say and I'll say product dot name dot to lowercase, something like this. Okay. So get the lowercase if it includes this search term. Okay, so what is the search term? The search term dot to lowercase. Okay, if it's include this lowercase, okay, so include this as well. Okay, so we are actually, this is the filter condition on the basis of which the products are getting filtered. I'll just save this, and if you come over here, okay, so there's no data. All right, there's some problem. So let me check what the problem is. Product dot name over here. Product is over here. Okay. What is the problem? Product dot name dot to lowercase dot includes search term dot to lowercase. So upon checking the console logs, it's saying that this is not a function. Okay. And the reason is over here. Okay. So I just bought this on a same line. Okay. So this is lowercase. Okay, so the C is small over here. I'll just make it caps. and probably you should not see any error now. Okay, the error is gone. All right. Now let us search for product. I'll say S. So you can see smartphone. L, you can see laptop and blender because L is there in laptop and blender. If I say winter, you can see winter jacket. So search is working fine. Okay, we can even add, or we can even add this. We can even add a sort thing over here. Okay, so after this is done, the filtering is done. I can change this to sort. Okay, the array has a sort method as well. Okay, and I'm going to say A, comma B. Okay, and then I'm going to filter this. Okay, so we are making use of JavaScript arrays, and these are all JavaScript based concepts. Okay, so I'll say if the sort order over here, okay, so sort order over here is ascending, okay, is equal to ascending, then what you do is over here you'll see return a dot price minus b dot price. Okay, so if it's ascending, it returns a negative value, okay, or whatever value it is. Okay, and based on this it is going to sort. Okay, so you can see, hover on this and see how it works. Okay, so it's a function. Sorts is the function to determine the order of elements, and it's expected to return negative value if the first argument is less than the second argument, 0 if they are equal, positive value otherwise. Okay, so that's how it works. You can see over here, this is how it's working. This is an example over here, and I'll add one more for descending also, because we have descending order sort as well. So I'll say return over here b dot price minus a dot price. Okay, so I've just reversed the order over here. Okay, now if you come over here, let us test this from high to low. You can see high to low, the sort is working fine. From low to high, you can see the sort is working fine. All right, so our application is working fine, and the catalog is doing absolutely all the functionalities are working well, is what I mean to say over here. Okay, so yeah, that's about the product filtering, and that's how you can work with the backend data, and you can play around, you can filter the stuff. So we have fetched the data once, and we have filtered it and displayed it, sorted it. We've done so much over here just on the front end, and all of this with the help of React, Vite, Spring Boot. And for Spring Boot also we used quite a lot of things like JPA, MySQL, and Lombok. All right, so I hope this is useful, and I hope you found it valuable.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to talk about Spring AI. So I don't need to tell you why learning about AI should be important, and why you should integrate AI into your production grade applications. Because in past few years, you must have already noticed the rapid advancements that are happening in this field of artificial intelligence. We are seeing a lot of implementations around us, a lot of chatbots, and there is a lot going on. All right. So I believe it's the right time that you should know or learn how you can integrate AI into your Spring Boot based applications. Now, in this particular course, I'm not just going to talk about the backend part, but I'm actually going to also show you how it will work with the front end. So we are going to build a complete full stack application with a front end as well as the back end, and this is going to give you a complete picture as to how you can make use of AI into your applications. We will also talk about this amazing project by Spring, which is Spring AI, and how it makes our life easier. The models that we are going to talk about is the OpenAI models. Okay, we are going to explore different use cases. So our application is going to have 3-4 functionalities. Okay, the number one functionality is of course going to be around chat. So the chat interface, we'll have an interface wherein you can ask question to the AI, and AI is going to respond with the answer. Okay, that is going to be number one functionality. Second functionality we are going to build is around the image generation. Now there will be use cases wherein you might want to have image generation abilities into your application, right? And of course today you can make use of generative AI for the same. So I'm going to show you how you can integrate image generation abilities, how you can integrate the model, and how you can send the queries and get the responses. So all of that we are going to cover. We are also going to cover different options. If you need to customize your image, or if you want to have a better control on your image, how can you do that? So all of that is going to be covered under this image creation module. And then the third functionality I have is around recipe creation. So this is a use case that I want to show you. So let's say, for example, if you're building a health application, an application that is focused on users' health. So you might want to have an ability wherein user can share his preferences and the application can respond with the recipe based on those preferences that he has shared. Okay, so that is exactly what I'm going to show you. Now, let me tell you, like, this use case is not just limited to recipe generation. You can of course take this use case to different domains, like apart from health, you can take it to finance, customer service, any sort of domain. You can take this functionality and use case and implement it in that particular domain. So if you are having a application that you're building in finance domain, so you can take this recipe use case and you can have a similar use case in your finance domain as well. Okay, so it is going to give you a complete hand holding as to how you can build such a use case with the help of AI, right? And it is going to broaden your horizons. So yeah, that's what this is going to be about. And it's going to be a React front end, like I said. Okay, so you're going to have a complete picture of how the entire application is going to function, right? I'm not just going to show you the backend part, and it's just not going to be raw APIs that I'll discuss with you. Okay, of course, this course is also going to give you a experience on how you can build in just the APIs, but I wanted to complete the loop, and I want to show you the front end part as well. Okay, so that's what it's going to be about. All right, and do watch the next. I have a video on application demo where I showcase the application that we are building. The application would look decent, and it would be decent enough for you to learn and take this knowledge and implement it in your production grade applications over there. So goes without saying, if you are enjoying my videos, you should hit like button, subscribe, and share it as much as possible, because this is a free course, and of course that's the help you can do if you are liking the content that I'm providing for free. All right, and yeah, in the comment section, do introduce yourself, because that also helps with the YouTube algorithm. So let me know who you are, where you are joining in from, and what sort of videos you wish to see on the channel. All right, without a further ado, let's jump right in. All right, so now it's time that we begin talking about and understanding what is Spring AI. Now here I'm on the official website of Spring, which is spring.io. Okay, you can just Google Spring Framework and you should see this website, or you can directly type in this URL to come over here. Okay, I do have the dark mode enabled over here from this. Okay, so here we have Spring Framework. Okay, now what happens is, under Spring there is an umbrella of projects. Okay, there are quite a few projects that you can make use of these projects with Spring, and you can build your applications. Okay, so these projects give your application some enhanced functionality over here. So here, if you scroll down, you can read more about Spring, what it is and all of that. Okay, but here at the top you'll see this link for projects. Okay, you can see Spring Boot, Spring Framework, Cloud, and everything over here. But I'll just click on View All Projects and I'll open this in new tabs. Okay, so you can see over here, you can just configure these projects and it will give you some additional functionality into your Spring application. Okay, so Spring Boot is also a project over here. Spring Security is another project. Okay, Spring Data we have, Spring Framework, Spring Session, a lot of projects are there, and one of the project that we see in the list over here is Spring AI. Okay, now in past few years, AI has seen a lot of advancements. Okay, and if you're building applications, or having the knowledge of how to integrate AI into your application is a must today. So Spring AI is a project by Spring Framework that enables you to integrate AI capabilities into your Spring based applications. Okay, so either it's a Spring Boot project or Spring Framework based project, you can integrate Spring AI into it. Okay, now if you go over here, if you open this, I'll open this in a new tab. Okay, on the left hand side, This UI will change. On the left hand side, it will all be the project list. And on the right hand side, it's the description about the project. So you can see over here, Spring AI is an application framework for AI engineering. Okay. So you can make use of AI over here into your projects, and you can see what all chat models this particular project supports. So you have a list of models. Okay. There are a lot of models that it supports. You can just scroll down and you can see. Okay. You can see over here, these are also the supported models. Okay. Now, if you're new to this AI world and if you're not aware of what chat model is, so you can think of model as a representation or an algorithm, okay, that exists in the world of AI. And this mathematical representation or an algorithm, this is trained to make predictions or decisions and to answer your queries based on the input data. That is what model is. Okay. So if you have been following this world of AI, you must have heard of GPT-3, GPT 3.5, GPT-4, and now you have GPT-4o. So these numbers are nothing but models. Okay. ChatGPT is a thing, but ChatGPT has a lot of models like GPT 3.5, GPT-4, GPT-4o, GPT-4o 4 mini, I guess, is the name of one mini model that they have released. Okay. So there are quite a few models that exist. Okay. And this is a list of models. Now, ChatGPT that is quite popular is a product by OpenAI. OpenAI is the company behind ChatGPT. Okay. So the Spring AI also supports OpenAI. You can also integrate a lot of stuff, like a lot of stuff from Amazon. You can integrate the Google-based models over here, like Palm 2, Gemini. You can make use of Hugging Face over here. So a lot of things over here. Okay. And if you click on, so you can read about this. Okay. It's a long list. Okay. There's a quick start guide too. And if you click on learn over here, you will see this reference doc, which I'll open in the new tab, and you will have the API doc. Now, API doc is just the list of all the APIs or the classes that exist within this particular project. Okay. But what we are going to talk about is the reference doc over here. So here, if you click on this reference doc, you'll see this reference doc open up like this. Okay. So here you will see all the details around Spring AI. So you will see like Spring AI project aims to streamline the development of applications that incorporate AI or artificial intelligence functionality without unnecessary complexity. That is what it says. I'm sorry. Yeah. So what it does is, if you want to make use of AI into your web applications or any sort of applications, APIs that you're building, then adding the ability of artificial intelligence was a little bit complex, and this project aims to simplify that. Okay. And you can read what all it does. So that's the baseline of this project. Okay. And you can see the features of this. It supports major model providers like OpenAI, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Hugging Face. All of these are popular in the market. And if you want to build any sort of AI-based applications, it's likely that you will use a model from any of these companies. Okay. So it supports all of them. It supports a lot of capabilities like chat. You can do text to image, audio transcription, text to speech, and a lot more is on the way. Okay. So you can read about this over here, and over here on the left hand side, you'll see this navigation bar. Now there are some AI concepts that you should also be aware of. Okay. So the number one concept is around model. So if you're new to this world of AI and if you don't know what model is nothing but the algorithm that exists, like I said, and it is trained on a particular set of information to make predictions, decisions based on whatever input is provided. Okay. And basically it learns pattern. It becomes smarter with time with a lot of inputs that you give to it. Okay. And it helps you make your life easy. So you can see over here, there are many different types of AI model suited for different use case. You have ChatGPT. Okay. It gives you, it's a text input output model. It also has an image model. OpenAI also has an image model called DALL-E. Then there are some companies like Midjourney. You have Midjourney, your model which generates text to image. You have Stable Diffusion and so on. Okay. So that's what it talks about. Then the next concept it talks about is the concept of prompts. So if you don't know what prompt is, so prompt, to put it simply, okay, in very simple terms, prompt is nothing but the input that you give to the model.
Okay, so let me switch my screen over here. So here I am on ChatGPT interface. So this is my ChatGPT account. Okay, and here you can see at the top there are different models that I can choose from. So GPT-4o, okay, or 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about the white theme. I just switched to the dark theme. Okay, so I'll continue where I was. So I was talking about GPT-4o. This is one of the models that exists, GPT-4o mini. Then you have GPT-4, which is the legacy model now. There was GPT 3.5 as well that existed. Okay, so this is nothing but the model that exists. And if you click on the about icon, you can see like these are the different models. You can see GPT 3.5 over here as well. Okay, so these are models that you can choose from, and I'm right now on the paid plan with ChatGPT or OpenAI. Okay, so that's why I have access. I'm not seeing any upgrade option over here. Okay, now over here you can message ChatGPT. Okay, and you can see there are some messages over here. Now the message or the input or any question that you ask over here is known as a prompt. Okay, so you can say plan a relaxing day over here. So can you help me plan a relaxing day? This is a prompt that went to this particular model, and it helped me. Of course, it's asking me a question. What do you enjoy and all? Okay, so I can like have a conversation with this particular model over here. Okay, and it's going to like get back to me based on my preferences with like my day plan. Or like I asked it to plan a relaxing day, right? So it's going to get back to me with that, right? So this is model, and this is what prompt means. So these inputs that I'm giving to the to this particular model is known as prompt over here, and that is what this entire thing says. Okay, so basically you can see over here, prompts serve as a foundation for language-based inputs that guide an AI model to produce specific outputs. Okay, so it's actually, you can see over here, for those who are familiar with ChatGPT, a prompt might seem like merely a text entered into the API. Okay, so that's what the starting point is. But when you start building the applications, okay, there is a lot of stuff that goes into. Okay, so here in the interface, it's user friendly. So you just saw that I just entered the text and I got the output. Okay, but when you're building the application, you can pass in a lot of parameters along with just the input. For example, if you want to generate an image, you can specify which models you want to use. You can do a lot of other configurations. Okay, so that's about prompt templates. Okay, so you can have a template like this created, okay, with the variables over here. Okay, so for example, tell me a, here this will be replaced with an adjective. So tell me a adjective can be funny, joke about a particular content. Okay, so these are nothing but prompt templates. And if you're building a model, or if you're building an application wherein you need a specific set of information repeatedly, you can have a template inside your application, and then based on the user input, you can update this template and get the output. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. There is something called as tokens. Okay, now token is how these models work. Okay, so whenever you are making use of models, and basically this is true for OpenAI. Okay, so if you're making use of any of the OpenAI models, you're basically being charged for the tokens used. Okay, now token is essentially, you can see over here, whenever you do input output with any sort of models over there, so the input and output that you receive is going to be converted into tokens over here. So you can see LL is one token, MS is another token, the space and like is another token, and so on. Okay, so it's basically a representation of how you would be charged. So the number of tokens that you use essentially in input and output, that's how you are going to be, that is what is going to determine your charges. Okay, so how much input you are giving in and how much output you are getting from the AI model, that is how you are going to be charged, and that is what it says over here. Okay, so basically a lot of models that exist out there are not free. Okay, for example, I have been using models from OpenAI, and they charge you based on the number of tokens used. Of course, it's not that expensive, but there is a cost associated to it. Okay, so that is something that you should be aware of, and you will see these terms tokens frequently being used whenever you visit their dashboard. All right,
So yeah, that's about some of the important concepts. Here you have a link to get started. Okay, and you can see some steps outlined and an overview of all the APIs that exist in this project and how you can make use of them. Okay, so this reference doc is very handy and very useful. I found this to be really well written. Okay, so yeah, I hope you have some good clarity about what is Spring AI and why does it exist and how it makes your life easier. So let's talk about the application we are going to build. So the application we are building would be a full stack application, and this would have different sections, like a section to generate images, section to talk to AI, and a section to generate recipes depending on certain user preferences. So this recipe generator is a use case that I wish to showcase as an implementation of what AI can do. So you can learn from this use case and integrate AI into your applications as well. All right. So what we are doing over here is, before I jump over to demo, this is the front end that has been built using React. It's a very simple interface, nothing complex and no jazz at all. Okay, I've kept things really simple. So this front end will interact with the backend. Now, first thing first, we'll be creating the backend APIs. So you will see these APIs. 4 APIs is what we'll be creating, and these APIs will be there in the backend that will interact with OpenAI. So you can see like it will interact with OpenAI, and you can replace essentially OpenAI with any other chat model as well. Okay. So we'll be making use of Spring AI, which is a project or by Spring. Okay. And it provides a smoother and easy integration with AI models out there. A lot of AI models, we'll be discussing about different AI models, but we'll be integrating OpenAI. All right. Now let's see how this application functions. So I'll enter a prompt over here for an image. This is kind of a stock photo generator for you. Okay. You can have this and it can generate at most 4 images. You can customize this depending on your requirements. All right. So I can enter the prompt like, let's say an umbrella or a scenic place or whatever. You can click on generate image. Okay. And the image should appear over here. Now there will be only one image that will appear. Okay. But like I said, you can customize this to your needs, and depending on your needs, you can have different options over here, like ask the user as to how many images he wants. Okay. So you can see this is the image that we got from the AI model. Okay. You can say a cute bunny over here. Okay. And if you say generate image, so I have not added progress bar or like loader over here while the image is being generated. All right, because I just wanted to show the integration, but the application works smooth. You can enhance it and take it to any level you want. All right, you can see this bunny appear over here. All right, now the API that we are building, it will have lots of parameters. Okay, you can have parameters like the quality, the total number of images, the width of the image. Like you can customize the images and you can ask for user preferences here on the front end. You can have more options and you can get those options and send it to the backend API. Okay, all of that sort of things you can do. All right. So this is about the image generator. You can ask AI anything. Okay. So I'll ask what is the capital of Australia. A very simple question. Okay. And you'll see this is the answer over here. You can ask literally anything and you should get the right response. All right. Recipe generator. So using the AI models, you can have implementations like this, wherein you can implement it to a specific use case. So let's say if you are building a health application and you want to have a AI based recipe generator, you can build something like this. If you have, let's say, a stock market application, an application that helps users to trade on stock market, you can have predictions, AI generated predictions. All of that you can do. All right. And this one use case will teach you how you can do that for your respective domain. All right. If you're working on a cab sharing application, like a cab booking application, you can have AI for a certain thing or for a certain use case in your application, right? Now here you can enter the ingredients, so you can say olives, potatoes, and you can like enter a lot of stuff like I'm out of thoughts. Okay, tomatoes, and let's add chicken, or let's add some curd. Okay, and you can add any dietary restrictions like I'm vegan or something like that. Okay, you can create a recipe. Okay, and what this will do is this will work with the AI and this will get you a recipe along with the instructions. So you can see title of the recipe, the name of the recipe, the ingredients, and the instructions. So this is what you get from the backend. All right, so you can customize this to your requirements. Like if you have a holiday app, you can have a AI based holiday planner, and you can make use of this logic to implement that into your application. So yeah, this is the app that we are building. It's working on React. We are making use of React frontend. So I'm not just teaching you about APIs. All right, we are learning the entire picture over here. Along with APIs, how can this information be consumed on the front end? How does this information work on the front end? And how you can build a full-fledged application. Okay, you can even deploy this if you wish to. But yeah, that is what we will be building, and that's the demo that I had for you. All right. So I hope you like the demo, and I hope you are excited to learn this. So now it's time that we create a Spring Boot project, and we should configure it with the required dependencies. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm on Spring Initializer, start.spring.io. I'm going to select Maven over here as the build tool over here. Okay, and you can select any latest version of Spring Boot. Okay, don't select snapshot M1. Okay, just select the normal version. And here you can add the group. So I'm going to say com.spring. Or you can say com.ai, and I can keep the artifact as demo. Okay, or I can say Spring AI demo, something like this. Okay, and yeah, package name I have auto generated, and you can rename the description or change the description if you want to. Packaging is jar. Select the Java version and come over here, and we'll add the dependencies. So first of all, we'll add web as the dependency because it's a web project that we are building. And then just click on add dependencies and enter AI over here. You're going to see a lot of options here when you select AI. Okay, so these are all the dependencies that have been added now. Okay, and you can select OpenAI because we are going to make use of OpenAI. And we are going to make use of language models or the image models that exist with OpenAI. Okay, so you can add any of the, so when you search for AI, you can add anything you want. Okay, you can even make use of Azure over here, Azure AI search, Vertex AI. Okay, Vertex AI Gemini. You can see there are quite a few options. All right. So you can choose the one you want. You can go to explore and check out how your project is being rendered over here, or you can alternatively download. So I'm going to download this and open this with IntelliJ. So one thing I would like to highlight over here, if you click download over here on the screen, only pom.xml is going to get downloaded. Okay, so I'll urge you to close this and click over here, generate. Okay, so this is going to generate the entire project and give you a zip file that you can save onto your desired location of your choice on your machine. Okay, now I've downloaded the project and I have unzipped it over here. If you see, this is the zip that I downloaded from the website, and this is the extracted version of this project. I've unzipped this. Okay, now once you have unzipped, what you need to do is you need to go to IntelliJ and you need to say open over here. Now after you say open, you'll see this file chooser open something like this. All right, and here you will have options, or you can navigate to the desired folder. So you will have options to navigate to the folder of your choice. Now wherever you have extracted this project, go to that folder and select pom.xml from the folder. So within this folder, Spring AI demo, there will be a pom.xml. To select that and say OK over here. Now the moment you say OK, it will tell you that, hey, this pom.xml is a project file. Would you like to open the entire project?
So yes, I want to open the entire project, right? And pom.xml has the entire structure. So I'll say open as a project, and you'll see the entire project open, and you can go full screen then with this. This will resolve some dependencies here at the bottom, and you'll see some sort of processing happening here. Okay, so don't worry about that, just hold on and it will do some processing and it will set the project for you. So what it's actually doing is, if you go to pom.xml, you have added a couple of dependencies, so it's fetching all the required jar files and everything, and it's getting you here in the external libraries folder for you to use locally. Okay, so you can see like indexing, and the download is complete and the indexing is also complete. So the project is ready for use.
Now our project is created, and what we can do over here is we can come into the project and head over to the main application file and try running the project. Okay, your application would crash. Okay, this is something that I already know, but I wish to show you as to why it's crashing. Okay, so over here, if you scroll up at the top, okay, you'll see like everything completed, but there was an exception that was thrown. Okay, so it tried to create a bean with the name OpenAI chat model. All right, and this is because if you come over here, why try to create a bean with that model? Because if you come over here to pom.xml, what you have done is you have added the dependency for OpenAI, right? So it's trying to create the OpenAI chat model, which is a bean, okay, and it's trying to initialize it. And it crashed because to create the bean over there, it needs a key from OpenAI, right? So you need to set the key, and only then you will be able to run the application, because this bean would be able to initialize itself. All right, and that is why our application crashed without even having a single line of code written. So what we would do is we need this key. So I would head over here to my browser, and here you'll see this website openai.com. So just come over here to openai.com. This is what you'll see. This is the company behind ChatGPT, and we don't want to access ChatGPT right now, but you can head over to products over here, and under API you'll see this platform overview. Okay, you can also view the API pricing. So if you click on pricing, you'll see this pricing for the API, and you can see here the pricing is being defined in terms of tokens. So tokens is how the input. So depending on what input you give and what output you get, okay, that output and input is being categorized into something called as token. And based on what tokens you're using, so for 1 million tokens, the pricing is $5. Okay. So what I would recommend is you can sign up for the account over here. Okay. Normally what happens is you get a $5 free credit when you sign up to the OpenAI API account. All right. And depending on when you're signing up, there might be a possibility that OpenAI is not giving that $5 credit. Okay. So it is giving as of now, but there is a possibility that you might not get in future. So I'm just saying that this is the case now, and they might discontinue it. Okay. So if you get credit, well and good. Otherwise, you can just add a few dollars if you wish to use the OpenAI API. But if you come over here, okay, here I would say start building, and I already have an account. Okay, if you don't have an account, what you can do is you can actually sign in or sign up over here. So if you click on start building, you'll be asked to sign up or sign in, right? Now here you are being taken to chat playground over here. Okay. Now over here you can play with the interface and play with different models and see how things work. But what I want to highlight over here is something called as projects over here. So you can see this default project appear over here. So right now I'm in the default project. You can create a new project if you wish to. Okay. So if there are several projects that you're working on AI related, you can create projects and organize your projects that way. All right. So this is a playground, but we don't want to go to the playground. You can go to dashboard over here. Okay. Under dashboard, you will see things like usage. So how is your usage been? Okay. You'll see storage. You have something called as API keys. So go to API keys, and here you will be able to create your own API keys. All right. So here you can see I already have one key created. Okay. And you can create your own API key. So you can click on over here, create a new secret key. Okay. and you can enter the name of the key. Okay, so you can say key test or Spring AI demo. I'll say. Okay, so that you remember later on. And you can select the projects. If you have multiple projects that you created from here, you can select which project this key belongs to, and you can say create. Now, when you say create, this secret key will be displayed, which is for your private personal use. You are not supposed to share it with anyone, right? So create this key, and also once the key, it's displayed only once. You cannot see the key again. So when you see it for the first time, just copy it and save it on a secure location. Okay, so they do this from security purpose, because anyone having your key can make use of the key and you will be charged in your account for the usage. Okay, so that's why key is important. So I won't be creating the secret key yet, but what I would do is I'll show you how you can add the key into your application. So just head over to application properties of your application over here, and add a property over here, spring.ai.openai.api-key over here. Okay, and you should enter your key value over here. So whatever your key value is, you can specify over here. Okay, so I'll make use of something like this. Okay, and I'll make use of a variable over here, my app key, something like this. Okay, but you don't need to make use of this. You can just paste in your key over here. Okay, and after you try to run in your application, it should work. So I'll just add my key over here. So I have added my keys, all right, and what I would do is I'll try to run the application now. Okay, so if you run the application, you'll see like it's successfully running, which means that it is able to pick up that key, and that key is valid now, all right. And remember, that key is private to you. You're not supposed to share it with anyone, all right. So be sure to use it properly, all right. So yeah, that's about how you can set up your key and add it to your application. All right. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin setting up the service that will help us get the output for the prompt that it receives. All right. So here we'll begin with the reference guide. So here, if you come, okay, you can click on Spring AI API over here and expand this, and click on Chat Model API. So Chat Model API is the API that we are going to use. So you can see over here, the Chat Model API offers developers the ability to integrate AI-powered chat completion abilities into the applications. Okay, so here you can see this. This is the model interface that exists. This is inbuilt. Okay, and you can see it has methods like call, and you can pass in the prompt over here. Okay. Now if you scroll down, you have prompt as well. So this is the class that represents the prompt. Okay. And then if you scroll down over here, you have chat options that you can add. Okay. So you can set the temperature. You can set different parameters over here. You can even set the model over here. Okay. So if you want to use a particular model like GPT 3.5, GPT 4 or something like that, you can configure that as well. And then you have this chat response class, which is the class that represents the output that you get from the AI model. Okay. So let us see how we can make use of this. So here, if you scroll down, you'll see like there are different implementations of this. Okay. Depending on which model you are using. Since we are making use of OpenAI, I'll select OpenAI over here. And here, if you scroll down, you can see like how we have navigated through this. So you can even like go over here to Spring API, and under Chat Model API, you can select OpenAI. So that is also one way to navigate rather than going through the documentation. Okay. You can see like different chat properties over here. Okay. One of the property is this one, wherein we set the API key. This is something that we can use over here in our application properties to set the API key. There are different like properties that you can set, like max attempts. You can configure the maximum number of retry attempts if it fails. Okay. The default is 10. You can configure it to something custom. Okay. So here are the properties. And then if you scroll down after properties, you will see this example over here. So this is how you can make use of chat model over here. You can see chat model dot call, and then you're making use of prompt over here. You're building a prompt with different options.
So you're entering the prompt, then you are adding which model should be used, what sort of temperature, and all of that. Okay. So I'll come over here to IntelliJ. All right. And here what I can do is I can straight away create a new class. I'll call this class as chat service over here. Okay. Something like this. Okay. And within this class, I'll need an instance of chat model. So I'll say private, I'll say final, I can say chat, and you can see chat model appear over here. Spring Framework AI.chat.model. So I'll select this one over here. Okay, and I'll create an object of the same. All right, this is done, and yeah, we need to initialize this. So I need to add this constructor with the initialization for this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to add a method over here. So I can say public. Okay. I'll say string. I'll say query or get response from AI. Okay. So this will get us response, and this accepts prompt over here. Okay. Now what I can do is I can say chat model over here dot, and you can see there is a method call that we have access to. So we'll make use of this, and you can pass in then the parameter. So I'll pass in the message. Now what is the message? The message is the prompt over here. So I'll add a semicolon and I can say prompt. Now the response of this call is, if you see the response, it is a string over here. Okay. So what I would do is I would simply return the string, right? So it returns a string, right? So this is how you can create a chat service. Okay. And our chat service is set. We're making use of chat model. This is very simple. Okay. We are not doing any sort of additional configurations. So here you can do additional configurations. You can get a chat response and you can fetch the output from it. Okay. But we have kept things really simple. We have said chat model.call and we are getting the string as the output. All right. So yeah, that's about how you can set up the chat service wherein you can set up a chat with our AI model that is configured.
So now we have the service set up. What we can do is we need to set up a controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a controller over here. You can call our controller as Gen AI controller. Okay, because we're working with generative AI. So it's Gen AI controller over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this as a REST controller first of all. And then I'm going to have a method which is also going to help us serve our endpoint. I'm going to call this method as get response. Okay, and over here I'm going to accept a parameter as prompt. Okay, and I'm going to say return. Okay, we're going to return, so it has to be chat service. So I'm going to need a chat service instance. So I'm going to say chat service over here, and I can actually have a auto wiring done, or essentially set up a constructor. So let me set up a constructor itself. So I can right click, I can say generate constructor, and this has the parameter. Okay, now for this to be injected over here into the constructor, I need to make sure like this is being marked as service over here, which I've not done yet. Okay, so that is done. I'll come over here, Gen AI over here, chat service dot, and you can see get response over here. Okay, and I'm going to pass in prompt over here. Okay, so this is done. Now we need to mark this as the endpoint. So I'm going to say this is a get mapping. Okay, and I can call this mapping. You can call this mapping as so depending on whatever sort of endpoint you wish to have, you can call it get AI answer, query AI. Okay, but I can simply call this as let's say ask AI. Okay, so I can say ask -AI over here. Okay, and I can get this prompt as request parameter. Okay, so I can say request param over here. Okay, and yeah, this is it. I believe this should work fine. There should not be any issues. Now let me rerun this. Okay, so I'll run this and we are going to test this endpoint in Postman. Okay, so it's up and running. I'll come over here to Postman. I'll add a request. Okay, I'll say local. Okay, 1 second. So I'll say HTTP, or we don't even need Postman, I would say. Okay, what you can actually do is you can actually test this from the browser as well. Okay, so you can say localhost : 30. Sorry, not 30. It's 8080 / ask AI. Okay, and you can enter the prompt. Okay, so what sort of prompt you want over here? So I can say what's up, something like this. Okay, I'll keep a copy of this. I'll send this. Let us see. So you can see, hello, I'm just here to assist you with anything you need. How can I help you today? Okay, so that's the response of WhatsApp that I got. Okay, this is coming in from AI. You can pass in any other input. Okay, what is the capital of France, for example? I can press enter. The capital of France is Paris. You can see, so this is clearly we're getting the response from our AI model. Okay, you can even run this in Postman. So I can have this set up in Postman over here. Okay, I can say ask AI endpoint over here. And you can see this is automatically populated, the query over here, because that was added in our URL, right? If I say send over here, it's going to give me a response. You can see, how can I help you today? Okay, what's your name? Let me ask, what's your name? What's your name? Okay, I'm a digital assistant and I do not have a personal name. You can simply refer to me as assistant. How can I assist you today? Interesting. So this is working fine, and you can actually have a front end as well for this to consume this endpoint. And basically we are accepting this as request param. Okay, I believe request param is the best way to accept this, and I think it's working fairly well. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. So now we have a simple API up and running where we get a taste of how we can integrate OpenAI with our application. Okay, so what is happening is whenever you are querying this particular endpoint, this prompt is taken over here and it's being intercepted by the controller. From the controller, it goes to the service. And what service is doing is it is making use of chat model over here. Okay, now this chat model is essentially a object of chat model over here, which is helping us. So this is created using the key that you have injected into application properties. Okay, and since you have mentioned over here that you want to make use of OpenAI, so here you have mentioned that you want to make use of OpenAI. So why would you add this dependency? Because you want to make use of OpenAI based models, right? So what Spring Boot has done is it has auto configured everything for you. So you just have to use this chat model and you just have to query the or you have to get the response from OpenAI using the key that is added in the application.properties. Okay, so you literally aren't doing much over here. It's all a Spring Boot auto configuration into picture based on the dependencies that you have added. Okay, now we have created a simple endpoint, right? I want to add, or I want to control the output. I want to have much more customizations. Okay, so here on the website, if you go, you saw this, you'll see this this example over here. Now over here, what is happening is chat model.call is being used, but an object of prompt is being inserted over here, and this prompt has two parameters. One is the prompt itself, and other thing is the options that you want with this prompt. This is what is being crafted. It's being given as an input to call. Okay, so if you come over here, and here what we are doing is we are making use of get response, right? So here get response is not being used, call is being used. So what we will do is we'll create one more endpoint. Sorry, I'm in service, I'm in controller. So we are actually making use of call. Okay, so if you say dot call over here, okay, you'll see like it has three variants, right? You can see it has three variants. Okay, one variant is messages over here. You can see this is a variable number of arguments that it's accepting.
Then you have message over here, which is a single string, and then you have prompt. Okay, so it's the exact same method that is in use, call. Okay, I'm sorry, ignore my previous thing because I was referring to controller over there, thinking that it's service. Okay, so we are making use of this call itself over here. Okay, so what I would do is I would just duplicate this. All right, and here instead of get response options, I'll call this options, and instead of this call over here, let's make use of this syntax over here. So I'll just copy this over here. Okay, and I'll come over here and I'll paste it over here. Okay, something like this. So I'll get rid of this chat model. Okay, prompt, you can import prompt. Okay, and chat options, you can import this. Okay, so you will see these two imports being added, and these both are coming from the AI. Okay, Spring AI. You can see org.springframework.ai over here. Okay, so if you come over here, we don't need the hard-coded content as well. So you can update this with the prompt variable that you're getting access to or you're having access to. Okay, now over here, you should make a note of this thing. Okay, here you are just simply calling call over here. Right now, this call is overloaded like we saw. Okay, and if you wish to see the overloading, you can either go to the class, okay, and see how it's overloaded. Okay, now if by chance if you're going to this class, you will get a decompiled version. You need to download all the sources. Okay, it will take some time depending on your internet connection, but then you have the entire source code of the class file. Okay, you can see this is called accepting string message. This is variable number of arguments, and this is accepting a prompt. Okay, now here what we are doing is, I'll just close this. What we are doing is over here, we are making use of prompt, this prompt object. We're passing in the prompt. Okay, and we are specifying some options over here. Okay, now based on these options, the output will be given. Okay, so you can see you have options like with model, you can see with temperature. Okay, frequency penalty, with function. There are so many options that you can use. Okay, seed as well. Okay, so there are a number of things to customize the output. Okay, but we'll stick to a few over here. With model means the model that you wish to use. Okay, so here if you come to OpenAI, okay, here, and if you, or let me search for OpenAI models. Something like this. Okay, you can see over here models. So in the documentation, you'll see like these are all the models. Okay, and if you go to GPT-4o, you can see like this is the model name, this is the model name, this is the model name. Okay, so here GPT-4o is being used. You can see GPT-4-o. Okay, so yeah, depending on which model you wish to use, you can pick up the model and you can use it. Okay, so there are quite a few models is what I mean to tell you. You can use a 3.5 model as well. You can change it over here. With temperature, here we are getting an error, so we need to cast this to a float. Okay, so if I select this cast argument to float, it will convert it to F over here, and you can see like everything turning red. The reason it's turning red because we are returning a string, and if you are calling it this way, then the response is of type, you can see over here, chat response. Okay, so chat response is what you will get as the output because you are making use of this particular call over here, where it's accepting the prompt over here. Okay, now what I would do is so if you change this type over here to chat response, the error will go away. Okay, because this is returning chat response over here, but I don't want to do that. I'll keep this to string. Okay, so I'll keep this to string over here. I'll remove this extra semicolon. Okay, I'll get rid of this return statement and I'll add return over here. But here what I'll do is I'll create an instance of chat response. I'll call this response over here. Okay, so we are getting the response and I'm saying response dot. You can see here you get a lot of options. So we'll make use of get result. Okay, I'll say dot, and you have a method called get output. I'll say dot, and you have an option called get content. Okay, so this should work fine. Okay, now what I will do is here options are clear, right? We are making use of with model. we're making use of with temperature. Now, if you don't know what temperature is, okay, a temperature is a parameter that controls the randomness of the model's output. Okay, so essentially, if you want the output to be more creative, then you can make the output a little bit more random. Okay, so you might get some creative responses. Or if you want conservative, then you can set it to low temperature. Okay, so high temperature will result in like random responses. Okay, it means it's closer to 1. Lower temperature means it's closer to 0, and it will be much more focused, and it won't be random. Okay, so that's what it means. So here we have set to 0.4f from the example. Okay, now what I will do is I'll come over to controller and I'll create one more endpoint. Okay, over here. So let me duplicate this, and I can say ask AI options over here. And instead of get response, I'll call this as response options. So I'll add options everywhere. And instead of get response, I'll say get response options. Okay. So now we are making use of this options thing over here. I can rerun the application. Let us see how it reruns. Okay. And you can come over here. I'll duplicate this. Okay, let me duplicate this, and here I can rename this to options, and I can rename this to options as well. Okay, and I can run this. It's sending the request. Am I calling the right? Okay, I got an error. Was I calling the right endpoint? Yes, but I got an error. Let us see what the error is. So if you see the stack trace, you'll get this error message over here. Okay, between the stack trace, you'll see the model GPT-4-O does not exist. Okay, so if you see on the website here, okay, the model, if you select GPT-4o, this is the name of the model. Okay, so I'll copy this, and if you come over here, if you see, we are making use of hyphen and extra hyphen over here. So I'll just paste it over here, and I'll run this. Okay, it's surprising that this is what is being used in the documentation. Okay, so you can see this is what is being used in the documentation. Even the float, we got an error for this. Okay, but no problem. That's okay. We are able to fix our own issues. And I'll come over here. Now the endpoint is up and running. I'll just trigger this request again, and I get an output. Okay, you can see I'm AI created by OpenAI. I don't have personal name, but you can call me an assistant. How can I help you today? So this is how you can make use of options over here, and depending on how you configure, you can add some additional configurations depending on your requirement. Okay, so here we have added a couple of them, model and temperature. But if you want to know more about what all options can you add, I would request you all to head over to platform.openai.com/docs/overview. Okay, so this is the documentation of the OpenAI platform. All right. And here you can head over to API reference. This on the right hand side, you can see this API reference. Okay. And then over here, you'll see everything. You can select chat, and under chat, you'll see a lot of stuff over here. You can see request body over here. Okay. So you can see here you have messages, model. So model is the model that you want to use. Okay. You have, if you scroll down, you have max tokens. Okay. So you can specify maximum number of tokens. I'm not sure if here we can specify. Okay. So you can see with max tokens, you are able to specify the max tokens. So what this does is it allows you to specify the maximum number of tokens that can be generated in the chat completion. Okay. So remember that you are being charged on the basis of tokens that you are using, or your API call is using, right? So if you want to limit the number of tokens that are being used for every call, you can set the limit this way, right? Max tokens. You have something called as N over here. Now, what is N? So if you come over here and if you say dot N, okay. So you can see with N over here. What is N? So here you can see how many chat completion choices to generate for each input message. So here you will get choice. If you set N as 2, you will get multiple options or multiple outputs, and you can select the output you want. Okay. And default is 1, so we were getting 1 output only. Okay, you have a lot of stuff. You can just scroll. Seed is another thing. Okay, so you can enter your seed. You have temperature, which we spoke about. Okay, sampling temperature between 0 to 2. Higher values like 0.8 will make the output more random.
Lower values will make it more focused and deterministic. Okay. So that's how it works. Top P. Okay. So yeah, these are all the parameters. So if you're interested in knowing what all parameters I can use, how can I customize the output that I'm getting from a particular model? So you can refer to this documentation and you can use, so whatever name you see over here, let's say you want to make use of log probs over here, you can read about it. And if you think this is your requirement, you can come over here, you can say, okay, you can come over here and you can say with log and you can see log props. You'll get that option over here. Okay. So this way you can play around with the input and output. And yeah, I hope this is pretty clear to you. Now you can search for this documentation. Okay. I'm not sure. You can make a note of this URL over here, platform.openai.com docs overview. Okay. Or what you can do is if you come to openai.com, OpenAI. Okay. So if I come to openai.com, you can head over to documentation. Okay. So from there you can enter over here. Okay. So you can select documentation from the products. You can enter over here and select API reference and you can select chat over here then. Okay. I hope this is clear and I hope all the information that I have given is useful for you to I hope it's enough and useful for you to build your own applications with the integration of AI. So now it's time that we begin talking about how can we build a service that will help us generate images using OpenAI. So what we will do is here in the documentation, okay, here we had, you can see the chat related information under chat model API and then OpenAI. Yeah. So I'll just collapse this. Okay. And you have one more option over here called image model API. So I'll select that one. Okay. And like chat model, we have image model as well that allows us to work with images. Okay. So you have things like image model over here. Okay. Then you have image prompt. Okay, this is a prompt that will encapsulate a list of messages which is used to create images. You have image message, okay, and then you have image options. So like you had chat options where you could customize the input that you're getting or the output that you're getting from the chat model. You can customize the input or the output that you're getting from the image model over here. You can customize the model, width, height, and so on, okay. Image message, this encapsulates the text to use and the weight that the text should have influencing the generated image. So you can represent the prompt essentially using this image message. Okay. You have a response, which would represent the response over here. Okay. So whatever output you're getting from the image model that can be represented using image response. You have image generation over here. And here, if you see, you have a couple of image related models, OpenAI image generation and Stability AI image generation. So you can either select OpenAI from here, from the left sidebar, or you can select it from here itself. Okay. And here you will see some steps over here. So you need to add the starter. I've added the starter already. We have some properties over here. Okay. Retrap properties that you have. Configuration related properties that you have over here. Okay. If you scroll down, you have this code over here using which you can generate images. Okay. So what I would do is that we would make use of this code over here. Okay. I would switch over here and I would quickly create a service. So instead of chat service, we would have a service called image service. Okay. So I'll say new. Now after doing new, you'll see this option called Java class. So I'll call this particular thing as image service over here. Okay. So this is created. Now what I would do is I would mark this service immediately. Okay. Service. And what we need to do is we will make use of, so here in chat service, we were making use of chat model. Okay. Here we'll make use of image model. Okay. So you can say image model over here. Now you can see there are different options like image model, and you can even make use of image model from OpenAI. So OpenAI image model. So I'll make use of OpenAI image model over here. Okay. And I'll mark this as private final over here.
AI image model. This is done, and add a constructor parameter. So we need to initialize this. So this is done using constructor injection. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to have a method that will help us generate the image. So I can say public, and I can say image response. So this method will return the image response over here. Okay. And I can say generate image over here. Okay. And for generating the image, you will need prompt over here, which is what we are accepting as the parameter. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say OpenAI image model dot call. Okay. So you have this one call over here, which accepts image prompt over here. Okay. You can see the input that it accepts is image prompt. So I'm going to click enter, go to the next line. And over here, I'm going to say new image prompt. Okay. And I'm going to have prompt defined over here. Now image prompt accepts two options. So we are going to have two options. One is a list of messages and other is the image options. Okay. You can even have one option over here. So first let's work with one option. So I'll say prompt, I'll pass in a semicolon. Okay. And we need to return something. Okay. That's what we are getting error for. So image model dot call, and I'll hand over this to image response over here. Okay. Something like this. Okay. Now over here, after this line, I'm going to return image response. Okay. So we are done. See this warning. So this is redundant. You can inline this variable as well, but I'll just keep this separate for now. Okay. So you have the response, image response, which is being returned to the essentially to the calling whoever is calling. Okay. So whoever is calling this method will get response as the output over here. Okay. Now what you can do is this is done. Okay. So what we did is we are making use of OpenAI image model. Okay. Here. So here you can see OpenAI image model is being used. Okay. And this is the exact same prompt that we have written over here. If you see, we just have not added the image options for customization, which we'll be learning about shortly. Okay. But yeah, we are ready with the service that can help us generate the images, and it is returning image response as the output. So now as a next step, once we have the image service set up, so we need a controller for this service. So this service is going to help us generate the image based on the prompt or the input given. But we need a controller which is user facing. So what I would do is I would come over to the same Gen AI controller. We'll make use of same controller over here. Okay. We would just add an endpoint over here. So I'll just copy this, get mapping, and I would come over here. And over here, instead of get response, I'll say generate images. And here I can have this endpoint as generate images, something like this, or generate image over here. Okay. Request parameter can be a prompt itself. Okay. And instead of chat service, we'll have to make use of image service. So what I will do is I'll say image service over here, image service. Okay. And both are private final over here, private final for both. Okay. And I'll add this as a constructor parameter so that it can be initialized or auto-wired automatically. Okay. This is done. Okay. This is never used. That's the warning we are getting. So what I would do is I would get rid of this. I would say image service dot generate image. Okay. So this is now returning image response. So we will need to do a little bit of processing over here. So what I would do is I would cut this. I would add this as a statement dot generate image, and I would add prompt over here. Okay. Now this is done, and I would assign this. So since this is generate image, I would assign this to image response. Okay. Image response over here. All right. So we have the image response. Now what you can do is if you see over here. 1 second. So I'll say image response dot. You have this method over here, get result. Okay, get result dot get output. Okay, so you can make use of this, and you have one more method over here, which is get URL. So this is going to give you the URL of the image that is being generated. Okay, and over here you can accept this as a string. So you can say URL over here, something like this. Okay, and you have image URL. What you can do is here you can say response. Okay, so we need to redirect this. Okay, so what we can do is we can directly open this URL. So one way is you display the URL onto the browser. Okay, or you can redirect the user to this URL. So what I would do is I would redirect the user to the URL. For that, I'm going to need HTTP servlet response. Okay, so servlet response over here, and I need an object of the same here, and I'm going to say response dot redirect. Okay, send redirect is what we'll make use of, and I'll say image URL. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I'm getting an error over here. What is the error about? Okay, so there might be an exception, so you need to add exception to the method signature. One more error. Okay, so it says required type is string, but it returns nothing. So I'll just change this to void for now. Okay, this is done, and we need to delete the return statement over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. All right, we have this controller being set as well. Now let us test this. I'll just run this and let us see what the output looks like. Okay, so it's up and running, and I'll come over here. Let me duplicate this over here. Duplicate. Generate image. Okay, and over here I have generate image, and prompt can be, we can add whatever prompt we want. So I'll say cute cat. Okay, and I'll copy this. Actually, I'm not going to trigger this in Postman, but what we can do is we can trigger this in the browser, because we are anyways redirecting the user to the image, right? So I'll say localhost 8080, a generate image, prompt is cute cat on a porch. Okay, let me say enter, and let's see what the output looks like, whether we get any sort of errors over here. There's no error on the stack. Okay, all right, we see the image. You can see the image is generated, and this is the URL that we got from OpenAI, and you can see we are being redirected to this image over here. Okay, it's a very cute cat. If you want, you can save this image by right clicking and saving it. I'm just going to do that because this image is not going to last on this URL forever. Okay, these URLs are temporary. So if you want to save these images, you can save it in your application. So I've saved the image. Okay, right click and save. That's how you can save it. So this is done. You can even trigger this right from the Postman as well, and you will see the image being generated over here. Right, so that is also a thing over here. But one thing over here is let us take a look at the entire flow as to what happened. Okay, let us understand. So first thing is we had a controller that intercepted the request that we sent out to our application. So this controller took the prompt over here. Okay, and we are accepting this as a request parameter, and we called the service over here using the prompt. Now within the service, what we are doing is we're making use of OpenAI image model, and we are making use of call method over here to generate a image prompt, and we are sending the prompt over here this way using the new image prompt option, and we are getting the image response like this. We are returning the image response, and over here in the controller, you're getting the response, you're getting the result, the output, and the URL like this. Okay, so if you take a look at the chat service, okay, you had a chat response. So there you have an image response. Here you have a chat response. Okay. Now for chat response, you did response.getResult.getOutput.getAContent because you were getting content over here. But here, instead of content, after getOutput, you're making use of getURL because you're getting a URL over here. Now there are two ways or two approaches to deal with this URL. You either return the URL over here. I could have returned this string over here. But what I choose to do is I got this response object over here, which is the HTTP servlet response object. And I made use of redirect over here to redirect the user to this image URL so that the URL is displayed in the browser itself. Okay. I hope this makes sense. So you can even return this URL if you're consuming this image on the front end. All right. So that's our progress so far. And I hope you have some good clarity about the flow and how you can make use of image model to generate images. So now we have the endpoint ready and working for generating an image based on the prompt that we give to the API. Now there will be scenarios wherein you might want to have a better control on the image that is generated. Now what I mean by better control is you might want to customize like the dimensions of the image. You might want to customize the number of images that are being generated. So right now we have only one image that is being generated and we are actually redirecting the user to it, right? But you might want to have a better control and you might want to specify some options at a granular level. So here, if you come to the documentation of Spring AI, here if you see this image model API and if you select OpenAI, you see like there are different options that are being passed. Okay, we have not passed these options. So you can pass options like the quality. You can specify the quality here. You can specify the number of images that are generated. You can specify the height and the width as well of the images. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this over here, all this option. And this is simply a parameter in the call method. Okay. So what you can do over here is if you come over here, you go to the service, image service, and here in the call, you'll see like there are multiple implementations of call over here. So this is one where you are passing in the image prompt. We are just passing in the image prompt. You can, if you scroll up, okay, I'm not seeing one more option where you can also enter. One second. So it's not showing in this class. So I'll just say over here, image model, OpenAI image model dot call. Okay, so it's okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So it's not the multiple parameters in the call, but instead it's the multiple parameter in the image prompt. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So the parameter is being passed in the image prompt and not the call. Okay, not the call method. So here if you see image prompt, if you open this, okay, you can see over here, this is what we have made use of. So for image prompt, we have made use of instructions. Okay, here you can even pass in the image options, right? So I'm going to make use of this option now. Okay, so I'm going to say comma over here, and I'm sorry, not over here. So I'm going to put comma over here, enter, and I'm going to pass in the image options. And I'll need to import this OpenAI image option. So I'm going to just import this, something like this. Okay. Now you can see these options like with quality, this is N. Now what does N mean? N meaning the number of images that you want as the output. Height, you can even see width over here that is being defined. Okay. So let me do a thing. I will copy this over here. Okay. And I'll paste it over here. Okay. And I would also have the earlier version of code here. I won't change that. Okay. So I have this earlier version of the code and this is being done new image prompt and I'll close this. Okay. So this is the earlier version of the code, earlier version of image response being created. I'll just comment this out. Okay. So this was a simpler one. And here we are now having more granular control wherein we are passing in some options here. We are specifying some options. Okay. Now over here you have multiple options like with height, with model, with N, with quality, width, response format, style, and all of this. Okay. If you want to know more about what each option means, what you can do is you can go to openai.com. Under products, you can go to the documentation here. Okay. And you can here then click on OpenAI reference on the top right. And then you'll see this page being loaded. Then over here, you can select images over here. You can see this. Now, if you select images, you'll see the parameters that are being accepted by the API itself. So you can see prompt. A prompt is nothing but the description of the desired image. This is the limit, 1000 characters for DALL-E2. Now, it also depends which model you are using, right? So DALL-E2 is one model, DALL-E3 is one model. Model is a parameter that you can use over here to specify the model explicitly. Okay. This option defaults to what? DALL-E2. So if you want to specify a model over here, you can specify with model, you can see, and you can specify the name of the model over here. Okay. It's totally your call. You can customize this. Okay. But default one is DALL-E2. There is one parameter called N. Now, if you want multiple images to be generated, so let's say you are building an application where you just don't want single image. You want multiple images to be generated. So if a user enters a picture of a cat sitting on a porch, you might want to show him 3 options and he has an option to choose one. So if that sort of application is what you're building, then you need to set N to 3, right? Because you want 3 images, 3 image options. And you can see the option over here, like the range over here is from 1 to 10 and this defaults to 1 over here. But remember, if you're making use of this DALL-E3 model, then the N allowed over here is only 1. So if you try to pass in N as greater than 1 for this model, okay, you're going to get an error that this value of N is not supported for this model. It won't execute. Okay. But right now what is happening is the default model is DALL-E2 and default N is 1. So if you want, you can increase this. Okay. So since we have not specified model over here, we have the N value over here to 4. Okay. Now keep in mind, the more number of images that you are generating, the higher will be the token utilization in your OpenAI account. Okay. Just keep this in mind. Okay. Don't underestimate this because like you can have, because this is going to cost you ultimately. Okay. Response format, like what sort of response do you want? Do you want URL or base64 JSON? Okay. Now keep in mind, URL is only valid for 60 minutes after the image has been generated. If you try to access this URL, this is one of the URLs that we have after 60 minutes, it won't work. Alright, so keep that in mind. So now then you have size over here. Now what sort of size you want? So just take a look here. Like you can have a granular control, like you can even specify the size. So you can specify I want 256 by 256, 512 by 512. 1024 by 1024. Okay. And these are the only sizes available for DALL-E2. And these are the sizes available for DALL-E3. Okay. So be sure to pass in the right size. Otherwise you will get an error again. Style. You can specify the style. What sort of images you want. Do you want vivid, natural? Okay. Now vivid causes the model to lean towards generating hyper-real and dramatic images. And natural causes the model to produce more natural and less hyper-real looking images. Okay. And this parameter is only supported for DALL-E3. Okay. User. So you can have a unique identifier representing your end user. Okay. So these are the options, and whatever options you are seeing here on the OpenAI website, you will see all these options appear over here. Okay. So it's totally up to you as to what you want to use, but I'll stick to HD. N is equal to, I'll stick to 3 over here. With height 1024 and width is 1024. Okay. Now the thing over here is, once we switch to multiple image generation or this thing returning multiple images, what would happen is if you come over here in AI controller, okay, here which URL should you redirect to? So we should switch over to a different code over here. Instead of returning or redirecting the user to the image URL and opening the image URL, you should essentially just show the list of image URLs. I believe that is what you should do. So what I would do is I would just comment this out. I'll first copy this, then comment this out over here. Okay. This is done. And Then over here, what you can do is we are passing in, we have image response. Okay. Then we will get the image URL over here. Now, if you are returning multiple images, okay, from the service, what would happen is this image response is going to have multiple URLs in it. Okay. So getting or extracting the URL this way won't work. So I'll get rid of this. What we will have to do is we will have to make use of streams to get URLs, okay, from image response. Okay. And how are we going to do this? So we are going to say over here, I'm going to say image response, and I'm going to say dot get results. Okay. Get results. So you can see instead of doing get result, I'm doing get results. So this is giving me the list of image generations, right? So I'll get this and I'm going to convert this list to stream. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of map over here and I'm going to apply a transformation. So I'm going to say result over here, and here I'm going to say result dot get output dot get URL, something like this. Okay. So I'm getting the URL for each result and I'm going to say collect. So let me see, collect to a list. I want to collect this to a list. So I can say collect and I'll say collectors dot to list. Okay. To list is over here. Okay. So you can see over here, what we are doing is we are converting this first of all to stream. Okay. Then we are making use of this map transformation where we are saying for every result, you need to get the output and get the URL for every result. And then for every result that you are getting, you need to collect this for into the list, not for. So for the results that you are getting, you need to collect this into a list. So the result would be the list of URLs. Okay. So you can collect this as list and I can say list of string over here. And you can say it's image URLs. Okay, something like this. All right, I'm getting a red line over here. So this can be replaced with this to list over here. Okay, that's fine. Now over here, I can just return now. I can say return image URLs. Okay. Now this is not the return type expected. So if I hover on this, you'll have an option to make generate images return a list, which I'll happily do. Okay. So this is done. Okay, it's giving me suggestion to inline this, but I just separated these two steps to show you step by step working on this. Okay, now let us test this. Okay, and what I'm also going to do is I'm going to run this in debug mode. All right, I'll run this in debug mode and I'm going to have a debugger over here. So let me scroll up. So on this line over here, I'm going to have a debugger. Okay. Sorry, not a debugger, a breakpoint over here. Okay, and we are going to analyze the result that we get into image response. Okay, that is what we are going to analyze. All right, so this is running, up and running. What we can do is now head over to the browser. Okay, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say generate image. Okay, or 1 second. So this is the prompt over here that I have. Okay, it's a prompt for a beautiful sunset over the mountains. Okay, over the mountains on sunny day, something like this I can mention. Okay, now this is the prompt that I'll make use of. Okay, let me call this endpoint and let us see what is the output that we get. Okay, now since we are running this in debug mode, ideally, we get an error over here. What is the error? So let me scroll up over here. Okay, you must provide n is equal to 1 for this model. All right, why is that so? So let me go to image service, which is the model in use. Let me see. So the model in use right now should be DAL-E2. 1 second. So for DAL-E3, okay, so I believe it defaults to DAL-E3 and not DAL-E2. Okay, so you can have multiple images being generated using DAL-E2, right? So what I will do is I'll copy this DAL-E2 over here. I'll come over here. I'll say dot with model and DALL-E 2 over here. Okay, since I have multiple images. Now I'll rerun this in debug mode. Okay, so let me stop this right now and let me run in debug mode. Okay, let us see how things look like. And it's running. Okay, let me come over here now to the browser and let me refresh this prompt. Okay, you should ideally see this hitting the breakpoint. Okay, we get an error again. Strange. Let me scroll up. Rate limit exceeded. Oh, okay. So there was an error called rate limit exceeded and we get a response. But here if you see, okay, 1 second. Here if you see the run output, okay, there's no error. The error is gone. Okay, so there was some error that I saw, I think, for rate limit exceeded. Okay, but let us switch over to debug mode. And here you can see, this is what happened over here, image response. So I have this prompt over here. Okay, so keep in mind the image service has been called right now. So image service was called with the prompt. The execution happened over here for image service. What happened is this part was executed, okay, wherein the image was being generated with these specifications. All right, and now we have got a list, or I should say now we have got an image response. Now let us analyze the image response. So here if you see, this is image response. Okay, and if you open this, you can see you have image generations over here. The size of this is 3. Now how is this 3? Because here you have specified n as 3 in the image service. Okay, so this has returned 3 over here. Now if you open this, you can see there are 3 image generations. Okay, if you want to know what image generation is, okay, you can come over here. All right, and you can go to, I would say, the API reference over here. Where's the API reference? So image model, API reference, and you should click on image model API over here, and you will have image generations over here. Okay, you can see image generation. Okay, here. Image generation class extends this to represent the output response and related metadata from the result. So whatever image is being generated is being represented by this class. Okay, that is what it means. So here if you see, if you expand this 0, you will see image generation metadata and the image itself. You can see this is the image and this is the image generation metadata. Okay, so the URL, this is the URL of the image. If you expand this, you'll have everything. Okay, and you're getting base64 JSON as null. Okay, so you're getting 3. And what we are doing is, if you see here in the controller, you're seeing image response.getResults.stream. So you're getting this list of responses. Then you're mapping the result to get the URL over here. You're getting the URL, and URL is here in the image itself, you can see. And then you're converting that to the list of URLs, right? And if you say resume, okay, you should see an output over here in the output window. You can see, let me zoom out a bit. You can see like this is the output, and you can see there are 3 image URLs. This is 1. Okay, from here starts the 2nd, and from here starts the 3rd. Okay, I can copy this and paste each image URL in the browser to see the output. So this is the 3rd one. I'll paste in the 2nd one over here. Okay, and I'll also paste in the 1st one. Okay, so you're getting an array of URLs. I hope this is making sense. You can see 3 image URLs. Okay, depending on what input we give over here. Okay, so that's how it is working. Okay, oh, we are again this was again being executed. So I'll just run this and I'll remove the breakpoint. I don't need the breakpoint. Okay, so yeah, this is done and we have the response. I hope this is making sense now as to what happened, why it happened, and how it happened. Okay, all these 3 things are important. Okay, so yeah, I hope this is pretty insightful. And with this, like, you can have unlimited applications. You can build a stock photo generator. Okay, so for example, you can show user these 4 images. Okay, you can integrate AI into your application, and if you want to generate an image, you can pass in the prompt. You can have 4 images being generated. You can show user these 4 images. Okay, and then user can select one.
Okay, if you have an application where you want to auto generate a cover picture, for example, using AI, so you can ask the user to enter the prompt, or you can automatically create the prompt from the profile information, and you can create cover image, show him the options, and user can select. So there are n number of applications as to how you can deal with this, but this is an API, right? This is backend, this is API. Now this can be consumed by the front end, whether it's a mobile app or whether it's the browser based application or whether it's a client like Postman. This can be consumed, and whoever is consuming this, okay, you can make use of these URLs to display the images. All right. Now keep in mind one thing over here. One thing I want to highlight and stress upon, that the URLs that you're getting over here is temporary. Okay. So you will see, okay, somewhere I read that the URL is temporary and it is cleared in 1 hour, like almost 60 minutes. You can see over here, URLs are valid only for 60 minutes after the image has been generated. So keep this in mind. If you're building an application where you want to store the images, you should not store the URLs. Okay, because URL is going to be cleared. It's a temporary URL. So you need to save the image or store the image itself into your application. You need to get the image from the URL. Okay, this is something that you need to keep in mind. All right. And yes, you can customize the size as well over here. Right now, we have not done a lot of customization with size. We have kept it 1024, 1024, but you can change it to 512, 512, and so on. Okay, you can play around with the options. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along and understand everything as to what is happening with the image generation and how you can have a better grip on the image that is being generated. And I hope this has been an insightful session. So right now what we are doing is we are having options over here using which we are customizing or having a better control over the images that are being generated. Now what we can do is we can bring these options to the user, right? So user can also provide the model that he can make use of. The user can also give an input on how many number of images he wishes to see. User can also give an input on the height and width. Okay, so you can accept all of these in the controller itself over here. Okay, so here in generate images, we are just accepting one thing as the request parameter, but you can in fact accept all of that. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to parameterize a lot of stuff. So I'm going to add few parameters over here. Okay, so here we have the parameter for prompt. So I'll copy this and I'll paste this over here, and instead of prompt, I will have the value over here. Okay, value, and let me put this into a different format over here. Okay, because I want to specify the default value as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say over here value, and what is the value? I can add a quality over here, something like this. Okay, I can add default value over here. Now what is the default value over here? I can have HD as the default value. Okay, so if user does not provide this parameter in the input, that's completely fine. Okay, and I can basically have a default value in place, and I can specify the name over here as quality. Okay, so we have prompt, we have quality over here. What I can do is let me copy this entire thing right now, and we'll duplicate or replicate the same format for everyone. Okay, so I can put comma, I can paste this over here. Okay, I can even skip this value tag over here if you wish to. Okay, it's not mandatory. So here you can have default value, and this can be n over here, n, and you can have a default value for n as 1 over here. Sorry, 1. Okay, so we accepted n, we accepted this. Now I'll add a comma here, comma, and you can add a parameter for width over here. Okay, I'll just width over here, and the default value is 1024. Okay, I can put in a comma, and default value is 1024. Sorry, 24,
And instead of width, I can add height over here, something like this. Okay, so I have quality now and the value of width, the height as well. Model I'm not accepting over here. That's absolutely fine. Okay, model is something that we can have control over. Now I can pass in all these parameters over here. I can say quality, I can say width, I can say height over here. Okay, and I can add all of these parameters over here. So I can come over here and let me comment this out now. Okay, let me copy this and let me comment this out, and I'll add over here. Okay, now over here I can add parameters like after prompt I can have quality. Okay, I can have string n over here, or instead of string I can accept this as integer n. Okay, I can have string width. Okay, or you can have integer over here. I don't know why we are accepting string over here, height over here. Okay, let me see if this is okay. These all are strings, so I'll change this to int. Okay, something like this. All right, still it's not matching. Expected 5 but found 4. So let me see what the problem is. Prompt quality n width height. Okay, so prompt quality n. Okay, I missed n over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have these parameters being passed into the service now. Now over here in the service, what we can do is we can make use of these parameters. Okay, so here instead of quality I can specify quality over here. Instead of 3 over here I can specify n. Okay, and here I can have height, and here instead of width I can have like hard-coded width, I can have this. Okay, so yeah, this is done and we have this ready. Let me, okay, I won't run this in debug mode, I'll just run it normally. Okay, and I'll copy this query over here. Okay, I'll come over here to Postman and I'll duplicate this generation of image over here. Okay, and I'll add this prompt. Okay, so actually we should not have duplicated this. Let me delete this. Oops, I duplicated again. Let me delete, and let me delete this as well. Okay, so I have this prompt over here. Okay, now prompt, you can see the prompt here. I can add things like quality over here. Now quality, it has a default value of HD. Okay, but I can add one more parameter. I can say n is 2. I'm adding 2 over here. I have width, I can add 5 and 2. Okay, I have height, I can add height over here as 5 and 2, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, I think we are all set. We can send in the request over here. Ideally we should see 2 images being generated. All right, and this will take some time. I hope it do not get any sort of errors here. Okay, you get the response. You can see this is one response. Okay, and I can like copy the URL over here, this URL. Okay, and I can head over to the browser and paste it. Okay, you can see the image is smaller, 512 by 512. Okay, and yeah, it's done, and we have only 2 images being generated. Okay, so this can be controlled, and this every parameter is optional. If you see, like we have the default values for every parameter, right? We have default values for every parameter except the prompt. So all of these are optional in a way, right? You don't need to compulsorily add these parameters. I can uncheck any of the parameters and I can send in a request with the rest. All right. So yeah, that's how you can parameterize the values over here. Okay. So what we are doing over here with this step over here is we had some granular control, like the ability to do to control the output in a way, right? We had the ability to control the output in a way within the service using OpenAI image options. So what we did is we transferred this control to the user over here via the controller. Of course, there are a set of default values that we have. So if user does not pass this parameter, we have the default value of 1. Okay, for these also we have the default value. For this also we have the default value. So nothing is mandatory except the prompt. All right. But user now has much more granular control on what can be passed in and what cannot be. All right. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful so far. Now we know how you can generate the images and how you can get response in the form of text from the AI model. Now let us implement a use case wherein you could create a recipe from the list of ingredients, and you can allow user to also specify any sort of cuisine if he has anything in mind, or you can even ask the user to specify any sort of dietary restrictions. So user can specify the list of ingredients, or you can specify the list of ingredients and cuisine, the dietary restrictions, and you get a recipe based on what you have provided as an input. Okay. So this is just an use case that I'm trying to demonstrate to you. And in this process, you will also understand how you can create prompt templates. Okay. So there will be scenarios wherein you might want to have a template in place, and you will have a template wherein there will be values that are dynamically replaced based on the user input. That is something that we'll explore. All right. So what I will do is I will have a new service over here. Or what I can do, or let me have a new service. Okay, let us keep this thing separate. So I'll call this as recipe service. Okay, since we are talking about recipe, and I'll immediately mark this as service over here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is if I'll collapse this first of all, and here in the chat service, I'll copy this over here. Okay, so let me copy this. And instead of chat service, I'll have recipe service. Okay, I have chat model over here. Now over here, I'll have a method. So initialization for chat model is done. I can have a method over here called create recipe. Okay, and this particular method will accept few parameters like string ingredients. Okay, I can have string cuisine. Okay, I can have string dietary restrictions, something like this. Okay, and within the method, so let me take all of this on new line so that it's pretty clear as to what the method is taking in. All right, and within this method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to craft a prompt first of all. Okay, I'm going to have dynamic variables within the prompt, and then based on these inputs, I'm going to have those dynamic variables being replaced, and then I'm going to give in that prompt as an input to the chat model. Okay, so let me create a template first. So I'll create a template over here. Okay, so var template, and I'll create a template over here. Okay, so I'll say I want to create a recipe. Okay, so this is the input that will go to the chat model. Okay, or OpenAI over here. Okay, I'll say using the following requirements. Okay, something like this. Oh, sorry, using the following ingredients, I should say. Okay, and you'll have the ingredients being populated over here. Okay, so I can say ingredients over here. Okay, be sure to have the right spellings, otherwise, so this should be equal, like be sure to have the right spellings. Okay, because you're going to map this later on. All right, now over here I can say the cuisine type I prefer is, you can have the cuisine specified over here. Okay, I'll have the cuisine. So actually matching with this spelling won't matter, but when we are mapping it, we will have a key to be specified. So that is the spelling that you're supposed to match. Okay, let me show that to you in the next step over here. Okay, instead of a comma over here, I should have a full stop, and over here also instead of comma, I should have a full stop. Okay, we are actually giving this as an input. We are going to give this as an input, and I'm going to say please consider the following dietary restrictions. Okay, and I can have the dietary restrictions over here. Okay, so I'll add the dietary restrictions over here, full stop, and I'll say please provide me. So I've given the input as This is the recipe. I want to create a recipe using following ingredients. This is the cuisine I'm looking for. And this is my dietary restrictions. Okay. Now what you need to provide me is you need to provide me with a detailed recipe, including, so we need to tell what all the output should include. Otherwise it would be random. Okay. Or it would be varying for every API call. So I can say list of ingredients. Okay. So list of ingredients, and you can say cooking instructions. Okay. Something like this. All right. And you have this ending over here. You'll close this with a semicolon. All right. So pretty clear. This is a template we are going to make use of. Okay. Now what you can do is you can make use of prompt template over here. Okay. Now I can come over here and I can say prompt template. Prompt template is equal to new prompt template. Okay. And I can pass in the template that I've created. Okay. So I have an object of prompt template now. Okay. And this I'm getting from Spring Framework AI chat prompt. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a map, which is going to have a key value pair. And this is going to be string, and this is other thing is going to be an object over here. Okay. I'm going to call this as params. Okay. And here I'm going to say map of. Okay. And let me create a map here. So I'm going to say the first map is ingredients. Okay. And I'm going to say ingredients over here, comma, cuisines. And I can say cuisine over here, dietary restrictions. Okay. So I'll copy this and I'll add this, comma, this over here. Okay. So this is done. Now be sure to have a right spelling over here. Okay. Because this name over here that you're using, this key over here, is what is being is what is going to be mapped over here. Okay. So ingredients, cuisine, dietary restrictions, and it's going to be dietary restrictions over here. Okay. This one. Yeah. All right. So this is done. The map is created. What we will do now is we'll create a prompt. Okay. So we need a prompt. I'll say prompt is equal to, we'll make use of prompt template dot, I'll say create over here. And you can see you can pass in the map, and you can insert a map over here and the object over here. Okay. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to add the params here. Okay. Because template is something that we are already providing over here. Okay. So I'll say create, and I'll pass in params, something like this. Okay. This is done. Now what I can do is I can say chat model dot call, and I can pass in the prompt over here. Okay. And I can say get result dot get output dot get content, something like this. Okay. So this will give us the message over here. All right. And you can accept this as a string over here, or you can simply return this. Okay. So I'll return this, and we are done. Okay. So this is what, this is how we're making use of a template to replace the variables. So this template has dynamic variables in it. We are making use of map over here to replace those with values on runtime. Okay. And then we are creating a prompt, and then we are getting the response using the call method over here. Okay. And we are fetching the result, output, and content over here. Okay. So this is set recipe service. Now what we need to do is we'll go to the controller over here. Okay. Now in controller, we need to have an endpoint here, right? So I'll straight away copy this. I can in fact copy this entire, or I'll just copy this much. Okay. And I'll paste it over here. Now instead of generate image, this can be recipe creator. Okay, something like this. You can call the endpoint whatever you want to, and you can say over here recipe creator over here as the method name. All right. And you can say request param. I can specify the default value if I want to, but for this one I don't want to. I want to have the list of ingredients compulsorily. Okay. ingredients as compulsory thing, and I'll add a comma here. I'll just scroll down. Okay, I will duplicate this over here, request param, and here I can say cuisine. Okay, something like this, and here I can specify the default parameters over here. So I can say default value is any. Okay, so any is the default value. So cuisine can be any is what we are telling the model if there is nothing provided. Okay, and I'll just copy this over here, paste it again, and here I can have default value for dietary restriction is empty, so there is no dietary restriction, and I can say dietary restrictions here. Okay, so this is done, and now what we can do is I'll have this method body over here. Now this method body is going to be really simple. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to return recipe service. Okay, we don't have an instance of recipe service, so I'll scroll up. I'll say private final recipe service here, and I'll add this as a constructor parameter over here. I'll scroll down, and here I'll say recipe service dot create recipe. I can pass in ingredients, I can pass in cuisine, I can pass in dietary restrictions over here. Okay, and now we are set. The problem is with the return type, we are expecting to return list of string. Okay, because we copy pasted this from the previous signature. So I'll just get rid of the list part over here. We don't need to return a list. Okay, we can return the text. All right, so this is done and it's all set. Let me run the application and let us see if we are getting any sort of errors. Okay, ideally we should not get any sort of errors, but it should work absolutely okay. All right, yeah, we are not getting any sort of errors. All right, I'll come over here now. Okay, and I'll just duplicate this here. Okay, and I'll say this is recipe creator. Okay, and this is recipe creator. Okay, and we have the prompt over here. Now what is the prompt? So you can pass in the values over here. So prompt is let's say I want olives. Okay, I can pass in potatoes. Okay, you can pass in whatever ingredients you want. Okay, this will be ingredients. All right, and let us try sending this much. Let us see what is the output we get. Okay, you can see we have an output here. All right, you can see title olive potato salad. Okay, it gave me olive potato salad because I entered only two things. So you can see these are the ingredients: onion, okay, olive oil, vinegar, salt and pepper, and then it has given me instructions. Okay, you can see, right? Now you change the output, you change the input, the output format won't change because you have clearly mentioned here in the template. Okay, when creating the service, you have clearly mentioned here in the template, this is what I want. Okay, this is the ingredients, this is the cuisine, this is the dietary restrictions, and how I want the output. So this is also important. Okay, if I skip this line, the output won't be consistent, right? Sometimes it will provide me detailed cooking instructions. Sometimes it will provide me cooking instructions with title. Sometimes it won't provide me ingredients. Okay, so all of this would happen, but I've clearly mentioned over here, I want title, list of ingredients, and cooking instructions. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward now. Okay, you can add over here dietary restrictions over here. Okay, something like this. You can say gluten free, for example, whatever you want to add. What else? What are the parameter we had? We had cuisine. Okay, so cuisine. You can add Chinese. Okay, so I'll just send this. Let us see what the output looks like. What we can make using olives and potatoes in Chinese. Chinese olive and potato stir fry. Interesting. Pretty creative. 2 medium potatoes, peeled ties, okay, olives, garlic. Nice. Okay, and it has given me step-by-step cooking instructions. Pretty decent, okay, and you can make use of this for different things, okay. Now this is just a use case recipe creator based on the ingredients, all right. You can implement this in the ways you want, okay. If you have any sort of custom requirement, for example, if you want to build a customer support bot, for example, okay, you can have a template like this and you can have formatted it the way you want, and based on what the user provides as the input, you can have the output over there, okay. So yeah, this is how you can make use of this thing over here to improve your application that you're working on. All right, I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we go ahead with our React development, and we have done a decent amount of progress with our backend APIs, which we are doing in Spring Boot. What I'm going to do is I am first going to create a React project, and for that I'm going to navigate to the directory of my choice. So right now over here I am, if I say pwd, you'll get to see the present working directory wherever you are, okay. Now what I would do is I would say cd and I would paste the path where I want the application or the React project to be created. Okay, so this is a path where I want my React project to be created, and here if I do ls, you will see this is the Spring Boot project that we have created, and this is the version that we downloaded from the Spring Initializer website. That is what it's called. All right, so I'll do a clear. Okay, I am in the directory of my choice. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command that will help me set up my React application. So I'm going to say npx, and you can see I start to get a suggestion because I've been using this command a lot. All right, so we are going to make use of this create React app, which is a tool which will help us generate our application. So I'm going to say create. Even though I'm getting the suggestion, I would prefer typing in. Okay, I'll say create React app, and I'll add the application name. So I'm going to say Spring AI, and I'll say demo React. Okay, so this is a React project. That is what it means. Okay, or yeah, I'm right over here with respect to the project name. I'll say enter. Now the moment you say enter, you are going to see some processing happening over here, wherein this tool called create React app comes into play, and it starts downloading and getting all the necessary dependencies. Okay, so you'll have to wait for a while until this processing is complete, and the time it takes will depend on your internet connection speed and your computer processing power. So hang on for a while over there. So you can see my React project was created, and of course to run this command over here, if you're familiar with React, you need Node.js. Okay, so this is done, and yeah, everything is done. You can see this entire stack trace over here. Okay, and here in the end, it has given you a success message where our React application was created, along with a set of few commands to get started. So you can see npm start stands for development, like starting the development server. Npm run build is to deploy it to the production. Okay, it will bundle the app into static files for production deployment. Okay, then you have a couple of more commands, like one for running the test runner, another one is to npm run eject. Okay, so this is something that you can even run. Here there are a couple of like suggestions it has given. So it is telling you like navigate to this directory over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll navigate to this directory, and it's saying you should npm run start. Okay, so the moment you run this command npm start, okay, what will happen is the server would be started, the local server, which I'll copy over here. Okay, you can copy this local server URL, and I have the browser open, and over here you can see the application up and running. Okay, right, and it's also giving you some tip: edit src/app.js and save to reload. So whatever changes you make in this particular file will be reflected over here. All right, Now, once we have this thing done over here, the server up and running, what you can do is you can open Visual Studio Code. Okay. If you're using Visual Studio Code for a while, you're going to see all the recent projects over here. So I'll just close this welcome screen. And what you need to do over here in Visual Studio Code is you need to go to File, you need to go to Open Folder, and you need to, once you click on Open Folder, it will open up a file chooser. Okay. And from there, you need to navigate to the folder where you created your React application. You need to select the React app and you need to say OK. So let me do that for you. So I do have navigated to the directory where I created this application. You can see this is the application Spring AI Demo React. Okay. So if you go inside, you'll see all the project related folders. But what we need to do is I'll come a step backward and I'll select this React application, the root folder, and I'll say select the folder. Now what this will do is it will open your application into Visual Studio Code with the entire directory structure within this folder onto the left. Okay. And this will enable you to get started with your React application. Now over here, if you see under SRC, you have this app.js, which is something that this landing page was referring to. Okay. Now whatever changes I make over here, so this page that you're seeing over here is coming in from this file. Okay. You can see edit src/app.js and save to reload. Okay. If I say save to reload 1, and if I save this, if you see this, you'll see reload 1 over here. Okay. Whatever changes you make over here will be immediately reflected on the browser. Okay. You don't need to restart your server or something like that. It's completely dynamic. Okay. Also, another part I'll mention is my application is running here in the external terminal. Okay. Now the thing is, I don't want to make use of any external terminal to start my React application. So what you can alternatively do is I'll shut the server. You can say Control C or Command C on Mac. Okay. It will shut the server. I'll just close this app now. Now our application is not running. Okay. If you refresh, it's not running. Okay. So you can see. What you need to do is you can go to terminal over here like this, and you can run the same command npm start over here. So if you see, this is an inbuilt terminal within Visual Studio Code, and if you run pwd, you're going to see the complete path where your application is residing. Okay. And you are now in the root folder. Okay. So what you can do is you can run npm start and start your server from here itself. Okay. You can see the server is up and running. I'll switch over to that same browser and you can see it's up and running. And you have an option to add more terminals if you wish to by clicking on this plus icon. Okay, so you can open multiple terminals and play around with it. All right. So yeah, I'll just remove this one and we have our application up. So I hope you have been able to follow along. All right. And I would just collapse this for now. Just drag it down and it collapses and our server is running without any external terminal over here. We are just making use of the inbuilt terminal that we get within Visual Studio Code. So I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this was useful. So now we have our React application done. We need to begin writing some custom code for ourselves. So this is the boilerplate code that we have got when we created our new React app, right? And this is something that you will get with every React project. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, since now we know that app.js is what is the main file that is rendering the application, I'm going to customize this. All right. So within this div section, so you can see over here, this is the app component that is returning this code over here. So I'm going to just get rid of everything over here, including the header over here. And if I say save over here, you'll see the screen turns black. Oh, sorry, not black, white. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to start writing code that we need in our application. Okay. And for that, we're going to need a state. Okay. Now what is the state we are going to need and why are we going to need?
So we are going to have multiple tabs, right? So in our application, we are going to demonstrate multiple functionalities like image generator, the prompt chat, and the recipe generator. We have multiple APIs in the backend for this, right? So for image generator, we can have the interface set up in the image generator tab. For the prompt chat, wherein you just send a message to the AI and AI responds with the response, okay? What you can do is you can have another tab saying chat over there, right? And then you can have a third tab called recipe generator, all right? So whatever APIs we have done over here that you see, okay, where is the controller? All these APIs will be consumed from individual tabs, right? And what we would do is we need individual tabs over there, right? And to manage the active state of the tab, we need a state, right? And for that, we're going to make use of state, right? So we need to begin doing that. So here at the top, I'm going to add import. I'm going to say import React, and I'm also going to say use state over here. Okay. So we need to import it this way over here, and I need to get rid of this. All right. So I've imported React and use state over here. Now I need to start defining the states. So I need to say const. I'll add a state over here. I'll say active tab. Okay. And I'll say set active tab over here. Okay. And over here, I can say use state, and I'll add the state as image hyphen generator, something like this. So default value for the state is image generator. Okay. And what I would do is I would come over here. Okay. So we have this state now, and over here, what I can do is I can start having buttons. Okay. So I'll have button, and I'll have the text over here, image generator, something like this. I'll have G caps. Okay. I'll get rid of this space, and I'll duplicate this. I'll just copy this and paste it over here. And the next one can be chat over here. Okay. And then I can have one more, which can be called recipe generator. So I can just remove this recipe. Okay. So this is recipe generator. And now if you come over here, you'll see these three buttons. Okay. There's no CSS as such as of now. Okay. So don't worry about that. We'll get everything done slowly. But right now you can see these are not three images. These are three buttons that you see on the screen. Okay. On the click of image generator, you should see the UI that enables us to generate stock photo images using AI should render. On the click of chat, the interaction that you need to do with the AI APIs, that should render. And on click of recipe generator, the interface that allows you to interact with the recipe generating APIs should render. All right. So that is what we are going to do over here. Okay. Now, what you can do over here is you can update. So here you can see this is set active tab, right? So what you can do is on the click of the button, you can update the state to reflect the active tab. All right. That is something that you can do. So what I will do is I'll have a function over here. I'll say const handle tab change over here. Okay. And I'll have a parameter over here called tab, something like this. And this got imported. And over here, I can say make use of this over here. And yeah, we have this function created, and what you can do here is you can say console.log, or you can even display an alert. Okay, so we'll just display an alert for a while, and you can say tab over here. Okay, and you can also update the state over here to set active tab. You can say set active tab to that of tab over here. Okay, something like this. All right, now this function should get called on the click of the button. Okay. So what you can do is you can say over here on click. So you get this suggestion, and here you can say like this, and you can say handle tab change, and you can pass in image generator. All right. So this is done for image generator. You can copy this.
Okay, and you can paste this over here. Instead of image generator, you can say chat over here. And here you can say recipe generator. Okay, this is done. So now let us see how our application behaves. So if I click over here, it says image generator. If I click on recipe generator, you can see recipe generator. If I click on chat, it says chat. Okay, so what we are doing over here is, let me take you through. We have three buttons, three simple buttons. One represents image generator, other represents chat, and third represents recipe generator. Okay, now what we are doing, so let me get all of this on one screen so that you can see everything without any sort of scroll over here. Okay, so we have these three buttons. Okay, now what we are doing is, on click of these buttons, the respective UI should get rendered. Okay, so on click of this button for image generator, the UI for image generator should get rendered. Same for chat and same for recipe generator. But right now we are not rendering the UI. We are going step by step. So right now what we are doing is, on clicking of the button, we are updating the state as to which is the active tab over here. Okay, and why are we making use of state? To keep track of active tab, because whatever the value is there in the active tab, the application will render that information to the user. Okay, and we need to make sure that active tab has the right value always. So we are making sure that on click of every button, we are updating the state over here, active tab state, using this function handle tab change. And this is a common function that is being called across all the three buttons. All right, I hope this is making sense. So it's very simple what we are doing right now. All right, and we'll gradually take this forward, and we will have different components rendering here instead of just the buttons. So within the buttons, you are just displaying the text right now, and on click of button, just we are displaying the alert box right over here. So instead of that, we'll be rendering the components dynamically. That is what we'll be going towards. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we will talk about conditional rendering, because what we need to do is, we are maintaining this state called active tab, and depending on what value active tab is holding, we would be displaying the tab contents, right? So right now we are displaying the tab content, but later on we will be rendering the component, respective component there. All right. So what I would do over here is, just after the definition of button, I can add a div over here. Okay. And then over here, I'm going to have an expression. So I'm going to say, if active tab is, so if the value of active tab is image generator, I'll copy this value over here. Okay. Then what we need to do is, we need to render a heading. We are just going to keep things simple for now, and we'll go step by step. I'll say h2, and I'll say this is image generator. Okay. I'll save this, and if you come over here, you can see image generator. Now if I select chat, okay, you are still seeing the alert pop up. So I'll just disable the alert over here. We don't need to see alert now. Okay. So if I select image generator, I see this text. If I select chat, this goes away. Even for recipe generator, this goes away. But if you say image generator, you'll see this text. Okay. And this is coming only when image generator is selected. And that is because we are conditionally rendering this. Okay. So we are saying we want to render this. Okay. So we are saying that we want to render this over here onto the UI. But the condition to render is that this should be true. So if this is true, and how is this being measured? So if this is true, then we are making use of AND operator over here. You can see this is AND. So if this is true, only then this is being rendered. If this is false, then the condition fails, and the second part of the condition is not being executed. Okay. So this is how we can display this text. We can duplicate this code to display things like chat over here. Okay, you can display chat,
chat over here, and I can even copy the recipe generator, something like this, and I can say recipe generator. Okay. Now if you come over here, if I say chat, you can see chat, recipe generator, you can see recipe generator, and image generator, you can see image generator. Okay. So this is how conditional rendering would work. Okay. So we are conditionally rendering a h2 div, or sorry, not h2 div, it's a h2 value, or okay, or h2 tag, you can say. So we are conditionally rendering a h2 tag onto the interface, right? But the same logic can be applied to render components as well. Okay. So in future, you can have a component for image generator, and you can render that on click of this button. You can have a component for chat, and you can render that the same way. You can have a component for recipe generator, and you can render it the same way. Okay. So the logic works in the same way. So this was a demonstration of how conditional rendering can work in React. And I hope you're clear about this. So now what we can do is we can improve the interface a bit for this UI. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to customize the CSS that we have right now in our application. So right now we have not written any sort of custom CSS, but you can see this line in our app.js, which is it's importing app CSS. And if you press Control on Windows or Command on Mac, and if you hover on this, it will get converted into a link, which you can click and you can go to that file. Okay. So this is the CSS that we have by default with the project. You can also go to this file from the project explorer, and you can click on app CSS under SRC. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to completely select this file and paste the CSS. Okay. So this is a CSS that I've written for the project, and you'll find the CSS as an attachment along with this lecture, or you can even get this on the Git repo. Okay. The GitHub repo. So I'll just take you through what all I'm trying to do over here. So I'm just trying to add some basic styles over here so that the app looks a little bit presentable. Okay. So here you can see for app, I'm adding like the alignment, the width, the margins, and the padding over here. Okay. So what will happen over here is app over here will be aligned centrally. Okay. And there is some sort of width and margin that is given to this thing. Then you have tabs. Okay. Now for tabs, I'm adding a display as I'm enabling a flexbox layout over here. Okay. This will allow the children's buttons to be aligned in a flexible way. Okay. I have this justify content over here, which will distribute the space between buttons evenly. Okay. And I have margin bottom over here set to 20 pixel. I have some CSS for button over here. Okay. So I'm adding some, so here you can see these two are for buttons. I'm adding padding and changing the cursor to pointer. So if you bring the cursor, it changes to pointer. Border is none, background color is set to white, and font weight is bold. Now, if the button is active, okay, so when the button is active or when active class is being used to style a button, then the background color will change to somewhat like blue over here. And the color over here is, the text color is white over here. Okay. Then I have input over here. You can see. So the input, for input, I have padding of 10. I'm calculating the width over here. Okay. So this is ensuring that the input field takes up the full width of its parent, and it's minusing the padding and any borders. Okay. So 100% says full width of the parent. And then I have a margin bottom and box sizing over here. Okay, so box sizing, it will include the padding and border in the element's total width and height, ensuring consistent sizing. All right. Then I have tab content over here, and this is adding a margin over here, image grid. So we'll be having image grids to display the stock photos, all right, or the photos that are being generated by the Gen AI. So I'm having some CSS for the same, where I'm setting the display to that of grid. So I'm enabling the CSS grid layout over here, and I'm setting the template columns over here. Okay, so this defines the grid with 4 equal width columns, and I'm having a gap of like
this gap 10 pixels. It sets the 10 pixels of space between grid items, and margin top is 20 pixel. Then I have image over here. Okay, so here to display the image, what I'm doing is I'm having the width of 100%, height of auto, and border I'm setting and border radius a little bit. Okay, empty image slot. So before generating the image, we'll have an empty image slot, which you'll see when we build it. Okay, I'm setting some CSS over here, and I'm setting the border to that of dashed. All right, output. Okay, so this is the output element where I'm adding some basic CSS again, like border radius, background color, text align, and margin top. And then this is the one for recipe text. So whatever text is being generated by for the recipe, that is something that I'm styling over here. Okay, now if I save this and if I go to the application, you see the impact immediately. Okay, now if you select, you are not seeing the active. So if the tab is active, what would happen is the button should turn blue. That is something that is not happening. Okay, so what we can do is we need to tweak the CSS that not the CSS. In fact, we need to tweak the code that we have written in app.js. So what I can do is for that I'll come over here to app.js here. Okay, I have so on button. Okay, I have button over here. So here I'll dynamically add this active class that we need. Okay, so this active class. So what I can do is I can say over here, let's move on click to the new line, and I can say class name. Oops, I can say class name over here, and I'll add one expression over here. Okay, so here we'll write in some code. So I'll say if, okay, active tab is equal to, okay, if this active tab is equal to image generator. All right, if this is image generator, only then return active, else return nothing. Okay, so I'll say else return active, else you have empty, like no value. All right, I'll save this, and you can actually add this for all the buttons. Okay, so I'll take this to new line, add this. Okay, I'll take this to new line and add this. Let me save this. Now if you come over here, okay, you can see, okay, something is wrong over here. Okay, so I've said active tab is equal to image generator for all. Actually that's not the case. So here we need to replace with the respective value over here. Okay, and now it's good, I guess. And if I come over here now, you can see, can you see how this is working, right? So yeah, this is how the application is going to render the buttons, and this is how the active state is going to be managed. So I hope you get a sense of how with little CSS magic we are able to get a decent UI. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this is useful.
So now it's time that we start building out the individual components that we need for our application. So right now, what we are doing is here, if you select the tab, the relevant h2 tag is being displayed, right? So ideally, this should not be the h2 tag, but it should be the UI that is being rendered for image generator. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. What we are going to do is we are going to have individual components out there. So I'll first set up a folder under src called components over here. Okay, and this is a folder that is going to have all the respective files that we need. So I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to say image generator.js over here. Okay, so this is the image generator file. Then I'm going to have chat component, or let us first deal with image generator, I would say. Okay, and then we can move over to chat component and all. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to image generator, and I'm going to say import React. Okay, from React over here. Oops, and here I'm going to create a function. I'm going to say function, and the name of function is image generator, something like this. Okay, and from within this function, I'm going to return. Okay, so I can say return over here, something like this, and I'll simply return a h2 tag. Okay, I'll say generate image over here. Okay, and then in the end, I'm going to add an export statement. So I'm going to say export default image generator. Okay, and now I'm going to make use of this image generator over here in our application. So here what I'm going to do is, instead of rendering the h2 div over here, like h2 tag over here, not the div. So instead of rendering the h2 tag, I'll get rid of this h2 tag and I'm going to say image generator. Now the moment you add this image generator over here, what will happen is VS Code automatically adds this import statement at the top. Okay, so this is done. I'll save this. Okay, so if you come over here now, you'll see generate image. This is coming in from our component. Okay, if you change this to something like this, you'll see. So the component is being rendered now instead of the h2 tag. That's the magic that we are doing so far. Okay, so here we have removed h2 for image generator and added the component. We need to do the same for the rest of the two things, like the chat and the recipe generator. So I'll just duplicate this. Okay, and I'll rename this to chat over here. Okay, we can call this chat component over here, something like this. And within chat component, I'll call this as chat component, and I'll export chat component over here, and I'll say so we can say over here, we can say like any sort of text or header you can add over here. Okay, so I'll say talk to AI. Okay, AI over here. Okay, and I'll duplicate this chat component as well over here, and we need to add the recipe generator, right? So I'll say rename recipe generator. Okay, and I'll copy this, I'll add this over here and here. Okay, and here we can add a text or a header, you can say. Okay, and the text can be create a recipe. Okay, something like this. Now in the app.js, what I can do is, instead of this, I can add chat component, and I need to close the tag also, and here I can say recipe generator, and this is done. Okay, so this is done, and if you come over here, generate image, talk to AI, or create a recipe. All right, now whatever things you add over here, whatever logic you add over here is automatically shown over here on the selection of the tab. That's the magic. All right, so I hope you have a good clarity now as to how we are going about building this application, the simple application. You have a good clarity as to what happens on the button click and how the components are rendered now on the basis of the state variable. So now what we need to do is we need to start working on the components. So here on the click of image generator, the image generator component, or the component that enables us to render or generate the images with the help of AI, which means the backend APIs, should be rendered over here. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to our code base, and image generator is where we are going to do all the work. All right. Now over here, the first thing that we are going to do is we have like an import and this function setup. All right. What we need is the states. All right. So there would be a couple of states that we are going to need. The first state is the prompt. Okay. And the second state is the image URL. Now, why are we needing the prompt? So essentially we are going to send a request to the backend with the prompt that the user has entered into the input field, right? We are going to allow user to enter the data into the input field. User enters what sort of image he wants, and that becomes our prompt. And who is managing that prompt? That prompt is being managed by a state variable called prompt. And then as a response, we get a list of image URLs from the backend. Like the image URLs can be multiple, right? So we have one more state which will keep track of the image URLs. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const, and I'm going to have a prompt over here, and I'm going to have set prompt, something like this. And then I'm going to make use of use state, and you'll see use state being added over here as the import. Okay. So use state, and I'll initialize it to empty. Okay, I'll initialize it with nothing. Okay, then I'll have image URLs as well. Okay, so I'll say image URLs over here, and then I'll say set image URLs. Okay, and then I'll say over here use state, and something like this over here. Okay, so these are the two states that we'll work on, and you can see like we have a function, like this comes in the combination of the variable name and the function. Okay, so set prompt is the function. Like if we want to update the prompt state over here, we'll make use of this function. Set image URLs is another function that is given to us, and we'll make use of this function to update this state. Okay, and this is initialized with a empty value, and this is initialized with an empty array. Alright, because image URLs is nothing but an array of URLs. Of course, image URL can be only one as well. Okay, it depends on what backend is sending us. Alright, now this is done. What we need to do is we need to start working on rendering the UI. Alright, so first thing over here, I'm going to add a div, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to move this inside the div. Okay, so there is going to be only one parent div that we have over here. Okay, and I can add a class name over here. Okay, one second. So I'll add class name as tab content over here. Okay, and after h2, what we can do is we can say input over here. Okay, something like this, and I'm going to add some properties or attributes, I should say, for this input field or this input tag over here. So I'm going to say type is text over here. Value, what is the value here? So what value should be used over here? The value should be what is there in the prompt, and whatever user is entering over here should be updated in the prompt as well. Okay, so what we will do is whatever user is updating over here should be updated to prompt. So I'm going to say on change, I'm going to say over here something like this, and I'm going to say set prompt over here. This is the function that we have access to. Okay, and within set prompt, I'm going to say e.target.value over here. Okay, you have this. Okay, and this is done. Okay, so on change, what would happen is if there is any sort of change in the value of the input box, then that that would be reflected into the prompt state. That is what we are doing over here. Okay, so this is done. Now we can even add a placeholder over here. Okay, placeholder text, we can say enter prompt for image. Okay, and I'll get this closed, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have a input text, you can see over here. Okay, and this is the header. Okay, we need to enter the prompt over here. So now what we need to do is we will add a button. So I'll say button, and I'll say on click. So on click of the button, something should happen. Okay, we need to link this to a function that we create, but right now I'll just keep it this way, and I'll say generate image, something like this. And we'll get an error because we are not linking it to a function right now. Okay, what I would do is I would get a function created over here. Okay, so I can say constant generate image,
and this will be a async function. Okay, and I would say, yeah, over here, and I would add a semicolon. Now this function does nothing right now. Okay, we'll add some logic soon, but right now I am linking an on click event over here to this function. So on click of this button, this function will be called. Okay, and whatever is written within the function will be done over here. So I'll give you a gist of what we are going to do in the function. We're going to take the value of the prompt over here and we are going to send it to the backend. And whatever response we get out of that, we're going to get the image URLs and we are going to update it over here. All right. So that's what we are going to do. Now this is done. If you come over here, you'll see this interface up here, right? This is done. And now what we need to do is we need to display an image grid. All right. Now, how do we display an image grid? So I'll say div over here. Okay. And I'll call this as a class name as that of image grid. Okay. Here. Okay. And we need to add things inside this. So what I would do is we have image URLs, right? So we need to display the image URLs, right? So what I would do is I would add image URLs.
So with image URLs, we'll make use of .map over here. Okay. So with the help of map, what we are going to do is map is a JavaScript method first of all. So we are going to make use of this to go through each item in the image URLs array. Now within image URLs, we are going to have URLs of the images, like I said, right? This would be the response that we get from the backend server. Okay, so we'll iterate through the entire array and we'll render the image tag to be displayed onto the UI, right? So what I'm going to do is within this map, I'm going to say URL, comma, index over here. Okay, and I'm going to define things over here. Okay, now here I'm going to say image, so this is the image tag, and here I'm going to say key. So key is nothing but index over here, something like this. Then I have src. What is src? Src is URL over here. Okay, and then I have the alternate text over here, which is so I'll add something like this, generated, and I'll say $index. Okay, so this is what we will be doing, and I'll just close this image tag over here itself. Okay, and I'll get rid of this tag over here. Okay, so this is done. Using this, what we are doing is we are displaying the generated images onto the interface. Okay, now let me save this, and if you come over here, okay, nothing is being rendered right now because there are no images. Now if this is a state, if there are no images, or if user is yet to send a prompt to the backend, then in that case we should display a few empty grids over here. Okay, so we'll have to create empty slots over here, or I should say empty grids that we are going to display, and this is going to have like bordered. The border is going to be dashed. Okay, so let me show that to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to destructure things over here. Okay, so I'm making use of this spread operator over here, and I'm going to create array over here. Okay, and the length of the array is going to be of 4 minus image URLs dot length. Now why am I doing 4 minus image URLs dot length? Because if there are 3 image URLs, we need to display 1 slot, right? If there are 0 image URLs, we need to display 4 slots, right? So what this thing does is it will create empty slots depending on how many URLs do we have within image URLs. That is what it's going to do, and it will maintain the number of 4 over there. Okay, so we'll say this over here, and I'll say dot map. So for each array over here, I will go through. Okay, I'll say index over here. All right, and I'll have the logic. Now here I'm going to have the image tag again, Okay, not the image tag. In fact, I'm going to have div tag over here. Okay, and this is going to essentially have the empty slot. Okay, so I'm going to say key is equal to index plus image URLs dot I can say length over here. All right, this is done. I need to attach a class to this. I'll assign a class over here. So class name will be empty image slot over here, something like this. If I save this and if you come over here, okay, the changes are not reflected. Something is wrong. Okay, so the mistake I did over here is this won't be a curly brace. This in fact would be a round brace. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll cut this and I'll come over here. Okay, so yeah, this is the definition within this round brace. And right now you're not seeing anything, but the moment I save this and if I come over here, okay, was this saved? Let me save this properly. And if I come over here, you can see this 4 grids over here. Okay, now if we generate 2 images, these 2 slots will be filled in and the rest 2 will be empty because of this logic that we have written over here. All right, so first we are rendering the image URLs, and then we have the logic to render the empty slots based on how many image URLs exist. So right now we are seeing 4 image URLs or 4 empty slots. I'm sorry about that. We are seeing 4 empty slots, and the reason for that is image URLs dot length is 0 right now. Okay, because there are no image URLs yet. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do is we need to do the API calls. So we need to have the code over here written for making the API calls. So within generate image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first add a try catch block over here. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to print in the error message. Okay, and I'll say error generating image over here. Okay, and the error is error. Okay, this is done. And within the try block, first I'm going to make a request to the backend. Okay, so I'm going to say await over here, fetch. Okay, so I'm going to make use of fetch API over here. Okay, to make an HTTP request to the backend service. Okay, and await means this is so you have to wait for the completion of the promise. Okay, and within fetch, I'm going to have the URL over here. So this is going to have the URL. And what should be the URL? So here, if you come to Postman, so I have this Postman open over here. Okay, this is the prompt, or this is the URL. So I'm going to copy this over here. We'll come over here, and here I'm going to add the entire URL here. Okay, now this prompt part is something what I'm going to cut this entire piece. Okay, and here we are going to dynamically render the prompt variable. Okay, so I can say dollar here and I'll say prompt over here. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we'll be making the request to. Okay, we need to get the response over here, the response object. Okay, and then over here we need to say const URLs, and I'll get the JSON over here. Okay, so I need to say response dot JSON. Okay, so this is done. Okay, be sure to have your backend service up and running. My backend is not up and running, so I'll make sure that I'm running the backend. Okay, now the backend is running. Let me come over here. Okay, everything looks good so far. URLs. Oh, so one thing we missed. We get the URLs. Now we need to update the URLs to these states, right? So I'll say set image URLs, and I'll say URLs over here. Something like this. Okay, so this is done. I believe everything is good. Like after we get the response, we are updating the image URLs here. Okay, and then we are making use of these image URLs over here to render. We have prompt, which is being updated on every change within this input box. Okay, now let me come over here. I can give this a prompt. I can say acute dog on street. Okay, and let me say generate the image. Okay, and let us see what is the response that we get from the backend. Let me see if I got any error. No error so far. Okay, it's taking a while to generate the image, so I'll go to console and we get an error. Okay, so the call has been blocked because of the course policy. All right, so this was an expected error. Actually, I forgot that this error can occur, but course policy is essentially a policy that is implemented by modern web browsers to block or to not allow the cross origin requests by default. So what I mean by cross origin request over here is we are making a call from localhost 3000 to localhost 8080. So it's cross domain request, right? So this is by default blocked to prevent any sort of hackers to do any sort of unknown requests that are not known to you as a user. Okay, so this is by default blocked, and you need to enable it explicitly in the backend, right? But from the UI standpoint, everything is working fine. We just need to fix this issue. So now we are getting this course issue, or the course error I should say, and to fix this error we are going to add a configuration into our backend Spring Boot project. So I'll head over to the backend over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new Java class, and I'm going to call this class as webconfig. Okay, you can call it whatever you want, that's absolutely fine, but I'll call it webconfig, and I'll mark this class as configuration with the help of this annotation. Now this will tell Spring Boot or Spring that this file is a configuration file and it has some configuration defined which it needs to pick up. Okay, now in this particular class I'm going to implement an interface. I'm going to add an interface called web MVC configurer. Okay, so this is the interface that is going to allow us to define the mapping. Okay, course mapping is what I would say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say public web MVC configurer. I'll say course configurer. Okay, something like this, and then over here I'm going to say so this will return something. Okay, and this will be a bean over here, bean. Okay, now here I'll be adding course mapping, so I'll say add course mapping. You can see this method over here, and I'm going to accept registry. Okay, and I'll say registry over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to say registry dot. Okay, there is some issue over here. So inside this class now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a bean of type so I'll have a method which returns a object of type web MVC configurer, and I'll call this as course configurer. Okay, and over here inside I'm going to return a instance of web MVC configurer, and it is going to then ask us to override a method called add course mapping, and that is what we are going to do. So let me do that. I'll say new over here, and you can see web MVC configurer, and now it's asking us to override the method. So I'm going to select add course mapping over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say registry dot, so let me scroll down so that it's clear to you, dot add mapping. Okay, and we need to specify the path over here essentially. So we are implementing this for all the endpoints. I'll say allowed origins over here. Now what is the origin that we want to allow? So I'm going to say front end, right? So we need the front end URL over here. So I'll copy the front end URL. I'll come over here and paste it. Okay, then I need to say allowed methods over here, and I'm going to allow all the methods like get, post, I can say put,
over here. I can say delete, something like this, and I'm going to say options. All right, this is done. And then I'm going to say allowed headers. I'm going to allow all the headers right now. And then we also need to allow credentials. So I'll say allow credentials. Okay, and this is true. Okay, so this is done. I need to add a semicolon here. Okay, so here we are seeing this. Okay, so yeah, this is done, and we have this being defined. And now let me restart this and let us see if the CORS issue goes away. So what we are doing is we are adding, or we are saying, or we are telling Spring Boot that, hey, if this is the origin, allow all sort of requests on all the paths over here to the API. Okay, and all the headers are also allowed, and credentials are also allowed. So the application is up and running. And if I come over here, okay, if I do a refresh, and if I enter the prompt as a cute dog on street, and if I say generate the image, let us see if we get the image. Okay, a sort of progress loader or something like that can also be added over here. Okay, I have not done that. Okay, but can be done. We are not getting any error on the back end. Okay, nothing so far on the front end as well. But if you see, instead of 3 grids, there is instead of 4 grids, there is only 3. Okay, so image is coming, but I don't know how and where it's being rendered. Okay, so there's some problem, it seems. Okay, what we would do is here I would just print this console.log over here and URLs. Okay, so we'll just print the URLs onto the console. Okay, and I'll copy the prompt. Let me refresh. I'll paste this and I'll say send. Let us see if we are able to see the output onto the console. Okay, so the output has come. You can see this is the output, and if you take this URL and if you open this over here, it should work fine. Okay, public access is not permitted, which is fine. If we try this one, will it work? Okay, let me copy this entirely and let me see what it is. Okay, length :1. So let me get rid of this in the end. Let me send this. Okay, so the URL loads. You can see this is the image that we got, but it's not rendering over here. So there is clearly some problem over here. Okay, now what is the problem? Let's see the problem. So I saw, or I checked the HTML that was being generated. There was no HTML that was being rendered for the image tag, okay, which we have over here. Okay, so here we are doing one small mistake. Okay, I'll just tell you the mistake. Here I'm making use of curly braces. This is not right. This should be round braces like this, and the closing brace should be round over here. So this is the right usage of the map in JavaScript. Okay, now if you come over here, the moment you save and come here, you can see the picture of dog being loaded. All right, so yeah, the application is working absolutely fine. You can see just one small mistake we had to fix, but yes, the image is loading absolutely okay. All right, and you can see how this is working, and depending on the number of images, okay, those many slots will be filled up depending on how many images you are generating. All right, so yeah, that's about the image generation and how it can work with the help of React, Spring AI, and Spring Boot.
Now it's time for us to start working on the chat functionality. So if you click on the chat tab, you should see the UI to chat with the AI or to ask questions to the AI should appear over here. Okay. But for this, what we need to do is we will come over here to the chat component. And right now we are just sending the header over here, talk to AI over here. Okay. So in fact, we can do better over here, and we can render a form sort of a thing wherein there is a input text box with a button to submit the query to the backend APIs, where you can circle upon the response that you get from the backend APIs. And since we have worked on image generator now, this should be fairly simple. So let's do this. And first thing, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to have a parent, like parent div defined over here, and I'm going to move this thing inside. Okay, here. Okay, I'll just format this. Okay, so I'll say talk to AI header over here, and the first thing we will need is of course the input box. Okay, now for the input box, I'm going to say, oh sorry, not text, it's type, and the type is text. Okay, so this is a text input box. Value, what is a value? Okay, so we need to have states over here. Okay, a couple of states. All right, what I'm going to do is I can write the states from scratch. In fact, let's not copy. So I'll say const over here, and I'll say the state name as prompt. Okay, so the first state is prompt itself. Okay, I'll say set prompt over here, right? And this can be use state over here, and I can have empty value. Okay, this can be initialized too. Now const, again I can say response. Okay, we need the response, so I'll say chat response, and we can say set chat response over here. Okay, and I can say use state again, and yeah, this will be again initialized to an empty value. Okay, so we have states. Now we need to link this state to the input box, so we'll be linking prompt over here to the input box, and then what we will do is for every change in the input box, we need to make sure that the prompt is updated as well. So I'll say on change over here, and I'll say e, and I'll say set prompt. This is what we need, and I can say over here e.target.value over here. Oh sorry, not validation message, it's value. Okay, so yeah, this is done, and after on change I can have a placeholder over here. Placeholder can be enter a prompt. Oops, I accidentally pressed the wrong keys. Enter a prompt for AI. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing, and I'll close this. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Input box is set, input field, and then we need button as well. So I'll add a button. I can say on click over here. Okay, and on click of button we need to call a function, right? So we'll call this function as ask AI. Of course, this function does not exist yet. We need to define it, and I'll say ask AI over here. Okay, and yeah, this is it. We need to have a way to display the output as well, but that is something we'll take a look at later. Okay, right now what I will do is I will have a function over here. So I'll say constant, and I'll say ask AI over here, and we'll have this as async, and yeah, this is the function body here. Okay, now within this function we are going to have a try catch block, of course, like we did for image generator. So we are going to make an API call to the backend. So I'll just copy this. It's going to be a similar API call. Okay, but the call is going to be like this. Okay, so this is what the call is going to be. So I'll copy this. I'll come over here, and I'll add it over here. Okay, and I'll get rid of what's your name. Okay, so this is how we are calling the backend API. Okay, we will get response.json in data over here. Okay, so we can say we'll say not response.json, we'll say response.text over here. We'll get this to text. Okay, and I'll update the chat response. So I'll say set chat response with that of data. Okay, So I think so far so good, and we'll print not URLs but the data over here. Okay, so far so good. I guess everything looks good right now. And if you come over here, you'll see like enter the prompt for AI, ask AI, and now we also need to like display the output, right? So the output is something that we are not displaying right now. So I'll just come over here. Just below the button, we can have a div over here, and we can simply render the output over here. So I can say the class name is output here. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's in gray in color. The div appears, and here we can say P, and I'll add chat response. Okay, and I'll save this. Okay, so this is done. Now we can set, or we can query the endpoint over here, query the AI. Okay, you can say what is the capital of let's say United Kingdom. Okay, and let me say ask AI over here. Okay, you can see the output here. The capital of United Kingdom is London, and you also see this on the console. All right, it's working absolutely fine, and whatever questions you need to ask, you can ask over here. Okay, chat is probably not a good tab name over here. Okay, so I'll come over here, and probably for this, if you scroll up, okay, so where's the button here? This one. So I can say ask AI. Okay, and now it looks okay. Talk to AI. All right, it looks good now, and it makes sense. All right, so I hope you have some good clarity as to how this will function and how we can have a React front end send prompts to backend APIs, and how our backend APIs can get the response from any AI model that we wish to configure it with. All right, so now it's time that we work on the last step, which is to generate the recipe. All right, now what we need to do is we need to have a component here. Like our component should render all the necessary details that the user can provide to create a recipe. And if you take a look at the recipe API over here, we're accepting things like ingredients, dietary restrictions, cuisine. So all of this should come out on the UI. So what I will do is I will come over here to our application. I'll go to recipe generator, right? And here, first thing first, we will begin setting up the states over here. Okay. So here we'll need 4 states. Okay. One is for ingredients, cuisine, dietary restrictions. So these 3 are the inputs that go, and then the output we get is the recipe. So we need 1 state for that as well. So 3 inputs and 1 output will need 4 states. So I'll say const over here, constant, and I'll say ingredients, something like this, and I'll say set ingredients. Oops. Okay, and then I'll make use of use state over here, use state hook. Okay, and yeah, this is done. I need cuisine, so I'll just copy this for now, and I'll say over here cuisine, and I can say set cuisine, something like this. We have, and cuisine can be any, so I'll have default value as any. Okay, over here, and then I need so we have cuisine. Ingredients, I need dietary restrictions. So dietary restrictions, something like this. And I can copy this. I can say set dietary restrictions. Okay. This is done. And I'll just duplicate this again. And we need 1 for recipe, right? So this will come in here. And I'll copy this. I'll add this over here with S caps. Okay, so yeah, this is done. We have the states that we need. Okay, And here now what we need to do is we need to render the interface. All right. Now over here I'm going to add div tab. Okay, div tag, which is the parent tag, which will have the UI, the entire UI, I should say. Okay, so here I say create a recipe. I have input. Okay, and input type is of text over here. I can say value. Now what is the value? Okay, so the first the first input box will have the value of ingredients, so we'll link it to that. Okay, and then I'll say on change. Okay, we need to make sure that the value of ingredients is being updated. Okay, so I'll say set ingredients over here, and I'll update it to e.target.value. Okay, this one. So this is done, and I'll say placeholder here. Placeholder is enter ingredients, something like this, and I'll tell in bracket it should be comma separated. Okay, so this is done, and I'll close this. Right, so this is our input box to accept the ingredients. If I save this, if you see, you can see over here, enter ingredients, comma separated. Okay, now we'll add one more input over here. Okay, this input is of course for cuisine, like you must have guessed. And here I'll say set cuisine, and if you come here, enter cuisine type, I'll say. Okay, something like this. So this is also done. Okay, and you can see the default value is any. Okay, that is what we have populated the state with. Okay, and the next thing is around so it's around dietary restrictions. Okay, so I'll say dietary restrictions, set dietary restrictions. Okay, and I'll say enter dietary restrictions. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We need the button. So what I will do is I'll get the button from here, and I'll add it over here. And on the click of the button, we need to call this function. We can call this function as create recipe, and I can have a text over here, create recipe. Okay, now create recipe does not exist, so we absolutely need to define this. Okay, so this function that we are defining will be responsible, or it will help us fetch the data from the backend, and it will also help us do a API call. Okay, so I'll say const create recipe, and this will be an async one, and I'll say something like this, and yeah, we're done. You can see. Okay, so now we need to do an API call on the backend, and for that what I can do is I can simply copy this API call that we are doing in the chat, or you can even copy the image generator one. Okay, here we're making this fetch call to the backend, and the endpoint that I have is over here in the Postman. So I'll get the endpoint, I'll come over here. Okay, and I'll add this here. Okay, so cuisine, so in the end we have cuisine is cuisine here. Okay, I can copy this cuisine stuff, and dietary restrictions, gluten free. So I'll add this dietary restrictions over here. Okay, and then we have ingredients. So I'll replace the ingredients over here with the list of ingredients. Okay, so ingredients, something like this. Okay, so yeah, we have the endpoint over here with dynamic variables. These variables are nothing but states, right? We're getting the data, and we need to log the data, and we can say set recipe, and we are updating the recipe using the data. Okay, this is done, and instead of error generating recipe, it will be okay. And here also, instead of error generating recipe, it will be error generating image. It will be error generating response in the chat component.
So we missed changing that. This is done. Okay. Now, if you see over here, the UI is looking good. Okay. What we need to do now is we can have a div over here to display the output, right? So we need to display the output here. So I can say this is pre-formatted text, and I can display recipe. Okay. And I'll say over here class name, and we have a CSS tag for recipe hyphen text over here. I'll add that, and this can be the class name can be output. I'll save this, and I'll come over here, and let's enter some ingredients. So we'll enter olives, I'll say potato, okay, I'll say vegetables, and I'll say what you can say curd, okay, whatever you can say. I'll enter any cuisine over here. Dietary restrictions, I will enter dietary restriction. I won't enter anything. Okay, let's say create recipe, and let us see if we are seeing any sort of issues. Okay, you can see the recipes here, right? It's printed onto the console, and here also you're getting it in a very nice way. You can see the entire recipe. So it's Mediterranean olive and potato salad with curd dressing. Interesting. And it has instructions as well. Okay, so I have the pre-formatted like this pre-tag over here because I want this to be pre-formatted, and I don't want to alter its format, so that it's displayed in a readable format. Okay, so yeah, that's something about the recipe generator. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful.
Hey there, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to explore how you can make use of AI to work with audio files. So we are going to make use of OpenAI's audio model. Alright, now there will be scenarios wherein if you are working on your production grade project in your office or at your work, and there will be use cases wherein you might want or you might have audio files that you are dealing with, right? Now, how do you make use of audio files with AI, right? And there could be n number of use cases that you could be implementing with that. We are going to take a look at a very simple use case, which is audio to text transcriber. Yes. So this application, we are going to make this entire application with the help of Spring AI, and we're going to do it hands-on. We are going to cover both backend as well as the front end. Okay, so I'm going to show you each and everything as to how things work in backend. We'll test the APIs, and then we'll come over to the front end to build it in React, and we'll connect the same to the backend. All right. So basically how it will work is here I have this React application. You can see it is asking me to upload a file over here. So I need to choose a audio file which has someone talking in it. All right. And I can then upload and transcribe. So let me click over here on choose file, and let me show you how this works. So I've now chosen the file. If you hover on this, okay, you will see test.mp3 coming in as the tooltip, which means that the file is like added over here. I can say upload and transcribe. So I can say upload and transcribe, and you'll see, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? Now this text is what I'm speaking in this particular audio file that I just uploaded, and I'm doing a transcription over here with the help of AI. So what is happening is from this React application, I'm taking this file, I'm sending it to the Spring Boot backend. Spring Boot backend is receiving this file and sending it to OpenAI's audio model, right? And OpenAI is like performing some sort of operations in the backend, and it is returning us the transcribed version, which backend is sending to frontend, and then frontend is displaying here this way. Okay. So like I said, you could be dealing with audio files at your work, right? In your project, and AI is everywhere, right? So why not you get AI to work with the audio files, right? So that is what this tutorial is going to teach you about. If you're not dealing with audio files right now at work, you can create portfolio projects and you can host it somewhere. And like AI is hot these days. So you can have a project using audio model, okay, audio model of OpenAI, and you can leverage that to create a use case and implement that with the help of Spring Boot and React. right? And it could be as simple as audio to text transcriber. Then this could be your portfolio project, which you can pitch to your interviewer or to the person who is interviewing you. And this way you can crack decent, good jobs, right? So this could also help you in job hunting is what I mean to say over here, right? Because knowing how you can work with OpenAI models, okay, is really important, because I said AI is everywhere and you know that, right? Every other thing that you're using today has AI integrated in some form, and companies who have not moved to AI yet are willing to move. So yes, companies want to hire more and more developers that know how to work with AI and understand the importance of AI. So this could be a great edge for you if you are actively interviewing. So be sure to follow this till the very end and follow each and every step and understand what is happening, where it's happening. And then you can take the knowledge you have gained to implement over to your own projects as well. All right. So that's about the project overview. And yes, goes without saying, if you have not liked, subscribed, be sure to do so, because that helps me with the algorithm. And if you're following this course and if you're enjoying this course, be sure to comment below and let me know who you are, where you're joining in from, and what sort of videos you wish to see on the channel. All right. I would be willing to see your replies. And yes, comments also help me with the algorithm and help me reach more viewers. So be sure to show support in that way, because this tutorial is anyways free. So that's the only fee that I ask you for, right? So without further ado, let's jump right in. So now it's time that we get started with our Spring Boot project. So here I'm on our favorite website, start.spring.io, and I'll choose the right settings over here. So I want to make use of Maven. I will select this version of Spring Boot. Okay, you can select any other version. That's completely fine, and it's likely that you'll see a new version when you're watching this. Okay, but don't worry, things won't change over here. And I'll add the group as I'll say audio, and here I'll have the artifact as audio transcribe, something like this. And over here I'll have a custom name to my package. I'll have com.audio.transcribe. Okay, I'll make sure that I have selected jar over here. Okay, and it's time for dependencies. So I'll say web, the first dependency, because it's a web-based project that we are creating. And then I'll say AI over here. Okay, so here you can see there are like tons of options over here. Okay, when you put in AI, but we'll be making use of OpenAI. Okay, so you can also search for OpenAI over here. Okay, you can see. So I'll just select OpenAI. And then what we need to do is you can explore the project, the dependencies as to what all is added over here. So this is a dependency which is for OpenAI. All right. And what we will do is we'll generate the project over here. Now click on generate and save it to your desired folder location on your machine, wherever you want to have or work on this project. All right. So just do that. So I do have the zip file downloaded and added to my working directory. I'll just unzip it over here. Okay, just extract everything over here and you'll see the folder over here. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to head over to IntelliJ. Okay, and we need to open this as a project. Now I'm here in IntelliJ. All right, I'll just click open. Now when you click open, you will be presented with this kind of a UI where you need to navigate to the zip file that you have extracted. Okay, so the folder location is over here, and I'll just select this pom.xml. So it's audio transcribe, you can see over here, and I've selected pom.xml, and then I'll say okay. All right, because we want to open this as a project. So you will see over here, pom.xml is a project file. Would you like to open the project? So yes, I wish to open the project, and I would want IntelliJ to trust all the projects within this folder. All right, because these are all the projects that I'm creating and downloading. So yeah, we have this open now in IntelliJ, and you'll see it's resolving the dependencies for you from Maven. All right, and you'll see all the dependencies being added over here in the external libraries on the left hand side after the processing is done.
All right. So you'll see like a bunch of libraries being added here. Now, if I expand this a bit, all right, you'll see this library over here, or the dependency that is under like external libraries over here. You'll see these are the AI related dependencies that have been added. You can see, all right. So yeah, we'll be working with these. Okay, we don't need to have the expanded version of external libraries. This is just for reference. But yeah, we are ready with the project and we are ready to head over to the next step. Now, as a next step, what I would simply do is I would head over to my main application file and I'll try running the application over here. Let us see what happens if you try to just run the application by adding the AI related dependencies. All right, so I expected this, it will crash. All right, and now let us diagnose the error message. Okay, so if you come over here, you'll see like exception occurred during the context initialization. Okay, so it tried to initialize the context and it tried to create a bean over here called OpenAI chat model. All right, now what happens is it needs to create this bean on the application startup. Why is it creating the bean? Because you have added this dependency. Okay, so if you scroll down over here, you added this dependency called OpenAI. Okay, for Spring AI OpenAI. Okay, and as a part of the auto configuration process, it will create this bean. Okay, and to create this bean, it needs, you can see over here, it needs the OpenAI key. Okay, because it is not able to establish or get the key over here. Okay, and that is why it is not able to create the bean. All right, so we need to add a key over here, and that is something that we will learn about. So you can see over here it clearly says that OpenAI key must be set. Now you can make use of connection property, and this is the property that you need to add into your application properties. All right, so what we need to do is here we'll come. Okay, and in the application properties over here, you need to set this property over here. Okay, we don't have the key, so first we'll create the key. All right, so now it's time that we get the key for our project. So for that, I'm on openai.com over here, you can see, and this is the home page. This might change depending on when you're watching this video because they just keep updating the home page, but that's absolutely fine. What I would do is I would hover on this products. Okay, and you can go to platform overview. All right, so here the platform is open over here. Okay, so I'll just go to, okay, so yeah, it's the same link over here that was open. So you can head over to this link over here and you'll see this home page. Okay, so here you can see two buttons. One is start building and the other one is view API pricing. Now you can open API pricing. Okay, so I'll just open this in a new tab. Okay, and this API or the models that you're using for OpenAI, okay, they are priced depending on your usage. All right, so what happens is whenever you're making use of AI models or any sort of artificial intelligence, there are models in the hindsight that you're making use of. Right now over here they have some explanation on how the pricing works for OpenAI. All right, so if you scroll down, you'll see like there are different models. Like this is the latest model. As I'm recording this video, there will be latest models again and again. All right, or depending on when you're watching this. All right, so it's possible that you might see GPT-5 or any sort of latest model over here. Okay, but you can see the current pricing over here. Okay, so the pricing will be similar. They might change the rates, but it will be similar. So I have over here in front of me GPT-4o, and you can see the cost is $5 for 1 million input tokens. Okay, so yeah, this is the pricing you can go for. So here you have different models over here with different pricing. You can even check from the drop down. Okay, what is the pricing for any other model over here? Okay, so yeah, this is about pricing. Remember over here, you can also check over here, show pricing per 1K token. Okay, you can see it's now updated to 1K input tokens. All right, rather than a million it was early on. Right, so this is about pricing. Now what you can do is you can click on start building. The moment you click on start building, you will be taken to a page where you will be asked for sign in or sign up. Now I already have an account, so if I click on start building,
I'll head over to this particular dashboard over here. Okay, so this is the home page once you log into your project over here. Sorry, not the project, but the dashboard or the account. All right. So you can see this is the dashboard, and at the top here, you'll see like default project. So you can create a new project. So if you're working professionally and you have multiple AI related projects, so what you can do is you can create multiple projects and have things under that project related to that. Okay. So it's just a way of organizing things over here. All right. But I'll just stick to default projects which exist for me. All right. This is a documentation on the left hand side. You can go through if you wish to. Here at the top, you will have something called as playground. Okay. So here you can play around with the models over here. Okay. You have different models you can see over here. But where we need to go is we need to head over to the dashboard. Okay. Now over here in the dashboard, you should come over to API keys. You will see API key option over here. So here there are multiple options like usage, API keys and all. So we'll come over to API keys. Okay. And one more thing I want to highlight, like if you want to add credits to your OpenAI account, like I mentioned, okay, the APIs are priced. And if you want to add some credits, you can come over here. You can go to settings. Now under settings, you will have a tab called billing and credits. So you can add these things over there, like these details. All right. Now under API keys, you will be able to create API keys from here. Now, one thing I would want to mention is you can create multiple API keys, and these API keys are secret to you. Like you're not supposed to share it with someone else. Okay. Because if you share it with someone else and if someone else gains access to it, then he will be able to do API calls to your API account or to OpenAI via your API key, and you will be billed for that in your account. All right. So your credit card will be charged or your debit card, whatever you are using, that will be charged, right? So what you need to do is you need to come over here on the top right. Okay. You need to say create a new secret key. You can give this a name over here. So you can call it audio transcribe, for example, depending on your preference. You can select the project, like you want this to be under which project, and then you can say create secret key. Now, the moment you create secret key, a secret key will be displayed to you. I would recommend that you copy that and store it somewhere at the safe place that is only accessible to you. All right, because once the API key is created, you won't be able to access it again. Okay, so it's only displayed once. So I would encourage you to, once you create, you copy it and save it at a save it at a safe place. That is what I mean. All right. So save it at a safe place, and then you can make use of it whenever you need. All right. And if by chance you happen to lose your API key, or if you're not sure if it got leaked or something, you can even delete it. Okay. So you can delete it from this delete button over here. Okay. So yeah, here you also have an option for permissions. So I'll just say all over here. Okay. And I'll get my secret key created over here. So just get your secret key, and that will give you the ability to make use of OpenAI models in your projects. So now it's time that we configure the API key into our Spring Boot project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the application.properties, and over here we are going to add the property which will let Spring Boot or a Spring AI framework know that this is the API key that we want to work with. Okay, so I'll say Spring AI OpenAI API -key over here. This is the property name. I'll say $, and I'll mention API key over here. Okay, so this is the API key that we will be mentioning. Okay, so over here you can straight away replace the key that you got from the OpenAI dashboard over here. Okay, just paste it over here. Okay, so I'll be pasting mine over here. Now, once the key is added, press the run button. So let us run the app project over here, and let us see whether we are able to run it successfully. So you should see like the application is running properly, which means the API key is being configured and picked up by Spring Boot in a proper way. All right. So yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along so far. So now it's time that we begin working on the API. All right. So what I would do is I would come over here. I would create a new controller over here. Okay. And I can call this controller as transcription controller, something like this. Okay. You can call whatever you wish to, okay, depending on your name choice. All right. But first thing first, I'm going to mark this as a REST controller. Okay. And I can even have a request mapping annotation over here. And all the endpoints would be API/transcribe, something like this. Okay. So yeah, this is done. Now what I'm going to do is we need to start building the functionality, right? So we need to make use of the OpenAI audio transcription model. So what I would encourage you all to do is come over to spring.io. Okay. Head over to the list of all the projects. Okay. Find out Spring AI over here. Okay. And go to learn and click on the reference document over here. Okay. So this is a reference document for Spring AI, and go to Spring AI API over here on the left hand side. Then you will find the option to audio model API. Now under that, you will have transcription API. Okay. So click on that and you have two options over here, Azure OpenAI or just OpenAI. So I'll choose OpenAI over here because that is what I'm using. I'll zoom in a bit so that it's much more visible to you all. All right. Now over here, you will have some clarity as to how you can make use of OpenAI transcriptions to do transcriptions in your application. Okay, so you can see over here the prerequisite is you will need to create an OpenAI key with OpenAI to access ChatGPT models. Of course, this is something that we have done. Okay, so this is done. We need to add this dependency, right, for auto configuration purpose. This is done. Now, if you come over here, there are some properties that they are talking about. These are the connection properties over here. Okay. So base URL. So this is something that we'll have to configure. API key. We have already configured the API key, right? You can specify the organization ID, project ID, and so on. All right. If you scroll down over here, okay, you will see the base URL, transcription API key. These are all the parameters in case if you wish to customize anything for you. Okay. So here you can see this thing. Spring AI OpenAI audio transcription options.model. Okay. So this will help you customize the model that you wish to use. So right now, you can see only Whisper 1, which is powered by OP Whisper 1 over here. So I think it's saying that we'll make use of Whisper 1 only for now. Okay. So yeah, this is how you can customize the models just in case in future if you have more models. And here you have two ways of configuring the model over here. This is runtime and this is the manual configuration. So for runtime, this is the code over here. Okay. And then over here for manual, this is the code over here. So we'll go ahead with the manual approach. Okay. You have runtime configuration also over here. Okay. But for manual, you will need to add the dependency and you need to create a OpenAI transcription model. For that, you'll need to get the API key. Okay. And then create this object and then basically do these steps. Okay. So we'll do this over here. All right. So I'll switch over to my ID over here. All right. And what we would do is I would create an object over here. So here it's making use of var. I won't make use of var. So we are creating object of OpenAI audio API, right? So I'll come over here. I'll say OpenAI audio API. I'll press Control space and you'll see this auto suggest. Okay. So I'll select this. All right. And I'll say OpenAI audio API is equal to. Okay. So we need to initialize this with the OpenAI API key. All right. So that is something we need to do. All right. So we'll move this to a constructor. Okay. We won't have it this way. We'll move it to a constructor. Okay. But what we need is one thing we need to declare as a class variable or a class member. It will be OpenAI audio transcription model. So we'll declare an object of this over here. Okay. So I'll say private final OpenAI audio transcription model. Just get it imported and OpenAI audio transcription model. Okay. And I'll just shorten its name over here just for readability purpose. Okay, I'll just make it transcription model, something like this. Okay, well, this is what we are using. All right. Okay, so I'm getting an error because it's not initialized, which is absolutely okay. All right. Now what I'll do is I will generate a constructor over here. Okay, constructor, and I'll say okay. All right. So here I got a constructor with this parameter. I'll get rid of this parameter and I'll add my own parameter. So we need API key over here. Okay, so I'm accepting API key. Now I'll say this dot transcription model is equal to, okay, so you have the code over here. Transcription model is equal to new OpenAI audio API. Okay, so I'll copy this over here. Okay, and over here I'll paste this. Okay, OpenAI audio API. All right. Now OpenAI audio API needs to be created over here. So we need to create this, right? So actually I have an object of this over here, which I created outside. So I'll move this inside over here. Okay, something like this. But we need to initialize this. Now, how is this initialized over here? It is actually accepting the OpenAI key over here. Okay, so I'll copy that code. I'll come over here. I'll add it something like this. Okay, so OpenAI key. Now, what is your key name over here? Okay, so my key name is, spring.ai.openai.api key. Okay, this is my key name. This is a value actually. So I'll add it over here, something like this. Okay, and I'll add a semicolon. Okay, I'll move this to next line so that it's clear for you all to see as to what is happening. All right. Now I have this parameter. You can get rid of this parameter and use it this way. Okay, this is one approach. Or you can have a value annotation. Okay, so you can make use of @value over here, and you can say $ over here, and you can add this over here. This is also doable. This is also correct. Okay, so what will happen is this value annotation will fetch the value of this key from the application.properties and it will inject it over here, and then you can straight away make use of API key over here. Okay, so you can say API key over here. That is also doable. Okay, so there are two approaches of doing this. Okay, I showed you the both approaches. You can select one. Right now we have OpenAI audio API initialized. Okay, and then we have transcription model also initialized. Right, you can see this. Okay, so this is done. Now initialization part is done. We have the model in place. Okay, so you need model in place. This is a model. Okay, this is done. Now we need to actually do this part. Okay, so what we need to do is here what's happening is it is getting the file that you need to transcribe. It is constructing the transcription options. Okay, first it's constructing the transcription options and then it's getting the file, and then it is like creating the audio transcription prompt. Okay, and then it is generating the response. These are the steps. Okay, so we'll be doing these steps over here, but what here the example is shown as if this is getting the file from local machine. We won't be doing that. You can of course do that if you wish to, but I would be actually sending the file and I'll be actually uploading the file right onto the API. So I'm going to say public response entity over here. Okay, and this is going to be string like so. Okay, I'll say transcribe audio, something like this. Okay, and I'll add request parameter over here. I'll say file. Okay, and this type is multi-part file over here. Okay, multi-part file, something like this. Okay, this is done. All right, and now I will have a opening curly brace. Okay, and this is actually a post mapping. Okay, so we need to mark this as mapping as well. All right, now this is done. What we need to do is once we have the file over here, once the user uploads the file from the postman or client, wherever, or from React, what we need to do is we need to get the file object, right? So I'll say temp file over here. This is my file object. I'll import this class java.io, okay, and I'll say file.create temp file over here, okay, and I'll have a prefix of audio over here. So prefix is audio, okay, and suffix is dot .wav. Okay, sorry, something like this. Okay, so this will be done. Now I'm getting an error over here, so I'll add exception to method signature. All right, this is done, and so after this we need to transfer the content of the file that is uploaded by user to this temporary file that we have created. Okay, so this is a temporary file like the name says. Okay, so what I would do is I would say file over here, okay, and I'll say transfer to, and I'll say temp file over here, okay, something like this. I'll add a space over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so this will transfer the content of the uploaded file to a newly created temporary file, and this effectively saves the uploaded audio to the local file system for us to then later on work on. All right, now what we can do over here is I can copy this over here. Okay, we need to set the transcription options. Okay, so I'll paste it over here. Okay, and we need to import all of this. Okay, so I'll just import this. Okay, let us see what all options we are setting over here. Okay, so this is var. I'll change this to OpenAI audio transcription options over here. Okay, and you can see like it's saying it's making use of builder over here. Okay, and it's saying it's setting the response format. So the response format is text. What is the language? Okay, there's no language set, but there is an option to set a language over here. Okay, with language over here. Okay, you can say EN over here. Now, if you're curious as to how I got to know the with language option, answer is here under runtime option. You'll see one more version of audio transcription option over here. Okay, and it has with language over here. Okay, and if you search for with language over here, okay, you'll find this option over here. Okay, or just search for language and you'll see. So you can also specify this in the application properties. Okay, so it says the language of it is used to specify the language of the input audio. Okay, we are specifying English. Now, if you don't want to specify this or you want to make use of any other language, you can definitely do that. Temperature 0F. Okay, and I'm saying .build over here. Okay, so this is going to set the audio transcription options for the transcription that we want to perform. Now, as a next step, what we need to do is we will copy these 3 lines. Okay, because this is what we want to do. All right. So over here, okay, so you'll see the first line that we copied. It is creating an object of file system resource, audio file. Okay, object name is called audio file. Then this audio file is given as an input to audio transcription prompt, and then this prompt is used further. So what this means is this is making use of file system resource object. So we are not getting the file this way, right? We are accepting it through an API, and we have a file object over here, right, called temp file. So what we need to do is instead of this path, I'll say temp file over here. Okay, I'll get this imported as well. Okay, this class, I'm getting a red mark. I'll copy this and I'll add it over here. Okay, so this is done. All right, and then I'll create a audio transcription prompt over here. Okay, and this will create this object of audio transcription prompt, which combines the audio resource over here, which is the audio file, and the transcription option. So it's combining both of them together into a single request object to be sent to the AI model, right? Because the object of this, okay, the options and the file, this is what is sent to the AI model over here. If you see on the next line, okay, so here what is happening is we are creating a response object. We are collecting the response. after the call is being done to the AI model, right? So AI model will then unbundle this object. It will see the options and it will see what all transcriptions you wish to do and the file as well on the model's end. This is what will happen. Okay. Now OpenAI transcription model. So our OpenAI transcription model object is called transcription model over here. So I'll copy this. You come over here and you say transcription model, right? So this is done. All right. Response. We have the response also. Okay. And then what we can do is, right, we have created this file, right? It's a temporary file. So you can delete this file, okay, because our job is done, right? So what I would do is I would come over here. I would say temp file dot delete, okay. And then I'll create a return over here. Okay. I'll say new response entity because we need to send the response. So I'll say response dot get result. And I'll say dot get output over here. Okay. And I'll have HTTP status okay over here. Something like this. All right. This is done. Okay. And yeah, I'm getting result of file delete is of delete file is ignored. Yeah, that's absolutely okay. We don't want the response of that. All right. So this is done. I believe there should not be any sort of issues. Okay, we have followed things step by step over here. All right, now I'll just take you through what we are doing is we are actually creating an object of audio OpenAI audio transcription model. Okay, and we are initializing it over here in the constructor. Okay, you can see how we are initializing it. So we are getting the OpenAI key. OpenAI key we are getting because we need to create an object of OpenAI audio API as per the documentation. Okay, so we need a key for that, and then we are making use of OpenAI audio API to initialize the OpenAI audio transcription model, right? And then I'm creating the endpoint where I'm allowing user to upload a file over here and send it to me. Then I'm getting that file. I'm creating a temporary file object with the prefix of audio.wav. This is the extension, and I'm transferring the contents of the file that is being sent or uploaded by the user to this temporary file that I created over here, right? And then we need to prepare for the transcription part. So I'm creating an object of OpenAI audio transcription options because this is what OpenAI understands, and this is this class object it is using to get the options, right? So I'm specifying like the response format, the language, the temperature, and the build. Okay, this is done. Then I'm creating an object of file system resource and wrapping the temp file that I've created into it. And then I'm creating a transcription request over here, audio transcription prompt, which is combining the audio file and the options that I wish to pursue. And then I'm getting the response by doing a call to the model with the audio transcription prompt. And then I'm deleting the file and getting the response and displaying it to the user. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And I hope you have been able to follow along as to what is happening. All right. We would be doing a couple of configuration over here in the application.properties. All right. So what I would do is I would say spring.ai.audio.transcription.options or I'll say base URL. Okay. So one second, let me check this property that I typed in is correct or not. Okay. So I'll come over here and I'll search for base URL over here. Okay. So Spring AI. So this is the okay, so this is a base URL. I'll get this. Okay. And I'll paste it over here. Okay. And the value for this is I'll copy this. Okay. This is the default value. Okay. So okay. And I'll also specify the model over here. Okay. And which is our model. So this is the model. Okay. Options.model. So I'll specify that thing over here as well. Okay. It's whisper-1 over here. and then response format. So what is the response format? Okay, so I need response in JSON, right? So I'll say JSON over here. Okay, so these are some settings that you can do here in the application properties. There are more settings, language as well, including language, temperature, a lot of settings you can do. Okay, these settings you can even manage from transcription options object. Okay, but once you're done, you should be good to go. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along and understood what we are doing and why we are doing. So now it's time that we need to test our API. So what I would do is I would restart the project, all right, and we'll check for any errors if we get any. All right, so the application startup is successful. So there are no errors, at least on the startup. All right, what we need to do is we need to get a API client like Postman, because we need to now test the API, right? So here in Postman, I'm already into a workspace. Okay, I'll create a new collection over here by clicking on this plus button, and I'll name my collection as audio transcriber, and I'll call this Spring AI because this is Spring AI project. Okay, I'll add a request to get going. All right, and I'll call this as transcribe API. I'll copy the endpoint over here. Okay, and I'll say over here. Okay, so I'll add this. Okay, so this is added, and I'll change this to post. Don't forget to change this to post. Now we need to pass in the parameter. So if you see our API, okay, if you scroll down, you need to pass in a parameter which is of type file. So in order to do that, I'll head over to headers, not headers, body in fact, and I'll say form data. Over here, I'll say file, because the name over here of the parameter is file. Okay, so I'll add file over here, and I'll change this to file, and I'll get an option to select a new file. Okay, now over here we need to upload the audio file that you want to transcribe with OpenAI. All right, so to get the audio file, what you can do is you can actually get a audio file or an MP3 file which has a little bit of audio. Okay, don't get the audio file very long, okay, because you will be charged those many tokens on the OpenAI account. So you can get a short audio file with just 1 or 2 sentences. So I'll show you how you can get an MP3, all right, for demo purposes. So I'll search for text to speech over here, and I'll say audio MP3. Okay, the moment I search, I'll see a lot of options, and you have this TTS MP3. Okay, there are a lot of options. You have free TTS also. Okay, so I'll just select the first one. You can choose any one, and you can add a text over here. Hello, how are you finding Spring AI? Okay, something like this, and you can say download as MP3. Now the moment you say download as MP3, it will save this as a file onto your system. So be sure to save it at your desired location of your choice. Okay, so I'll just click download as MP3, and I'll get this file to save onto my system. All right, so I've saved the file onto my system. Now I'll come back to Postman, and now you need to go over here and you need to select this option, and you need to navigate to wherever you have saved that particular file and select the file. So I've selected the file. You can see test.mp3. This was my file name with which I had saved the mp3 file from that website. All right. Now what I would do is I would say send over here. Okay. The moment you say send, okay, I get an error, 500 internal server error. So we'll now check what this error is onto our server logs. Okay, I'll scroll up. Okay, the moment you scroll up, okay, you see some message over here. Okay, so what is the message? It says non-transient AI exception 429. All right, and it is saying you have exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. All right, so it's likely that I don't have any sort of credits in my account. All right, and it is also giving me this link wherein I can check all the API related errors. So I'll simply copy this over here. Okay, and you can see the entire message is being sent this way. All right, you can see, okay, insufficient quota. All right, so what I would do is I would come over here. Okay, I'll just close this and I'll open this link basically. Okay, so you can see this is the API error code, and the error code we got is 429. This is the error code. Okay, and you can see the cause of this error code. You have run out of credits or hit your maximum monthly spend. So you need to buy more credits or increase your limits. Okay, so now how would you do this? So in order to do this, what you need to do is I need to go to OpenAI. Okay, so I'm on openai.com/API. You need to go to like start building. I'll go to start building. You'll be taken to the dashboard. Okay, now from here you need to click on this setting. All right, now keep in mind they keep on changing this UI. I've seen this UI change a lot. Okay, so I've been doing OpenAI development for a while now, and I've seen this dashboard evolve. All right, but right now the billing option is in setting. All right, but it might happen when you're watching this video, they might have moved the option or changed the interface. So don't stress about it. Just figure out where you can see the credits and the settings option. Now, if you click on settings, okay, you'll see this billing over here, overview. Okay, this is a setting option. You need to head over to billing option over here. Okay, now under billing, you'll see my credit balance is 0. Of course, it's 0. Now I need to, so you can see when your credit balance reaches 0, your API will stop working. So I need to add some credits, and then ideally my API should work. So I'll just add credits. You can see billing, like payment methods, billing history, preferences. Okay, so you can add a few payment methods as well. All right, so I'll do this process. I'll add some credits into my account. So I have done the payment and I've added $5 over here as my credit balance. All right, now we'll go back to Postman. All right, so I'll switch over to Postman over here. Okay, and let us see, let us trigger our API again. So here I'll resend the request. I'll press the send button. Okay, I'm getting the internal server error again. Okay, what is the issue now? Okay, so let me restart and try again. All right. So application is started. Let me resend. Oh, so it worked. The application restart actually fixed the issue. Okay, so after I updated my credit balance, I added balance to my OpenAI account. I restarted the application and it worked over here. You can see. So hello, how are you finding Spring AI? This is completely transcribed by AI. All right, and you can see how it's working fine. All right, so you can have audio to text transcribers this way with the help of OpenAI models. All right, and you can do wonders with this. So this I'm just displaying to the users. Okay, you can additionally process it. Okay, to your depending on your needs, whatever your use case is, right? And then you can give the experience to your users. Okay, that will be AI based. All right, so our application is working fine. Okay, did we get anything on console? Nothing. Okay, so it was processed successfully. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we move to the front end part. And for the front end, we are going to make use of ReactJS. And here I am on the terminal, okay, on my Windows machine. So you can open PowerShell, or if you are on a Mac, you can open the inbuilt OS terminal. Okay. Now I'll be creating project here from the terminal, and then we'll switch over to Visual Studio Code. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to navigate to my working directory. So I'm going to say cd, and I'm going to paste this long path over here where I wish to like navigate. Okay. Now over here, if I do ls, okay, I have 2 folders already. Now this is my backend over here. Okay, and this is the zip file that I downloaded from start.spring.io. Okay. So here itself, I'll be creating the front-end React project. Now, like I said, I'm going to be making use of Vite for this. Okay, so over here, this is the website. So you can search for Vite React. Vite means this is a spelling VITE. Okay, and as you can see, it is used to create a React project quickly. Okay, French word for quick. Okay, so just come over, like just Google, and you should land on this website. Okay, so it's a front end tooling thing using which you can create projects. Okay, so I'll head over to guide. Okay, you can see this guide tab. Okay, and over here, if you scroll down, you can see all these projects, like these all templates are supported over here. Okay, so we'll make use of React. You can make use of React with TypeScript as well over here. There are quite a few options, vanilla, JavaScript as well. Okay, so I'll scroll down, and here you can see like you have this command over here, npm create Vite@latest. Okay, now you should be able to run npm commands onto your system. Okay, so just make sure you have Node.js installed. All right, because we'll be making use of npm over here. So I'll just copy this. Okay, copy this command. Okay, you can even directly copy this. Okay, so this is for Vue.js, but I would be just following this. Okay, so just copy this command, npm create Vite@latest. If you don't want to copy this or come to this website, that's completely fine. You can take a look at this video and type this command. That's completely fine. Okay, now over here, I'll just paste this. Okay, I'll say enter. Now the moment I say enter, it will say you need to install the following packages. All right, so I don't have probably this package, so I'll say yes over here. It's okay to proceed. Now it's asking me for the project name, so I'll say audio transcribe, and I'll say front end over here. Okay, so this is the project name. I'll say enter. It will present you with a few options, like what is the template that you wish to select. So vanilla JS, Vue.js, React. Okay, so I'll say React since we are working on it. And what do you want over here? TypeScript. Okay, so I'll just say vanilla JavaScript over here. Okay, and you can see the project is created pretty quickly. The project name is this, the framework is this, and the variant is over here. Okay. Oops, so I'll just expand this a bit. Okay, all right, so this is done. Okay, so I just prefer having this command line at the top a little bit, because here normally captions are displayed and people are normally not able to see commands that I'm writing at the bottom. Okay, so I've just resized my window, but you can keep full screen on your machine. So now it's giving you a few commands over here which you can do initially. So I can say cd over here. I can just navigate to this directory. Okay, then it's saying npm install, so we'll install the dependencies, which is absolutely okay. We'll also copy this command npm run dev. This is actually a command to run the server. Okay, so once the dependencies are installed, you can see the dependencies are installed, you get the success, and just start the server. So I'll press enter, and you'll have the server up and running on this URL over here. Okay, so I'll just copy this URL. All right, I'll come over to the browser, and I should be able to access it. You can see Vite plus React. This is the home page, and you have an option to like quickly increase the count. There's a count over here, and some instructions. You can head over to src app.jsx, and you can like edit this particular page over here. Okay, so project creation is done. All right, what I would request you all now is we need Visual Studio Code, so you can search for Visual Studio Code over here. Okay, and you should see this link. If you don't have it already, I would recommend you download this from here. Installation steps are pretty straightforward, like just like you install any other software onto your system. So I'm seeing an option to download for Windows, but if you're on Mac or any other platform, you should see the option over there. Alternatively, you can like click on other platforms and download it this way as well. All right. Once you're done downloading Visual Studio Code, what you need to do is you need to open Visual Studio Code onto your system. So I already had Visual Studio Code open over here. All right. So you'll see this kind of a screen, okay, like a typical IDE. and I have dark mode enabled. All right, you might see light mode, which you can change in the settings, right? And what you need to do is you need to come over here. Okay. Also, I would want to mention, like, if you have freshly installed, you might also see a welcome screen over here, which I'm not seeing, of course. So you can come over here, file, and you can say open folder. Now, when you say open folder, you will see a pop-up appear, or it will be a explorer, which will help you navigate, okay, through the file system, and you should head over to the folder where you just created the project. So you created a project over here. So this is my location, right? So you need to open this folder in Visual Studio Code, and I'll do that. So you can see I've navigated to this folder where we created our project. So this is our project, audio transcribe frontend. I'll select this and I'll say select the folder. You'll see the project open up. Okay. So I will just go full screen now. Or before going full screen, what you can actually do is here I'm running npm run dev. I'll just copy this command. Okay. I don't need to use an external terminal. Okay. So I'll just terminate this using Control C on Windows or Command C on Mac. All right. So I don't need an external terminal. I'll close this and I'll expand this. And over here, you have a terminal inbuilt where you can run commands. And this will by default open, by the way, in the root of the project. You can see this is the root of my project. Okay. Now I'll run this command, npm run dev, and I'll have my server up and running. All right. So yeah, this is the setup that you need to do. Okay. And I hope you have been able to follow until here so far. If you're enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right. The website is embarkx.com. And I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer. So now it's time that we begin building our front end. So I'll head over to SRC. Now, first of all, this thing that you're seeing over here in the browser, it's coming in from app.jsx under SRC. You can see. Now, if you go to app.jsx, this is the code that is being rendered onto the browser. And you can see the code for like the counter over here as well. You can see count is count. Now I can, if I add full stops and if I save this, you'll see it appears over here. So this is a file, all right, and this is where it's coming in from. Now what I would do is I just don't need this boilerplate code, all right. So what I would do is I would simply get rid of this. Okay, all right. Now this is done. Okay, we don't have anything over here right now, right? Now what I need to do is I will create my own component which will help me upload the audio onto my application, and it will trigger an API call with the file that I have uploaded to the backend, and backend will communicate with OpenAI. It will get the transcription and it will return it to the front end, and then front end would display the transcription to the user. That is how the entire flow is going to work. All right. So I would quickly create a file over here. I'll call this as audio uploader.jsx over here. All right, this is done. Now over here, we need to have the component definition, right? So I'm going to say const audio uploader. All right, and I'm going to make use of arrow functions over here, okay, to create the component. Okay. Now within this component, we are going to have a little bit of JSX, and we will also return. We'll also have the JavaScript, right? That will work and it will perform some actions, right? So first we'll do the JSX part. So I'm going to say return. I'm going to return JSX over here. Okay. And I'll add a semicolon. Okay. Now within return, I'm going to have, let's say div over here. Okay. Something like this. Okay. And I can say h1. Okay. And I'll say audio to text transcriber here, something like this. Okay. and I'll have to export this. Okay, so I'll say export default, and I'll say audio uploader over here. Okay, and I'll add the audio uploader into this particular component. Okay, audio uploader over here. All right, this is done. Now the moment you come over here, you'll see audio to text transcriber is appearing, right? Which means that now whatever I add into this particular file will be rendered onto the UI. So I'll begin working over here. Okay, I'll set the class names as well. Okay, so I'll set the class name over here to container, like so. Okay, I have the h1 tag. Okay, now I need to add a div over here. Okay, this div is going to help me accept the file. Okay, so I'm going to say input type, and this will be file over here, accept, and I'll say audio. Okay, and then I'll simply close this. Okay, now if you come over here, you can see choose file, no file chosen. So this is the file chooser that we have added over here. Okay, input type file. I'll add class name. Oops, so it has to be class name over here, and I'll call this as file input, something like this. Okay, so this div is done. Later on, what we can do is we can make use of these classes or the class names in CSS to enhance the look of our application. Okay, I'm going to say button over here. Okay, and I'll add a class name over here. Okay, something like this, and I'll say upload button, something like this. Okay, and I'll close this. I'll say upload and transcribe. All right, if you come over here, you can see this button, upload and transcribe. Oh, of course, ignore the UI. Don't worry about it right now. Okay, because we'll be dealing with the UI stuff shortly. Okay, but yeah, this is what our application is looking like right now. Now over here, what we need to do is we need to display the transcription result. All right, so I'll say class name over here, transcription result, something like this, and over here I can say h2 transcription result. Okay, and I'll be displaying the result over here within the p tag. Okay, so we'll be doing that with the help of states, but we don't have any states created yet. All right, so I'm leaving that empty for now. All right, now coming over here at the top, let's talk about the states. So we have UI done. Okay, UI of course is done, but there's no CSS right now. We'll be dealing with CSS part as well. Don't worry about that right now. Let's focus on the functionality. Now let's talk about the states that we will need. First state we'll need is I'll need a file. Okay, because I'm accepting the file from the user, so I need to add it to the state. So I'll create that first. Okay, I'll say file, and this will be set file over here. Okay, and I need to say use state. Okay, and file will be initially null. Okay, I need const, and it has to be transcription, and it will be set transcription like so. Okay, and here I'll say use state, and I'll initialize it to an empty string. So we need two states, file and transcription. What is this transcription? This transcription is the output or the result that we get. Okay, so I'll just copy this. I'll come over here and I'll be displaying that thing over here. Okay, so right now it's not displaying anything, of course, because it's initialized to empty string. It does not have anything right now. Okay, but once we hit the API, what we can do is we will be displaying the result here. Okay, after updating the state. Now, what I need to do is I need to create a function over here. Now, the function that we are going to create is going to help us update this file state. Okay, so that we have whatever user is selecting, we have it in this state over here. Okay, so I'm going to say const over here. I'll say handle file change. Okay, so what we are going to say is whenever user updates or selects a file, okay, update the state. That is what we are going to do. And this function needs to be triggered whenever user changes the file or updates the file. So what I would do is I would scroll down over here. Okay, so we have this file button, right? Input type file. So I'll add on handle. Sorry, it's not handle. It will be on change over here. That is what the name of the property, and then I need to say handle file change. Okay, now this is done. So here what I would do is I would say set file over here. Okay, so that's the method that we are calling over here. Okay, to update the state, and over here I'm going to say I'll say e.target.files, and I'll say 0. So this code is going to give me the file that user has selected, right? Now once the user has selected the file, what we need to do is we need to upload the file. Okay, and we need to trigger the API, right? So basically uploading means we are triggering the backend API, right? So what we need to do is I will make use of Axios over here, right? So I'm going to say import Axios from Axios over here. Okay, I don't think this is added right now. Okay, so you can either head over to package.json. I'm not sure if this dependency is added. It's not added. You can see clearly over here. So what I would recommend is you head over to your terminal, and you can say npm install Axios if this is not installed. I'm sorry. So here if you scroll down now, okay, or here if you see, you can see Axios over here. Okay, so it has added these packages to my project, right? So this is done. Just make sure you have Axios in your project, okay, before you start using it. Okay, now this is done. So what I would do is I would come over here. I would create one more function here. Okay, so I'll say, okay, const. Sorry, not const. So this is a function. Yeah. So I'll go by const keyword. I'll say audio. Not audio uploader. It will be handle upload. Okay, and it will be an async function. Okay, and then I'll have this. Okay, now within this particular function, what I need to do is I need to do an API call. Okay, so I'll first create an object of form data over here. Okay, new form data like so. Okay, then I'll say form data dot append. Okay, and I'll say file, comma, file that we have. Okay, so this is being appended, and then okay, I accidentally came outside the function. So within this function, we need to make use of try catch for error handling. Okay, something like this, and here I'll say constant. Okay, response. So we are doing an API call, so I'll make use of await keyword, and I'll say Axios dot post over here. Okay, and we need to make use of the backend endpoint along with the form data. So I'll say form data over here. Okay, and I'll say comma over here, and we need to add the headers over here. Okay, so I'll say here I can say headers, something like this. Okay, and I'll add content type, something like this, and I'll say multipart, because we are sending in the file over here, right? So we need to say this. I'll add a comma over here. Okay, and I'll come over here. If there is an error, any sort of error, so I can say console.error over here, and I can say error transcribing audio over here. Okay, and then I can say error. All right, and yeah, I think this is it. We need to now work with the response over here. Okay, so once we have the response, I can say set transcription dot, sorry, not dot, it will be response dot data. Okay, now what is set transcription? In case you're wondering, okay, we do have a state transcription, which is capturing the result of the transcription, right? After transcription. So I'm updating that state with whatever response I get. All right. So this is the handle upload. Now what is happening over here is we are first creating a form data over here, right? A new object of form data type. Okay. And this is used to construct a set of key value pairs that is representing the form fields and their values, right? Now this approach is ideal for sending files via HTTP request. And on the next line, like after creating form data, I am actually appending the file over here, okay, because I want the file to be sent via HTTP request. And then I'm doing in post request. Now over here, we missed adding the API endpoint. So I'll say localhost :8080 /API/transcribe. This is our endpoint, right? So this is a post request. Okay, and we are sending the form data along with the headers, and in headers we are specifying the content type over here. You can see content type is multipart form data. Okay, and we need to, once we get the response, so this is a asynchronous like call over here, and we are making use of await over here. Once we get the response, we are getting response.data and updating the transcription. Okay, that is how this entire thing is working over here. Okay, now this function, this async function, needs to be triggered. Okay, when should it be triggered? It should be triggered when you click on the upload button, right? So I'll say on click over here, I'm going to say handle upload, something like this, right? And I'll save this. Okay, now if you come over here, okay, we have this project ready. We should test it, right? So what I would do is I would actually come over here. We have our MP3 file, right? So what I would do is I would click over here and I would just select the MP3 file that we had created. Or if you have any other MP3 file, you can select that, but it should have some person speaking a little bit. Now I do have selected the MP3 file by clicking on the choose file. You need to navigate to your file wherever it's saved, the MP3 file, and add it over here. Okay. Now this is done. So I'll say upload and transcribe. I'll say upload and transcribe. Okay. We'll wait for a while. We'll see if any sort of thing happens. Anything we can see on the console. Okay. We get an issue, which is expected. All right. So this issue is around course policy, right? So what we need to do is we need to fix the course policy as well in the backend. Now for this, I'll head over to my backend, which is IntelliJ over here. Okay. And here we need to add a configuration file, which will be the configuration for the course policy. Okay. So I'm going to call this as webconfig over here. Okay. Because it's configuration file. The first thing I'll do is I'll add configuration annotation over here. Okay. I'll say implements web MVC configure over here. Okay. Now I'll override the add course mappings over here. Okay, so you can either go to generate. Okay, you can say override method. You have add course mapping over here. Okay, so I'll select that. Okay, it's been added, course registry, and you can see this code being added. Okay, but what I'll do is I'll just get rid of this code over here. Okay, and I'll say registry dot add mapping over here. Now I'm adding this for which endpoint? So I'm adding this configuration for all the endpoints. Okay, I'll say allowed origins. Okay, so I'm allowing the origins, which origins I wish to allow. So I have my front end running on this particular URL. So I'll copy this. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. Okay, this is the endpoint. All right. Now I'll say dot allowed methods over here. And I'll say get over here. Okay, I'll say post. I'll say put. Okay, which all methods you want to allow, you can add that. Okay, and I'll say options as well, something like this. Okay, so this is the configuration, and then I can say allowed headers. What sort of headers you want to allow? I'll say all headers. All right, so just allow all. And then I'll say allowed credentials, true. And I think we are done. All right. So with this, the front end should be able to send the request to the backend. So just restart the server, and yeah, we are ready to test the application. So after adding the configuration, we are now set to test the application. So I'll just refresh this because early on we got an error. All right. And what I'll do is I'll again choose the MP3 file over here. So MP3 is chosen. I can say upload and transcribe. We'll wait for a while. And you can see, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? So that is what is the audio in this test.mp3. Okay, so yeah, the application is working absolutely fine. And if you head over to inspect over here into the network tab, okay, so if you say upload and transcribe again, okay, you will see like there will be a request. Okay, so I'm not seeing any sort of request. Okay, here, so you can see this transcribe endpoint is being called over here. Okay, this is the backend endpoint, and here what we are doing is, if you see the payload, this is a file that is being sent to the server. Okay, we're getting this as a response. Okay, you can see this is a response. All right, so you can just take a look at the endpoint over here. All right, now be sure to remember, like if you're uploading a file, upload a file with very less text or very less of audio, a small file. Because if you have a very long file that you're uploading, like songs and all, okay, remember this is hitting OpenAI, right? You have your keys configured, so you might be charged for that, right? So if the files are large and OpenAI is doing a lot of work, a lot of processing for you, okay, it is you consuming the model, it is using the models in the hindsight, and it is going to build that in your account. So for small files, it is good and it won't cost much, okay, but keep this in mind. All right, for larger files. All right, so I hope this is useful, and I hope you are able to understand and follow everything. So now it's time that we spend some time beautifying the application and making it look a bit decent, right? So application is working fine, okay, but it would be good if we could, add some CSS over here. So I'll come over here, and we will create, we already have a file called app.css. All right, what we can do is I'll start adding the CSS over here. Okay, so I'll start adding the CSS for container. Okay, over here I'll say max width is equal to 600 pixels over here. Okay, all right, you can see okay, 600 pixels. I'll say margin over here is 50 pixels, and auto over here. Okay, all right, and we'll add some CSS, and then we'll see how it's reflecting over here to the UI. I'll say 20 pixels padding, okay, around the container. I can say border over here is 1 pixels solid, and the color code is #DD. Okay, it's white sort of a UI. I'll say border radius over here is 10 pixel. Let me save this and let us see. Okay, so border is being added. Okay, and then I can say box, or not box shadow. I'll say background color over here. Background color is again #DD. Let us see. Okay, so I'll change this to something like this, and I'll say text align is center. Font family is sans serif. Okay, so everything is white right now because we need to change the font of everything to font color of everything to like black or so. Okay, so I'll say font size is 24 over here. I'll keep this to 24. You can switch to your choice. Okay, margin bottom, I can say 20 pixels over here, and I can say color over here. I'll add the color to that of black. Okay, let us save, and you can see audio to text transcriber. All right, now what we need to do is I'll come down. Okay, and I'll say file input. Okay, and I'll say margin of
20 pixels. Okay. So yeah, this is our file input over here. Okay. And then here again, I'll say file input. And I'll say input over here. Okay. Padding of 10 pixels. Border of 1 pixels solid. And I'll say color as this. I'll say border radius of 5 pixels. Cursor could be pointer. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so you can click on this entire thing over here. Okay, so it's looking decent for now. Okay, we'll move forward. All right, I'll add some CSS for the upload pattern. Okay, so this is the class, right? So let me check the class as well. So audio uploader. Okay, upload pattern is the class. All right, so I'll come over here, upload pattern. I'll say background color. Okay, and background color can be blue, sort of. Okay, and I'll say color white. I'll say padding 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Okay, border is none here. Okay, and I can say border radius as 5 pixels. And I'll say cursor pointer. I'll keep cursor to pointer. Okay, and font size to that of 16 over here, and a margin top to 10 pixels. This is done. You can see it's looking decent. Okay, we can add an hover effect also. So I'll just copy this hover. So colon hover. All right, and I'll say background color to dark blue. Oops, dark blue, something like this. And if you come here, you can see. All right, so this is done. All right, and I'll come over here. Here we need to manage the transcription part. So I'll get this class over here, transcription result. Okay. And over here, I can say for transcription result, I can say margin top 30 pixels. I'll say text align to center, and I'll add the color. Color, we can, oops, not column. Color can be black, something like this. And then I can have transcription result and H2. Okay, font size of 20 pixels. Okay, and margin bottom 10 pixels, and color to that of, let's say, light blue. I can say light blue, and I can say transcription result. I'll add there is a p tag also where we are displaying the results. So I can say background color to that of I have a color code. Okay, so I'll say F8, F9, FA. All right. Then over here, I can say padding to that of 15 pixels. Okay. Border radius, I'll add border radius of 5 pixels over here. Okay, and border, I'll add of 1 pixels solid. Okay, and yeah, this is how it will be. If you come over here, you can see, okay, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? So this is the output. Okay, now transcription result over here, light blue is not looking good. Okay, so I can keep this as dark blue. Okay, this is looking decent over here. So this is not yet centered, as we can see. So I would like to move this to center. Okay, so what I would do is over here, okay, app.jsx. We have a main.jsx. Now within main.jsx, we have this root element. Okay. What I would do is I would come over here. I would add a CSS. So this is the CSS for root. Okay. Element with ID root. All right. And I'm adding the CSS. I'll save this and we'll have
everything in the center. You can see, okay. So it's working absolutely fine, and you can see what sort of output we are getting over here. Okay. So yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been super useful. Now you can customize this page as per your requirements. Okay. And I've shown you the way as to how you can make use of AI into this project, but you can figure out a use case to your real projects, and you can use a similar thing and make your users' life easier. So I hope this was useful.